Chapter 1. Confronting Kobe. The NBA's Top 10 Conflicts. A compilation of last-second victories in the NBA. Classic NBA matches. Before drifting off to sleep, Hsing Hue revisited these videos. How splendid it would be if I could dominate on the court. Hsing Hue sighed. When a basketball star possesses a robust physique, gains fame, earns substantial wealth, and can even bring glory to his country through his prowess. As the clock struck midnight, Hsing Hue set his phone aside, preparing to succumb to slumber. Of course, there were some fanciful daydreams before sleep. For instance, what if he were to be reborn and traverse time, emerging as an NBA player, dominating the game? Ha ha ha, NBA, here I come. The championship is mine, and the MVP belongs to me as well. Megan Fox, Britney, and Taylor Swift are all mine, while Jason Statham is yours. Hsing's inner voice echoed with youthful exuberance. Upon awakening, he found his dreams had materialized. He had returned to December 2005, now the water boy for the Los Angeles Clippers. No longer would he envy the superstars on the court, nor reminisce about the tales of past glories. He could now experience it all firsthand, and perhaps even rewrite history. Let me on the court. Let me on the court, only then will I have a chance to rise. As he watched Kobe Bryant dominate the game, Hsing Hue fervently repeated these thoughts. Though he had traversed time to become an NBA player, he was, in reality, merely a water boy. Due to his lack of skill, he had yet to make an appearance in a game. However, he remained unperturbed, for upon his arrival in this new life, fate had bestowed upon him an artistic system. The name of the system was quite elegant, yet in essence, it was a trash-talking system, requiring its host to engage in eloquent banter. As long as the host taunts incited anger in the opponents, the system could collect that fury to enhance the host's abilities. Hsing Hue was not one to indulge in petty insults. Yet in pursuit of elevating his skills and competing against the elite players, he was willing to become the most unpopular player in the league, the foremost trash talker, the master of verbal duels. Trash talk is an integral part of the game, and delivering it well is indeed an art form. Hsing Hue was not a Daedala. Yet in this moment, he yearned to represent the art of verbal expression. As the game progressed to the 8th minute of the second quarter, Mike Dunleavy seemed to hear Hsing's unspoken plea and substituted him for Yaroslav, this year's 12th. Overall rookie for the Clippers, a player with a career average of 1.1 points, 0.5 rebounds, and 0.4 assists. This selection was quintessentially Clippers. Having granted Yaroslav several opportunities, Mike Dunleavy was on the verge of despair after all. This was a 12th overall lottery pick, while Kobe himself was only 13th. Yaroslav was beyond redemption, and Mike Dunleavy wished to nurture Hsing Hue, the rookie selected 60th overall by the Pistons, whom the Clippers had acquired in exchange for their 32nd pick. Why trade the 32nd pick for the 60th? Manager Elgin Baylor's enigmatic maneuvers had long since become a familiar occurrence for Deng Liwei, who would never concede that the Clippers' failure to reach the playoffs for 9 consecutive years rested upon his shoulders. Hey, Starboy finally took the court. I hope he seizes the opportunity to shine, he mused. The match was broadcast live by CCTV, showcasing the relatively unknown Hsing Hue and the scoring sensation Kobe Bryant. Standing at 1.97 meters, Hsing Hue played as a shooting guard, possessing no remarkable skills and lacking in many areas, including scoring, rebounding, playmaking, and defense. His defensive attitude, however, was slightly less glaringly poor, a testament to a rookie's last stand. He had come to clearly recognize his own capabilities. Hsing Hue, height 1.97 m, wingspan 2.10 m, weight 80 kilograms. Talent: strength D, speed C, vertical leap C. Shooting: 3-point D, mid-range D, driving D. Skills: ball handling D, passing D, stealing D. Defense: on-ball D, help defense D. Overall assessment: a ruler in high school basketball, a mere water boy in the NBA, suitable for guarding opposing bench players during garbage time. A gentle reminder: do not match up against star players to avoid witnessing scenes of utter humiliation. Despite his dismal attributes, Hsing Hue felt an undeniable joy after all. In his previous life, he had always been overshadowed in middle school basketball. Now, he was at least a king among high school players, a significant improvement. Approaching Kobe, Hsing Hue took a deep breath. He was about to taunt one of the 4 leading shooting guards who was poised to average 35 points this season. Had it not been for his extraordinary rebirth and the surreal experience of the system, he might have been trembling with fear at this moment. Hey, buddy, you played well. Just now, what's your name? With a smile that radiated warmth, Hsing Hue exuded an inviting aura. However, his words caused a slight furrow in Kobe's brow. I'm the best scorer in this league. Do I really need a rookie like you to commend me? And what do you mean by asking my name? Are you seriously unaware of who I am? Kobe's irritation registered as a mere 13 points. Xinghui felt a pang of disappointment at the system's feedback. Such a low anger value seemed paltry. To upgrade an attribute from D to C required 100 points, and to elevate from C to B demanded 500 points. The mental fortitude of professional athletes was astounding. The world was so wondrous, yet they remained unfazed, which was rather unfortunate. With a slight sigh of reflection, Xinghui returned his focus to the game as the Lakers initiated their offense. Upon crossing half-court, Smush Parker sensed a sudden shift in the laws of physics, the basketball in his hands becoming unbearably hot. He promptly passed the ball to Kobe. With his back to the basket, Kobe shielded the ball, causing Xinghui to lose his position. What raw power! Frustration washed over Xinghui. He longed to inform Kobe. In 16 years, I will save you and your daughter. Could you perhaps ease up a bit today? However, one might be viewed as deranged for expressing such sentiments. Turn, lean back, shoot, splendid. Zhang Bryant Wei Ping, unable to contain his excitement, soon felt it inappropriate and added, Zingwa's defense was commendable, yet the disparity in strength is too great it is. Only natural he could not hold his ground. Few in the league can truly guard Kobe. Welcome to the NBA, rookie. Kobe was not particularly fond of trash talk, yet he surmised that Xinghui had just aimed some at him, so he didn't mind chastising the novice a little. Shut up, you individual who couldn't reach the playoffs without Shaquille. Kobe's taunt had little effect on Xinghui after all. He had once been a loser, while Kobe was heralded as having 60 million fans, nearly akin to a basketball deity. When a god mocks a mortal, the mortal merely feels honored rather than disheartened. However, Xingwi's retort incited Kobe's ire. Kobe recognized this as mere banter, yet he found it impossible to suppress his emotions. It is akin to a person, fully aware of their unattractiveness, feeling angered when others point it out. Kobe despised the notion that his championships were solely due to Shaquille, even if there was truth in it. After Shaquille departed from the Lakers, Kobe yearned to prove himself, yet the previous season, when he led the team alone, they had fallen short of the playoffs. Having a rookie mock him with this dark history was infuriating for Kobe. He swore he would make this rookie regret it. Kobe's anger reached a staggering 99 points. The system notification brought Xinghui immense joy indeed. Trash talk aims to strike at the opponent's vulnerabilities. What to choose? With rage accumulating to 100, Xinghui could now perform certain system operations. He faced two options. One, to elevate a specific level attribute to level, providing a modest boost to a skill, or to purchase an instantaneous item from the system store. The enhancement of attributes is permanent, and from a long-term perspective, it is certainly more advantageous to raise an attribute. However, Xinghui understood that even raising his three-point shooting from D to C would offer little immediate benefit. Opponent Smush Parker's three-point attribute was already see how many three-pointers could one make in a single game. He leaned towards acquiring a one-time item, for only through a standout performance in this match could he earn the coach's recognition and secure more playing time. As long as he could play, there was a chance to accumulate anger points. Thus, Xinghui purchased the instant item Kaui's three-point shooting pack from the system store, effective for 3 minutes. Upon using this item, the host's three-point shooting accuracy would significantly increase for the next 3 minutes. Chapter 2. Kobe is angered. The Clippers launched their offense, with Sean Livingston dribbling across half-court, only to witness an astonishing sight. Xinghui was actually reaching out for the ball that a rookie, making his debut, boldly demanded the ball during his very first offensive possession. To add to the audacity, the defender he faced was none other than the esteemed Kobe Bryant, a member of the all-defensive first team. Livingston found it challenging to assess Xingwi's actions. Was it arrogance or sheer ignorance? Hey, this rookie is actually asking for the ball. Perhaps Kobe's trash talk has provoked him, and he wishes to respond. I must admit, it's quite manly, albeit rather unwise, remarked Barkley, who admired Xingwi's assertiveness yet doubted his capabilities. That on CCTV, Zhang Heli also observed Xingwi's request for the ball, commenting, Xingzi is asking for the ball. This might not be a wise choice. He is up against the best defender, Kobe, and as a newcomer, he should ideally adhere to the coach's tactical directives. The live audience in China reacted with a myriad of responses. Xingzi is quite the man, facing at Heaton. This may not be wise. If he misses, the coach might place the blame on him. He must cherish this hard-earned opportunity to play. A fringe player daring to challenge Kobe? Truly, ignorance breeds courage. That Xinghui, having been chosen low in the draft and deprived of playing time, had exhausted the patience of domestic viewers. Some who initially held hope for him inexplicably turned their backs in disdain. Just this once, let's give him a chance. Livingston decided to grant Xinghui an opportunity, considering that the team's mainstay, Captain Brand, was resting on the sidelines, and there were no definitive offensive stalwarts on the court. When the ball found its way to Xinghui, he did not hesitate, unleashing his signature move, the Xiajiba shot, flinging the ball away as though it were a scalding hot potato. Whether it would find its mark was left to fate. It was no longer his concern. What the? Livingston was nearly apoplectic. He had given the rookie a chance only for him to squander it so recklessly. Kobe, however, found amusement in the situation, having never witnessed such a style of play. He assumed Xinghui was simply overwhelmed with nerves, as is typical for rookies. Yet, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The basketball swished through the net. Perfectly executed. Did I hear you're an all-defensive first-team player? Xinghui inquired of Kobe, envisioning himself with a grand cigar, adorned with a hefty gold chain and dark sunglasses, complemented by the perfect background music. Instead of anger, Kobe responded with a smile, a sign of excitement. He had encountered many rookies, but Xinghui stood out as the most distinctive he had ever seen, earning his admiration. From now on, I won't allow you to score, he asserted, blending appreciation with a fierce warning. That I in the commentary booth. Barkley gaped in astonishment. Oh my goodness. This rookie has just challenged Kobe, responding directly to him, and even throwing some trash talk back. His name is He, and he seems like a solid young man. I like him. This player exudes confidence. Yet provoking Kobe is an unwise choice. He is likely to face a severe backlash, remarked Kenny Smith. On the Chinese side, Zhang Li observed in astonishment as Livingston passed the ball, exclaiming, "Wow, Starboy's teammate has made a pass. It seems he has established a good rapport with his teammates. He's taken a shot. Facing Kobe with such audacity is quite unreasonable. The ball has gone in. Remarkable. Although the choice seems a bit reckless, Starboy must have practiced extensively, rendering such a shot justifiable." Many fans watching on television found Zhang's commentary amusing. It was quite reasonable, without a doubt. Starboy appears quite impressive now. Our nation boasts a superstar guard. Partnered with Yao Ming, they should achieve commendable success on the international stage. Finally, Yao has a partner. I admire Starboy's boldness in confronting Kobe. Online sentiments can be fickle. One moment, they may criticize an individual, and the next, they applaud them, unashamedly. The game continued with the Lakers on the offensive, and once again, it was Kobe seizing the ball. This time, he did not resort to backing down. Instead, he executed a crossover dribble, a maneuver he seldom employs, yet it does not imply a lack of proficiency. Against a rookie, it suffices. After a swift change of direction, Xinghui revealed an opening, allowing Kobe to penetrate. Barkley exclaimed, "Kobe has broken through. He's going for a dunk." What will the rookie do? He just slapped Kobe on the backside. Barkley was taken aback. After years of playing, he had never witnessed such a defensive approach. Even the act of pulling down an opponent's shorts would be more understandable than this. It is perfectly normal to be outplayed. Everyone experiences such moments. However, when a player is beaten, they either fiercely pull down their opponent or resign themselves to witnessing the dunk. Slapping the backside is an entirely different matter. Not only did he fail to prevent the dunk, but he also incurred a foul unnecessarily. Furthermore, from the perspective of unnecessary actions, this could have warranted a technical foul. Fortunately, the referee, perhaps moved by sympathy for rookie Xinghui, merely called a regular foul, allowing Kobe to convert a 21-play. On the bench, Dunleavy tapped his forehead with his right hand. Just moments ago, Xinghui deviated from the game plan, inciting his anger, yet the rookie swiftly sank a three-pointer, much to his delight. However, his joy was short-lived as Xinghui committed a perplexing foul, leaving Dunleavy utterly speechless. Thankfully, he was not Larry Brown. Otherwise, Xinghui would have surely been benched by now. Dunleavy resolved to grant Xinghui a bit more time to prove himself. At that moment, Xinghui felt embarrassed, having just been outmaneuvered. He was at a loss on how to respond, feeling that an action would appear overly passive. He was merely a rookie, lacking the privilege to unleash the prowess of a seasoned player like Harden. So he resolved to take action and ended up slapping Kobe's backside. Alas, this is destined to become my personal embarrassment. Xinghui couldn't help but chuckle at himself. Having a checkered past wasn't necessarily a detriment, as it could one day be the source of lively anecdotes and cherished memories. After playfully slapping a man's backside, he flashed a mischievous grin that startled Kobe. This fellow, could he possibly harbor some peculiar inclinations? The mere thought sent shivers down Kobe's spine, prompting him to resolve to maintain his distance from Xinghui. As the Clippers launched their offensive, Xinghui reached out once more. Of course, he was acutely aware that, as a novice, he lacked the standing to frequently demand the ball. Nevertheless, the 3-minute window for Kawhi's three-point shooting card was fleeting. Once those precious minutes elapsed, he would revert to being merely an unremarkable water cooler attendant. Thus, regardless of the propriety of his actions, He Xinghue dismissed any hesitation, extending his hand nonetheless. Livingston was in a state of disarray. At that moment, he was not yet the champion puzzle he would later become. As a sophomore rookie, he had yet to develop an extensive array of offensive skills, with his single-season scoring not even reaching double digits. It was challenging for him to take on Smush Parker alone, so he opted to pass the ball to He Xinghue instead. After all, if the coach were to express discontent, he could easily shift the blame onto He Xinghue. He Xinghue was oblivious to Livingston's intricate inner world. His sole focus was on seizing the opportunity to score a few more baskets within these 3 minutes, disregarding everything else entirely. After receiving the pass, He Xinghue noticed that Kobe did not immediately close in on him. Seizing the opportunity, he taunted, "You might as well call a teammate to double-team me. That way." The commentators will say that number 60 scored against the double team, rather than scoring over Kobe. This provoked Kobe's ire. He vowed that he had never encountered such audacious bravado in a rookie. He had believed that his earlier dismissal of Malone during the All-Star game represented the pinnacle of arrogance, only to find that today, a mere novice had shattered that peak. "Silence. You shall not score another point," he declared. Kobe found himself inexplicably beginning to loathe the rookie's trash talk. He Xinghue, without a hint of hesitation, soared into the air for a jump shot. Kobe, perhaps wary of He Xinghue's identity, did not defend too closely. In that moment, He Xinghue scored once more. "Silence. You shall not claim another point." He Xinghue imitated the tone of Southern Californian women, repeating the phrase with an exaggerated inflection. The dialect of Southern California is quite amusing in English. They articulate through their nasal passages, exuding a comical air of flamboyance, which is distinctly characteristic. Beside him, Livingston was nearly doubled over with laughter were it not for the seriousness of the game. He would have chosen to lie on the ground and revel in his mirth for a while. Kobe's complexion, which was already far from fair, darkened further. Had He Xinghue not been a novice, he might have been unable to restrain himself from delivering an elbow to make his opponent understand the consequences of provoking him. Chapter 3. "Elbow you," Barkley exclaimed. "Oh my God, this rookie is audacious beyond belief. Does he think he's the star player performing like this? Wait a minute. Oh dear, he scored again." He's taunting Kobe, and Kobe is infuriated. Haha, Barkley portrayed a real-life rendition of a table-thumping laugh. It had been a long time since he had encountered such an entertaining newcomer. Provoking Kobe is indeed a talent in itself. He bears no resemblance to the typical Chinese player. The contrast with Yao Ming is stark. Kenny Smith reflected, expressing that his impression of Chinese players is one of honesty and refinement. However, since He Xinghue stepped on the court, he had not ceased to chatter. Not even Garnett could match his verbal fervor. Meanwhile, Zhang Heli from China gaped in astonishment, unsure of how to comment. Torn between his own compatriot and his favored star player, he found it a challenging choice. It appeared that Xing Zai was quite the character, seemingly relishing the banter, which is also part of the game and can sometimes be beneficial. Yu Jia defended He Xinghue, noting that he had played a year in the NCAA in America before entering the draft, so he was not well known back home. Fans in front of their televisions were equally taken aback by He Xinghue's audacious maneuvers, quickly dividing into two camps. One faction deemed He Xinghue disrespectful and oblivious to his limits regarding Kobe, while the other lauded him for his individuality and spirit. On the court, Kobe initiated an offensive play. After being scored on twice by a rookie, he needed to reclaim his dignity on the offensive end. Otherwise, he would surely lose his temper. This time, He Xinghue learned from his previous lesson and did not allow himself to be outmaneuvered. Nevertheless, due to his lack of strength, he was still pushed aside by Kobe, who then executed a fadeaway jump shot. Yet, on this occasion, Kobe's fortune failed him utterly, despite having an almost open opportunity. He could not convert. "Kobe, I shall bestow upon you the nickname Fei 304. In our country, it signifies that out of your 4 fadeaway jump shots, 3 hit the iron, which seems quite fitting for you." He Xinghue continued to ramble. Ferric oxide? Although often mocked by O'Neal for his lack of culture, Kobe at least completed high school and is familiar with such elements. It is quite peculiar how this term represents a low shooting percentage in China. What a strange Eastern nation. Wait, that seems not to be the crux of the matter. This fellow is ridiculing my shooting accuracy. Realizing this, Kobe's expression darkened further as he felt he had been played. In truth, during this period, Kobe's shooting percentage was 45, which isn't particularly poor. However, it depends on the comparison, as O'Neal is indeed in a position to deride his shooting stats. At this moment, Kobe found He Xinghue even more insufferable than that hefty man. The Clippers were on the offensive, and this time, He Xinghue did not need to reach out. Livingston directly passed the ball to him, eager to witness the continuation of the saga between He Xinghue and Kobe. This time, however, Kobe would not grant He Xinghue any opportunity. Even if he suspected He Xinghue might be gay, he was resolutely glued to him. His intense desire for victory overshadowed any discomfort. The disparity in strength left He Xinghue with no chance to shoot, nearly causing him to stumble and fall. Reluctantly, he had to return the ball to Livingston. He longed to say to Kobe, "Brother, I was wrong. Please spare me a novice." Ha ha, Kobe was serious. He unleashed an extraordinary defensive effort against a rookie, which was rather brutal. Barkley laughed heartily, not to praise Kobe, but to subtly mock him for having to exert full effort against a novice, diminishing his stature and worth. Livingston drove and scored. The Lakers were on the attack again, with Kobe taking charge once more. You might as well pass the ball. Otherwise, Phil might become displeased. If he resigns, you won't make the playoffs. He Xianghue longed for Kobe's passes, as he was unwilling to defend against him, knowing he could not contain him. Upon hearing this, Kobe was furious. The previous season, with Shaquille O'Neal's departure from the Lakers and Phil Jackson's exit as well, coincidentally, the moment they left, Kobe's team failed to reach the playoffs. This dark chapter in his career has become a source of mockery for many. He Xinghue incessantly mocked, and Kobe was genuinely irritated. He was not content merely with overpowering his opponent. He yearned to demonstrate a more vivid lesson. With O'Neal departed and Jackson gone, it was now Kobe's turn to assert himself. As he maneuvered past He Xinghue, he delivered a sharp elbow to the latter's head. He Xinghue had long been prepared, for he was acutely aware of how detestable his actions could be. Were he in another's shoes, he would undoubtedly wish to deliver a punch to himself. Thus, when confronted with the notorious elbow of a prominent figure in the league, he exercised caution. Despite his vigilance, Kobe's elbow came as a startling surprise, and He Xinghue fell victim to it. However, in the instant of impact, he managed to lean back, dissipating some of the force. As he collapsed to the ground, wincing in pain, he found the blow far from pleasant. The referee's whistle pierced the air. He observed the incident clearly and recognized that Kobe's action was intentional. Nevertheless, he merely called an offensive foul, refraining from issuing a technical foul, as Kobe was a celebrated superstar in the league, while the one struck was an inconspicuous rookie. His intention was evident, warranting a technical foul. Livingston, having witnessed the incident, approached to contest the call. Both he and Kobe expressed their dissatisfaction. He flopped. "I hardly touched him." Kobe had sensed something amiss the moment he elbowed He Xinghue, and with his extensive experience in such maneuvers, he could easily discern whether someone had genuinely been struck or was merely feigning injury. The referee disregarded their complaints, insisting they continue the game. Meanwhile, He Xinghue was assisted to his feet by his teammates, ready to face Kobe once more. "Why does your elbow feel so soft, like a woman's?" "I had to feign falling to avoid revealing that your elbow is as weak as a woman's." He Xinghue was ridiculed. The referee issued a technical foul against him. The referee was equally incensed. This rookie seemed to be more interested in causing a ruckus than playing basketball, utterly disregarding authority. Such an arrogant novice, unaware that the referee is the ultimate authority on the court. Oh, Kobe delivered an elbow to this rookie. Although he has elbowed many players before, this time I believe he acted justly. A superstar cannot tolerate a rookie spewing trash talk in his presence, even if the rookie plays well. Barkley, indifferent to Kobe's stature in the league, continued to criticize. If he dared to confront Shaquille O'Neal, why would he hesitate to disparage O'Neal's prodigy? The rookie fell in a rather exaggerated manner. "I think he should concentrate on the game." Kenny Smith spoke a word of fairness on Kobe's behalf. Oh, the referee handed him a technical foul, which seemed a bit excessive, while he incessantly provoked Kobe with trash talk. Such banter is part of the game. Barkley could not resist mocking as he witnessed He Xinghue receive the technical foul. He Xinghue was assessed a technical foul, prompting an impassioned protest from Del Negro on the sidelines. At that moment, He Xinghue was performing commendably, drawing a foul from Kobe and scoring 6 points, all while affecting Kobe's mindset, truly exemplary. Del Negro had hoped for He Xinghue to contribute further. However, the referee inexplicably issued a technical foul, which was utterly outrageous. When did it become unacceptable to engage in banter on the court? The protest proved futile, and after Kobe sank his free throw, possession shifted to the Clippers. At this juncture, Jackson called a timeout, not to devise a strategy, but to remind Kobe to maintain his composure. As a superstar, was it necessary for him to contest with a rookie? He could simply assert his dominance through skill. Why risk an ejection for a flagrant foul? If you were to receive a second-level foul, it would be disastrous. It is crucial to note that the current Lakers heavily rely on Kobe. Without him on the floor, their hopes would dwindle. Kobe, you must remain calm. Your opponent is merely a novice. Maintain your usual demeanor, Jackson advised. Chapter 4. Post-game on the Clippers' side. Brand and his teammates praised Hishin Hue for his impressive performance. Their admiration stemmed not from the 6 points he scored, but from his ability to provoke Kobe. Such an accomplishment was no small feat. Not just anyone could incite Kobe's ire. Only players of a caliber akin to Peyton could warrant such a response. Witnessing Kobe's frustration brought them joy, driven by jealousy. Kobe's fame eclipsed theirs, and his earnings surpassed theirs, which naturally bred discontent. Well done, keep it up. The negro remarked, pleased. Typically, Hishin Hue's training sessions showcased an average performance, but it appeared he thrived in competitive environments. The mere fact that he could irritate the opposing star warranted further cultivation. He could be a valuable asset in critical moments. As the game resumed, Hishin Hue, within the effective time frame of Curry's three-point shooting, sank another three-pointer. After that, he refrained from further attempts, choosing instead to focus on defense. He continued to hurl taunts at Kobe, yet the latter remained unperturbed. The self-regulation capabilities of superstars are remarkably robust. Kobe had merely been caught off guard by Hishin Hue's sudden aggression. Under normal circumstances, it is challenging to provoke him. Trash talk can only serve as a supplementary tactic. It cannot genuinely determine the outcome of the game. Otherwise, the court would be filled not with 10 muscular men, but with 10 grandmothers, unable to ruffle Kobe's feathers. Hishin Hue shifted his focus towards Smush Parker. Parker's expression mirrored that of a character in a Chinese odyssey contemplating suicide, internally pleading, please, don't come near me. I've heard you're a point guard averaging 3 assists per game. Hishin Hue felt a pang of frustration. He was unable to explain to Hishin Hue that his low number of assists was due to Kobe's tendency to take a couple of steps before shooting, which made him appear insecure. However, without any explanation, the rookie would not understand and would only look down upon him based on statistics. Nonetheless, Parker had long since grown accustomed to criticism, so he wasn't particularly angry, merely contributing 5 points of frustration to Hishin Hue, a symbolic gesture of sorts. When the game concluded, Hishin Hue had played a total of 7 minutes, successfully shooting 4 out of 6 attempts, including 3 out of 4 from beyond the arc, resulting in 11 points. 1 rebound, 1 assist, and 1 technical foul. His offensive performance was commendable, while his defensive efforts were somewhat lackluster, as he was thoroughly outmatched by Kobe. Throughout the game, he accumulated a total of 325 points of frustration, with Kobe contributing 310 of those. After expending 100 points, Hishin Hue retained 225 points of frustration to utilize, enhancing his one-on-one defensive attribute to a C rating. He decided to save the remaining 125 points for later use. Lacking possession on the offensive end, he refrained from taking excessive risks. In contrast, he recognized the continuous necessity for defensive prowess. Thus, he prioritized bolstering his defensive capabilities. Thanks to the exceptional performances of Hishin Hue and Brand, the team triumphed over the Lakers with a score of 105-101, while Kobe tallied 34 points, earning the title of the leading scorer. Brand added 23 points and 16 rebounds, showcasing remarkable strength during this period. After the match, Hishin Hue surprisingly found himself being interviewed by reporters. Scoring 11 points in his debut game as the number 60 rookie was quite impressive, particularly as a Chinese player. And the fact that he had engaged in banter with Kobe added to the intrigue. Hello, how does it feel to score 11 points in your debut? Inquired Audrey, a reporter from ABC Radio. Quite good, he replied, feeling a bit nervous as it was his first interview. In truth, he was still exhilarated from the experience of facing Kobe and scoring 11 points. It all felt surreal and immensely gratifying. We noticed you were exchanging trash talk with Kobe during the game. Could you share what was said? It seemed like Kobe was not too pleased, Audrey pressed on. There wasn't much to it. I just gave him a nickname, he admitted. What nickname? She asked, intrigued. Ferric tetroxide. It sounds like 4 backpedals, 3 bricks in Chinese. He explained with a grin. Audrey chuckled, somewhat unprofessionally, surprised that a rookie would audaciously bestow such a mocking moniker upon Kobe. Later, during a press conference, Kobe was also asked about Hishin Hue. He is a very distinctive player. I look forward to our next encounter, he remarked. Kobe did not harbor any animosity towards Hishin Hue due to some playful banter. Although his taunts were indeed piercing, they remained somewhat refined and devoid of any vulgar insults. Having endured the relentless verbal jabs from players like Garnett, Kobe found he to be rather agreeable. During the match, we witnessed them exchanging jibes, seemingly provoking Yu to retaliate with an elbow. Some journalists attempted to stir controversy. I was not provoked. It was merely a standard offensive maneuver. One might say that he is rather fragile. His trash talk is commendable, rivaling that of Gary Payton. Naturally, Kobe would never concede that he was genuinely incensed in that moment. However, he did acknowledge the caliber of his banter, stating it could stand alongside that of Payton. This revelation astonished many reporters, given that Payton is renowned in the league for his vocal prowess, often dubbed the king of trash talk. To be compared with Gary Payton is indeed an accomplishment. In China, although the game has concluded, Coach Zhang continues to praise He Xinghui. Scoring 11 points in just 7 minutes reflects remarkable efficiency. Look at his teammates. The 6th overall pick from 2004, come on, could only muster 9 points in 30 minutes. While all-star player Castle managed a mere 17 points. One can only hope he maintains such consistency and continues to improve. Yu Jia speculates that he, with his audacious personality, should fare well in the United States. Coach Zhang appears to be both explaining and wishing for a greater influx of basketball talent from China. Impressive indeed. Remember, Yao Ming scored nothing in his debut. Thus, his performance eclipses that of Yao. However, one cannot gauge a player's potential based merely on a single game's statistics. Yao's innate talent is undeniable. I believe he is capable of excelling in the NBA. His relentless banter, while matched up against Kobe, showcases an unparalleled confidence. In a small convenience store, a group of high school students, having skipped classes to watch the live broadcast, are filled with anticipation for He Xinghui. Meanwhile, in Los Angeles, he reclines in his rented apartment, savoring the events of the evening. In a previous life, he never even managed to secure Kobe's autograph. Yet just moments ago, he scored 11 points against him. How remarkable. Concurrently, he begins to reflect on his current situation. At 18 years old, hailing from Shaoguan, Guangdong, he lost his father, who had worked for a state-owned enterprise, in a work-related accident when he was just 10. Now, only his mother remains. He arrived in the United States as an exchange student at the age of 16, and during his college years, he averaged 20 points per game, eventually being selected by the Pistons. Who would have thought I was still a prodigy? He Xinghui discovered that he had not only inherited the basketball talent of his predecessor, but also their musical and linguistic gifts. He Xinghui is thoroughly content with his current circumstances, having signed a 2-year rookie contract worth $1.2 million, rendering financial concerns a thing of the past. With a systematic enhancement of his skills, the prospect of his dreams materializing has become increasingly tangible. He is now eagerly anticipating the commencement of the next match. Eager to discover who his forthcoming opponent will be, He Xinghui accessed the website to gather intelligence on the adversary. To articulate more impactful banter, one must comprehend the opponent's character and the sensitive issues they prefer to avoid. The Heat? He Xinghui discovered that the next adversary would be the Miami Heat, a team that boasts not only Shaquille O'Neal and Dwayne Wade, but also the self-proclaimed king of trash talk, Gary Payton. He Xinghui suspects that Payton might be prone to boasting. At least Larry Bird's trash talk is more sophisticated. Where are Payton's sensitive points? Is he clinging to someone else's success? Is he overshadowed by Jordan's dominance? Does he produce impressive statistics, yet fail to secure a starting position in the All-Star game? Chapter 5. Diss to O'Neal. On December 7, 2005, the Clippers faced off against the Miami Heat. Before the warm-up, O'Neal approached He Xinghui and said, "Hey, I heard you've been throwing quite a bit of shade at Kobe, mocking him for not making the playoffs last season. Secrets are rare in the NBA, as there are always numerous idle individuals eager to gossip." The disparaging remarks He Xinghui made to Kobe a couple of days prior have, through the analysis of lip-reading experts and revelations from players like Livingston, become widely known. O'Neal clearly appreciated He Xinghui's jabs, especially since he too harbored grievances against Kobe during that period. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Not at all, he replied. I told Kobe that his championships were won with your help. He Xinghui chuckled to himself, having prepared a splendid surprise for O'Neal. In his previous life, he had watched the video of the rap virtuoso Ken Jeong dissing O'Neal, where Ken Jeong delivered a scathing critique during their rap battle. Inheriting the gift of rap, He Xinghui was determined not to squander this talent. Just the day before, he had practiced extensively, ready to provoke O'Neal today. O'Neal appeared bewildered. This was not what he had anticipated. At that moment, He Xinghui commenced his performance. If you wish to defeat me, come forth. Without Kobe's assistance, you shall never claim the championship. If you desire to match me, regardless of your leaps, first master those free throws you so struggle with. He Xinghui, while rapping, engaged in an ostentatious and somewhat comical dance. The players nearby were taken aback, with a few quick-witted individuals stifling their laughter. They were well aware of O'Neal's fondness for rap, yet here was He Xinghui, using his verses to brazenly criticize O'Neal for only winning championships with Kobe's assistance, even mocking his free throw skills. O'Neal felt a wave of frustration, for He Xinghui's words were rooted in truth. Although he was reluctant to acknowledge that his championships were reliant on Kobe, the skepticism of others lingered. He would need to secure a title without Kobe to silence the doubters. This rookie was utterly audacious, daring to ridicule the great Shaquille. O'Neal resolved to teach He Xinghui a lesson, but he was vexed by his inability to conjure suitable lyrics for a retort on the spot. He Xinghui continues, having released an album does not guarantee your success. You are merely a monstrous figure plagued by diabetes and obesity. Once a superstar, you have now truly fallen from grace. Farewell, O'Neal, you scoundrel. Oh. On the Clippers' side, Livingston and others are joining in the jeering. If O'Neal fails to respond, he risks losing face. Some spectators nearby, overhearing He Xinghui's rap, are utterly astonished. In many people's minds, rap is an art form exclusive to African Americans, and to hear a Chinese individual perform it so fluently is nothing short of a paradigm shift. Even more astonishing is the provocative content of He Xinghui's lyrics. Those with narrow-mindedness might harbor resentment over such remarks. Fortunately, O'Neal is not of that ilk, and he lives up to his reputation as a rapper. Despite being dissed, he exhibits some cleverness in his positive retort. Hey, I can't see you at all. This is an adult stage, and my opponent is Yao Ming. O'Neal mocks He Xinghui's stature and fame, which serves as a reasonably effective response. Oh, Shaquille is duetting with the Clippers' young Chinese player. They appear to be enjoying themselves immensely. From the commentary booth, Brown expresses his astonishment. With his exclamation, many viewers at home take note of this rookie, he from the University of Michigan, who seems to have integrated quite well into America, even able to rap alongside O'Neal. Moreover, this diminutive player scored 11 points in his last match against the Lakers, proving himself to be quite a competent athlete. Brown urgently consults his notes to introduce him to the audience. Having gained fame in Miami through his rap, many fans remember this individual who interacted with O'Neal. As the game commences, He Xinghui sits on the bench, awaiting his opportunity to take the court. The Heat starting lineup includes O'Neal, Haslam, James Posey, Wade, and Jason Williams, while the Clippers field Chris Kaman, Brand, Maggette, Mobley, and Castle. Last season, with O'Neal on their roster, the Heat won 59 games, clinching the first seed in the East, while the Clippers have missed the playoffs for the 8th consecutive season. This summer, the Heat further bolstered their strength with the addition of Payton. On paper, the Heat hold a distinct advantage. Kaman, facing a still formidable O'Neal, finds himself at a disadvantage, especially during this period, when O'Neal and Wade engage in pick-and-roll tactics. After O'Neal sets a screen for Wade, Kaman must contend with the peak performance Wade. Kaman's lateral movement is a tragic affair, leaving him reliant on his teammates for support. As Wade approaches the basket, poised to break through Kaman, Maggette hastily assists, inadvertently leaving Posey open. Wade makes a pass, and Posey takes a wide-open three-point shot. Posey's scoring has not been high, but his efficiency remains impressive. In this season, his three-point shooting accuracy has ranked first among the Miami Heat players, making it imperative not to leave him open. Indeed, his shot found its mark this time. Delaney, observing from the sidelines, was troubled. Despite his prior knowledge that the Heat would undoubtedly employ pick-and-roll tactics, he found himself at a loss during the game. In fact, the most effective counter to the pick-and-roll is to switch defenses, but this requires that the players possess the requisite skills to keep up. It was evident that after the switch, Kaman's efforts against Wade were merely a struggle. As the Clippers launched their offense, Wade faced challenges defending against Castle, who persistently used his formidable physique to gain ground. While Wade was not completely outmatched, his defensive efficiency was lacking. Castle successfully posted up and scored 2 points. In the first quarter, the teams exchanged leads for 8 minutes, with the score at 18-15 in favor of the Heat. Subsequently, the Heat initiated their rotation, substituting O'Neal and Williams for Payton and Mourning. Once renowned, these two players were now shadows of their former selves, engaging in a balanced contest with the Clippers bench. You go up against Payton, Delaney instructed, disheartened by Quentin Rose's inability to defend against Payton after being overpowered for 2 consecutive plays. He could only hope that He Xinghui would deliver a performance as miraculous as the last, contributing some points. Finally, it's my turn. After all, this is Peyton. He Hingwei was filled with excitement. Just 2 days ago, he faced off against Kobe, and today he found himself up against Peyton, both of whom are renowned figures in the basketball realm. Before the game commenced, he focused his thoughts on accessing the system's marketplace, intending to purchase some timely items. Although Peyton may not be the player he once was, dealing with him, akin to confronting a mere water cooler, would still prove to be an effortless task. Xinhui was reluctant to lose his coach's trust, so he had no choice but to painfully expend his anger points. In the system's shop, a plethora of items awaited. There were shooting cards, breakthrough cards, dunk cards, block cards, and so forth, each categorized by level. For instance, Curry's three-point shooting card was classified as an S-grade item, granting only 3 minutes of effect for 100 anger points. Conversely, James Posey's three-point shooting card was deemed an A-grade item, offering 10 minutes of effect for the same 100 anger points. Xinhui took to the court a bit earlier today, likely anticipating an extended playing time. Thus, he opted for the shooting card of James Posey. In an era where three-point shooting is not yet particularly prevalent, there are ample opportunities for open shots, and an A-level shooting ability suffices. Young man, your trash talk resembles toilet paper, soft and utterly ineffective. As soon as Xinhui took the court, Peyton commenced his incessant banter. As one who considers himself the sovereign of trash talk, Peyton could not tolerate hearing that a young player was adept at the art of verbal sparring. He felt compelled to extend a measure of guidance to the newcomer, ensuring that Xinhui understood that in the realm of trash talk within this league, he remained the ultimate authority. Chapter 6. Peyton is impressed your words reek like the flatulence I just released. I neglected to mention that I indulged in an abundance of beans today. Xinhui retorted that this was reminiscent of Peyton's phrasing. In 1997, Peyton once remarked to Stockton, "You are as soft as my stool this morning." I forgot to mention, I had an upset stomach. The initial exchange of barbs ended in a stalemate. Those adept at trash talk typically possess a formidable resilience against it. Xinhui and Peyton were unable to best one another. Word aside, the game continued. The Clippers executed a strategy where Mobley passed the ball to Xinhui, who promptly dribbled backward, while Mobley effectively obstructed Peyton, who attempted to keep pace. Typically, players drive toward the basket, and it is quite rare in this era to see someone like Xinhui retreating towards the three-point line. Consequently, Peyton failed to keep up, granting Mobley the opportunity to impede him. By the time Peyton sought to catch up with Xinhui, it was too late. He was merely a step away from the three-point line and took the shot. Although it was a tad distant, it was a completely uncontested opportunity. Even without employing James Posey's shooting card, Xinhui boasted a 60% success rate in such an unguarded situation. With the aid of the prop, that percentage soared to around 80%. The ball swished through the net, securing a three-pointer. Today, the glove has sustained a significant tear. Xinhui rushed in front of Peyton and shouted. Gary Payton, nicknamed the Glove, signifies that his defense is as secure as a baseball glove, firmly ensnaring the ball. Peyton was instantly infuriated. Had Xinhui scored through sheer personal skill, he might have conceded. However, the fact that Xinhui's points came from screen play was hardly something to boast about. This particular basket deserved half the credit for Mobley, didn't it? You're like a mouse in the presence of a cat, forced to evade. Peyton scoffed. Oh, this Chinese lad indeed lives up to his reputation as a player who relishes trash talking. Having just sunk a three-pointer, he immediately unleashed a barrage of words at Peyton. Goodness, does he not realize that Peyton is the king of trash talk? I sense he may be in peril today, commentator Brown exclaimed. The Heat initiated their offensive. With Peyton demanding the ball to back down against Xinhui, he defended vigorously, striving to hold his ground. Yet ultimately he was unable to withstand the pressure and was pushed aside by Peyton, who then took a jump shot. In the prime of his career, such a shot would have had over a 90% chance of success. However, at this moment, the likelihood has dwindled to approximately 50%. Moreover, it appears that fortune is not favoring Peyton today, as his attempt does not find the net. You see, this is the reason your current salary is merely $1 million. Xinhui has once again unleashed his words, and they strike a deep chord. In the past, during Peyton's peak, after scoring over rookie point guards, his favorite retort was, "See that kid? This is why I earn millions." The wheel of fortune turns, and fate spares no one. Now, in his twilight years, clinging to a minimum salary, he finally faces the repercussions of his earlier bravado. Peyton grits his teeth in frustration, realizing that this rookie's trash talk possesses a certain finesse. Were he a teammate, he would undoubtedly offer compliments without restraint. Alas, as an adversary, he can only feel the sting. As the Clippers mount their offense, Peyton is fully alert, determined to thwart He Singwee's scoring attempts. He understands the essence of banter. It must be rooted in reality, supported by evidence, and articulated with logic. To mock an opponent as a rookie, one must dominate them convincingly. If the opponent manages to score 20 or 30 points while still deriding their skills, it is utterly ineffective, rendering the mocker a mere buffoon. For instance, should Jordan average 0 points, his declaration of welcome to the NBA rookie would be laughable, as he would embody the essence of a true novice. Only by outperforming his opponent and then delivering cutting remarks can one effectively provoke and undermine them. Thus, Peyton defends with fervor, intent on neutralizing He Singwee before launching his own taunts. He Singwee finds himself bereft of opportunities, and under such circumstances, Mobley is unlikely to pass the ball to him. Presently, He Singwee's offensive repertoire is exceedingly simplistic, limited solely to open shots. Maneuvers, such as driving to the basket, backing down opponents, and orchestrating plays are non-existent. Gary, do not exert yourself so fervently on defense. Now is the time for you to engage in a more measured style of basketball, prolonging your career while awaiting my ascent to lead you to a championship. He Singwee, tightly guarded, can only continue to utter scornful remarks. This is a mockery of Peyton, deriding him for his lack of a championship. Peyton, in his frustration, finds the act of leg-holding to be perhaps his most helpless moment. Compounding his vexation is the fact that he has failed to execute such a maneuver successfully. His last attempt with the Lakers was in vain, and now he finds himself in a similar predicament with the Heat. Should he fail to secure a championship this year, it would surely plunge Peyton into despair. Were he of a more volatile temperament, such scornful taunts could have incited a physical confrontation. Yet, Peyton remains composed. The rookie, once vociferously proclaiming his aspirations for a championship, now finds himself playing a more whimsical style of basketball. Peyton does not easily concede in the realm of banter. Delivering a biting retort. Is winning a championship truly so effortless? One should be mindful of their own limitations. The Heat's offense unfolds. Even if I do not clinch a championship, averaging less than 15 points per game, I still have the potential to be named a starter in the All-Star game. Do you have any idea how vast our country's population is? He Singwee continues to wound deeply. Peyton, during the seasons from 2000 to 2002, achieved peak statistics of over 24 points and 8 assists, yet could only enter the All-Star game as a substitute. His popularity starkly contrasted with his prowess, leading to moments of frustration. In this regard, He Singwee once again outshined him. Peyton recognized the staggering number of fans in China. Even Yao Ming, averaging just 13 points, could overshadow Shaquille O'Neal. This advantageous background was something he could not envy. Peyton found himself somewhat vexed, realizing he had vastly underestimated He Singwee's trash talk. While not particularly lethal, its sheer volume was overwhelming. After merely 2 exchanges, He Singwee had already unleashed 5 taunts. Moreover, this non-lethal nature was only in comparison to Peyton himself. For someone with a more fragile psyche, they might have already contemplated hanging themselves from the rim in despair. Why the silence now? Have you grown so old that even the strength to speak has abandoned you? He Singwee, Peyton, once more he demanded the ball, channeling his fury into strength, successfully backing down He Singwee to secure 2 points. Even someone as seasoned as I, who could be your grandfather, can still score over you. Peyton retorted. The Clippers launched their offense, with the youthful He Singwee tirelessly darting about, exhausting Peyton to the brink. Furthermore, in the midst of his relentless movement, He Singwee sees an opportunity, receiving a pass and sinking yet another 3-pointer. You scored, and I too have scored, yet why has the point differential diminished by 1? As He Singwee scored, he immediately dashed towards Peyton, spreading his arms wide and feigning a look of exasperation. Peyton, panting and gritting his teeth, finally grasped why Kobe had once delivered an elbow to He Singwee. He felt a similar urge now. Peyton sensed that he was destined to lose in this verbal sparring match, not due to a lack of eloquence, but rather because his performance simply did not measure up. Without a commendable display on the court, his taunts held little weight. You are quite impressive. Continue to elevate the art of banter, he thought. Resolving to abandon the exchange with He Singwee, Peyton decided to focus on the game instead. He held a certain admiration for He Singwee, taking solace in the fact that the art of trash talk would continue to thrive. Chapter 7. The miscalculated sage. Once Peyton concentrated, he became a formidable opponent. While He Singwee's defense still required refinement, Nevertheless, from their recent verbal exchange, Xing Hui had amassed a significant 460 points of anger, indicating that Peyton had been genuinely vexed. Adding the remaining 15 points, he needed just 25 more to elevate his one-on-one defense to AB grade, which would align with the league's average standard. An A grade would secure him a place in the defensive third team, while an S grade would nearly equate to first-team defensive caliber. The question remained, where could he procure those 25 points? Peyton appeared to have calmed down, making it impossible to provoke him further. Xing Hui had to seek alternative targets. Currently on the court for the Heat were Peyton, Haslem, Antoine Walker, Anderson, and Mourning. Haslem, being a power forward, presented no opportunity for taunting due to mismatches. Mourning, a notorious enforcer, posed a risk of retaliation that Xing Hui wished to avoid, even though he knew it was inevitable. Anderson was an obscure player, unfamiliar to Xing Hui, thus lacking any discernible weaknesses to exploit. Ultimately, Xing Hui set his sights on the portly Antoine Walker, though Walker was defended by James Singleton, making Xing Hui's height unsuitable for that matchup. Consequently, Xing Hui resolved to target Walker during offensive plays, aware that Walker's defense was tragically inadequate, despite his towering stature. He had never averaged more than 1 block per game. Currently, Xing Hui's offensive strategy involved moving without the ball, seeking open space to call for the ball. In yet another offensive play, Xing Hui commenced his erratic running, devoid of tactical precision, making it challenging to predict his movements. This not only bewildered his opponents, but also his teammates. After a series of enigmatic maneuvers, Xing Hui found himself face-to-face with Walker and reached out for the ball. Having previously demonstrated commendable performance, with 3 successful shots out of 5 attempts yielding 8 points, Xing Hui was pleased when Mobley obliged his request for the ball in the absence of the starters. Xing Hui received the pass and launched a shot towards the hefty monk, who merely extended his hand in a symbolic gesture. Indeed, fortune favored him today, as he managed to score despite the interference. Is your salary determined by your weight? Xing Hui's remarks are rather pointed. Currently, the hefty sum of $6.8 million in annual salary positions the player as the second highest paid on the Miami Heat. However, with an average of merely 12 points and 5.2 rebounds per game, coupled with a lackluster defensive performance, he frequently finds himself the subject of media criticism for being overpaid and underperforming. Be quiet, rookie, he retorts, though it is evident that he lacks the finesse for trash talk, resorting instead to a simple dismissal. Xing Hui chuckled lightly and continued to taunt. What you if you can't even defend against a novice? A worm devoured by a rookie? The intellect of the portly monk was evidently lacking. Otherwise, he would not have rapidly found himself in financial ruin after retirement. This individual had earned over $100 million in his career. Who knows how he squandered it all? Realizing he could not outwit Xing Hui, the stout monk prepared to display his toughness, leaning his head toward Xing Hui, seemingly on the verge of conflict. Xing Hui raised his hands high, actually quite eager to engage in a brawl, but his position within the team was still precarious, preventing him from acting impulsively. In the future, when he became the indispensable star of the team, he would relish the opportunity to experience the thrill of a scuffle on the court. The referee immediately blew the whistle, and teammates from both sides rushed over to separate the two. Due to Xing Hui's extreme restraint, the conflict arose suddenly and dissipated just as quickly. Ultimately, the referee merely issued a warning to both the stout monk and Xing Hui. Rookie, focus on the game. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious. He cautioned Xing Hui against instigating trouble. Although players could engage in trash talk during the game, deliberately provoking a conflict could lead to the referee teaching them a lesson, as they had complete control over certain fouls, which could be called or overlooked at their discretion. Oh, this Chinese kid is too arrogant, daring to provoke Antoine. He nearly got pummeled, a local Miami commentator observed. This time, he had picked the wrong opponent. Antoine was not to be trifled with. Brown, the commentator, naturally favored the Heat and noticed Xing Hui's commendable performance, as he persistently exchanged barbs with the Heat players, almost wishing for Antoine to give Xing Hui a beating. This kid truly has no fear, Brand remarked from the bench. I think he's quite impressive. We need this kind of passion. If he could provoke Wade into action, that would be splendid, Maggette added. Currently, Wade posed the greatest threat to their team. If Wade were to retaliate and get ejected, their chances of victory would significantly increase. Within the Clippers, many players yearned for triumph. The Clippers had long been labeled the worst team by fans, and playing for such a team was far from enjoyable. Presently, the Clippers were faring relatively well with a record of 12 wins and 8 losses, harboring hopes of reaching the playoffs and ending a 9-year drought from postseason play. As the game continued, the Heat substituted their starters. Upon noticing this, Dunleavy also opted to make changes, yet he hesitated when it came to replacing Hsing-Hwei. Throughout the previous moments, Hsing-Hwei had performed admirably, though his defense left much to be desired. He decided to let him play a few more possessions. If the opposing team targeted him, he would substitute him out. If they failed to exploit his weaknesses, he would allow him to continue scoring on the court. Thus, Dunleavy made his choice, bringing in Brand and Maggette, leaving Hsing-Hwei as the lone non-starter on the court. Whoever the rookie was defending would be the one to attack. O'Neal conveyed the coach's directives. The Heat's coach, Pat Riley, renowned for his strategic acumen and tenacity, possesses a commendable level of expertise in coaching. He had long recognized Hsing-Hwei's vulnerabilities, a singular offensive approach and a lackluster defense. Thus, his recent tactical arrangement mandated that Wade shadow, a task well within Wade's swift capabilities. On the offensive front, the strategy was to exploit Hsing-Hwei's defensive assignments. Whoever he guarded would be the one to attack, targeting this weakness. However, this time, the astute Riley was to be surprised, as Hsing-Hwei, having just garnered 100 points of Antoine Zaire, had elevated his one-on-one defensive attribute to a level B. While he remained far from exceptional, he was at least no longer a liability. As the Heat initiated their offense, Hsing-Hwei cunningly chose to guard Jason Williams, opting to avoid a matchup with Wade. By delegating the formidable opponent to a teammate, he sought to evade blame in the event of a loss. Williams, affectionately dubbed White Chocolate, was not a player known for aggressive attacks. He favored an array of flashy passes, often contributing to highlight reels and turnovers. Nevertheless, as the coach had instructed to target this rookie, Williams was willing to take on the challenge for a couple of possessions. Bullying a newcomer was akin to preying on a freshman, an endeavor he found rather enjoyable. Williams attempted to drive to the basket, but soon realized that Hsing-Hwei's speed matched his own, keeping pace effortlessly. Confounded, Williams pondered how it was possible. He had just witnessed Payton successfully penetrate this rookie's defenses, indicating a sluggish reaction time. Yet, when it came to his own turn, he found himself unable to break through. Was he truly less capable than the seasoned Payton? Unable to reconcile this reality, Williams attempted another forceful drive, only to have Hsing-Hwei deftly strip the basketball away from him. Hsing-Hwei seized the ball, intent on launching a fast break, only to find Wade swiftly positioned before him. Aware of his own limitations, he promptly relinquished the ball to Mobley, unwilling to attempt a drive against Wade's formidable defense. Oh, this young man. Dunleavy appeared equally astonished. Just as he planned to take down Hsing-Hwei, the latter's defensive footwork inexplicably accelerated, resulting in an unexpected steal. The sudden stroke of fortune left Dunleavy feeling rather flustered as he struggled to comprehend the turn of events. Chapter 8. Spitting at the crowd of men this time. The Clippers' fast break failed to yield points, yet Hsing-Hwei's contributions remained undeniable. In the realm of statistical value, the worth of a steal far exceeds that of a rebound or an assist. As the Heat mounted their offense, Williams continued to challenge Hsing-Hwei. With a nearly languid dribble, he sought to unbalance Hsing-Hwei's rhythm and drive toward the basket. While this maneuver was visually captivating, it relied heavily on an element of surprise to succeed. Familiar with White Chocolate, Hsing-Hwei remained unfooled and maintained his defensive stance. Ultimately, he held his ground, experiencing a gratifying sense of achievement, not merely from staving off his opponent, but from the sheer satisfaction of the challenge. Faced with this impasse, Williams reluctantly opted to pass to a teammate. The tactics laid out by the coach proved unfeasible for him. As the ball found its way to Wade, he broke past Mobley, drawing closer to the basket, prompting Come On to provide assistance. The ball then reached O'Neal, who executed a thunderous dunk. Basketball is a collective endeavor. While Hsing-Hwei successfully contained Williams, the Clippers still harbored numerous vulnerabilities. As the Clippers resumed their offensive, Hsing-Hwei hesitated, contemplating whether to continue his relentless movement in pursuit of the ball. With the starters on the court, the norm typically dictated that Brand handle the play. However, determined to take initiative, Hsing-Hwei resolved to seize the opportunity while the prop card's duration lingered at 2 minutes. Wasting it would be a pity. Firm in his decision, he actively moved, though Wade shadowed him closely, denying him any chance to receive the ball. Ultimately, the ball did not reach Hsing-Hwei's hands. Yet he still made a contribution by drawing Wade's defense away. Maggette's shot missed, but Brand managed to secure the offensive rebound and was poised for a second attempt when O'Neal prepared to block. Still circulating on the perimeter, He Xinhui spotted an opportunity and called out, "Over here." Brand passed the ball, but attempting to score against O'Neal in the paint was no simple task. Even if O'Neal's prime had passed, He Xinhui received the ball and shot, and fortune smiled upon him as he scored a three-pointer. Brand was elated, giving he a high five, reveling in the feeling of having a dependable ally. This rookie from the Clippers displayed remarkable enthusiasm, prompting the Heat to take him more seriously. As Brown remarked, in truth, the Heat had already recognized his potential, even deploying Wade to defend against him. Was that not a sign of their concern? However, Wade underestimated He Xinghui's eagerness. As the Heat launched their offense, Wade drove towards Mobley, with he stepping in to provide support. Wade swiftly passed the ball to Williams, who, unguarded, advanced to the basket, drawing in Coman's defense before lofting the ball to O'Neal. At present, He Xinghui's one-on-one defense had reached a commendable B level, while his help defense lingered at a D level. The distinction between these two types of defense is significant. Effective help defense requires impeccable timing. Helping too early may leave the original matchup unguarded, while delaying may result in a missed opportunity. Mastering this timing necessitates years of experience. This particular play fell under He Xinghui's responsibility, yet neither on the court nor off it would anyone cast blame upon him, for he remained merely a rookie. It is entirely normal for newcomers to make mistakes, especially in He Xinghui's case, where his errors stem from his proactive defense. At least his enthusiasm deserves commendation. Moreover, had he refrained from providing help, Mobley would have been similarly vulnerable to Wade's advance, yielding a comparable outcome. As the Clippers initiated their offense, Wade adhered to He Xinghui like glue, tenaciously shadowing him. "Dwayne, have you fallen so low as to only dare defend against rookies?" He Xinghui was at a loss as to what flaws Wade might have to ridicule. Thus he could only improvise on the spot. "Rookie, your trash talk is ineffective against me," Wade retorted disdainfully. "Silence would serve you better. Your jawline is already unappealing, and speaking only exacerbates the situation, potentially frightening the fans and tarnishing the league's image." He Xinghui. Wade. The Miami Heat's offense is in motion, with Wade in possession of the ball. He feels slighted verbally and seeks to teach He Xinghui a lesson through action. "Come defend me, rookie." Wade shouts at He Xinghui. "Are you afraid of Mobley? Trying to bully me, a mere novice?" He Xinghui remains unfazed by others labeling him a rookie, as this is, after all, an undeniable truth. Who has not traversed the path of a novice? Even one of the 50 greatest stars, Peyton, faced a stern lesson from Jordan during his rookie season. Is he apprehensive of Mobley? Wade, now a highly sought-after superstar in the league, certainly cannot be intimidated by Mobley. However, he has just pointed out He Xinghui's actions, which indeed suggest a reluctance to confront Mobley directly. After calming his thoughts, Wade chose to boldly drive past Mobley, intending to demonstrate through his actions that he, Dwayne Wade, fears no one. Although Wade's ability to penetrate defenses is formidable, he does not succeed on every attempt. Otherwise, he would truly be invincible. On this occasion, Mobley rose to the challenge, keeping pace with Wade, forcing him to pass the ball to Williams. Professionals recognize that Wade's decision was a judicious one. Yet to the casual fan, it may appear that he was indeed daunted by Mobley. Amidst the fray, He Xinghui offered Wade a knowing smile, prompting Wade to comprehend instantly, igniting a spark of frustration within him. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to rush over and tug at He Xinghui's ear to elucidate his recent choice. Williams attempted to maneuver against He Xinghui, but found himself unable to gain an advantage. As the clock neared the 24-second mark, Williams took a desperate shot, which predictably failed to find the net. Alas, Wade had left him with the weakest opponent, yet he could not capitalize on the opportunity to score. He Xinghui scoffed, while Jason Williams vowed that it was his first encounter with someone who could exult in declaring themselves the weakest. What merit is there in weakness? Go face Mobley. Challenging the feeble only exposes your own ineptitude, and your lucrative contract is at stake. If one cannot enhance quality, then one must resort to sheer quantity. He Xinghui unleashed a torrent of verbal jabs, spewing trash talk at every opportunity. Riley furrowed his brow from the sidelines, realizing that the rookie, wearing number 60, had stirred the team's emotions to a rather absurd degree. He glanced at Peyton, contemplating the idea of unleashing the king of trash talk upon He Xinghui. However, Peyton quickly turned away, feigning conversation with his teammates. He too was weary of He Xinghui's incessant banter and had no desire to engage in a verbal duel with such an energetic chatterbox. As the first half concluded, the Clippers unexpectedly led the Heat 55-49. He Xinghue had played 12 minutes, shooting 5 for 8, accumulating 14 points, 1 rebound, 1 assist, and 1 steal. Based solely on his scoring, he had remarkably produced star-caliber statistics. Brown, unable to contain himself, repeatedly emphasized the importance of acknowledging this rookie during the commentary. Upon returning to the locker room, Riley unleashed a tirade against the Heat players. "You are playing far worse than garbage, allowing a rookie to score 14 points over you. You are veterans in this league. Can't you withstand a rookie's banter?" Wade, Williams, Payton, and Antoine dared not retort. Riley was notorious for his tyrannical demeanor. "Now, I want you to answer me. Do you have confidence in teaching that rookie a lesson in the second half?" "Yes, in the second half. I will ensure he has a rough time," Wade responded, aligning with the coach's sentiment. In the visitors' locker room, Brand and the others erupted into laughter, reminiscing about Xinghue's trash talk. "Dude, you truly are a genius of banter. That line about the glove having a hole was brilliant," one remarked. "Mobley, I particularly enjoyed your quip about whether his salary is based on his weight," Brand added. Antoine was fuming. "Hey, teach me a line of trash talk to use against O'Neal." Maggette chimed in, as Come On had been thoroughly dominated by O'Neal. He too wished to gain some verbal advantage. Xinghue pondered for a moment before remarking, "You could say Shaquille." The crowd erupted in laughter, as it was no secret that Orny preferred petite women. Many in the media had previously quipped about this, though none had expressed it as sharply as Xinghue. Come On, feeling a bit speechless, suspected that addressing O'Neal in such a manner might lead to a severe reprimand. Watching Xinghue and the starters chatting jovially, this year's 12th overall pick, Yaroslav, felt a pang of disappointment. Integrating into the team was of paramount importance, and he realized he had not done enough in that regard. Selk, Walter, and other fringe players enviously gazed at Xinghue, who monopolized playing time in a manner that overshadowed their already scarce opportunities. Chapter 9. An average of 21 snarky remarks as the second half commenced. Xinghue remained on the bench, awaiting his turn. His performance in the first half had been commendable, but only by rookie standards. When measured against that of the starters, it could only be deemed mediocre. He had revealed numerous issues in tactical movements, defense, and playmaking, indicating that he needed comprehensive improvement to secure a starting position. The starters took to the court first, buoyed by Xinghue's earlier banter, which had significantly boosted the Clippers' morale. After a few exchanges, the Heat found themselves at a disadvantage. O'Neal, growing anxious as the perimeter opportunities dwindled, opted to demand the ball, preparing to overpower Come On. Utilizing his formidable bulk, O'Neal pushed Come On aside and executed a soft hook shot that found its mark. Come On, infuriated, felt powerless against the hefty giant. Suddenly, he recalled his lesson on trash talking. As he jostled for position against O'Neal, Come On spat out, "Shaquille, you have a penchant for petite women." "If you say that again," O'Neal retorted, his temper flaring. Regardless of how one's appearance might be ridiculed, men could take it in stride. O'Neal responded by headbutting Come On and shoving him. He refrained from throwing a punch, knowing it would result in ejection. As tensions rose, Come On raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. Although his appearance might not suggest it, he was not one to engage in brawls. The referee hurriedly blew the whistle, and players from both teams intervened to separate the two. After a brief consultation, the referee assessed O'Neal with a technical foul for his aggressive actions, which could easily incite a brawl. "What?" O'Neal nearly exploded. "Is that deserving of a tech? Aren't we playing at home?" The Heat players quickly restrained O'Neal to prevent him from incurring another technical foul. Pat Riley also protested to the referee, but to no avail. "Chris, well done," he remarked. Brand rose his thumb to Come On, who instantly beamed with joy, as if he had unlocked the door to a new world. Relishing the delight of banter, he resolved to learn the art of trash talk from he, envisioning the significant advantage of sidelining an opponent as key player in every match. The game continued, while Riley on the sidelines grappled with a throbbing headache. He could never have imagined that the perennial underdogs, the Clippers, would collectively engage in trash talk. It began with Come On, followed by Brand, and then Castle joined in. Moreover, their jest seemed to have a measurable effect, as the morale of the Heat appeared quite unstable. One might ponder, what if someone were to hurl a ball at O'Neal's head? Below the court, Xinghue posed a question. Hurling a ball at someone would likely result in a technical foul, and O'Neal would undoubtedly retaliate, incurring a foul as well. Given his accumulated fouls, O'Neal would be ejected from the game. If the Heat were to lose O'Neal, victory would surely be within reach. A few bench players brightened at the thought, only to be met with a wave of disappointment shortly thereafter. Although Xinghue's proposal is commendable, who would dare to act upon it? Men of such audacity as Barkley are indeed a rarity. What if O'Neal were to unleash his fury? I recall a time when O'Neal relentlessly pursued Brad Miller, and it took 10 men to restrain him, ultimately requiring staff to cut Miller's jersey to facilitate his escape from peril. "Why don't you take the initiative and do it?" suggested Livingston. No. I'm a player who values clean play and prefers to avoid conflict," came the resolute reply. He Xinhui remarked, "I trust you as much as I trust a ghost. You mischievous scoundrel." In unison, Livingston and the others raised an imaginary middle finger at this declaration. They would not believe a single word from He Xinhui. As the match progressed into the fourth quarter, the starters required a brief respite to conserve their strength for the impending climax, allowing He Xinhui to re-enter the game. However, upon his return, he failed to replicate his earlier brilliance, as he refrained from utilizing any props, rendering him merely a competent defensive player. On the defensive end, he exerted diligent effort, while on offense, he attracted the defense's attention and subsequently passed the opportunity to his teammates. This perplexing strategy left Deng Liwei utterly baffled. When the starters were on the court, he fought fiercely for possession. Yet, in the absence of the main players, he exhibited a courteous demeanor towards the substitutes. After 3 minutes of play without a single shot attempted, He Xinhui was substituted out. The starters returned for the decisive moments, and ultimately, thanks to their earlier scoring advantage and consistent performance thereafter, the Clippers triumphed over the Heat with a score of 107-104, celebrating their second consecutive victory. Brand remained steady with 23 points and 11 rebounds. Castle contributed 18 points and 5 assists. Mobley added 9 points and 7 assists. Magette scored 17 points, while He Xinhui achieved an impressive 14 points on 5 of 8 shooting. Following the conclusion of the game, O'Neal approached to congratulate He Xinhui and casually inquired, "Did you teach Come On his trash talk?" O'Neal, being quite astute, was not new to facing Come On. It was rather peculiar for the previously straightforward player to resort to cunning antics. This led O'Neal to suspect a certain individual, known for his profane eloquence. No. I swear, this was not my doing. Perhaps Come On has experienced a sudden epiphany." He Xinhui hurriedly denied it, for being publicly humiliated would be quite a disgrace. He had watched a video where O'Neal, after being pranked, retaliated by smacking his opponent. It was quite impressive. Peyton even embraced He Xinhui momentarily. However, Peyton misunderstood. He Xinhui was merely accustomed to the polite responses typical among Chinese. Yet Peyton perceived it as continued trash talk, especially since He Xinghui's performance in the match was far from commendable. Furthermore, complimenting an opponent's performance is generally a gesture from a veteran to a novice. When a novice praises a seasoned player, it inevitably sounds somewhat disingenuous. This fellow, even after the match concluded, still could not resist throwing jabs. Peyton was indeed taken aback. Although this match was not broadcast nationwide and did not attract significant attention, it still garnered a small segment in the post-match news. The report highlighted the banter between He Xinhui and Peyton on the court, culminating in Peyton's defeat. Whether it was He Xinghui's pre-game duet with O'Neal, his on-court verbal sparring with opponents, the near altercation he sparked, or his impressive 14-point finish, there were plenty of captivating moments. The commendations from O'Neal and Peyton contributed to He Xinghui's burgeoning fame in America. The match was not broadcasted in China due to the Rockets game on the same day. Nonetheless, Yao Ming excelled, scoring 22 points and grabbing 11 rebounds. However, through graphic coverage, Chinese fans were informed that He Xinhui had performed well, securing 14 points. What intrigued many was Peyton's remark post-game, asserting that He Xinghui's trash talk was on par with his own. This piqued the curiosity of numerous fans, eager to discover the extent of He Xinghui's verbal prowess that earned Peyton's recognition. A perceptive editor sourced translations from foreign news, providing fans with a more detailed account of the match and its highlights. After consuming those reports, many fans expressed their admiration. It was said that throughout the game, Xinhui unleashed a total of 21 quips, targeting victims such as Peyton, Wade, and others. I watched the video of his duet with O'Neal, and it was hilarious. One could only thank O'Neal for his good temper. Had it been someone else, they might have retaliated fiercely. Why can't you focus on Xinghui's statistics? Shooting 5 for 8 for 14 points is quite commendable, surpassing Yao's stellar start. Chapter 10. Restlessness. He Xinghui stands at an impressive height of 1.97 meters, with a wingspan of 2.10 meters and a weight of 80 kilograms. His attributes include strength rated at D, speed at C, and vertical leap at C. In terms of shooting, he possesses a 3-point shooting skill rated at D, mid-range shooting at D, and finishing at the rim at D. His technical abilities in ball handling, passing, and stealing are all rated at D. Defensively, he excels in one-on-one situations with a rating of B, while his help defense is rated at D. He has a remaining anger value of 340 points. Overall, he is evaluated as a rotational player in NACC and a mere water boy in the NBA, best suited to guard opposing fringe scorers during garbage time. A gentle reminder, do not be misled by scoring in 2 games to avoid becoming a subject of ridicule. Compared to the day before yesterday, his one-on-one defense has improved by 2 tiers, yet overall, he still remains rather subpar. Hsing Hui was not in a hurry. After all, a season is exceedingly lengthy, filled with countless matches. As long as he could accumulate anger points in every game, he would inevitably surpass Jordan's legacy. Following the conclusion of their match against the Heat, the Clippers enjoyed a 2-day respite. Thus, they did not rush back to Los Angeles. Hsing Hui and Chris were conversing about the competition in their room when Castle arrived, inviting Chris to join him for some fun. Castle, what are you two planning to do out so late? Hsing Hui appears innocent on the surface, yet he is fully aware of the underlying implications. Miami is a city ripe for indulgence, with its sandy beaches by day and vibrant nightclubs by night, all of which serve as enticing locales for romantic encounters. Hsing Hui is eager to explore this enticing world. At the tender age of 19, the male human psyche is driven by an insatiable urge to seek out romantic conquests. He is no exception. Although his thoughts linger on the main courses, Scarlet and Taylor, he is not averse to sampling some appetizers to satiate his hunger beforehand. To engage in the pursuits befitting adulthood. As for you, well, the hotel television offers animated shows, Castle quipped. Florida law stipulates that one must be over 21 to enter nightclubs, and he has no desire to drag along the burden of Hsing Hui. The disdainful remarks have left Hsing Hui in a foul mood. He cast a look of astonishment at Castle, then turned to Chris, feigning a moment of realization, and with an exaggerated gesture declared, I see now, I see. Go ahead, I shan't intrude. No, it's not what you think. We are heading to a nightclub. To a strip club, Chris quickly clarified, as being suspected of homosexuality is hardly a pleasant predicament. All right, I understand. I will keep it under wraps. I am known for my discretion, he asserted, though one could hardly trust the word of a man who typically spews over 20 inane remarks per conversation. The more Hsing Hui expressed his sentiments, the more agitated Chris became, nearly abandoning the endeavor altogether, yet ultimately being dragged away by Castle. The corridor echoed with Chris's anguished cries of "No," leaving the other guests in the adjacent rooms with boundless room for imagination. Hsing Hui found himself alone in his room, the television flickering to life with an episode of Tom and Jerry. Curse those animated shows. As a mature male, Hsing Hui believed it was time to bid farewell to such frivolities. He dressed meticulously, tidied his appearance, and resolved to venture out in search of fortune, hoping perhaps to encounter a romantic interest. The recent spate of gun violence in Eagle Sauce Country weighed little on his mind. The odds of dying in a traffic accident were far greater than encountering gunfire. Yet, whether in this life or the last, he had never contemplated the option of abstaining from travel by car. Stepping outside, Hsing Hui made his way directly to a bar. In theory, given his age, he should not have been permitted entry. However, unlike the exclusive membership policies of nightclubs, a bar of slightly lesser repute did not enforce such stringent age checks. They could hardly demand to verify the age of every patron seeking leisure. At most, they might prohibit those who evidently appear to be minors. Yet, at nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, who would dare assume he was merely 19? He chose to frequent the bar primarily because the likelihood of charming a lady was significantly higher in such an establishment. Look, that kid from the Clippers. As they passed by the Blue Bridge bar, the sharp-eyed Peyton nudged O'Neal and pointed toward a figure conversing with the bouncer at the entrance. O'Neal and Wade followed his gaze, exchanging knowing glances that broke into mischievous smiles. They understood each other instantly. This was an opportunity to tease Hsing Hui, a small revenge for their previous defeat. Without hesitation, they halted their vehicle and approached Hsing Hui with playful grins. Don't come over here, Hsing Hui silently cried out within. From the lewd grin of the other party, he sensed impending trouble. What should he do? If a Liverpool fan inadvertently found themselves amidst Manchester United supporters, the best course of self-preservation would be to exclaim, Manchester United is the champion. Thus, the Miami Heat are champions. Hsing Hui raised his hands and exclaimed joyfully, Ha ha. Peyton laughed heartily, and this laughter was, in fact, a tribute to Hsing Hui's charm. He Xinghui's utterly shameless proclamation has effectively thwarted the modest scheme of O'Neal and Wade. As a member of the Heat, how can one dare to bully someone who passionately chants for the Heat's championship? Are you surrendering? Wade, still unwilling to concede, sought to mock Xinghui with a few words. No, I'm merely stating fact. This year, with Peyton's addition and Shaquille still at his peak, you have also reached your zenith, and the two of you have implemented the pick-and-roll strategy. Wade was merely jesting. Yet Xinghui solemnly embarked on a thorough analysis of their capabilities and tactics. At first glance, there was indeed some merit to his observations. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Xinghui's remarks flattered all three, leaving them rather embarrassed to entertain any thoughts of teasing. What is one doing here? O'Neal inquired. I was merely looking for a place to meet some ladies, but regrettably, my teammates do not take me to the nightclub, and they won't even allow me into the bar here. Xinghui sighed helplessly, prompting laughter from the crowd. Join us for the party. There are plenty of lovely ladies there. Of course, attracting them would be more challenging, depending on your skills. O'Neal extended the invitation, finding Xinghui to be quite an intriguing character. Although Yao Ming possessed formidable strength, it was difficult for O'Neal to connect with him on a personal level. After all, Yao Ming was unlikely to frequent nightclubs or openly express his interest in women. In contrast, Xinghui, who unabashedly embraced his lecherous nature, was far more to O'Neal's liking, providing ample common ground for conversation. Xinghui would naturally not decline and decisively got into the car. Inside the vehicle, Xinghui engaged in a discussion with Peyton about the art of banter. Xinghui's insights greatly impressed Peyton, who remarked, in the future, your eloquence will undoubtedly gain fame within the league, surpassing that of Barkley. No, came the reply. My mouth could never rival his in size. Barkley's mouth could accommodate 2 golf balls. Xinghui inquired, what on earth does that mean? Peyton felt a bit bewildered, but dismissed it as a cultural difference. After engaging in casual conversation for about 10 minutes, they arrived at their destination. A panorama of stunning women greeted them. Chapter 11. Ordinary men and their pursuits of women. Hey, buddy, sitting there passively won't get you any attention from women. You need to take the initiative, Peyton advised. The party had been in full swing for a while, with some singing and others dancing, lost in a mindless revelry, while Xinghui remained seated in a corner. After greeting other friends, Peyton made a point to approach him with a reminder. In truth, Xinghui was merely surveying potential conversation partners. However, Peyton's comment made him appear as if he were a novice in romantic pursuits. Without a second thought, Xinghui retorted, only ordinary men chase after women. Exceptional individuals like myself simply wait for women to approach us. Such flippant remarks made Peyton want to give him a good reprimand, as if everyone else were mere mortals while he stood apart. Beginner, I think you ought to adopt a more pragmatic approach. Only when you earn as much as I do and have a reputation as grand as mine might someone take the initiative to pursue you, Peyton sharply critiqued. It is those lacking charisma who must rely on wealth to attract women. Individuals like myself, possessing both talent and good looks, are simply waiting to be courted. Just watch and learn. Xinghui rose to his feet and set out in search of O'Neal. To entice the young lady to take the initiative in pursuing him was no simple task. It necessitated the display of a captivating charm. He had devised a plan to showcase his talents, but it required O'Neal's cooperation. You've composed a new song and choreographed a dance? O'Neal inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. Both songwriting and dance design demanded a high level of expertise, skills that were beyond the reach of the average person. Indeed, basketball is merely my sideline. My true forte lies in the realms of song and dance. Xinghui continued to indulge in his playful antics. He aspired to perform a captivating dance number with O'Neal at the party, intending to allure the ladies. He inherited the original's talent for singing and dancing, and his familiarity with the viral dance trends of the future made for a perfect combination, ensuring he would never struggle to attract women. No woman could resist a man who was not only handsome, but also wealthy, famous, witty, and engaging. Subsequently, Xinghui and O'Neal rehearsed the popular and infectious shoulder dance from the future in their room. The rehearsal was quite straightforward, as O'Neal possessed considerable dancing prowess. With just a single demonstration from Xinghui, O'Neal was able to grasp the essential movements. Xinghui now finds himself in a predicament, lacking a melody that resonates harmoniously. Crafting an arrangement is not a task that can be accomplished with mere phrases. Ultimately, Xinghui was left to rely on his intuition, sifting through his repertoire to locate a relatively suitable melody to make do with. Following 2 rehearsals, O'Neal, brimming with eagerness to take the stage, was also a fellow who relished in showcasing his flair. Just before his entrance, he called upon a friend to record the moment, preserving it as a keepsake. Subsequently, the music at the party ceased, giving way to a tune perfectly suited for a shoulder-shaking dance. He Xinghui made his entrance with a series of mechanical little steps, exuding an endearing charm. Not only did he have to maintain his dance moves, but he also had to sing along, a challenge indeed. When O'Neal appeared, the atmosphere shifted to one of hilarity. His physique, a blend of muscle and fat, jiggled in rhythm with his dance, adding a comedic flair to the performance. Soon, the two joined together in a shoulder-shaking routine. The strong rhythmic melody, combined with their captivating dance, made it nearly impossible for the audience to resist moving along. Some spirited attendees at the party had already begun to sway, creating a wonderfully harmonious ambience. As Xinghui and O'Neal concluded their performance, the crowd erupted in a chorus of screams and cheers. "What kind of dance is this? I've never seen anything like it. It's incredible," inquired an onlooker. The dance itself was inherently enchanting, with excellent visual effects, and given that O'Neal was performing, it was only natural for him to be in the spotlight. "This is my brother He's shoulder-shaking dance. He is a dance prodigy." O'Neal took the opportunity to introduce Xinghui. Subsequently, Xinghui became the focal point of the party, attracting those interested in dance and those captivated by him, including a number of attractive women. "Darn it, he's done it again," muttered Peyton, feeling frustrated as he had hoped to see Xinghui make a fool of himself, thus providing him with an opportunity to mock him. Unfortunately, Xinghui did not grant him that chance. "I have a feeling he will become a star. He is very confident and adept at showcasing himself, and he knows how to have fun," O'Neal remarked. Being a seasoned veteran in the league, he understood the dynamics at play. In instances where statistics are comparable, a player who knows how to engage and create buzz is more likely to gain fame. Peyton sighed, muttering a proverb that loosely translates to "the waves behind push the waves before," implying the relentless progression of talent. That evening, Xinghui spent the night in a villa, accompanied by a blonde beauty whose name he did not know. It was merely a one-night encounter, fulfilling mutual desires without the need for future contact, rendering names irrelevant. Such occasional releases were simply the seasoning of life. The main focus of his life remained basketball and training, the foundation of his privileged existence. Had he not excelled on the court, O'Neal would never have invited him to the party. To attain a more fulfilling life and hunt for more formidable prey, one must acquire greater fame and wealth. Thus, upon returning to Los Angeles, Xinghui dedicated himself to additional practice at the gym, while simultaneously studying the players of his upcoming adversary, the Spurs. The forthcoming home game against the Spurs is pivotal for Xinghui, as it can be deemed his proving ground. Although his performances in the previous two matches were commendable, they do not necessarily signify sustained excellence. Even the most marginal players experience moments of brilliance. At present, both the external observers and the Clippers management remain uncertain whether Xinghui's flashes of brilliance are mere anomalies or indicative of genuine potential. Should he manage to deliver outstanding performances in 3 consecutive games, his position within the team would undeniably ascend to a higher echelon. Hence, this match holds significant weight for Xinghui. Compounding the challenge, the Spurs are not to be underestimated. They are the champions of 2005. With the formidable GDP trio already established, and players like Bruce Bowen and Robert Horry pose considerable threats. Moreover, they are guided by the seasoned tactician, Greg Popovich. While other coaches may overlook a player of Xinghui's stature, the astute Popovich is unlikely to make such an oversight. Presently, Xinghui is riddled with vulnerabilities, and any coach who diligently reviews the game footage will easily discern them. For now, he must retain his composure and adapt accordingly. Xinghui, taking into account the formidable challenge of the upcoming match, relinquished his aspirations of elevating his three-point shooting to AC grade. Chapter 12, The Pitiful Ones. On the 10th, the Clippers faced off against the Spurs at home. The Clippers, having enjoyed a brief 2-game winning streak, were soon laid bare, utterly overwhelmed by the GDP trio, crumbling into disarray. By the time Xinghui took to the court, the Clippers were already trailing by 15 points. One might have thought it was the fourth quarter. In reality, merely 8 minutes had elapsed in the first. At this rate, the Clippers were on track to lose by 75 points by the end of the game. Fortunately, Coach Popovich, noting his team's substantial lead, opted to deploy some substitutes for experience. Xinghui, did not succumb to feelings of dejection due to being undervalued. Rather, he found solace in his circumstances. To expect him to confront the GDP and rescue the team would be an undue burden. At this moment, the players on the court for the Spurs included point guard Udry, shooting guard Brent Barry, and small forward Devin Brown. Among them, only Brown possessed a slightly greater renown. However, his fame was not derived from his prowess on the court, but rather from being a mere backdrop during McGrady's miraculous 35 seconds. Hsing-Hwei vaguely recalled that Devin Brown was supposed to have transferred to the Jazz this season, yet for some inexplicable reason, he still found himself with the Spurs. However, this detail was inconsequential. What truly mattered was that this individual harbored a past he would rather forget. As the game progressed, Hsing-Hwei switched positions with his teammate Maggette, positioning himself directly in front of Brown. "I know you, superstar," Hsing-Hwei remarked. Brown was momentarily taken aback, but soon his heart swelled with joy. He believed himself to be a role model for Hsing-Hwei. Such recognition was a rarity, considering he was merely an obscure player in the league. To be regarded as a star by a rookie was indeed a commendable achievement. Just as he pondered on offering a few words of encouragement to the younger generation, Hsing-Hwei's next words emerged. "Could you teach me how to score 13 points against an opponent in 35 seconds? I too wish to experience the sensation of fame." Anger surged within Brown, reaching a boiling point. Hsing-Hwei discerned from the system message and the contorted visage of Brown the profound shadow cast upon him by that incident. Brown, lacking in eloquence and unsure of how to respond, merely reached out for the ball, poised to engage in a one-on-one confrontation with Hsing-Hwei. However, his emotions were somewhat tumultuous at that moment, leading him to inadvertently thrust his elbow into Hsing-Hwei's side as he attempted to break through. Hsing-Hwei would certainly not let such an opportunity slip by. He fell to the ground as if he were about to roll on the floor. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling an offensive foul on Brown. "I didn't do anything," Brown protested, resembling a 3-year-old in his indignation. Yet the referee paid him no heed. On the sidelines, Popovich furrowed his brow upon witnessing this. Prior to the game, he had instructed his players to disregard the rookie, Hsing-Hwei, deeming him insignificant. However, he never anticipated that as soon as he entered the game, one of his players would become mentally unbalanced. At this moment, he contemplated calling a timeout to inquire what exactly he had said to provoke such a reaction. Was I mistaken, or was the data incorrect? It appeared that Devin Brown was the real rookie, while he was the seasoned player, as Barkley remarked. The interlude passed swiftly, and Hsing-Hwei earned the Clippers an offensive opportunity. Mobley and Castle executed a play, securing 2 points. As possession switched, Hsing-Hwei continued to murmur beside Brown. Although Brown was not particularly astute, the recent blunder had served as a wake-up call, enlightening him to the fact that he was intentionally trying to provoke him. With this realization, Brown's resilience surged dramatically. After all, $1 million salary awaited those who played well. Faced with such a substantial temptation, most individuals could manage their emotions. $1 million job. Who would balk at a few jibes, or even a bit of spitting? Brown regained his composure, which posed a dilemma for Hsing-Hwei. At this juncture, his trash talk lacked potency, as his performance on the court was rather mediocre. The Spurs players remained unfazed by the taunts of a rookie. Only by showcasing exceptional skills could mockery become impactful. However, given Hsing-Hwei's authenticity, he was unable to deliver such standout performances. Still lacking 60. Hsing-Hwei aspires to accumulate his anger to 500 in order to exchange it for a formidable skill with an extended duration. Only then does he harbor hope of turning the tide of the match. Skills requiring 100 anger points either possess a brief duration or lack potency. After a back-and-forth exchange between both sides, the first quarter of the game draws to a close, with the Spurs left with one final offensive opportunity. Hsing-Hwei trailed closely behind Brown, continuing his incessant chatter. This time, not only did he talk nonstop, but he also displayed a classic expression, the bewildered face of Devin Brown after being intercepted by McGrady, only to witness a last-second shot. "Brown, do you realize that this expression of yours has gone viral on our country's internet? It perfectly encapsulates what it means to be foolish." With the utterance of these words, Hsing-Hwei once again pushed Brown to the brink of emotional upheaval. Already harboring a reservoir of anger, Brown was further provoked by Hsing-Hwei's taunt. The mere recollection of that absurd expression caused him undeniable embarrassment, and when others brought it up, shame washed over him even more. "Damn it!" Brown suddenly shoved Hsing-Hwei away. His intention was merely to create some distance, devoid of malice. However, the referee, indifferent to the nuances, witnessed Hsing-Hwei tumble to the floor and unhesitatingly issued a technical foul against Brown. In a fit of agitation, Brown leaped and protested. inadvertently contributing over 200 points to He Xinghui's burgeoning anger meter, a clear indication of his vexation. It wasn't just Brown who was furious. Even Popovich was vociferously berating the referee. The outcome of this match had become inconsequential. What mattered was to teach that young man a harsh lesson, leaving him with a profound impression. Ignored by the referee, Popovich issued a hit order to his prize player, GDP. Upon hearing this, GDP couldn't help but smile, while Duncan, yet to face the wrath of the bald referee, grinned with abandon. Meanwhile, He Xinghui reveled in the praise from his teammates and coach. Although he managed only 2 points from 2 attempts during these few minutes, he successfully drew an offensive foul and earned a technical foul against the opponent, demonstrating his clear impact on the game. During his time on the court, the Clippers also managed to close the gap by 4 points. For a rookie, this was already a commendable performance. However, it was still insufficient. The point differential remained at 11. Moreover, the GDP duo was certain to return, leaving the Clippers' situation precarious. If only his abilities were just a tad stronger, Dylan Levy thought to himself. Meanwhile, He Xinghui was busy selecting skills within the system. McGrady's jumper, with a 60% success rate against interference, lasting 30 minutes of game time. He mused, if I could replicate that 35 seconds of 13 points against Brown, would he be so furious that he might just spit blood? Would that be considered a tad unkind? With this thought in mind, He Xinghui could not help but chuckle mischievously. Chapter 13, Showcase. Returning to the court, He Xinghui found himself matched against Jin Billy. At this moment, Jin Billy had just triumphed over the US Ace Dream Team 5 in the World Championship, led his team to victory against the US Ace Dream Team 6 in the Olympics, and recently secured an NBA championship, earning a place in the All-Star lineup, a true embodiment of success. Moreover, even his hair remained lush and untamed, untouched by the ravages of time. Against such a formidable Jin Billy, there was simply no chink in his armor. Greetings, the Spurs' third-in-command. He Xinghui, however, did not relinquish his efforts and attempted a remark. Based on statistics and contributions, at this moment, Jin Billy could be considered the second best in GDP. Those with a narrower perspective might feel displeased upon hearing such an assessment. Yet, it is evident that Jin Billy is unfazed. The roles reversed as the Spurs initiated their offense. Once the ball found its way into Jin Billy's hands, he executed a serpentine drive, playfully toying with He Xinghui before making his way to the basket to score. Behold, his physique was as supple as that of a dancer. He Xinghui, bouncing with exuberance, pointed at Jin Billy and excitedly shouted to the crowd. This scene somewhat resembled Dennis Rodman's complaints to the referee about a foul. Jin Billy, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of anger. Is this the way to play? It is not akin to being effeminate. Rather, it signifies agility. Be serious. You are engaged in a match, not a game of street basketball. The referee issued a warning to He Xinghui. Turning to face Jin Billy's defense, He Xinghui reached for the ball and, without hesitation, executed an unreasonable jump shot from a spot. Astonishingly, the shot went in. Did you see that? Now this is how a man scores. A single word. Fierce. He Xinghui's haughty demeanor suggested a profound disdain for Jin Billy's scoring methods, igniting a surge of nameless fury within the Argentine player. As he turned back, Jin Billy prepared to execute another Eurostep breakthrough. At that moment, He Xinghui interjected, if you continue to play like that, I shall refuse to defend against you. I refuse to engage in a game with someone so effeminate. With that, he actually stepped aside, granting Jin Billy a clear path to the basket. This audacious act rendered Dunleavy's smile somewhat awkward, as he found himself at a loss for words regarding this unexpected first rookie, were it not for the lack of alternatives. He Xinghui's nonchalant disregard for the game would have warranted his immediate substitution. On the court, Jin Billy did not indulge in any pleasantries with He Xinghui and seized the opportunity to draw closer to the hoop, scoring effortlessly once again. However, following the score, he felt an unusual absence of the elation that typically accompanied his achievements. In the past, each point had brought him joy, a gratifying reward for his efforts. Yet this time, he was inexplicably plagued by the sentiment that these 2 points were merely a concession from a rookie, leaving him devoid of any sense of accomplishment. It felt unearned. What troubled Jin Billy the most was that he didn't require such gifts. He Xinghui was utterly incapable of defending against him. What a despicable fellow, Jin Billy muttered internally, simultaneously contributing 20 points of anger to his emotional reservoir. As the Clippers initiated their offense, He Xinghui once again reached out for the ball. Aware of his poor defensive performance, he recognized that in order to remain on the court, he must contribute by scoring. Goodness, does he consider himself the captain? Mobley silently scoffed before passing the ball to He Xinghui. He Xinghui, dribbling the ball, gestured to the ground beneath him and declared, "Manu, allow me to teach you how to play like a true gentleman. In but a moment, I shall score from this very spot." With that, he took a confident jump shot. Standing at 198 meters, Jin Billy, similar in stature to he, leapt but failed to block the shot. He paid no heed to any other distractions. Even as the ball soared through the air, he had already turned, raising his arms in premature celebration. This moment is a classic tableau in NBA history, originally crafted by Arenas during a game in 2007. Yet now, He Xinghui had seized the moment ahead of him. He harbored no concern for the potential embarrassment of a missed shot. After all, as long as he remained unperturbed, it was others who would bear the awkwardness. Moreover, even a failed display of bravado can leave an indelible mark, as in the case of Nick Young. Conversely, to abstain from such flamboyance is to fade into obscurity. Fortunately, fortune favored he this time, as his 60 shooting accuracy led the ball to swish through the net. The sound of the ball finding its mark echoed like a stone breaking the surface of a tranquil pond, sending ripples throughout the arena, the live broadcast. A family living room and a corner store alike. "Oh my goodness," he pointed to the ground before shooting, signaling to Manu his intentions. He began celebrating even before the ball had gone in. His name is Xinghui. In that instant, I became his admirer. The gesture was simply too cool. The commentator's excitement reached a fever pitch, as this moment could evoke memories for fans spanning over a decade, even two. Truly, a gentleman should embody such spirit. He could take the stage in his stead. Without He Xinghui, the realm of basketball would remain shrouded in eternal night. These words echoed from the fans, the still innocent Curry, and the retired Larry Bird. Certainly, their original expressions were not quite so poetic, but the sentiment remains unchanged. He Xinghui's astonishing maneuver dazzled their 24K titanium alloy eyes. Prior to this, no one had displayed such brilliance. The match had to be paused as the players of the Clippers surrounded He Xinghui, enveloping him in admiration. Both the bench and the stands erupted in fervor. The cameras of journalists clicked incessantly. One reporter even knelt to capture the perfect angle, resembling a worshiper paying homage to He Xinghui. In this moment, Ginobili had to concede that he felt a pang of envy. Despite possessing an NBA championship, an Olympic gold medal, and being an all-star, he had never experienced such a luminous moment. He yearned to play like He Xinghui, yet he understood that the old master would surely disapprove. What he had once believed to be a fulfilled life now revealed a profound regret, making him feel rather unfortunate. As the game resumed, the Spurs commenced their offense. Fortunately, the Spurs were a seasoned team, accustomed to navigating turbulent waters. The players remained composed on the court, seemingly unshaken by the unexpected turn of events. Ginobili continued his drive, only to be double-teamed by Mobley. The ball swiftly transitioned to Parker, who executed a delicate floater, scoring effortlessly. After several exchanges in offense and defense, both teams battled evenly, with the score remaining within a 10-point margin. Throughout this period, He Xinghui maintained his steady performance. By halftime, he boasted an impressive stat line, 7 for 10 from the field and 3 for 5 from beyond the arc, totaling 17 points. While the outcome of the game remained uncertain, it was clear that Coach Popovich's plan to discipline He Xinghui had utterly failed. Chapter 14. A thought is not a crime. As the second half commenced, He Xinghui rested on the bench. Dunleavy decided to have him lead the second unit, as He Xinghui's desire to shoot was insatiable. Playing alongside the starters had even affected Brand's opportunities. Halfway through the third quarter, an awkward scene unfolded. The Clippers found themselves trailing by 18 points. At first glance, it appeared that He Xinghui's impact was irreplaceable. Could it be that the future of our Clippers rested upon this rookie? A terrifying thought crossed Dunleavy's mind, prompting him to call a timeout and substitute his starters. The players entering the game were Sean Livingston, He Xinghui, Maggette, the underwhelming Malisic, and Come On. The Spurs also rotated in some bench players, leaving only Bruce Bowen among the starters. With an 18-point lead, they could afford to experiment. As for why Bowen remained, He Xinghui felt an unexpected tension. Then, he noticed Bowen approaching him. "Please, don't come over," He Xinghui silently exclaimed within. As the subsequent match unfolded, the onlookers were astonished to find He Xinghui had sealed his lips, behaving as docile as a child. There was no choice. He Xinghui wished to avoid provoking Bowen, lest he suffer the consequences. This newfound compliance rendered He Xinghui rather dull in Bowen's eyes, and he refrained from resorting to underhanded tactics. After all, this was merely a somewhat insignificant game, with the Spurs already in the lead, and employing foul play against a rookie would undoubtedly be an unwise endeavor. As the fourth quarter commenced, Bowen took a break from the court. He Xinghue suddenly turned over and began to sing, regaining his vitality. Defending against him was Brent Barry, an obscure player whose name would have escaped He Xinghue's notice had he not specifically researched the Spurs players before the game. Little did he know that this individual had previously emerged from the Clippers, only to be discarded due to his lackluster performance. Such a person was, of course, the perfect target for He Xinghue to channel his frustration. As the Spurs launched their offense, He Xinghue incessantly taunted Barry, saying, "Facing your former team, shouldn't you take a few shots to prove yourself?" Barry rolled his eyes in response. It was impossible for him not to wish for such an opportunity. However, as a rookie, he had little agency in this matter. The drama of seeking revenge against a former team was a script reserved for stars. He pondered, despite both of us starting with the Clippers, why is there such a vast chasm between our paths? He Xinghue continued his efforts, and Barry did not disappoint his expectations, consistently contributing his anger points. It was evident that beneath his calm exterior, Barry's inner turmoil was far more tumultuous. Listening to the system prompts and observing Barry's feigned composure, He Xinghue could hardly suppress a laugh. It is well known that human expressions convey a wealth of information. Barry effortlessly discerned the disdain, mockery, and humiliation reflected in He Xinghue's smile. At last, he lost his temper. He reached for the ball, attempting to take He Xinghue one-on-one. However, in his moment of impatience, he fell prey to He Xinghue's opportunistic steal, allowing the Clippers to execute a fast break and close the gap by 2 points. Subsequently, Popovich, in an extravagant move, called for a timeout and substituted Barry, who had been on the court for less than 2 minutes. The anger points from Barry amounted to 250. Upon receiving this information, He Xinghue felt a fleeting concern that Barry might take drastic measures, as this was the most substantial single gain he had experienced since acquiring the system. This clearly illustrated the extent of Barry's frustration. As the game resumed, the absence of a formidable defensive player to counter He Xinghue was a grave error on Popovich's part. Although a 16-point deficit may seem considerable, under the barrage of three-pointers, it was not insurmountable. Faced with an opponent slightly shorter than himself, He Xinghue launched 4 consecutive three-pointers, narrowing the score to 88-97, leaving only a 9-point gap. Popovich had no choice but to call another timeout, hoping to interrupt He Xinghue's rhythm. During the previous timeout, they had managed to close the gap by 7 points, which was part of the strategy he had devised. As He Xinghue passed in front of Popovich, he could not help but remark, shaking his head in a display of frustration, "Is this your plan?" This comment ignited Parker's ire, prompting him to shove He Xinghue forcefully. Popovich held considerable respect among the Spurs players, many of whom revered him and would not tolerate any disrespect towards him. Parker's shove was vigorous, and He Xinghue obligingly fell to the ground. "Referee, he hit me," He Xinghue shouted excitedly, and his teammates from the Clippers swiftly surrounded Parker, resulting in utter chaos on the court. I have witnessed players hurling insults, berating referees. But this was the first instance of someone directing trash talk at an opposing coach. This young man had indeed set a precedent. The commentator couldn't help but critique the situation. The turmoil quickly subsided, with the referees administering equal penalties, as He Xinghue and Parker each received a technical foul. Both Popovich and Dunleavy expressed their dissatisfaction with the call. Popovich asserted that He Xinghue had instigated the confrontation, while Dunleavy contended that Parker had struck first. Once the game resumed, Popovich slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten to implement his strategy. The intention behind the timeout had been undermined by He Xinghue. Fortunately, the Spurs' prowess remained evident, and even in the absence of Popovich's tactics, they continued to match the Clippers evenly. With just 45 seconds left in the game, the Spurs led 104-96, an 8-point advantage. This scene felt strikingly familiar. Could it be that I was destined for a moment akin to McGrady's? As the Clippers trailed by 8, the expressions of the other players inevitably displayed a hint of frustration. Yet, He Xinghue was reveling in delight. Although the likelihood of replicating that legendary moment was slim, he allowed himself to indulge in such fantasies. After all, dreaming was not a crime. He decided to give a shot. If he were to lose, at least he would have made a name for himself. He Xinghue had firmly resolved to seize control of the game with some audacious maneuvers. He initiated his advance by dribbling past half court and, without any warning, leaped from just over a meter beyond the three-point line, releasing the ball. To the astonishment of all present, it swished through the net. "Oh my goodness, why does this moment feel oddly familiar?" the commentator quipped. Are you alluding to the T-Mac moment? Miles, you are overthinking it. That is simply impossible. The T-Mac moment cannot be replicated, especially not by a rookie, responded guest analyst Bruin with a smile. Let us not forget, the Spurs will undoubtedly learn from this lesson. Such a basic error is highly unlikely to occur again, even if the Spurs were unprepared. It is sheer folly to think a rookie could score 13 points in 35 seconds. Just as Bruin finished his remark, Hsing Hui had tightly embraced Jin Billy, shouting at the referee, "Blow the whistle. Quickly, I am committing a tactical foul." Jin Billy stepped up to the free throw line, sinking both shots before addressing Hsing Hui. "Kid, I know what you're thinking. I swear, you must be dreaming." Chapter 15. The final moments with just 39 seconds remaining. The Clippers prepared to inbound the ball. Jin Billy clung to Hsing Hui, denying him the opportunity to receive the pass. However, through Hsing Hui's relentless movement, he eventually managed to secure the ball. Receiving the ball was merely the first step. Several more were needed to achieve a score. He needed to advance it past half court and identify an opportunity to shoot. This was no easy feat, thus, Hsing Hui resorted to a clever tactic, executing a sweeping arm motion that collided with Jin Billy's palm, flinging the ball away. In his hesitation and lack of aim, the basketball sailed directly into the stands. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul for Jin Billy's hand on the three-point shooter. In his anger, Jin Billy's voice rose, uttering incoherent remarks. "This is not a shot. Have you ever seen someone shoot before crossing half court?" Parker stood nearby to assist with the translation. "I have seen it. There are many instances of shots taken from beyond half court when time is running out." Hsing Hui retorted, "But you still have time. And you have thrown the ball into the stands. Do you truly dare to call this a shot?" Parker replied angrily, "Indeed dare." Hsing Hui. The scene almost descended into chaos, but ultimately, it was the referee's intervention that upheld the original decision. Regardless of Hsing Hui's questionable motives, it is evident that, from a visual standpoint, this was indeed a foul committed by a player. Hsing Hui approached the free throw line with a mocking grin, inciting the Spurs players' ire to the point where they felt compelled to confront him physically. Yet, as Hsing Hui effortlessly sank all three of his free throws, their urge to retaliate intensified. Following the Spurs' inbound pass, Hsing Hui committed another tactical foul, this time fortuitously against Devin Brown. "Buddy, make sure to score," he thought. "For if a comeback occurs, you shall bear the blame." Hsing Hui smiled as he spoke. This remark added considerable psychological pressure on Brown. Although he was aware that he was being intentional, he could not truly maintain his composure. The quality of one's mental fortitude is, after all, a form of innate talent. Some individuals might tell themselves not to tremble before stepping onto the stage, yet upon arrival, they find themselves shaking uncontrollably. Brown made 1 out of 2 free throws. After missing the second, he once again presented a "the baby feels wronged" expression. Brand grabbed the rebound, and fearing that the Clippers might seize victory amidst the chaos, Popovich utilized his final timeout to devise a defensive strategy. With a score of 107-102, Hsing Hui's 6 points had narrowed the gap to just 5. With 30 seconds remaining, the match suddenly brimmed with suspense. Some spectators who had been prepared to stand now settled back into their seats. Miracles are deemed miraculous precisely because they are rare. We still lead by 5 points, which is a substantial advantage. As long as we avoid mistakes, our opponents will have no opportunity. Popovich first calmed his players' nerves before substituting Brown and implementing a 3-point defensive strategy. In this limited time, narrowing the score would inevitably rely on 3-point shots. Meanwhile, Dunleavy had placed all his chips on Hsing Hui. Passing the ball to he was Dunleavy's tactic. Upon hearing this, Brand's heart sank. The star player had lost the authority to take crucial shots. As the game resumed, Hsing Hui executed a surprising maneuver against his opponents, charging into the paint for a swift 2 points. At first glance, it seemed as though time was being wasted. However, he had astutely recognized that the Spurs had run out of timeouts, intending to create disorder. At this juncture of the game, every player was on high alert. Without a timeout to strategize, mistakes were easily made. The Spurs inbound the ball, and those with reliable free throw percentages were closely monitored. For safety's sake, Duncan passed the ball to Bruce Bowen, who had a free throw accuracy of only 65. Upon witnessing the scene, Hsing Hui immediately dashed towards Bao Wan, seemingly intent on committing a foul against him. Bao Wan, who could have simply awaited the inevitable foul, prudently opted to pass the ball to the more accurate free throw shooter, Ginobili. This decision unwittingly fell into Hsing Hui's trap, who abruptly halted, leaped, and intercepted the basketball. In a flash, while the onlookers remained momentarily stunned. He surged towards the basket, effortlessly scoring an additional 2 points. At that moment, in a forgotten corner, Brown revealed a sinister grin. The Spurs had faltered once more. Yet the blame did not rest on him. He could finally proclaim that the McGrady moment was not solely his burden. The long-standing injustice he endured was finally poised for vindication. Suddenly, the deficit shrank to a mere point, and the spectators felt as though they were in a dream. With just 15 seconds remaining, the Spurs held a slender lead of 1 point and retained possession, a seemingly advantageous position. However, at that moment, the majority had begun to favor the Clippers, buoyed by their soaring morale, while the Spurs appeared deflated, akin to wilted eggplants. Viewers who had just tuned into the live broadcast even mistakenly believed the Spurs to be the trailing team. With no timeouts left, Popovich could only fume in frustration. Fortunately, the trio of Duncan, Ginobili, and Parker remained composed. Duncan successfully passed the ball to Parker. Mobley committed a foul against Parker, leading to free throws. Parker converted 1 out of 2 attempts. Witnessing this, Brown was almost ready to dance in celebration. He wished for all fans to understand that even superstars are not immune to errors. With 12 seconds left in the game, the Clippers found themselves with numerous options. They could aim for a 2-point shot to force overtime, attempt a 3-pointer for an outright victory, or execute a quick 2 points followed by a defensive stand against the Spurs' offense. Dunleavy called a timeout, hoping to justify his salary. Yet his words led the Clippers players to question whether he was truly earning his keep. Hand the ball to he. You shall decide whether to pursue a 2-pointer or a 3-pointer. As Deng Liwei observed the scene, Castle appeared contemplative, pondering that perhaps after his retirement, he could take on the role of head coach and enjoy a comfortable salary. The game proceeded. Come On initiated the play, and Castle, after receiving the ball, shielded it with his hip, persistently searching for He Xinghui's presence. Meanwhile, He Xinghui was engaged in a collaboration with Brand, striving to extricate himself from the clutches of Ginobili and Parker. It seemed both players were convinced that the final shot would be taken by He Xinghui. Fortunately, the captain's robust frame effectively obstructed Ginobili. Subsequently, the basketball found its way into He Xinghui's hands. In that moment of openness, he glanced at the clock, noting there were merely 2 seconds remaining, prompting him to hesitate momentarily. Ginobili arrived just in time as the clock approached its end. Then, under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, He Xinghui launched the basketball into the air. Every pair of eyes followed its trajectory, while He Xinghui nonchalantly made his way to the bench, seizing a bottle of Gatorade and drinking deeply. His casual demeanor seemed to convey, does it truly matter if it goes in or not? It also hinted at a sense of, is there still any suspense regarding the shot I just took? Chapter 16. I regret playing this game. Whoosh. Snap. The magnitude of the noise serves as the sole criterion for measuring a classic moment. Scenes devoid of such uproar fail to earn that designation. As time reached its zenith and the basketball swished through the net, the venue erupted with a seismic cheer. Among the spectators, few were fans of He Xinghui, yet they were all aficionados of basketball. No true basketball enthusiast could resist the thrill of this remarkable comeback. It was inconceivable, unimaginable, yet the McGrady moment had reemerged. The rookie, number 60 of the Clippers, scored 3 3-pointers and 2 2-pointers in the final 40 seconds of the game, amassing a total of 13 points to lead his team to victory. After executing the game-winning shot, he casually went to drink water. Was he thirsty? No. He merely believed he had accomplished the decisive play. This act of drinking water is destined to be etched in history. The Spurs. Once again, the Spurs. Are they under some divine curse? Perhaps we are witnessing the rise of a basketball star. In the commentary booth, 2 guests eloquently expressed their thoughts on this legendary scene. Before their televisions, countless fans leapt from their seats. Simultaneously, innumerable fans found themselves with a newfound idol. The online viewers from Huagua experienced a blend of joy and frustration. They rejoiced at the splendid performance of their compatriot, yet lamented the absence of a live broadcast. Although recordings could later be found, knowing the outcome beforehand would undoubtedly diminish the thrill of the experience. On the court, He Xinghui was hoisted by his teammates, engaging in some rather foolish yet exuberant celebratory antics. Fortunately, in such moments, no one would mock them. Only admiration and envy prevailed. The players of the Spurs, witnessing this spectacle, felt a tumult of emotions within. Their sentiments could not be encapsulated even by 1,000 words. Their only option was to hastily depart from this awkward situation. As the noise gradually subsided, ABC's Beautiful Lucy seized the opportunity to interview He Xinghui. Congratulations on scoring 36 points, hitting the game winner, and successfully replicating the McGrady moment. At this moment, do you feel exhilarated? Lucy inquired. I am very happy, he replied. He Xinghue, cold as ice and expressionless, replied. Prior to this match, he had envisioned how he would respond if ever interviewed. Would he deliver the official, somewhat nonsensical responses akin to those of LeBron James? Or would he speak candidly from heart? Ultimately, He Xinghue opted for the humorous route. His frequent banter on the court might earn him the disdain of some fans. Yet he believed that cultivating a quirky persona could garner their understanding. Thus, He Xinghue decided to share a jest with Lucy to craft an image of one who revels in silliness. Really? Your expression hardly seems joyful, Lucy quipped, unable to suppress her commentary. Does this look like it? He Xinghue extended his index and middle fingers, positioning them on either side of his mouth, and playfully raised them, reminiscent of Stephen Chow's antics in Flirting Scholar, creating a comical smile. Lucy, having encountered countless interviews and conducted many herself, was taken aback by such a scenario. Subsequently, He Xinghue lowered his fingers, reverting to his previously serious, robotic demeanor. Lucy posed a few more questions before turning to the camera, stating, It appears that our star is quite a serious individual, yet his prowess. At that moment, the cameraman nearly broke into laughter, for He Xinghue was playfully sticking out his tongue and making faces at the lens. While these antics might not seem overly humorous on their own, the juxtaposition of He Xinghue's playful expressions with Lucy's solemn introduction about his serious nature significantly heightened the comedic effect. When Lucy turned back to ask He Xinghue another question, he once again adopted a robotic expression. Yet, as soon as she faced away, he formed a playful gesture with his thumb and index finger near his chin. The fans watching the live interview were on the verge of laughter. It wasn't until the interview concluded and He Xinghue returned to the locker room that the cameraman revealed the truth to Lucy. Naturally, Lucy was not angered by the playful jest, but rather delighted. In the realm of NBA interviews, there are countless segments, but few leave a lasting impression. As a journalist, Lucy astutely recognized that this playful exchange could become a talking point, potentially leading to her own rise in prominence. One intriguing character He Xinghue was, sparking Lucy's growing interest in him. Upon returning to the locker room, He Xinghue was once again the target of his teammates' antics. Observing their exuberant reactions, he almost believed they were the true heroes of a comeback victory. After a refreshing shower, he was reluctantly compelled to accompany the coach to the press conference. Following such a remarkable game, it was unavoidable to meet the press. Faced with a barrage of questions from reporters, He Xinghue continued his playful demeanor. After such a stellar performance, how do you feel? One reporter inquired. Very frustrated, he replied. He Xinghue's words are strikingly profound, leaving an indelible impression. Why? Several reporters clamored for answers, but He Xinghue's response was unexpectedly perplexing. Having replicated the iconic moment akin to McGrady, he found himself inexplicably despondent, which was rather confounding. I am merely a novice, he lamented. Having delivered such an exquisite performance now will undoubtedly lead the media to misconstrue my abilities as formidable. When I inevitably revert to my usual level of play, they will assert that I peaked upon my debut, claim that my skills have stagnated, accuse me of arrogance and complacency in my training, and suggest that I have betrayed the team's expectations. The mere thought of such possibilities fills me with regret for having participated in this match. If given the chance to relive the moment, I would surely inform the coach that I was unwell today. He Xinghue's words may seem like a display of ostentation, yet they hold a measure of truth. If a player averages 5 points in their inaugural season and 10 points in their second, the media will commend them, lauding their progress. Conversely, if a player averages 10 points in their first season and then drops to 5 in their second, they are doomed. The media will criticize from 100 different angles. The gathered journalists were momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. He Xinghue's words rendered them incapable of supporting him. Mike, what is your perspective on He's remarks? If given a chance to start afresh, would you relinquish the opportunity for he to replicate that iconic moment? The reporters, finding themselves at a loss with He Xinghue, swiftly turned their attention to Mike Dunleavy. Influenced by He Xinghue, Dunleavy responded with a hint of pride, stating, without a doubt, I would. After all, I favor victories that are solid and steady, rather than those fraught with perilous comebacks. If it were up to me, I would wish for every match to witness us leading from start to finish. Upon hearing this, the journalists inwardly cursed. This was not in line with the script they had anticipated. Chapter 17. Who in the world does not recognize you with an average of 20? 3 points over 3 games. He Xinghue's statistics are undeniably stellar. especially in an era where such figures are not as explosive as in later years. For comparison, the all-star Manu Ginobili averaged 28 points last season, his career peak, with most other seasons falling below the 20-point mark. Furthermore, Hsing-Hua is a rookie, a mere 60th pick. At this juncture, the first overall pick, Andrew Bogut, and the second pick, Marvin Williams, both have average scores in single digits. Meanwhile, third pick Darren Williams struggles, awaiting the wisdom of Sloan, only to find a stride in the latter half of the season. The most impressive rookie at this point is Chris Paul, the fourth pick, averaging 15 points alongside 7 assists, embodying the essence of a burgeoning superstar. Among this year's rookies, only Paul's performance can overshadow Hsing-Hua's. Others fall short in comparison. Were it not for Hsing-Hua's self-awareness, he would undoubtedly be soaring high at this moment. 3-game statistics do not tell the whole story. He understands he remains a novice, and the accumulation of Fury points is what truly warrants his attention. In a matchup against the Spurs, he garnered an impressive 880 Fury points, a significant harvest. Of this, 400 points were from Brown, 200 from Ginobili, and 280 from other players. Despite the substantial gain, the expenditure was considerable. A single pull-up shot by McGrady cost him 500 points. Presently, he is left with 720 Fury points, insufficient to upgrade even a B-level skill. Transitioning from D to C requires 100 Fury points, from C to B demands 500, and from B to A necessitates 2,000. The difficulty of upgrading escalates with each tier. Xiaoxing spent 600 points of anger to elevate his three-point ability from a D grade to a B grade. In the previous matches, he had showcased his three-point prowess, and should his performance suddenly regress to a D grade level, it would undoubtedly shock many fans. Therefore, he prioritized the enhancement of his three-point skills. The upgraded attribute changes are as follows. Hsing-Hua, standing a height of 197 meters with a wingspan of 210 meters and weighing 81 kilograms, possesses the following attributes: strength, D, speed, C, vertical leap, C. Shooting proficiency includes a three-point shooting grade of B, mid-range shooting grade of D, and driving to the basket grade of D. Technical skills are rated as follows: ball handling, D, passing, D, stealing, D. Defensive capabilities include one-on-one defense rated at B and help defense at D. Remaining rage value stands at 120 points. Overall assessment: a key player in NACC, a substitute with a specialized skill set in the NBA, and capable of making a slight impact under specific circumstances. A gentle reminder: do not become overly fixated on fleeting performances. Minimizing the use of props and focusing on enhancing one's strength is the true path to excellence. Hsing-Hua calmly organized his harvest in his rented apartment, while the outside world erupted in frenzy due to his presence. Media professionals were astounded to discover that Hsing-Hua was a wellspring of topics. Consequently, news related to him began to dominate the front pages of major newspapers. The moment reminiscent of Tracy McGrady's legendary performance reemerged. I once believed that such a spectacle was a final act that could never be replicated. Yet, merely a year later, a rookie from Hawaii has astonishingly duplicated this miracle. In the final 40 seconds, trailing by 8 points, he scored 13 points with 5 consecutive shots, defeating the defending champions. The Spurs? Oh, the unfortunate Spurs once more. The most formidable last-pick rookie. Over 3 games, he averaged 20 points, with a single game high of 36 points, all while emulating McGrady's moment. How did he fall to the 60th pick? The general managers of the other 29 teams ought to resign, and Joe Dumars of the Pistons should offer a public apology for trading away Hsing-Hua, who averaged 20 points, while retaining Malisic, who has yet to surpass an average of 2 points in his career. The Spurs defeated by trash talk. Statistics reveal that he uttered 23 taunts during the game, targeting players such as Brown, Ginobili, and Parker. Both Brown and Parker were incensed, resulting in physical confrontations with Hsing-Hua. The Spurs' defeat can largely be attributed to their psychological imbalance. A gentle reminder to players from other teams: when facing the Clippers, please wear headphones. The mocked Lucy, a player endowed with both talent and humor, has become a figure of intrigue. His infamous remark, "I regret delivering such a performance," remains etched in history. Hsing-Hua finds himself with the Clippers, yet his heart resides with the Heat. Once he proclaimed the Heat as champions and even danced at a party with O'Neal, raising suspicions of a potential transfer. Throughout the lengthy season, not every day is laden with excitement. Yet, when a topic of significant interest arises, the media scrambles to cover it. Even unrelated players find themselves fielding questions like, he has replicated a moment akin to McGrady's. What are your thoughts? It was an astonishing match, and I can hardly contain my eagerness to face him once more. Upon learning of He Xinghui's performance, a wave of inexplicable emotion washed over Kobe. He scored 37 points, surpassing He Xinghui. Regrettably, the journalists seemed oblivious, focusing solely on inquiries regarding He Xinghui. Nonetheless, Kobe had to concede that such a performance was remarkable, requiring both skill and a stroke of fortune. Reflecting on the individual who relentlessly taunted him, Kobe felt a burgeoning desire for confrontation. He yearned for retribution, to make that illustrious young man understand who truly reigned supreme in the league. Numerous players were interviewed, including the illustrious McGrady himself. This is a splendid display, and I am delighted to see someone replicate this classic moment. He is an exceptional player, akin to Yao, McGrady remarked with a smile. Yet, internally, he felt a pang of frustration. Had He Xinghui not delivered such a performance, his own moment would have remained a unique and priceless masterpiece. Now, with 2 moments of brilliance, his own legacy inevitably diminished. Who could remain unperturbed in such a situation? Moreover, he loathed being compared to a rookie, as if he were a novice himself. He preferred the media to draw comparisons between him and legends like Kobe or Iverson. This is a magnificent performance, and I am genuinely pleased for him. I hope he can sustain this level of excellence. I can hardly wait to join forces with him on the international stage. Yao Ming expressed his sentiments, offering both praise and encouragement, reminiscent of a seasoned mentor. Amidst the accolades, there were, of course, discordant voices. He is a deceitful individual whose focus lies not on the game, but rather on employing dubious tactics to secure victories. Such behavior is not commendable. This criticism came from an unnamed point guard of the Spurs, who asserted that He Xinghui disrespects the essence of basketball. Fans of the Spurs and those who harbor disdain for He Xinghui readily embraced this sentiment. Conversely, for those who admire He Xinghui, it is merely the lament of a sore loser. It is well known that the Spurs have historically resorted to any means necessary in their pursuit of victory. Other teams may feel entitled to look down upon He Xinghui, but the Spurs clearly do not. Regardless of personal sentiments, following this match, He Xinghui is no longer troubled by a lack of fans. He has become a household name throughout the league. Chapter 18. The prank quickly arranged a meeting with He. I hope it's not too late. The renowned NBA agent Leon Rose instructed his assistant while letting out a silent sigh. After He Xinghui's game against the Heat, he had noticed this uniquely styled, highly talked about rookie with immense potential. At that moment, he had intended to reach out and sign He Xinghui. However, due to the numerous players he managed and the volume of tasks at hand, he procrastinated. Initially, Leon Rose didn't dwell on it, believing that a few days' delay would not be significant. Little did he anticipate that He Xinghui would suddenly deliver a sensational performance that would capture everyone's attention. Consequently, securing a contract with He Xinghui would no longer be a straightforward endeavor. Boss, his phone is turned off, his assistant reported helplessly. Meanwhile, many prominent agents attempting to make contact with He Xinghui found themselves unsuccessful. In contrast, a relatively unknown individual named Mark Collins found himself seated before He Xinghui. Mark was not more capable than the other high-profile agents. Rather, he was simply more diligent and focused. After He's game against the Lakers, he had taken note of He Xinghui and discovered that he had no agent. At that moment, Mark began his pursuit. It wasn't until today that he had finally discerned He Xinghui's address, and after a series of follow-ups, he managed to secure a meeting. Allow me to introduce myself. I hope to become your agent. Mark spoke rapidly, seemingly overwhelmed with anxiety, eager to complete his pitch before He Xinghui lost patience. Sure. Before Mark could finish, He Xinghui readily agreed. He had no particular demands regarding an agent. He didn't require someone of great renown. This individual, though currently obscure, demonstrated considerable perseverance and initiative through his diligent inquiries and pursuit. Okay. Mark was momentarily taken aback. He had envisioned countless reasons for rejection and had prepared responses for all of them. Yet, none of that was necessary, as He Xinghui's immediate acceptance left him in disbelief. Of course, you just need to agree to one condition. He Xinghui observed the awkward demeanor of the individual before him, unable to resist the urge to tease him a little. No problem. Feel free to speak, he encouraged. Mark's face beamed with a smile. He was willing to concede to any terms as long as he could secure He Xinghui's signature. He understood that if he failed to sign an NBA player soon, he would face dire consequences and lose his livelihood. To Mark, He Xinghui's demands were merely about negotiating a lower commission or gaining more leverage during transfer. Such concerns were trivial to Mark, or rather, he felt he lacked the standing to be concerned about them. You see, the moment I laid eyes on you, my heart began to race, and an extraordinary feeling enveloped me. Of course, I am not gay. Although this is a land of freedom, I am aware that a gay individual often struggles to gain genuine acceptance. So, what is your perspective on the matter? He Xinghui mimicked the inner turmoil and apprehension of someone confessing their feelings to another man. It must be said that he possesses a remarkable talent for performance. This expression completely deceived Mark. His eyes widened in astonishment, as he never anticipated stumbling upon such explosive gossip. Given He Xinghui's current level of fame, the news that He Xinghui is gay could easily fetch a sum of $10,000. What filled Mark with dread was the implication that He Xinghui seemed to suggest he wanted to engage in some form of unspoken agreement with him. Upon grasping He Xinghui's intentions, Mark was nearly moved to tears. He realized that in order to secure the rights to sign He Xinghui, he would have to succumb to He Xinghui's unspoken demands. This thought sent a torrent of conflicting emotions racing through Mark's mind. As a staunch heterosexual, the mere idea of having He Xinghui standing behind him made Mark feel nauseous. What does that expression signify? Do you harbor a disdain for gay individuals? He Xinghui feigned anger. No, that's not what I meant. I hold complete respect for other sexual orientations. As you mentioned, this is a free country, Mark hurriedly clarified. So, does that mean you are accepting? He Xinghui chuckled and inquired. I. Mark expressed his desire to weep. He was reluctant to relinquish this job, yet he found it impossible to accept the notion of a male-male relationship. Ha. I was merely jesting. Worry not. I am a true gentleman, with a penchant for voluptuous beauties. Do you have the contract? I can sign it right now. Noticing Mark's lips move as if he were about to acquiesce, He Xinghui promptly halted this jest. What? Mark nearly twisted his back at this unexpected turn. He sighed in relief, grateful that he had hesitated to respond and had almost given in. Hey, relax. Don't you Americans enjoy a good prank? I was just kidding with you. He Xinghui, fearing that Mark might not believe him, repeated himself. However, the more he explained, the more perplexed Mark became. He was not a novice when it came to romance. He understood that some individuals prefer to express their feelings through jest, only to retreat when the situation turned serious. At that moment, He Xinghui resembled such a person. Could it be that he truly identified as gay? The goosebumps that had just faded from Mark's skin reemerged. Nevertheless, regardless of He Xinghui's sexual orientation, he presented the contract. Mark had made up his mind to persist until He Xinghui decided to take action. On the day when He Xinghui could no longer contain himself and made a bold move, Mark would resign and terminate the agreement. The contract adhered to the industry's standard format, with the only elements requiring manual input being the numerical figures. He Xinghui did not make any demands. Yet Mark took the initiative to set the salary commission at 1% and the endorsement share at 10%. This division of profits is rather minimal. Why did Mark choose to demonstrate his sincerity? Or perhaps he wished to avoid being indebted to He Xinghui to the extent that he could be coerced in the future, thus resolutely opting for this division? Upon finishing his signature, He Xinghui extended his hand. On the surface, Mark maintained a calm demeanor. Yet internally, he was in a state of profound anxiety. When their palms met, a shiver coursed through him. As the contract signing concluded and he gazed at He Xinghui's departing figure, Mark lamented, "It is truly not easy to be a man. When women face workplace harassment, they can report it to the authorities. If I were to do the same, I doubt the police would even believe me." Nevertheless, he mused that if given a chance to start anew, he would still choose to sign with He Xinghui. After all, it is all about the money. Moreover, even if he refrained from signing, there would be plenty willing to do so. Those who complain about being coerced into unspoken agreements are oblivious to the multitude yearning for such opportunities but lacking the connections. Chapter 19. The endorsement contract having secured a deal with the agent, He Xinghui finally powered on his phone. Several missed calls and unread messages awaited him. As the saying goes, fame brings its share of troubles. Once one rises to prominence, leading a tranquil life becomes exceedingly difficult. Among the missed calls were his mother, Kai Qiujuan, and numerous relatives, including his cousin Kai Xiumei. These required prompt responses. There were also messages from former middle school classmates and friends from his hometown that warranted selective replies. Additionally, he dismissed a multitude of random, unknown numbers. Shortly after powering on, his phone rang, revealing a call from the renowned basketball agent Dan Feigen, who would later represent Yi Jinlian. "I have already signed a contract with Mark Collins," he stated. He Xinghui elucidated, "Who is Mark Collins?" Dan Fagan had never heard of this individual. He may not be very well known. He Xinghui remarked that players should select their agents with great caution, suggesting that further contemplation is warranted. "If you reconsider, I can assist in smoothing things over," Dan Fagan continued to persuade. "I believe there is no need for that. My expectations for an agent are minimal. Mark arrived first, hence I signed with him." As a result of Mark Collins being the first to meet He Xinghui, he made the decision to choose Mark, a fact that reached several renowned agents. In that moment, they were nearly apoplectic. After all, selecting an agent should not feel as hasty as shopping a market. What compounded their regret was the realization that such a splendid opportunity slipped through their fingers, benefiting that scoundrel Mark instead. Following the match against the Spurs, many astute observers sensed that He Xinghui's market value had reached a level comparable to that of Yao Ming. Though his current prowess may not yet rival Yao's, he excels in showmanship, self-presentation, and generating buzz. Having played only 3 games, he had already made more headlines than most players do in a lifetime. One could say He Xinghui is a veritable cash cow, and now, this lucrative opportunity was entirely squandered on Mark Collins. Upon the announcement of He Xinghui's signing with Mark Collins, Mark's phone was inundated with calls. Companies ranging from Nike and Adidas to Coca-Cola and Gatorade were clamoring for he to endorse their products. A plethora of other miscellaneous companies also vied for his attention. Notably, Gatorade offered a staggering $3 million for the rights to the iconic image of he drinking water after making a game-winning shot, a demand that seemed outrageous. Yet, Mark regarded it as entirely justifiable. Some photographs of significant historical value can find numerous applications, such as the famous image of Michael Jordan soaring from the free throw line for a dunk. He Xinghui's confident moment of drinking water after his decisive shot is equally classic and undeniably cool. If this image were to be crafted into a poster, it would undoubtedly be coveted by countless fans, adorning their rooms while they fantasize about replicating that scene on the court and eliciting screams from numerous admirers. In Mark's eyes, He Xinghui's image surpasses even the legendary dunk by Jordan. After all, free throw line dunks have become rather commonplace and easily replicated. Mark countered with a demand of $5 million, while also promoting the rights to another memorable image of he celebrating prematurely. That scene was also quite iconic. Under different circumstances, it would have easily captured the headlines, but at present, it was overshadowed by He Xinghui's climactic game winner. 4 years for $10 million? Are you jesting with me? Mark nearly stood up to leave, as Adidas's offer was utterly absurd. Just a few years prior, Yao Ming's shoe endorsement deal was a staggering 7 years for $50 million, while LeBron surpassed that with a 7-year contract worth $93 million. He Xinghui's current prowess indeed pales in comparison to those two, yet he is merely 19 years old, with boundless potential for growth. Who can assert that he lacks the promise to surpass them? Furthermore, He Xinghui excels at garnering attention. He is perpetually in the news, thus enhancing his commercial value. Mark previously anticipated an annual figure of $7 million. Anything less would render him reluctant to agree, as it would cast him in an unfavorable light. For a rookie who has only played 3 games, this figure is already quite generous, as Carlos, Adidas representative, noted. If you believe the magnitude of the contract hinges on the number of games played, then let us reconvene after he has participated in a few more, Mark retorted. Well, Mark, what do you believe, or rather, what do you wish to demand? Carlos inquired. Consider this. Yao's scoring in his first 3 games was merely in single digits. He will undoubtedly achieve greater heights, establishing himself as the foremost figure in Chinese basketball. Moreover, he is a guard with significant sneaker sales potential, perhaps in 2 years. He could be heralded as Jordan's successor. Stop. Just state the amount you desire, Carlos interjected, halting Mark's grandiose claims. If left unchecked, it would lead to a scenario where He Xinghui might challenge Jordan for the title of basketball deity. At that juncture, $100 million would be indispensable. 4 years for $40 million is a fair price. Any figure below that is non-negotiable. As Mark continued to boast, he failed to sway his adversary and instead became entangled in his own rhetoric. He realized that his initial demand of $7 million per year was too modest, and thus increased it by $3 million. No organization would offer he a 4-year, $40 million deal. Even Kobe's contract back then was a mere 6 years for $48 million. Do not suggest that he could surpass Kobe in the future. Carlos chuckled, finding Mark Collins' naivety laughable and his offers absurdly inflated. Such an attitude would preclude any possibility of reaching an agreement, ultimately harming He Xinghui. The negotiations with Nike unfolded similarly, with Nike displaying slightly more goodwill by proposing a 6-year, $24 million deal, averaging $4 million per year. However, this fell significantly short of Mark's exorbitant demands. Those blinded by prejudice are to be damned. Their refusal to offer you a substantial contract merely reflects their lack of faith in your abilities, Mark lamented before He Xinghui, seemingly seeking to deflect blame, asserting that the failure to secure a contract was not his fault, but rather a result of the other party's narrow-mindedness. However, He Xinghui shared this sentiment. 6 years for $24 million? That is an insult. While others may doubt his potential, he himself is unwaveringly confident. Thus, he positions himself among the elite echelon alongside Kobe and LeBron, categorically rejecting any offer of 6 years for $24 million. I will make my demands known. I require an endorsement contract averaging $10 million per year, and for each day that the signing is delayed. The amount shall escalate by 10,000. He Xinghui remarked that this is indeed a form of publicity. No one has engaged in such a manner before. As the pioneer of this approach, he is bound to attract countless eyes. Should his future performances falter, this method of self-promotion could very well backfire. However, if he manages to maintain consistent excellence, this will be deemed a successful publicity stunt. Could this be a touch too audacious? Mark, taken aback, had not anticipated that He Xinghui possessed an even more fiery temperament than his own. Remain composed. There are far more exhilarating events awaiting you in the future. He Xinghui chuckled. Chapter 20. The news keeps coming. Who does he think he is, James? Even James never exhibited such arrogance, Carlos scoffed. The last one who proclaimed that a mere $10 million wasn't enough to support a family has since retired. Another colleague burst into laughter. He was amused by the star Sprewell, who, like He Xinghui, had boasted this summer that he would prefer to stay home rather than accept a salary less than $10 million a year. Ultimately, no team was willing to meet that demand, forcing Sprewell into an awkward retirement. In reality, many aspire to make bold statements, yet fear ending up in a predicament similar to Sprewell's. The NBA circles are quite insular, and soon major sneaker companies caught wind of He Xinghui's demand for a $10 million annual salary, which was set to increase by 10,000 each day starting yesterday. When discussing this news, those in the industry spoke with a tone laced with mockery. They even orchestrated a collective halt in negotiations with Mark, attempting to leave him hanging. Meanwhile, He Xinghui had already flown with his team to Indiana for the game. Those sneaker executives who had been rebuffed by Mark were fervently hoping for a decline in He Xinghui's performance. However, their wishes went unfulfilled. Although the Clippers lost to the Pacers, He Xinghui's performance remained commendable. 5 out of 10 shooting, 4 out of 7 from three-point range, totaling 14 points. While not as dazzling as 36, 14 points were certainly respectable for a rookie. Executives from Nike and Adidas had to concede that He Xinghui possessed potential as he matured. A $10 million salary could indeed be justified. Nevertheless, having recently soured their relationship with Mark, they hesitated to re-engage in negotiations immediately. They sought to have the media downplay He Xinghui's performance. Carlos, seizing the opportunity, aimed to have the media tarnish He Xinghui's reputation, instilling worry in both he and Mark Collins. Thus, following He Xinghui's efficient display, the media headline read, "The marvelous kid no longer marvelous," insinuating that He Xinghui's performance had drastically declined compared to the previous game. Such news might deceive the uncritical. Yet anyone with a semblance of reason understands that the 36 points, the game-winning shot, and the T-Mac moment were extraordinary feats, not reflective of He Xinghui's true capabilities. In addition to this misleading comparison, the media also questioned He Xinghui's defensive skills and labeled his play as unsportsmanlike. They suggested that the league should prohibit trash-talking on the court, as it detracts from the game's enjoyment. This commentary originated from the Fox News. Something seems amiss. Your performance was undeniably strong. Why do the media appear so blind? Carlos had succeeded, and Mark was beginning to feel anxious. Media evaluations often influence a player's market value. This could prove advantageous. Let them cast their shadows. As long as my performance continues to improve, the fans will increasingly despise them, and in turn, feel sympathy for me, ultimately growing fond of my presence. He Xinghui smiled, not allowing the slander to weigh heavily on his heart. Indeed, being criticized can serve as a means of enhancing one's notoriety. Historical inquiries have shown that the basketball player with the most fans is LeBron James. Yet he also possesses the highest number of detractors. Consequently, every move he makes garners significant attention, elevating his commercial value. All right, you're the boss. Your word is final. Following this, Mark elaborated on his promotional strategy for He Xinghui. Currently, He Xinghui's performance has been commendable, yet he has not secured a starting position. Therefore, Mark intends to engage with the Clippers management. Prior to this discussion, he seeks to acquire some negotiating leverage, such as trade rumors. Mark plans to orchestrate several news pieces, suggesting that the Heat are interested in acquiring Hsing Hui and that other teams are also considering him as a foundational player for their roster. This strategy aims to apply pressure on the Clippers to grant Hsing Hui a starting role. Hsing Hui tacitly agreed, as he too desires increased playing time, and a starting position would facilitate the accumulation of his anger points. Playing as a substitute often pits him against lesser-known opponents, with whom he is unfamiliar, making it challenging to identify their weaknesses and deliver incisive trash talk. Conversely, he is more acquainted with the starters. Thus, Mark set his plan into motion. He prompted a reporter to pose a question to Shaquille O'Neal during an interview, inquiring whether he would welcome a player like Hsing Hui on his team. While O'Neal's true feelings remain unknown, he publicly expressed his approval. Consequently, this statement was interpreted as O'Neal's dissatisfaction with the current lineup, advocating for the addition of Hsing Hui to bolster the team. Another journalist questioned the Grizzlies manager about the desire for a player capable of producing T-Mac moments, to which the manager eagerly responded in the affirmative, genuinely wishing for such a talent. The relatively obscure Grizzlies desperately need a player who can captivate audiences. If the Clippers are willing to negotiate, they would at least be prepared to part with 3 first-round picks. Thus, reports emerged detailing the Grizzlies' interest in acquiring Hsing Hui as a cornerstone for their franchise. Simultaneously, as the Clippers' next opponent is the Pistons, the team that initially selected Hsing Hui before trading him. This connection was inevitably highlighted by reporters. They interviewed Joe Dumars, asking, "Do you regret trading away a rookie averaging nearly 20 points per game?" Dumars replied, "Regret is certainly present, but I cannot admit to it." He continued, "The Pistons are a championship-contending team. We lack the opportunity to develop newcomers, unlike the Clippers." Implicitly, Dumars suggested that Hsing Hui's impressive statistics stem from playing on a struggling team. In other words, Melisic's underwhelming performance was a result of being with the Pistons, implying that the Pistons are a graveyard for rookies. The reporter continued to inquire. Despite being the second overall pick in the 2003 draft, his statistics remained dismal, averaging less than 2 points per game. Dumas vowed that if it weren't for the cameras and recording devices present, he would have certainly retaliated with a swift blow. Ultimately, our decision was vindicated. It was precisely because our choice was sound that we secured the championship in 2004. Our goal for this season remains to clinch the title. And thus, I do not regret letting go of he. After uttering these words, Dumas turned and walked away, embodying the stubbornness inherent in their profession. To candidly admit one's lack of foresight would be the true folly. Damn, all news related to he. On the plane, Chris Cummon vented his frustrations. Transfer rumors, Dumas's interviews, endorsements. It was a mixed bag of both positive and negative press, yet Hsing Hui undeniably occupied a significant portion of the discourse, brimming with intrigue. Some astute individuals at Nike and Adidas had already recognized that attempts to undermine Hsing Hui through media channels had failed, only serving to bolster his fame. Chapter 21. Fierce Rivals. On the 15th, the Clippers faced off against the Pistons on their home turf. Initially, this match was not slated for nationwide broadcast, as prior to this season, the Clippers had languished at the bottom of the league with little recognition. However, the emergence of Hsing Hui had propelled the Clippers into the spotlight. Consequently, TNT decided to air the game, featuring the ever-popular Charles Barkley and Kenny Smith as commentators. Before the match commenced, the two entertainers were already lightening the mood. He is demanding a $10 million annual shoe contract. Today's youth truly have lofty aspirations, Barkley mused. In his prime, as a premier star in the league, his salary barely reached a few million. Yet here was a rookie, having played only 4 games, boldly seeking a $10 million endorsement, utterly outrageous. Times have changed, Jazz. Given his commercial value, I believe he deserves that amount, Barkley countered. While Barkley considered it excessive, Smith naturally disagreed, as their dynamic required them to play opposite roles. Their banter was always more entertaining than mere mutual praise. No, it's impossible for any company to grant him such a lucrative contract. Let us make a wager. If any company offers him a $10 million endorsement, I will kiss your backside, Barkley declared. Come on, can we not have a more original wager? Why do you always fixate on my backside? Two individuals were generating laughter as the players took to the court. When it was Hsing Hui's turn to enter, the audience responded with a mix of applause and jeers. This reaction, in itself, could be deemed a remarkable achievement, as it is rare for a last-round rookie to garner such attention from fans. Clearly, in the eyes of the Pistons supporters, He Xinghui had transcended the status of an ordinary rookie. The sentiments toward him were decidedly mixed. Some fans expressed regret and cast blame on Dumars, while others staunchly defended Dumars and took a disliking to He Xinghui. Nevertheless, these opinions did not sway He Xinghui. In this match, he was given a starting position. Whether this was the decision of Dunleavy or a response for the Clippers management to public sentiment remained uncertain. As the game commenced, the Clippers starting lineup featured Mobley, He Xinghui, Magette, Brand, and Come On. The Pistons countered with Billups, Hamilton, Prince, Rasheed Wallace, and Ben Wallace. Gazing at the opposing lineup, He Xinghui felt a shiver run down his spine. Although the Pistons lacked a superstar, every position was filled with formidable players. Billups consistently ranked among the league's elite in efficiency. While his statistics might not be explosive, his contributions to the team were substantial. Hamilton, dubbed the Little Cockroach for his relentless energy, often averaged over 20 points per season, earning multiple All-Star selections. Prince, though lesser known, was a defensive stalwart, frequently recognized as a member of the all-defensive second team. The likes of Leonard, known for his tenacious defense, did not always make the first team and often found himself relegated to the second team. Thus, those who consistently occupied the second-team positions were not to be underestimated. Rasheed, known for his fierce demeanor, was a four-time All-Star, while Ben Wallace was celebrated as a multiple-time All-Star and the best defensive player. He Xinghui vaguely recalls that the Pistons achieved an impressive record of 64 wins and 18 losses this season, securing the top position in the entire league. Thus, the current Pistons are even stronger than the Spurs. Fortunately, this year, the Clippers also boast a commendable roster. In the absence of He Xinghui, they attained 47 victories, ranking 6th in the Western Conference and qualifying for the playoffs. He Xinghui has certainly seized an opportunity, with some media outlets attributing the current success of the Clippers to his contributions. As the whistle blew, Come On utilized his height to seize the basketball, initiating an offensive play for the Clippers. Defending against He Xinghui was Hamilton, to which He Xinghui responded without hesitation. "Rip, AJ is reserved for the All-Stars." This was reminiscent of the words once spoken by the legendary Jordan to Hamilton, who had approached Jordan with aspirations of endorsing AJ, only to receive a devastating blow to his hopes. However, Hamilton has since risen to become an All-Star and secured the AJ endorsement. Thus, He Xinghui's remark holds little weight against the now accomplished Hamilton. This is merely the prelude. He Xinghui remains unhurried. He diligently follows the coach's tactics, moving actively. Yet Hamilton remains relentless, denying He Xinghui any opportunity. "Rip, do you mind if I feel your bones to see if they're soft?" One must understand that a person of true integrity does not persist in approaching after being rebuffed. He Xinghui, continues to express his thoughts. He believes that after being rejected by Jordan, Hamilton likely harbored the sentiment of "you may disregard me now, but in the future, I shall make you regret your indifference." However, when confronted with the tangible benefits of reality, Hamilton ultimately chose AJ even after achieving fame. Is there perhaps a trace of helplessness within this decision? He Xinghui was uncertain, so he decided to give a try. As expected, the previously indifferent Hamilton shot a fierce glare at He Xinghui, clearly displeased by his words. Simultaneously, he bestowed upon He Xinghui a noteworthy 40 points of anger. He Xinghui chuckled to himself, realizing that his system possessed the uncanny ability to invade others' privacy. In the first defensive play, Brand was hindered by Rasheed's interference, and among the Pistons' starting lineup, aside from Hamilton, all were formidable defenders. As the Pistons launched their attack, He Xinghui instantly felt the burden of starting, overwhelmed by the immense defensive pressure. Hamilton's stamina was extraordinary, resulting in his incessant movement during the offense, compelling He Xinghui to follow suit, leading to a far more rapid depletion of his energy than usual. "Rip, do you understand why you are compelled to run so much?" He Xinghui inquired. "Why?" This time, Hamilton could not help but respond, "Because you are weak. A remarkable player like Jordan can seize the ball and initiate an attack effortlessly. Conversely, your lack of strength compels you to rely on movement to create opportunities." He Xinghui remarked that Hamilton once again demonstrated his prowess by contributing 20 points of fury, as his observations were indeed grounded in truth. However, he is not a top-tier expert and relies heavily on strategy to make an impact. Fortunately, Hamilton is not lacking in intelligence, he retorted, asserting that even at his weakest, he surpasses he. Not only does he lack the ability for a strong offensive, but he also fails to seize opportunities to execute any tactical maneuvers. He Xinghui, is at a loss for tears. One often walks by the river. How can one avoid getting their shoes wet? Today, he too has been pierced to the heart. If you insist on saying it this way, then I shall not relent. He Xinghui resolved to teach Hamilton a lesson and proceeded to acquire some props. Following the previous match against the Pacers, he had amassed a total of 450 Fury points. Initially intending to save them for enhancing his attributes, he now found himself immersed in the system, selecting skills. The fadeaway jumper, Jordan's version, which disregards defense with an 80 accuracy rate and lasts for 3 minutes, was priced at 200 Fury points. This was the one he chose. He Xinghui was poised to educate Hamilton, ensuring he understood the essence of true mid-range play. Chapter 22, A Explosive Start. What? Hamilton was nearly amused to the point of laughter by this statement. Even Michael Jordan would not dare to utter such grandiose claims. As the transition unfolded, the Clippers launched an offensive, and He Xinghui reached out for the ball. Once he shed his rookie mindset, the entire team found themselves a loss with him. After all, both Mobley and Brand prioritized the team's overall welfare, while Kumon lacked the ambition to assume leadership and Magette firmly identified himself as a role player. Consequently, Mobley entrusted the ball to He Xinghui for a one-on-one play. This was akin to the treatment bestowed upon Kobe. Witnessing this scene, Barkley could not help but comment, "Is the Clippers' intention to rebuild? This is rather hasty. No team would allow a rookie to take on such a pivotal role without the context of rebuilding." He Xinghui received the ball, his back against Hamilton, and awkwardly nudged it without any significant impact, followed by a leaning jump shot. The resemblance to Jordan was striking. His form was nothing short of exquisite. The ball swished through the net effortlessly. I have asserted before that truly exceptional individuals do not require tactics. He Xinghui remarked, expressing his frustration towards Hamilton, who, despite his irritation, found himself at a loss for words. Naturally, Hamilton felt a sense of indignation, believing that He Xinghui's success stemmed merely from luck rather than genuine skill. If he truly possessed such remarkable single-player abilities, wouldn't he be the next Jordan? Soon, Hamilton was astonished to realize that He Xinghui's offensive techniques seemed far removed from mere fortune. After just a few exchanges, He Xinghui had already scored a perfect 4 out of 4 attempts, securing all of the team's initial 8 points. Remarkably, less than 3 minutes had elapsed in the game. This performance undeniably exuded the aura of a superstar. "Rip," he mused, "do you think Jordan would seek me out to endorse AJ after witnessing my display?" As He Xinghui scored, his banter did not wane. Although Hamilton displayed greater resilience, he nonetheless found himself occasionally yielding a considerable amount of frustration points. As the skill time drew to a close, He Xinghui landed his 5th mid-range shot. "I imagine the coach should have called a timeout by now, substituting you after such a devastating performance." He Xinghui remarked that, coincidentally, it was at this very moment that Sanders called for a timeout. This pause instantly dealt a severe blow to Hamilton, who was unwilling to admit that he had been outperformed by a rookie. What has happened to the Pistons today? Have they all consumed a dose of misfortune? He Xinghui scored 5 consecutive goals, prompting Barkley to remark that the Pistons' defense resembled a leaky faucet. "Charles, is that wager you mentioned still valid?" Smith chuckled, adding, "I think I can accept that. If necessary, I can find a donkey to bring along." He firmly believed that a player possessing Jordan's signature skills could justifiably secure a $1 million endorsement deal. On this day, Hua will also broadcasted the game between the Clippers and the Pistons. Delaying the broadcast would surely draw ire from fans. "Splendid. An impeccable textbook fadeaway jumper," Yu Jia praised. With 5 shots and 5 conversions, he efficiently accumulated 10 points, catching the Pistons off guard, a reasonable outcome. Zhang Healy had previously expressed that He Xinghui's insistence on isolation plays seemed somewhat unreasonable. However, as he scored flawlessly, he found himself compelled to retract his statement. As long as points are scored, any tactic becomes reasonable. "Coach Zhang, based on Xingzi's current performance, do you think his prowess could surpass that of Yao Ming? After all, he is performing better than Yao did in his rookie season," Yu Jia inquired. "It's difficult to say. There have been too few games. Nonetheless, his potential is limitless. Anything is possible." Zhang Healy found this question challenging to address and offer a vague response. In stark contrast to their caution, fans in Hua Guo expressed their opinions without reservation. It was evident that Xinggu outperformed Yao Ming, boasting a higher average score. Clearly, you're a pseudo-fan. One cannot gauge a player's ability solely by points. Yao's contributions on defense are irreplaceable. Yet, it was undeniable that Xingji's style of play was more captivating and extravagant. They do not even play the same position. Why must we compare them? The stronger they both are, the better our chances at the Olympics. Fans engaged in lively debate. sharing various viewpoints. However, one consensus emerged. He Xinghui's flair surpassed that of Yao Ming, garnering him a multitude of fans. At the Palace of Auburn Hills in Detroit, Saunders vented at Hamilton before outlining a defensive strategy without making substitutions. Among the Pistons bench, only the point guard and forward possessed any real strength. While there were many shooting guards, only Hamilton was deemed truly capable. The rest were either too old or too inexperienced, with no one averaging more than 5 points. As the game resumed, Billups and Prince intensified their defensive efforts against Xinghui, much to his delight. The moment for his signature fadeaway jumper had arrived, and although he initially intended to refrain from further attacks, he opted to continue requesting the ball to draw the defense, seeking opportunities to pass to Mobley and Maggette. Although his passing was rather average, he managed to avoid errors when his teammates were left open. This is insane. The Clippers are genuinely positioning he as their core player, even entrusting him with playmaking duties. Barkley passionately critiques the situation, noting that the Clippers have failed to reach the playoffs for several years and have suffered in the competition for fans against the Lakers. It is indeed time for some changes, Smith remarked. He Xinghui is a Chinese national, and if he is nurtured into a core player, the Clippers could indeed become the primary team for the Chinese market, attracting overseas fans. This presents a viable path for the Clippers. Unbeknownst to them, their discussions have influenced many, including Donald Sterling, the owner of the Clippers, who is watching the game. Sterling is often labeled as miserly, unwilling to invest an extra penny into the team. In his quest to save money, he has even refrained from hiring a trainer, opting instead for the head coach to bandage the players. The idea of offering high salaries to players is out of the question, as the team's payroll consistently ranks among the lowest in the league. However, outsiders must concede that Sterling is a shrewd businessman. He has never engaged in a losing venture. He has never admitted to being tight-fisted, but his previous reluctance to invest stemmed from a lack of hope in the Clippers. In terms of reputation, they cannot compete with the Lakers. In terms of strength, the era of Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant was a time of dominance over them. Yet now, Sterling senses an opportune moment to invest. With Shaquille having departed from the Lakers, only Kobe remains to lead the team in pursuit of high draft picks. And the Clippers now hold the potential to surpass the Lakers in terms of strength. Moreover, Sterling perceives potential in He Xinghui for popularity. By establishing he as a core player, the market in China could be secured. Coupled with He's talent for showmanship, he could serve as a magnet for American fans. Chapter 23. The recline after 9 minutes into the first quarter, He Xinghui and several key players were successively substituted. During the latter part of the quarter, he attempted 3 shots, making only 1 3-pointer, which reflected his true capability. However, the Pistons' excessive focus on he allowed Maggette to shine. By the end of the first quarter, the Clippers surprisingly led by 6 points with a score of 30-24, with he contributing an impressive 13 points and 3 assists. On the court, the substitutes were engaged in a competitive struggle. While he and his teammates shared laughter off the court, one might wonder, what would happen if I were to provoke the Pistons fans now and ignite a brawl reminiscent of the infamous Palace of Auburn Hills incident? Wouldn't that be entertaining? He Xinghui inquired. No, this is not entertaining at all. Calm down, my friend. There is no need for this. Come on. Startled, hurriedly embraced He Xinghui, realizing that he was the type of person who feared neither heaven nor earth and relished creating chaos. Alas, yet again, he missed an opportunity for fame and recognition. Just consider, if you diligently play your entire life, how many individuals will truly know and remember you. However, if you were to engage in a brawl with fans, you could swiftly attain notoriety. He Xinghui remarked that Jackson's career was rather unremarkable. Had it not been for the fierce battle at the Palace of Auburn Hills, he would never have earned the title of Marshall Saint. Such notoriety is hardly worth having. Carmen, being an adult, was not easily swayed by He Xinghui's fallacious reasoning. Halfway through the second quarter, He Xinghui and Carmen were once again substituted in, relishing the treatment of starters. Upon seeing He Xinghui take the court, Pistons head coach Saunders felt an inexplicable sense of unease. During He Xinghui's rest, the Pistons had been performing admirably, gradually leveling the score. In a familiar contest such as this, Saunders managed with ease. However, the emergence of He Xinghui, an unpredictable variable, began to give him a headache. He Xinghui's strength and technical characteristics remain an enigma. While one might assert that He Xinghui is formidable, his performance in the latter half of the first quarter belied such a claim, rendering any investment of energy in him seemingly unwarranted. Conversely, to dismiss He Xinghui's prowess would be folly, as he dazzled with a remarkable 5 consecutive shots at the outset. Presently, Sanders finds himself in a quandary, neither daring to underestimate Xing Hui nor inclined to fully acknowledge his capabilities. Sean, you and Richard will switch defensive assignments. You are to closely mark that rookie wearing number 60, Sanders instructed Prince. As the game progressed, Xing Hui noted with resignation that Prince had taken on the role of his defender. On the court, Prince maintained a low profile, and in life, he mirrored that modesty, presenting no apparent points of contention. Thus, Xing Hui resolved to continue targeting Hamilton's heart. Oh, why are you guarding me now? What happened to that ugly guy who was marking me earlier? Has the coach abandoned him? Xing Hui spoke loudly. Not only Hamilton, who was merely 2 steps away, but even Ben, stationed beneath the basket, could hear him. With an impassive expression, Prince reached out and deftly snatched the basketball from Xing Hui's hands, making him pay the price for his loquacity. Xing Hui's awkward retreat in defense was somewhat alleviated by the fact that every player experiences moments of being intercepted. Thus, this particular error did not weigh heavily on Deng Liwei's mind. On the defensive front, Xing Hui maintained his option to shadow Hamilton. However, he failed to learn from his previous missteps, continuing to engage in petty banter. Are you wearing that mask to conceal your ugliness? I would suggest a black one. A transparent mask will only accentuate your flaws. Xing Hui reminded him with good intentions. At that moment, Hamilton, having sustained an injury to his nose with the cartilage shattered, was compelled to don a protective mask, thereby earning the moniker of Mask Hero. I wear this to safeguard the cartilage of my nose, Hamilton couldn't help but explain, only to regret his words immediately, having previously admonished himself to disregard Xing Hui. Yet, less than a minute into the match, he succumbed. Oh, so it is to protect the cartilage. Indeed, you are quite the softy. Xing Hui continued to provoke, fueled by Hamilton's fury at a level of 100. In the next round, Xing Hui persisted in calling him coward. If you keep yapping, I will show you what true strength is with my fists, Hamilton warned. However, the warning fell on deaf ears. Xing Hui's eyes brightened with excitement, nearly leaning into Hamilton's face. Despite his incessant taunting, Xing Hui held a deep respect for Hamilton's prowess. If he could manage to take Hamilton down, facing the Piston substitutes would undoubtedly be much easier. Thus, Xing Hui continued to toy with Hamilton's nerves. Come on, hit me. You fool. Such a demand was unprecedented for Hamilton. Nevertheless, he refrained from acting as recklessly as Bao Longxing, choosing to endure instead. A punch thrown at Xing Hui would result in a suspension of at least 3 to 5 games, along with the loss of salary, fines, and a tarnished image, amounting to a financial blow of over $1 million. $1 million, mind you. Some women in society would go so far as to lick rectums for a mere $100, while some men would kneel for the same amount. Yet, Hamilton only needed to exercise restraint to save himself $1 million, which hardly seemed like an unreasonable sacrifice. The more Hamilton endured, the more arrogant Xing Hui became. Ultimately, Hamilton's teammate could no longer stand idly by. Dabin rushed over and shoved Xing Hui, sending him sprawling to the ground, sliding several meters. He, without uttering a word, promptly rose and reclined upon the technical table, eager to witness if anyone would dare to hurl beverages in his direction. This audacious act sent a wave of shock through the referee, as it was an outright provocation toward the Pistons fans. Did they not see some of the spectators already on their feet? They rallied around Come On, lifting he down amidst a scene of utter chaos. Oh my, he was indeed playing with fire. Such actions were ill-advised, as Smith remarked. What is the matter? Don't you think this adds to the spectacle of the game? Barkley chuckled. A single season comprises 230 regular season matches, and with the inclusion of playoffs and preseason games, it approaches 500. With such a plethora of matches, many can be rather tedious, leaving only a few that truly resonate. Had Ben not shoved Arteas during the Palace Brawl, that encounter would have been utterly unremarkable. For some fans, witnessing players engage in a skirmish during a game is a delightful bonus, an unexpected treat. Yet, the league has deliberately suppressed this enjoyment for the sake of its image. On the court, order was restored. The referee issued a technical foul to Ben, followed by another to He, citing his instigation of trouble. I anticipated someone would throw a punch. You have left me thoroughly disappointed. Returning to the court, he wore a smile, unwavering in his defiance. In that moment, though the Pistons players remained silent, a sense of trepidation brewed within them. To them, he appeared as a madman. As rational individuals, regardless of their ability to confront him, they were reluctant to provoke a lunatic. There was no necessity for such folly. Chapter 24. Shall we place a bet? As the game resumed, the moment he touched the ball, the Pistons fans erupted in boos, expressing their discontent towards him. Hsing Hui remained unaffected. The moment he chose to rely on the system to navigate the league, he knew he would inevitably become a public enemy, a figure of opposition. And he had long prepared himself for this. Aixing's provocation towards the fans seems rather irrational and unnecessary. Zhang Heli reflected on CCTV. He observed a personality in Hsing Hui that starkly contrasted with Yao Ming. In comparison, he held a greater appreciation for Yao Ming's demeanor. However, this character trait might not lead to misfortune for him in America, Yu Jia remarked. Opinions on Hsing Hui's personality varied. Some admired it while others found it distasteful. Nonetheless, none of this affected Hsing Hui. On the court, upon receiving the ball, he began to seek out his teammates. In the absence of favorable opportunities, he generally opted to pass the ball, as offensive chances were indeed precious. While others perceived Hsing Hui's shooting choices as illogical, he was, in fact, playing quite rationally, with a strong emphasis on efficiency. After searching for a while, his teammates failed to create advantageous positions. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to initiate the attack himself. His one-on-one skills were rather lacking, and without any enhancements, attempting to score against Hamilton posed a significant challenge. He executed a crossover step, attempting to break through. To his surprise, his change of direction successfully evaded Hamilton. It appeared that Hamilton's emotions had been affected, leading to a somewhat subpar performance. Hsing Hui, filled with elation, was poised to take a shot when a massive hand swatted the basketball from his grasp. His teammate, who had been providing exceptional defensive support, had managed to disrupt his play. Navigating past a defender in the NBA is no simple feat despite the rejection. Neither the players of the Clippers nor Coach Dunleavy perceived any fault in Hsing Hui's performance. After all, facing the Pistons' defense, few could have fared better. The possession still belonged to the Clippers, but only 3 seconds remained on the shot clock. Magette initiated the inbound pass, and Mobley immediately relayed the ball to Hsing Hui. He found himself up against Billups, a formidable defender in his own right. As the ball reached Hsing Hui, he contemplated passing it to a teammate. But with the clock ticking down, he was left with no choice but to toss it up in a hasty manner. Remarkably, the shot found its mark. Hsing Hui smiled awkwardly upon witnessing the situation, acknowledging that it was mere luck, a victory devoid of merit. The Pistons launched an offensive, with Rashid sinking the ball. Among their 5 starters, only Ben Wallace lacked offensive prowess, while the other 4 possessed commendable scoring abilities, each averaging double digits. Meanwhile, the Clippers' defense could only be deemed average within the league, making it a daunting task to thwart the Pistons' offense. The two teams exchanged blows for several rounds. Though the score remained tightly contested, it was evident to the discerning eye that the Pistons held the upper hand. As long as the Pistons maintained their composure, the outcome of the match seemed inevitable. Barkley, ever the outspoken commentator, voiced his thoughts candidly, unafraid of contradiction. I beg to differ. The Clippers possess an unpredictable variable that could lead to the Pistons faltering, Smith countered. The two engaged in a spirited debate over this matter. On the court, both teams were fiercely contesting every possession, with the score differential consistently hovering between 2 to 5 points, creating a tense atmosphere. After nearly 9 minutes of play, Hsing Hui took a breather to recuperate, preparing for the climactic moments ahead. He remained sidelined until the 6th minute of the 4th quarter, when he was substituted back into the game. At that juncture, the score stood at 81-78, with the Pistons leading by 3 points. Given the narrow margin, Hsing Hui opted against acquiring any props, aiming to conserve his energy for potential upgrades. As the game resumed, he seized the opportunity to engage in a bit of banter. Are you anxious? You're only ahead by 3 points. A single shot from me could level the score. Keep in mind, my 3-point shooting percentage stands at an impressive 48. Hsing Hui chuckled. Hamilton truly regretted not wearing headphones during the match. He desperately wanted to retort, why should I be anxious when someone like you, who is lagging behind, is so composed? However, he refrained from doing so, for Hamilton understood that responding to Hsing Hui's taunt would be falling into a trap, potentially leading to unforeseen pitfalls. The only principle to adhere to when dealing with Hsing Hui's remarks was to ignore them, feigning ignorance. Hamilton sprinted away, received the pass, and took the shot, successfully scoring. Now it was a 5-point game. Did that unsettle you? One must seize the joy of life as triumphs. And with that basket, Hamilton felt a surge of triumph, unable to suppress a cold snort of satisfaction. Hig. Hsing Hui secretly chuckled to himself. He was not afraid of Hamilton piercing his heart, but rather feared his silence. Last time, The Spurs held an 8-point lead over us, and, as you have witnessed, the outcome was quite different. He Xinghue remarked, "We are certainly not a bunch of useless players like the Spurs. What was it like to watch them claim the championship after you lost to them last season?" Hamilton fell silent once more, realizing he could not match He Xinghue's words. The Clippers launched an offensive, and this time Mobley, showing determination, sank a three-pointer, leaving one to wonder if it was skill or mere fortune. The score now stood at 2 points. "And with you so generously offering me an opportunity for a last-minute victory, I can't help but feel a sense of embarrassment." He Xinghue chuckled, "What nonsense. Do you think a game winner is merely a matter of conversation, something that can be summoned at will?" Hamilton replied, "You might be surprised, but for me, executing a game winner is as effortless as eating or drinking. How about we make a wager? If I successfully deliver the game winner in this match, you shall declare to the reporters that you are my fan. Conversely, should I fail, I will apologize to you in front of the reporters and proclaim that you are my idol." He Xinghue smirked mischievously. The system store offered a guaranteed game-winning item, albeit at a steep price of 200 rage points. However, the prospect of teasing Hamilton seemed worthwhile. This indeed piqued Hamilton's interest. It is essential to note that the difficulty of making a game-winning shot far exceeds that of ordinary shots. Currently, among the players in the league, Kobe, who has made the most game-winning shots, boasts a success rate of less than 30%. The league's average is also below 35%. This wager could greatly benefit Hamilton. Having suffered numerous setbacks today, he harbored a strong desire to embarrass He Xinghue. By agreeing to this wager, he would have the opportunity to humiliate He Xinghue and vent his frustrations from the day. Just as he was about to acquiesce, He Xinghue seized the moment while Hamilton was momentarily distracted and executed another breakthrough. This time, even Big Ben was unable to provide timely support, allowing He Xinghue to score with an almost open shot. Despicable, infuriating. Hamilton felt utterly tricked and was seething with rage. "What have you decided?" He Xinghue casually inquired, devoid of any hint of embarrassment for his sneaky remarks. "Get lost," Hamilton swore to himself. If he were to engage with He Xinghue again, he would consider himself the grandson of He Xinghue. Chapter 25. Make way. The match continued, and while He Xinghue chattered incessantly, the other players of the Clippers were equally restless. The most affected among them was Come On, who had unleashed at least 5 taunts directed at Big Ben during the game. "Big Ben, as the only all-star too afraid to shoot, what are your thoughts?" Come On remarked. Big Ben did not express his feelings but instead chose to respond with action. He took a shot at Come On, which predictably ended in a clang off the rim. It was worth noting that, even in the absence of defenders, Big Ben's shooting percentage was far from impressive. The taunts seemed to have an effect, eliciting secret laughter from the Clippers players, who began to place greater emphasis on this tactic. During the live broadcast, Barkley and Smith discussed the impact of trash talking on the game. Previously, no one believed that trash talk could sway the outcome of a match. Its function was primarily seen as an emotional outlet, and it was unlikely that any player considered it a viable strategy to defeat an opponent. However, the emergence of He Xinghue compelled many to re-evaluate the influence of trash talk. The Lakers' defeat was evidently linked to Kobe being provoked. The Heat's loss was exacerbated by several players being harassed by trash talk, with O'Neal even receiving a technical foul as a result. The Spurs' failure speaks for itself. Had their mental state remained intact, such elementary errors would not have occurred. "Some trash talk possesses considerable lethality," Barkley reflected. "Indeed, like the phrase Barkley, you don't have a championship." Smith chuckled as the game approached its final minute, with the Pistons leading the Clippers 92-90 by a narrow margin. The Clippers seized possession, and the ball found its way into Brand's hands. He skillfully maneuvered beneath the basket, showcasing his footwork to outwit Rashid and delivering a spectacular shot. The 2005-2006 season marked the pinnacle of his career. Thereafter, injuries would swiftly diminish his prowess. During his prime, Brand averaged an impressive 24.7 points and 10 rebounds per game, boasting a shooting accuracy of 52, making him more than capable of challenging Rashid. With the score now tied, the preceding 47 minutes felt rendered futile, as each ensuing play held immense significance. The Pistons initiated their offense, with Billups and Hamilton executing a seamless collaboration. In response, He Xinghue was tasked with defending Billups. In a sudden burst, Billups collided with He, creating an unimpeded path ahead. Despite being a point guard, Billups possessed a strength that far surpassed that of He. Indeed, among the nearly 30 players on the court, none could rival He's strength. With each game that he participated in, his vulnerabilities became increasingly apparent. Consequently, Maggette was compelled to provide support, covering for He's shortcomings. Subsequently, Billups delivered a brilliant assist, allowing Prince to receive the pass and successfully execute a layup. It was a display of raw power, utterly devoid of elegance. Xinhui inwardly cursed and resolved to intensify his strength training, while hastening his power level enhancement. Being bullied by others through sheer strength was quite displeasing. However, the thought of wielding such power to intimidate others was rather enticing. Hee. The teams engaged in another fierce exchange, the score standing at 96-94, with the Clippers trailing by 2 points. Only 8 seconds remained on the clock, and the Clippers held possession. Seizing this final opportunity, Dunleavy called a timeout to devise a strategy. All the other players gathered around him, yet Xinhui approached the Pistons. "Coach Sanders, for a last shot. It will undoubtedly be me taking it. Rip, do you dare to defend against me? Are you willing to accept my earlier wager?" Xinhui remarked that his demeanor suggested a familiarity and camaraderie with the players of the Pistons. Little did he know, had it not been for the multitude of cameras present, the Pistons players would have already subdued him. Sanders wore a wry smile, having never encountered such a player before. Regarding Xinghui's actions, he remained skeptical, suspecting that he was attempting to mislead him, as it was ultimately the responsibility of other Clippers players to execute the final play. "Move along. This is not your territory," he said. Big Ben had learned to be clever. He only spoke without taking action. "If you don't leave, I shall summon the referee," Sanders lamented. He cannot formulate defensive strategies without Xinghui's departure. "How ungrateful of you to disregard my confidences." Xinghui disdainfully walked away. This scene was praised by Barkley, who remarked that he had successfully wasted 30 seconds of Sanders' time with his trash talk. As the timeout concluded, the Clippers prepared to inbound the ball. Dunleavy's strategy was to pass the ball to Mobley, followed by Brand and others executing their movements, with Magette providing a screen for Brand, who would then receive the ball for a 2-point shot. Dunleavy aimed for a cautious approach to reach overtime, deeming the risk of a 3-point shot too great. However, his strategy faltered right from the inbound stage, as the ball ended up in Xinhui's possession. Xinhui had no intention of adhering to tactics. Instead, he directly acquired Lillard's moment. The man who checks the clock before making the game-winning shot possesses an ability to clinch victory that surpasses even Kobe, reigning supreme in the league. "Rip, should you dare to accept my wager, I shall take you on one-on-one with this ball." Xinhui declared, "Come at me, if you dare." Hamilton could hardly endure such provocation. It was utterly outrageous. In moments of desperation, any team would resort to a myriad of tactics to confound their adversary. Yet here was Xinhui, brazenly announcing his intentions. Hamilton resolved to channel every ounce of his focus to thwart Xinghui's impending shot. If he could succeed in this endeavor, he would be heralded as the savior of the team, and his previous lackluster performance would fade into obscurity. Upon hearing Hamilton's acceptance, Xinghui beamed with a sense of cunning triumph. He then bellowed, "Everyone clear the way. This is a duel between Rip and me." The referee was tempted to remind Xinghui that this was a serious competition and to implore him to adopt a more solemn demeanor, as such negotiations with an opponent were hardly acceptable. However, the question remained, did Xinghui's behavior constitute a foul? Such moments of rivalry were not uncommon on the court, and players typically indulged one another. Yet, instances where a player audaciously called for a one-on-one showdown during a critical moment were exceedingly rare. The other 8 players on the court were left in stunned confusion, unsure of how to proceed. With the ball in Xinghui's possession, he refused to pass, leaving the Clippers players at a loss, forced to watch him unleash his fervor. As for the Pistons players, rather than speculate on who would take the shot, it was more prudent to let Hamilton engage in single defense against Xinghui. Xinghui initially showcased his formidable one-on-one abilities at the start of the match, but his subsequent performances were rather lackluster. Assigning Hamilton to defend against Xinghui's individual play proved to be a wise decision for the Pistons. Consequently, several players on the Pistons opted to refrain from double teaming, leading to a rather peculiar scene on the court. 8 players stood by as spectators, with Hamilton intently positioned at the 3-point line while Xinghui casually dribbled the ball outside the arc. Meanwhile, Delhi was already losing hope on the sidelines. Chapter 26. The heroic aura. "Oh my goodness, what are they doing? This is the moment of truth. Can they please stop fooling around?" Smith lamented, expressing that this was the most harmonious last-second situation he had ever witnessed. "Isn't this quite delightful? A fair one-on-one duel, and I'm already looking forward to it." Barkley appreciated this contest, acknowledging that both Xinghui and Hamilton were formidable competitors. Simultaneously, the nearly 20,000 spectators held their breath, their eyes fixated on the standoff between Xinghui and Hamilton. The millions of viewers watching the live broadcast were equally captivated, their hearts racing in anticipation. On the court, only 4 seconds remained. He Xinhui, initiated his movements, embarking on a breakthrough. However, his intention was not genuinely to advance. Rather, he sought to confound Hamilton and buy a little more time. To act at this moment would still leave room for the Pistons to execute a counterattack, which was absolutely inadmissible. Xinhui feigned a breakthrough, yet the system skill remained oblivious to his intentions, promptly determining that he was executing a decisive strike. Due to the skill's guaranteed accuracy, it bestowed upon Xinhui an S-level breakthrough capability, preventing him from being thwarted. Caught off guard by this S-level prowess, Hamilton stumbled and fell to the ground, an amusing sight indeed. To everyone's astonishment, Richard was also knocked down. Smith immediately rose to his feet. Being toppled at such a crucial moment was utterly devastating. On the sidelines, Sanders leapt up, seemingly willing to forsake sportsmanship to urge his teammates to reinforce the defense. However, the subsequent scene left him utterly flabbergasted. After toppling Hamilton, Xinhui surprisingly did not seize the opportunity to drive towards the basket. Instead, he intended to shoot a three-pointer, and time was still on his side. Thus, he stepped back beyond the three-point line, dribbling the ball with his left hand while raising his right palm upward, beckoning Hamilton to rise. Such an audacious gesture could hardly be described as mere arrogance. Were this on a football pitch, Xinhui would surely not survive season. What on earth is he doing? What was he doing? Smith exclaimed, instantly igniting the audience's fervor. To bypass a decisive shot after outmaneuvering his opponent, and to grant them a chance. This was undeniably impressive, exuding the spirit of a Chinese knight, disdainful of underhanded tactics and opportunism. While the spectators found his actions exhilarating, Dunleavy could only wish to rise from the bench and confront Xinhui. After all, victory was paramount. Hamilton, feeling a mix of shame and anger, could not dwell on his emotions and rushed towards Xinhui. At this moment, there were less than 0.5 seconds remaining. Xinhui, facing Hamilton's defense, released the ball with a mere 0.1 seconds to spare, sending it soaring toward the hoop. Hamilton, unable to regain his balance, collided with Xinhui, who staggered back into the audience, landing in the embrace of a voluptuous beauty. After an exhausting game, there are few comforts greater than reclining on a sofa, and this lady's softness surpassed that of any couch. Moreover, due to her physiological attributes, he could detect a delightful fragrance. The beauty, holding a lollipop, appeared somewhat dazed, and Xinhui, with a smile, remarked, "I made the game winner. I suppose I deserve a lollipop as a reward." Having spoken, Xinhui opened his mouth. The beautiful Cindy naturally could not refuse such an unforgettable moment, nor would she spoil the ambience with a refusal. She took the lollipop from her mouth and placed it into Xinhui's. A nearby beauty, witnessing this, nearly shed tears, lamenting that Hamilton's strength was insufficient. Had he exerted more force, Xinhui could have fallen back into her embrace. This was a nationwide live broadcast, and this scene would undoubtedly be witnessed by countless viewers. A chance for instant fame. Ali Shete. He did not cast. He was urging Richard to rise. He intended to Richard. He glanced at the timer and made his move. 3 points. It was a perfect shot. Smith. It was almost unbelievable. So audacious. So cool. Why had I not thought of this move while playing? Barkley. The moment the ball swished through the net, time seemed to freeze. In that instant, Dunleavy pondered many thoughts, as if reliving a montage from an anime. His feelings shifted from a desire to eliminate Xinhui to an overwhelming affection for him. The fans of the Pistons were filled with myriad emotions at this moment. Xinhui stands as an adversary, provoking both the players and their supporters, who initially harbored a strong disdain for him. However, after Xinhui executed a decisive shot, an unsettling feeling began to stir within some hearts. They could not help but ponder how delightful it would be if he were a player for the Pistons. In such a scenario, they would revel in uninhibited and exuberant celebrations. Furthermore, in the future, they could reminisce countless times with fellow Pistons fans about that remarkable shot, sharing in the joy it brought. Although the Pistons currently boast an impressive record, the nature of their games has often been rather lackluster and dreary. Xinhui's style of play, regardless of its practicality, is truly unparalleled in terms of spectacle. Neither McGrady, White Chocolate, nor Carter can match his flair. Where are our heroes? Focus the cameras. Goodness, he is flirting. After sinking the game winner, this rascal does not celebrate. Instead, he is engaged in courting. Smith, noticing Xinhui lounging with a lollipop in Cindy's embrace, could not help but unleash a stream of incredulous remarks. For heaven's sake, he just hit the game-winning shot. At such an exhilarating moment, he should at least leap onto the scorer's table and let out a triumphant roar, or at the very least, bounce around the court. However, Smith must concede that the more indifferent Xinhui appears towards his game-winning shot, the cooler his demeanor becomes. That damned rascal, how I envy him. Why am I not the one nestled in the arms of a beauty? Why? Barkley thumped the table in frustration. As the camera replayed the moment, the audience, drawn in by Smith's commentary, also turned their attention to Xinhui. At this instant, whether male or female, the viewers were envious. Men envied Xinhui, while women envied Cindy. In front of millions, this scene was undeniably romantic. Originally prepared to celebrate, Carmelo could not help but exclaim, "Why do I not feel the thrill of defeating my opponent this time?" "Me too," Brand added. "Shall we go and interrupt him?" "We cannot allow this kid to take advantage of the lovely lady any longer," Castle suggested. Agreed. Yet, despite these words, no one dared to disrupt the romantic atmosphere. Even the players from the Pistons maintained a sense of decorum. Xinhui executed a near-humiliating shot to clinch the victory. And while his adversaries initially contemplated venting their frustration upon him, the thought of physically confronting him, especially after he had just risen from a beautiful girl, felt somewhat unthinkable. It would surely wound her heart. Thus, DeBen and his companions could only simmer in their vexation, rendered powerless against Xinhui. As for Hamilton, he had already collapsed onto the floor, wishing to remain there indefinitely. If only time could freeze, for the thought of countless spectators relishing this moment filled him with sorrow. Chapter 27. Post-match reflection. As time rewound slightly, in Huagua, within the CCTV broadcasting studio, a voice exclaimed, "Ah, is Xing about to execute the final play? Could this be the Clippers' strategy? It seems rather simplistic." Xing surged forward, employing a crossover to break through. It was not his usual technique. Oh, Hamilton has been left off balance. What an opportunity. But wait. Xing did not capitalize on the chance for a layup. He stepped back beyond the three-point line, allowing Hamilton to regain his footing. This seems rather unwise. The ball went in splendid. Xing, with an air of supremacy, sealed the game against the Detroit Pistons. Such youthful exuberance is to be admired. Zhang Heli's emotions resembled a roller coaster. As a man in his 50s, he usually maintained a reserved demeanor, disapproving of Xinghui's audacious behavior. Yet, now that the shot had been made, there was little left to critique. Everything was justifiable. "Oh, this is remarkable." Outside a convenience store in a high school, a group of students clad in uniforms or athletic were gasped in astonishment. "How audacious. I love it." They mused about how Hamilton would likely bear psychological scars from this encounter. Poor soul. It was almost as if they were playing, so carefree and stylish. Accustomed to Yao Ming's earnest playing style, Xinghui's flamboyant maneuvers dazzled them. With the exception of Yao Ming's die-hard fans, everyone else found themselves inexplicably enamored by Xinghui's approach. In Detroit, within the locker room, Xinghui first endured a playful beating from his teammates before indulging in the celebration. After a shower, he had to accompany Deng Liwei to the press conference. This was already his second such experience. Aside from LeBron James, few had enjoyed such treatment. At the conference, reporters bombarded Xinghui with questions. Why did you deliberately provoke Ben Wallace? Why did you lie on the scorer's table to taunt the fans? The inquiry came from a Detroit media outlet, keen to defend the Pistons. No matter how well the opponent performed, they could always unearth flaws. "I never intended to provoke Ben Wallace. I merely sought to irritate Hamilton. Who knows why Ben reacted so vehemently towards me? It was utterly unethical." Xinghui uttered such shameless words with a sense of entitlement, leaving the journalists in the audience to silently condemn his audacity. "Why do you provoke Hamilton? Is it out of disdain for him? Or do you harbor some grievances?" A reporter pressed on. "Not at all," he replied. "I actually hold him in high regard. It's just that my abilities are lacking. To defeat him, I must resort to some cunning strategies." Xinghui candidly acknowledged his underhanded tactics, leaving the reporter momentarily speechless. "Do you not find this somewhat inappropriate? Why not engage in a fair contest to determine the victor?" The reporter inquired. "Indeed, it is rather unsavory. Perhaps you should call Stern and request that he prohibit players from speaking on the court." He tossed his phone onto the table and remarked with disdain. "As the saying goes, what is not prohibited by law may be undertaken. Since the league does not forbid banter, why not indulge in it? It is certainly preferable to the actions of those who resort to underhanded tactics. At the very least, players subjected to banter will not find themselves sidelined for the season. Banter is an integral part of the game. Come on, we're all adults here. Let us refrain from posing such juvenile inquiries." Deng Liwei interjected. wishing to steer the conversation away from the topic of banter with Yixing Hui, as it could have adverse effects. Now, let us discuss your game-winning shot. Were you confident of its success before you took it? Or was your intention merely to humiliate Richard? Another pointed question, clearly designed by these reporters to provoke. Yixing Hui, unfazed, displayed an admirable resilience, indifferent to the perceptions of others. Acknowledging criticism bore little consequence. After all, a fraction of fans might harbor disdain for him. With formidable prowess, he would undoubtedly attract teams eager for his talents and supporters clamoring for his endorsement. In contrast to players embroiled in controversies, be it brawling with coaches, engaging in substance abuse, or committing acts of theft, Yixing Hui's occasional banter scarcely tarnished his reputation. He remarked, "In truth, I merely wish to prolong the game, denying the opponent any chance for a last-minute victory. Have you considered that if you fail to make that decisive shot, you could be deemed the villain of the team? Missing is simply part of the game. Even Jordan would not claim infallibility. After sinking the game winner, collapsing into the arms of a girl. Was she your girlfriend? No, merely a coincidence." During the press conference, inquiries predominantly revolved around Yixing Hui, with only a token few directed at Delaney and Brand. Such was the nature of their visibility, lacking the intrigue that Yixing Hui commanded. The match showcased his Jordan-esque fadeaway jumper, the altercation with Ben Wallace, his provocative gestures towards fans, the game-winning shot, and flirtation with a beautiful spectator, all captivating headlines. Reporting on Brand would yield little more than a recitation of statistics, devoid of narrative flair. Upon concluding the press conference, Yixing Hui finally turned his attention to the game's aftermath. He had attempted 14 shots, successfully landing 8, including 3 of 8 from beyond the arc. With no free throws, amassing a total of 19 points, 1 rebound, 5 assists, and 1 steal. His scoring was second only to Brand's 26 points, and with the game-winning shot, he could rightfully be hailed as the team's principal architect of victory. Yet, beyond mere basketball statistics, Yixing Hui was far more preoccupied with his anger points. He had expended 400 points during the match, leaving him with a staggering balance of 11-20. In the game against the Pacers, he had accrued 240 points, adding to an initial 120. Thus, his encounter with the Pistons netted him an impressive total of 1,160 anger points. This clearly illustrated the extent to which the Pistons players had been provoked. Yixing Hui resolved to promptly recommend to the coach a flight back to Los Angeles, for there loomed potential calamity in Detroit. With a surge of 1,160 points of fury, Yixing Hui, who had never been so affluent, waved his hand decisively, elevating all his D-level attributes to C. Although this enhancement appeared subtle, its impact was, in fact, no less significant than that of augmenting any single ability. Yixing Hui requires a comprehensive enhancement, as the improvement of singular abilities proves to be rather unprofitable. For instance, although his three-point shooting has reached a commendable B grade, under the Pistons' targeted defense, he only managed to convert 3 out of 8 attempts, one of which was aided by a guaranteed skill. In reality, his performance should reflect a more disappointing 2 out of 7, an efficiency that leaves much to be desired. Only through holistic development, enhancing his mid-range shooting and ball-handling skills, can he become a challenging player for opponents to defend against. The superstars within the league each possess a diverse array of offensive techniques. Relying solely on a single skill is characteristic of the league's favored son, LeBron James. Even LeBron, in the latter stages of his career, has honed his post-up and three-point shooting capabilities. Otherwise, he would not be classified as a true superstar. Chapter 28. The Rise to Prominence in a University in New York. Hey, Caruz, did you catch yesterday's game? Of course, the Knicks lost again. Subsequently, Caruz and his friend began to study, as there was little else to discuss. The Knicks versus Raptors game lacked thrilling shots, conflicts, star players scoring in abundance, or heart-stopping comebacks. The progression of the match was nearly inconsequential. The only point of discussion was the outcome. In this regard, the Knicks consistently lived up to expectations. They lost yet again. Thus, there was little left to converse about. At that moment, another fan interjected, "Watching the Knicks now is just asking for disappointment. I recommend tuning into the Clippers game. They defeated the league-leading Pistons yesterday, and during the match, Big Ben almost sparked a second brawl at the Palace of Auburn Hills." Upon hearing this, Caruz and his friend instantly perked up. Curiosity is a universal trait. While it is certainly inappropriate for players and fans to engage in altercations, such excitement is often eagerly anticipated by onlookers. Unfortunately, Hi's provocation of the fans was swiftly curtailed. Nevertheless, his game-winning shot against the Pistons was undeniably spectacular, potentially ranking among the top 10 in history. Another individual joined the discourse. Absolutely, that shot was phenomenal. Damn it, I must replicate such cool moves on the court someday. If I succeed, the ladies will surely cheer for me. How does it compare to his game winner against the Spurs? Pretty much on par. It's hard to choose. He first faked out Hamilton, then deliberately waited for Hamilton to rise before taking the shot, showcasing an immense level of composure. After his game-winning shot, he even leaped into the arms of a stunning woman, snatching her lollipop, which was quite amusing. Interestingly, post-game, Hamilton acknowledged his prowess and declared himself a fan of he. I don't believe it. That's impossible. As the topic gained momentum, an increasing number of fans engaged in discussions solely centered around the match between the Clippers and the Pistons. On the 15th, a total of 7 games took place. Yet most were rather unremarkable, merely showcasing Team A triumphing over Team B, Player A scoring 20 points, Player B grabbing 10 rebounds, and Player C underperforming. Such mundane occurrences are commonplace during NBA seasons, offering little of interest to discuss. However, amidst the lackluster reports from other games, the Clippers provided a veritable treasure trove of material. They achieved a stunning upset against the league-leading Pistons, with Ben Wallace pushing the rookie, Hsing-Hua paying homage to Artest by taunting fans, Hsing-Hua humiliating Hamilton, and even delivering a game-winning shot against the Pistons, all under the glaring sun. These incidents were ripe for headlines, guaranteed to captivate the fans. Consequently, the media largely overlooked the other team's games, fervently covering the Clippers' clash with the Pistons, leading to an impression that these two teams were the only ones competing that day. Following the barrage of news coverage, a significant reaction ensued, sparking widespread discussions, inevitably focusing on Hsing-Hua. By the 17th, many in the media industry recognized that Hsing-Hua had become a sensation, with 90 of sport discussions revolving around him. His topics were simply too compelling and abundant. Even a mere comparison of the rookie with Kobe could spark prolonged debates among fans. The question of whether trash talk was warranted could also ignite extensive discussions. Moreover, Hsing-Hua's news cycle had been relentless, clashing with the Heat, showcasing dance moves with Shaquille O'Neal, pioneering celebratory gestures, replicating the iconic T-Mac moment, and now delivering a game-winning shot against the Pistons. Under such overwhelming media attention, American fans found Hsing-Hua's name everywhere they went, his news echoing in every conversation. As more fans joined the discussions, Hsing-Hua's fame snowballed, reminiscent of internet memes that draw people in irresistibly. At a university in Los Angeles, a student named Roque launched a three-pointer and immediately turned away. The ball swished through the net. "Oh my God, it's a he moment," cried a female student at the sidelines, as others eagerly rushed to hand him water. Roque's broad smile reflected his immense joy. Despite having failed to show off 12 times before, the satisfaction he felt at this moment was entirely worth it. In another court, a player attempted a shot and immediately went to the sidelines for water, mimicking Hsing-Hua's audacious demeanor. Unfortunately, he failed, missing the hoop entirely. "Lose. Who do you think you are?" echoed the boos throughout the arena. "Who is he? Do you not know anything?" asked a bewildered fan, only to be met with disdain. To avoid such scorn, those unfamiliar with the topic fervently sought answers or scoured the internet for information. Among them, a portion became captivated by Hsing-Hua, unable to contain their excitement. At Rock Park, a lively street basketball game unfolded. One player, a loquacious African-American named Allen, chattered incessantly throughout the match, idolizing Hsing-Hua and attempting to emulate his style of play. Unfortunately, he failed to grasp the essence, spewing not clever banter, but rather profanities. Eventually, his opponents, unable to tolerate his antics any longer, delivered him a thorough beating. This tactic proved effective. Had it been an official match, all 5 players would have faced expulsion. A significant contribution indeed. Embracing a spirit akin to that of a Q, Allen found satisfaction in the chaos he created. "Boss, make your move. Whether it's a salary of 10.04 million or even 14 million, it's worth it. Do you realize how popular he is right now? He wasn't even this famous in '95, remarked Lawrence, Reebok's promotional manager, to the executive president. The current situation at Reebok was dire, burdened with nearly 500 million in debt. In the realm of athletic footwear, they struggled to compete against the titans of Nike and Adidas. Historically, by the following year, they would be acquired by Adidas. For now, however, Lawrence sought to persevere, optimistic about Hsing-Hua's advertising potential. While it remained uncertain whether Hsing-Hua could ascend to stardom, Lawrence believed in his ability to generate headlines. In his view, even if Xing Hui's talent failed to place him among the elite, his knack for stirring up publicity would ensure their investment did not go to waste. Lawrence, we can no longer afford to promote, the president stated. As long as we can secure this endorsement deal, there will undoubtedly be those willing to lend us money. Lawrence continues to advocate fervently. Simultaneously, Nike and Adidas convene urgent meetings. Their discussions diverge significantly, yet their shared objective remains resolute: to secure Xing Hui's endorsement without delay. Chapter 29. The exorbitant endorsement following the conclusion of the game between the Clippers and the Pistons, Mark received the latest offers from several prominent corporations. Nike proposed a 7-year shoe contract worth $80 million. However, only $50 million of that sum was guaranteed. The remaining $30 million hinged upon Xing Hui being selected for the All-Star team at least 4 times, making the All-Rookie team and averaging over 20 points per game. In essence, this stipulation revealed Nike's upper management's underlying skepticism regarding Xing Hui's capabilities, merely capitalizing on his marketability. It is understandable, given Xing Hui's physical attributes, which do not inspire overwhelming confidence. Adidas, in contrast, presented a contract devoid of such conditions, albeit at a significantly lower offer of $41 million over 4 years. The mere $1 million increment illustrates Adidas's somewhat frugal nature. Had Xing Hui not previously claimed that his endorsement fee would increase by 10,000 daily, that additional million likely would not have materialized. Aside from these two companies, Reebok and Puma also submitted bids. Puma's offer was even less substantial than Adidas's, leaving one to ponder their audacity. However, Reebok astonished Mark with a surprising contract, $95 million over 7 years, exceeding even that of LeBron James. Yet, obtaining such funds would not be straightforward. Of the $95 million, only $40 million was guaranteed, with the remaining $55 million contingent upon various achievements. Securing an All-Star selection would yield $2 million, a starting position $3 million, a scoring title $5 million, an MVP award $8 million, and a core role in a championship team $10 million, all subject to caps that could not exceed $55 million. Despite Reebok's generous offer, Mark deemed it less favorable than Nike's deal due to the stringent conditions attached. The All-Star selection seemed attainable, bolstered by support from fans in Huagua, providing a reasonable hope for success. However, aspirations for the scoring title, MVP, or a championship seemed exceedingly ambitious, bordering on the realm of fantasy. As these accolades are notoriously elusive, even a player of Duncan's caliber has never claimed a scoring title. During this era, the title of scoring champion is predominantly monopolized by a select few individuals, leaving others with little chance to stake their claim. The quest for the MVP title is even more formidable. Despite Kobe's decade-long tenure in the league, he has yet to secure an MVP award, having only achieved this accolade once throughout his entire career. As for the challenge of attaining a championship, one could consult Charles Barkley and Karl Malone, who would undoubtedly recount poignant and heartfelt reflections on their own struggles. Mark believes that Nike offers the most advantageous contract. However, the ultimate decision lies entirely in the hands of Xing Hui. He dialed Xing Hui's number, but the first attempt was unsuccessful, so he called again. This time, the call connected, but the sounds of physical collisions on the other end startled him, nearly causing him to drop his phone. Interrupting the boss's leisure is a grave offense. Who could it be? Mark mentally reviewed the men in Xing Hui's circle, including his friends, teammates, fans, and the trainers he had helped recruit. Regardless, he reassured himself that as long as it wasn't him, it was of no concern. Mark felt fortunate to be busy, often using business trips as an excuse to evade Xing Hui's summons. "Mark, what is the urgent matter?" Xing Hui was engaged in physical exercise with the beautiful Cindy when the incessant ringing of his phone interrupted him. "Boss, the 3 major companies have made their offers." Mark reported on the progress of the negotiations. "I propose we opt for Nike, as it promises the most stable financial returns, coupled with its immense reputation and unparalleled promotional capabilities. A collaboration of such strength would be most advantageous." "No, I choose Reebok," he replied. Xing Hui interrupted him. As soon as these words were spoken, even Cindy paused, intrigued by Xing Hui's decision. "Why?" "The conditions set by Reebok are exceedingly difficult to meet," Mark replied. "Why?" "That is a long story." Xing Hui, hailing from the future, possesses an understanding of Nike's and Adidas's stances on certain matters, leading him to harbor some biases against them. Although he does not intend to oppose Nike and Adidas outright, there is no necessity for collaboration with them. This reasoning, of course, cannot be disclosed to Mark. Is it truly that challenging? If I cannot secure even the title of scoring champion within 7 years, I would feel embarrassed to continue playing in the league. As for the MVP and championship titles, they are trivial pursuits for me. Moreover, achieving success through collaboration with the strong does not truly showcase my capabilities. Even if Nike holds the largest market share in the future, others will not attribute that success to me, given that they are already at the top. I prefer the sensation of partnering with the underdogs to triumph over the strong. Hence, my choice is Reebok. He Hui concocted a rather pretentious rationale. Yet, this reasoning is not entirely baseless. A long-standing narrative within the league speaks of the symbiotic relationship between Nike and Jordan, where Nike, in its infancy as a company, took a bold gamble on Jordan, ultimately leading to a mutually beneficial outcome. Most would concede that Nike's triumph owes a significant debt to Jordan. However, nobody would assert that Nike's success is in any way linked to LeBron James. As Draymond Green aptly articulated before LeBron's arrival, Nike had already secured its position as the foremost brand. Hui's current signing with Nike is merely an embellishment, while a contract with Reebok would be a lifeline. Should Reebok ever surpass Nike and Adidas, the tale of their alliance would transform into a celebrated saga within the league. You are the boss. Your word is final. Mark harbors no belief in Hui's fallacies. To hell with the notion that one should feel embarrassed to play in the league without securing the scoring title. If that were the standard, the NBA would have to disband. Acquiring the MVP is a trivial pursuit, leaving Mark utterly speechless. Regardless, he dares not voice his thoughts, lest the media unleash a torrent of criticism against Hui's arrogance. As for the idea of overthrowing Nike, Mark has long ceased to comment on such seemingly delusional statements. After hanging up the phone, Cindy finally spoke. Are you truly intent on opposing Nike? Indeed, how about it? Isn't it cool? Hui chuckled. Of course, it's absolutely fantastic. Cindy's eyes sparkled with admiration, perceiving in this young man a grand ambition and the potential for greatness. If a television program invites me to make an appearance, can I divulge some secrets? Due to her romantic escapade with Hui at the basketball court, Cindy had gained a modicum of fame. A lesser-known television station, eager to capitalize on her newfound popularity, extended an invitation to her. Feel free. You may reveal how long I have persevered, if you wish. Hui expressed indifference towards the matter. Whether the news is positive or negative, what truly matters is that there is news, and with it comes attention. As for image, there exists a certain man embroiled in controversy who still boasts 60 million fans. Conversely, another individual, mature and distinguished since the age of 18, still faces a plethora of detractors. Ultimately, in the realm of the NBA, prowess reigns supreme. Image is of little consequence. After feeling the 2 balls on the bed, Hui donned his trousers and headed to the gym to touch the basketballs on the court. He understood clearly that strength is fundamental. Chapter 30. Envy abounds. On the 18th, Reebok announced its collaboration with Hui, causing a stir in the sports world. The entertainment industry was not spared from the ripple effects either. It was inevitable. Hui had garnered such attention in recent days that even his endorsement deals made headlines. Particularly surprising was his choice to forego signing with Nike or Adidas, opting instead for Reebok. However, the most significant aspect was the contract amount, 7 years for $95 million, leaving many to question if their eyes were deceiving them, suspecting an extra zero. For context, Chris Paul, another top rookie from the same draft class, had a contract with Nike worth only 4 years and $240,000. Kobe's deal was a mere 6 years for $48 million. In terms of both skill and renown, Hui was not yet comparable to Kobe. Reebok appeared to have lost their senses. Their management must have been ensnared by some mysterious Easter magic. This decision threatened to disrupt the market and undermine the rules of the game. It would not take long before Reebok would regret this choice. Esteemed commentators swiftly emerged to critique Reebok's actions, and without exception, their sentiments were pessimistic. While they acknowledged Hui's considerable commercial value, they doubted it could surpass that of LeBron James. In response, Reebok asserted their unwavering belief in Hui's potential to become a superstar within the league. He undoubtedly merits such a valuation. After all, which rookie could replicate a moment akin to Tracy McGrady's? Which rookie could achieve an average of 18 points in less than 25 minutes of playing time? Which rookie possesses the potential to transform a team and consistently triumph over formidable adversaries? Undoubtedly, Hui has the potential to ascend to superstardom, and we firmly believe in this collaboration. However, Lawrence from Reebok offered a rather conventional statement, one that few seem to take seriously. A 7-year, $95 million contract would astonish only those unfamiliar with the intricacies of the situation. In truth, executives from companies like Nike and Adidas are not surprised. Rather, they are vocally condemning Lawrence for his cunning tactics. On the surface, Reebok appears to offer the most lucrative deal, yet in reality, those funds are the most challenging to obtain, bordering on a contractual trap. Carlos from Adidas speculated that Xing Hui's overconfidence led him to believe he could secure those accolades, prompting his choice of Reebok. His conjecture holds a sliver of truth. Regardless of the contract's fairness, Xing Hui's popularity has surged once more. Headlines exaggerate the narrative, and even when certain media outlets become aware of the incentive clauses, they choose to obfuscate them. After all, revealing these clauses would render the contract less sensational. Mundane matters fail to pique curiosity. Thus, the news reports proclaim things like after just 5 games, he has become the league's leading figure. In a staggering contract, the last rookie signs a 7-year, $95 million deal, surpassing the likes of LeBron. How can a rookie with mediocre statistics earn more than Kobe or Iverson? In Los Angeles, within the visitors' locker room, Paul tore a newspaper into asymmetrical halves. They were about to face the Clippers, and Paul, unable to resist, glanced at the sports news, which reported on Xing Hui's exorbitant endorsement deal. This left Paul feeling unsettled. It was not envy towards Xing Hui's contract being larger, but rather the sheer magnitude of the disparity. One contract averages $13.6 million annually, while the other sits at a mere $600,000, just a fraction of Xing Hui's. Anyone would feel discontent in such a scenario. Paul remained somewhat optimistic, believing that he too would eventually secure a substantial contract. In contrast, Mason, the temperamental dunk king, was consumed by jealousy, his demeanor darkening. Once celebrated for his explosive play style, he had never secured a significant contract, wandering aimlessly through the league due to his low efficiency. Witnessing a rookie land such a monumental deal was pushing him towards despair. The times have indeed changed, P.J. Brown lamented, reflecting on his journey as a player who debuted in '92. At that time, to secure contracts worth a mere $100,000 or a few $100,000, they fought relentlessly on the court, often resorting to rough tactics. Despite his dedication to the Heat, playing for a meager salary, he was swiftly traded to the Hornets once his performance waned. Yet now, that kid from the Clippers can effortlessly command an annual salary of $13.6 million merely by uttering a few words. The disparity is infuriating. Let us show them, chuckled David West. There were companies willing to shower money upon Xing Hui, an aspect beyond their control. All they could do was devise ways to make he uncomfortable on the court, a means of venting their frustrations. Brilliant idea, J.R. Smith concurred. Due to a lucrative endorsement, Xing Hui had already become a pariah in the league. Not only players from other teams, but even his own teammates expressed a hint of jealousy upon learning the news. In the Clippers' locker room, Mobley sighed dramatically, "Oh God, why am I not Chinese?" At that moment, he longed to embrace a Chinese identity. With an average of 15 points per game, if you were Chinese, an all-star appearance would be within reach, along with a substantial contract. Unfortunately, he was an American. In the U.S., such statistics would only yield a middle-class existence, and endorsements were a distant dream. What must one do to obtain Chinese citizenship? Chris Kaman inquired. Although changing nationalities bore the suspicion of treachery, the lure of $95 million was tempting. He mused that for such an amount, he would sell even the earth. Forget it, Chris. As far as I know, acquiring Chinese citizenship is the most arduous process in the world, Brant remarked. But fret not, bread will come in due time. As long as we deliver captivating performances, domestic broadcasts will feature more Clippers games, and soon, we shall all find fame. Xing Hui remarked that, in comparison to players from other teams, those from the Clippers and Rockets undoubtedly have the opportunity to benefit. Players who recognize and capitalize on this advantage often find themselves able to unlock substantial commercial value. Indeed, some players from the Rockets have secured endorsements as a result. Mobley saw a glimmer of hope. The exorbitant endorsement contract propelled Xing Hui's status within the team to new heights, nearly placing him on equal footing with Brand. No one dared to assert dominance in front of Xing Hui anymore, with the example of Ricky Davis behind them. Current players understand that those who manage to secure such lucrative contracts are destined to become the core of the team. Unless one intends to be traded, it is wise not to act presumptuously in front of future key players. Presently, the Clippers are performing admirably, garnering unprecedented attention. And being situated in a major city like Los Angeles only amplifies this interest. Under these circumstances, ordinary players are unlikely to wish to depart from the Clippers. As for Brand, He remains the team's leader for the time being, although he has not yet contemplated what lies ahead. Chapter 31. The Interceptor Los Angeles, Staples Center. A convergence of stars. Owing to the presence of Hollywood, Los Angeles has long been the epicenter of global entertainment. The Staples Center, radiant with stardom, possesses the likelihood that tossing a sneaker into the front row could strike a celebrity. Initially, the attendance for Clippers games was modest, but the emergence of Yixing Hui has led to a complete sellout for this match. This thrilled Sterling to the point of nearly leaping with excitement, further solidifying his resolve to support Yixing Hui's ascent. He has already contemplated trading Brand, reminiscent of the Cavaliers' decision to part ways with Ricky Davis, a choice that has proven to be prudent. The player introductions commence. The visiting Hornets take the stage first. Even with DJ fervently cultivating the atmosphere, the response remains lukewarm. Only when Paul steps onto the court is there a hint of applause. Some true fans have already begun to sense that Paul has the potential to become a star. Following this, the Clippers players emerge, with Captain Brand leading the way. The atmosphere finally begins to warm, as no matter how downtrodden the Clippers may have been in the past, they have retained a loyal fan base. This season, the Clippers are performing exceptionally well, ranking among the top 8 in the West, and naturally, their star players are beloved. The subsequent players to appear receive diminished applause until Yixing Hui makes his entrance. Yixing Hui was assigned to be the final act, a decision that ultimately proved to be sagacious. The majority of the audience in the arena today came primarily to witness Yixing Hui's performance. The fans erupted with fervor, showering him with a plethora of nicknames: the Marvelous Kid, the Blower, the Assassin, the Grim Reaper. Currently, there is no consensus on a singular moniker for Yixing Hui, as each fan holds their own interpretation. Some refer to him as the Marvelous Kid or the Marvelous Knight due to the delightful surprises he often brings. Others, captivated by his incessant chatter, have dubbed him the Blower. An even greater number of admirers, moved by his composure and ruthless precision in critical moments, call him the Grim Reaper. Yixing Hui waved at the fans, who responded with fervent enthusiasm. The players from both teams, witnessing this spectacle, were left in a state of despair, acutely aware of the stark disparity in treatment between individuals. Following the introductions of the players, both teams commenced their shooting warm-ups. Yixing Hui stood beyond the three-point line, seeking his rhythm. At that moment, the Clippers unveiled their mascot, Chuck the Eagle. Originally, the team was not set to have a mascot until 2016, but in a bid to generate buzz, Yixing Hui suggested to Sterling just days prior to hire a mascot skilled in dance. He aimed to recreate the classic scene where a mascot provocatively challenges the security personnel through dance. In the years to come, this video would be filled with humor and garner significant viewership. Fortunately, this promotional strategy had yet to be conceived by the league, allowing Yixing Hui to seize the moment. Upon hearing Yixing Hui's proposal, Sterling immediately acquiesced. Hiring a mascot was a simple endeavor, with an annual salary ranging from $50,000 to $100,000. If the spectacle were to generate buzz, the promotional value for the Clippers would far exceed that amount. Chuck's costume featured a bald eagle, and upon his entrance, he performed a dance on the sidelines, prompting applause from numerous spectators. Following this, Chuck approached Yixing Hui and engaged in a provocative dance. He circled around Yixing Hui, waved his hands in front of him to distract him, and even struck a pose with his hips. Meanwhile, Yixing Hui remained expressionless, continuing to shoot with an air of cool detachment. The audience was captivated, having never witnessed such antics before, unaware that this was scripted. They were particularly curious whether Yixing Hui would become irate and retaliate against Chuck. In any case, Chuck's audacious antics piqued the audience's interest. After several more moves, Yixing Hui maintained his aloof demeanor. As he prepared to shoot, Chuck abruptly slapped the ball away, delivering a resounding rejection. The audience erupted in exclamations of amusement. Yixing Hui then turned around to face Chuck, gently pushing him aside before beginning to sway. He performed a fast-paced jazz dance, a style characterized by improvisation and individuality, devoid of rigid choreography, relying solely on captivating visual appeal. Its distinctive movements prioritize amusement more than any other form of dance. Wow! As Yixing Hui's dance unfolded, the audience erupted in astonishment. Although a particular dance featuring Yixing Hui and O'Neal has circulated online, the number of viewers remains relatively limited, leaving most fans unaware of Yixing Hui's remarkable dancing prowess. Had Yixing Hui been a professional dancer performing this routine on stage, the audience would have lauded his talent, but not been taken aback. What makes this moment truly delightful is that Yixing Hui presented his skills in a remarkably entertaining manner. Consequently, The league may soon witness the emergence of a new meme. I only play basketball because I have no rivals in dance. Chuck stood nearby, his expression a portrait of surprise. After a passionate dance, He Xinghui immediately reverted to his aloof demeanor, picking up a basketball and effortlessly sinking a three-pointer. This posture vividly conveyed his disdain for the dance and for Chuck. It exuded an undeniable aura of coolness from the outside in and from within out. Chuck could only shake his head as he walked toward the trash bin prepared at the sidelines, tossing his headgear into it with force. This act seemed to mockingly suggest that this job is unmanageable, providing a comical touch. The audience, witnessing this interlude, erupted in laughter, feeling that their ticket purchase was well worth it. With spirits lifted, they grew increasingly eager for the competition. "See, this is why Charles is worth $95 million, Smith remarked. The previous TNT broadcast of the Clippers versus Pistons had achieved staggering ratings, surpassing those of the other 6 games combined. Tasting success, TNT decided to significantly increase the broadcast of Clippers games. Other networks followed suit, nearly turning this previously overlooked matchup into a nationwide broadcast. In the United States, many channels are subscription-based, with significant differences in the paid channels chosen by users in different regions. Generally, Western residents cannot view Eastern games unless those games are also aired on their subscribed channels. Hence, nationwide broadcasts imply that numerous networks have aired the game. All right, I admit he is quite the showman. Still, $95 million is excessive. My entire career earnings don't even amount to half of what he earns from a single endorsement. Barkley quipped. His playing career was indeed illustrious, yet his earnings fell short of matching his prowess. Times have changed, Smith commented. As the two exchanged banter, the players on the court ceased their warm-ups, and the match was about to commence. Chapter 32. Clash against Paul as the game began. The Clippers' starting lineup included Mobley, He Xinghui, Maggette, Brand, and Come On. Castle, once capable of starting, found himself relegated to the bench, forced to take on the role of sixth man. Castle accepted this with a sense of resignation, recognizing the overlap in position with He Xinghui. As a seasoned player, he was able to maintain his composure without causing a stir. The Hornets' starting lineup featured Chris Paul, Desmond Mason, Kirk Snyder, David West, and P.J. Brown. An intriguing aspect of the Hornets roster at this time was their abundance of CBA foreign players. Snyder, along with bench players Brandon Bass and Jackson Vroman, had all played in China CBA. James' teammate in the CBA? No, it is Paul who has truly led a group of CBA teammates. During the jump ball, the aging Brown miraculously outmaneuvered Come On. Diligent and tenacious, these qualities defined P.J. Brown's generation. Paul advances with the ball, while Mason is entangled with He Xinghui. He is eager to find a reason to engage in a confrontation with He Xinghui, seeking both fame and an outlet for his frustration. This illustrates the reason for his continuous wandering within the league. His mind is not particularly sharp. Although He Xinghui often stirs up trouble, he has always been mindful of maintaining decorum, deliberately avoiding physical altercations. How can a worthless individual like you even dream of earning $95 million? He Xinghui, never anticipated that before he could unleash his own tirade, he would instead find himself the target of scorn. Amusement welled up within him as he responded nonchalantly. As a mere waste of space, I hardly deserve such generosity, yet Reebok insists on bestowing it upon me, and I cannot refuse their offering, can I? However, it is rather perplexing that, despite your stature as the illustrious Dunk King, no one has chosen to shower you with gifts. Those companies are truly remiss. He Xinghui appears to defend Mason, yet in truth, he is piercing Mason's heart. Mason's jealousy towards him stems from the belief that his own abilities do not merit such recognition. Had it been Jordan receiving such accolades, Mason would undoubtedly concede. Now, He Xinghui candidly acknowledges that he has benefited without effort, which only intensifies Mason's perception of the league's disdain towards him. Why is this so? It feels profoundly unjust. Mason laments internally. At least you possess some self-awareness, recognizing your own inadequacies, Mason remarks. Regrettably, such trivial banter holds no sway over He Xinghui. To mock a fool is merely to amuse oneself. It is the fool who reacts with anger. To deride a king as a fool elicits only a condescending gaze of pity. Armed with the protection of the system, He Xinghui understands his own supremacy. Thus, when Mason labels him a fool, he responds with a patronizing attitude, akin to that of caring for someone less fortunate. Indeed, it is rather embarrassing to receive such unearned wealth. It is far preferable to be like you, who often receives the commendation of low salary, yet high capability. He Xinghui's surface praise subtly serves as a reminder to Mason that the earnings he has amassed do not align with his true capabilities. This realization only deepens Mason's sense of frustration. Ironically, it also prevents him from venting this discontent upon He Xinghui, as the latter consistently speaks well of him in public. During a friendly exchange between Mason and He Xinghui, Paul passed the ball to West, who executed a mid-range jump shot over Brand, successfully scoring. Both West and Brand stand at a height of 2.06 meters, with Brand possessing a slightly longer wingspan. Logically, Brand should have an advantage over West. However, this advantage holds significance only in a broader statistical context. For instance, if Brand were to face West in a one-on-one scenario 100 times, winning 60 of those encounters would signify a measure of dominance over West, yet does not guarantee victory for Brand in any specific match. The uncertainties inherent in the realm of basketball are numerous, and at this moment, Brand is performing at a rather mediocre level. As the Clippers launched their offense, Mobley passed to He Xinghui, who was met with a rough slap from Mason during a shot attempt, causing it to veer off course. Even more absurdly, the referee failed to call a foul. Such occurrences are commonplace in this era. Some players finish a game with arms bruised and swollen for blows, yet still receive no whistle. He Xinghui was quite irate, yet he refrained from venting his frustrations at Mason. Different individuals necessitate varying strategies. When engaging with someone astute like Peyton, the banter must be of a more sophisticated nature. Conversely, when dealing with someone less perceptive like Anthony Walker, the jibe should be more crass and straightforward, lest they be misunderstood. With someone as good-natured as Hamilton, the taunting can be unrestrained. However, when confronting Mason, who has a penchant for conflict and deliberately stirs up discord, the ribbing must be more subtle. It is rather disconcerting that Paul from your team, a rookie no less, fails to pass the ball to you, He Xinghui remarked. On the surface, he appeared to be advocating for Mason, yet in truth, he was unearthing Mason's wounds. Before the season commenced, Mason had presumed that Paul, being a rookie, would undoubtedly pass the ball to him, the seasoned player, out of respect for his elder. However, the reality was starkly different. Paul, buoyed by the support of the management and coaching staff, was free to play according to his own inclinations. Consequently, Mason, with a shooting percentage below 40, became the object of Paul's disdain. This disparity lingered as a deep-seated pain within Mason, one he often sought to evade, reluctant to revisit. Yet, at this moment, He Xinghui brought up the matter, seemingly intent on asserting himself, prompting Mason to reach for the ball. However, Paul had seized an opportune moment to break through. In pursuit of a more efficient score, he had no choice but to disregard Mason's plea, driving past Mobley to secure 2 points with a mid-range shot. At that instant, the shadows in Mason's heart loomed large. He now harbored a desire not just to confront He Xinghui, but also to challenge Paul. The Clippers launched an offensive, with Brand demanding the ball in the low post, only to miss a shot. Turning back, West netted 2 points. With a commanding start of 6-0, the Hornets surged with momentum. As the Clippers pressed forward, He Xinghui diligently executed the coach's strategy. Without the aid of props, he could only adhere to the fundamentals of the game. He Xinghui sprinted towards the horn, with Mason following closely behind, only to be intercepted midway by Majetti. In that fleeting moment, He Xinghui seized an opportunity that lasted a mere 0.5 seconds. As the opening emerged, the ball swiftly found its way into his hands. He Xinghui swiftly struck with his blade, landing a precise 3-point incision to staunch the bleeding. He Xinghui smiled, quite pleased with this goal. It was entirely achieved through skill, which signifies that even without the aid of tools, he can secure his place in the league. He Xinghui scored the first points for the Clippers, while Mason wore a grim expression. Although the play could not be entirely blamed on him, he understood that the superficial fans, who only cared about statistics, would not share this sentiment. They would merely compare the two players in the same position and conclude that he had been outperformed by a rookie, in a bid to improve his dismal statistics. Mason once again sought the ball. From his countenance, Paul discerned his anger. Thus, Paul passed the ball to Mason. Utilizing his robust physique, Mason barreled through He Xinghui, successfully maneuvering past him. However, he only advanced a couple of steps before facing the formidable defensive presence of Come On and Brand in the paint. Left with no choice, he resorted to a hasty mid-range jumper, which, as expected, clanged off the rim. He could neither charge to the basket like LeBron nor rely on the precision of a mid-range shooter like Allen Houston, placing him in an exceedingly awkward position. Chapter 33. Diverse scoring techniques, he lacked sufficient strength. Dunleavy observed He Xinghui being shoved aside with a sense of resignation. He had made significant progress in the past. He would have crumpled to the floor. Assistant coach Vincent, responsible for He Xinghui's strength training, noticed a marked improvement in his power. However, to become a core player, this was still far from adequate. Dunleavy had received notification from management that Elgin Baylor insisted on nurturing He-Shing Wei as a cornerstone of the team. Dunleavy was quite displeased. In his view, He-Shing Wei needed further development, and prematurely elevating him to such a pivotal role might prove detrimental. Yet, he found himself unable to persuade Baylor, as this was, after all, a directive from the owner. On the court, He-Shing Wei, whose physical prowess had risen to a sea level, continued to be overshadowed by Mason's muscular dominance. The situation appeared dire, yet the Hornets derived little benefit from it. Mason struggled to convert his strength advantage into tangible points, akin to a football team dominating possession yet failing to score, ultimately meaningless. Conversely, He-Shing Wei occasionally managed to score, providing greater assistance to the team. After a few minutes, Mason was substituted out, replaced by J.R. Smith. At this juncture, Smith was merely a sophomore, yet his potential was beginning to shine through. Last season, he averaged 10 points per game. However, due to disciplinary issues and conflicts with the coach, his playing time had dwindled, and he was now averaging just over 7 points. Familiar with Smith from his previous associations with LeBron and his stint in the CBA, He-Shing Wei remarked, "Smith, your coaching staff is rather inadequate. You scored in double digits last season, yet they are neglecting your talents this season." He-Shing Wei, feigning ignorance, deliberately brought up a sensitive topic. "What does it matter to you?" Smith retorted, his annoyance palpable as it compounded his existing frustration. A player capable of scoring double digits in their rookie season is typically nurtured as a key asset by the team. Yet, in his case, this was not the reality, which understandably irked Smith, who harbored dreams of stardom. With pent-up frustration, Smith yearned to teach He-Shing Wei a lesson and aimed to prove the coaching staff's oversight through his scoring. However, He-Shing Wei persistently shadowed him, lingering just beyond the three-point line. He-Shing Wei understood that the player's three-point shooting percentage was quite similar to his two-point shooting. Thus, he needed to focus on defending against the three-pointer, while the drive was less of a concern. Smith received the pass and feigned an attempt to drive, yet he remained unfazed. In that moment, Smith felt as though his intentions had been laid bare, leaving him quite vexed. Within the league, there were 400 to 500 players, and the Eastern and Western teams only faced one another twice a year, with only 10 players able to be on the court simultaneously. Thus, opportunities for direct encounters were sparse. Consequently, aside from the exceptionally renowned players, the rest were not particularly familiar with one another. Smith found it perplexing how He-Shing Wei could possess such an acute understanding of his characteristics and thoughts. As time dwindled, with no success in deceiving Smith was left with no choice but to take a hasty shot. Seizing the moment, he leapt early and swatted the ball forward. Without hesitation, he capitalized on the moment while others were still reacting, gaining a clear path to the basket. Before the game commenced, he had contemplated how to approach it, as well as his aspirations for the season. Given his capabilities and the current roster of the Clippers, aiming for the championship this season was undoubtedly a fanciful notion. Therefore, his objective for the season was to enhance his skills and solidify his position. The outcomes of regular season games, in contrast, held little significance. Thus, for this match, he opted not to purchase items to bolster his strength, but rather acquired the item fancy scoring. In simpler terms, this referred to flamboyant and highly entertaining scoring techniques. Such methods served as a magnet for fans, costing a mere 50 points of anger. With a clear path to the basket, a slam dunk was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Upon making this decision, the item activated, granting him a fleeting S-level jump and hang-time ability. Consequently, amidst the gasps of the audience, he charged towards the basket, soaring high before executing a between-the-legs dunk followed by a windmill. What a remarkable display. Such a move could easily earn a perfect score in a dunk contest, and had never been seen in actual gameplay. Oh my goodness, who claimed his physical prowess was mediocre. Step forward, for I shall challenge you. Barkley leapt from his seat, his mouth agape in astonishment. The between-the-legs windmill was simply unbelievable, beyond comprehension. Kenny Smith was equally taken aback by He-Shing Wei's sudden ferocity. The Skywalker, the marvelous boy. The audience erupted in cheers, having come to witness the spectacular performance of He-Shing Wei, and now their desires were fulfilled. After executing his stunning display, he rushed to the scorer's table and addressed the statistician. That shot should count as 3 points. The statistician, Feather, replied with a wry smile. My dear boy, I too would love to award 3 points, but according to the rules, a basket made under the rim counts as 2. You are being excessively stingy. You are stifling the art of dunking. Henceforth, I shall solely focus on 3-point shots, as they would contribute more significantly to the team. He Xinghui shook his head and departed, bringing laughter to the surrounding staff and audience. He Xinghui's goal was nothing short of spectacular, prompting a temporary halt in the match as the audience was treated to a replay. His movements were broadcasted repeatedly on the screen, undeniably graceful and flamboyant. Paul, however, scoffed internally, dismissing the spectacle. As the game progressed, he had accumulated 2 points and 3 assists, while He Xinghui had only managed 5 points. In terms of contribution to the team and overall performance, Paul far surpassed He Xinghui. Yet, no cheers or applause were directed his way. His efforts seemed to fade into obscurity. It was impossible for him to feel entirely balanced in his emotions. As the brief uproar subsided, the match resumed. "Smith, how about that dunk? Surely it can outshine Candace." He Xinghui remarked with a smile directed at Smith as he returned to the court. "Say that again if you dare." Smith retorted suddenly, leading to a clash on the court as he charged at He Xinghui with his head. In truth, one could hardly blame Smith for his impulsive aggression. In the words of He Xinghui, the Candace referred to as Candace Parker. In 2004, Smith faced defeat in the dunk contest at McDonald's, succumbing to the then 17-year-old Candace. Fast forward a decade, and while Candace celebrates her WNBA championship, Smith need not feel overly embarrassed. However, at that moment, Candace had yet to enter the WNBA, merely an obscure college student. This presents an intriguing scenario, an aspiring NBA all-star losing a dunk contest to a female college student. Such an embarrassing moment, when brought to light, would provoke frustration in anyone. Smith, showing remarkable restraint, refrained from throwing a punch. Chapter 34. Paul was also incensed. He Xinghui raised his hands in surrender and stepped back, for he was not fond of face-to-face encounters with another man at such close proximity. The referee and the players from the Clippers rushed over to intervene, blocking Smith's path. Meanwhile, the audience unleashed a torrent of boos directed at Smith, with many resorting to vulgarities. One was humorous and charming, while the other was hot-tempered. One was an idol to many, and the other a mere footnote in the game. One had just delivered a spectacular dunk, while the other had just made a blunder. Fans readily chose their allegiance. In their eyes, a player as endearing as He Xinghui could do no wrong. If a conflict arose, it must surely be the fault of the other party. This logic, albeit simplistic, held some truth. The referee issued a technical foul to Smith, while He Xinghui remained unscathed. Referees, being human, naturally prefer not to be disliked without cause. With so many spectators siding with He Xinghui, a technical foul against him would surely incur their ire. Furthermore, while He Xinghui's actions may have been irksome, they did not constitute a foul. Smith, having drawn the technical foul, paid the price as he was substituted by head coach Byron Scott, known for his difficult demeanor. Having previously clashed with Kidd during his time with the Nets, he now found himself at odds with Smith and would likely continue to have disputes with other players in the future. The Hornets were already overloaded with power forwards, yet severely lacking in guards. Among shooting guards, only Mason and Smith remained, both of whom had disappointed Scott. Consequently, Snyder was moved to shooting guard, West to small forward, and Brandon Bass took on the role of power forward. This arrangement was far from ideal, yet Scott remained obstinately set in his ways. Anyone who dared to disregard his directives would find themselves benched, regardless of their talent. Throughout Scott's coaching career, he has led teams that cannot be considered weak. Yet his career winning percentage barely exceeds 40%, which speaks volumes. Remarkably, by the end of the first quarter, the Hornets' 2 primary shooting guards had both been sidelined by He. Smith remarked on the situation. While such outcomes may not be statistically recorded, their impact should not be underestimated. After all, if one is destined to receive a technical foul, why not deliver a punch to that fellow instead? At least it would serve as a release of frustration, Barkley quipped. Were it him, he would have long since executed a body slam on He Xinghui. Refusing to allow such audacity to persist, Smith cleared his throat, reminding Barkley to watch his words, for they represented TNT. One could only say that today's players have become too soft. Barkley cast a disparaging glance at the current match. The game continued, and He Xinghui played for another 2 minutes without making a notable impact before being substituted for a respite. When he returned to the court, it was already the latter half of the second quarter. At this juncture, the score stood at 44-38, with the Hornets holding a 6-point lead. Although the Clippers were somewhat stronger, their performance today appeared rather lackluster. This, of course, is a perfectly natural occurrence. The disparity in strength between formidable teams and weaker ones is not as pronounced as fans often perceive. As He Xinghui made his entrance, the audience erupted in cheers once again. Without He Xinghui, the Clippers game would indeed lack excitement. Paul furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of frustration. Despite having played numerous matches and delivered outstanding performances, he had yet to experience the exhilarating sensation of being idolized. Due to the impact of the hurricane, New Orleans was currently playing its home games in Oklahoma City, the future home of the Thunder. The fans in Oklahoma City, for the time being, were not supporters of the Hornets. As the Clippers mounted their offense, He Xinghui sought to invigorate the team's spirit by acquiring an array of extravagant props. Suddenly, his breakthrough became astoundingly sharp, effortlessly maneuvering past Snyder and charging towards the basket. This deft display of skill was undeniably captivating. Observing this, Paul charged forward fiercely, gripping He Xinghui's jersey with his left hand while his right aimed a swift strike at He Xinghui's head, employing a series of subtle tactics in the process. As He Xinghui took 3 steps, he encountered an obstruction. Cradling the ball in one arm, he instinctively pushed Paul with the other. However, given Paul's considerable weight, the force of the push not only displaced Paul, but also caused He Xinghui to lose his balance, sending him tumbling towards the baseline. Though his feet remained within the court, his body had already tilted precariously out of bounds. Realizing he was on the brink of a turnover, He Xinghui had no choice but to hurl the ball upwards in a desperate manner before collapsing onto the floor. The thrown basketball soared over the backboard, following an extraordinarily peculiar trajectory before miraculously finding its way into the hoop. This moment bore a striking resemblance to a memorable shot made by Paul George in the original timeline. Astonishingly, it was hard to believe, an incredible basket indeed. The audience erupted in cheers. The style of this shot was simply remarkable. The game had to be paused as the screen replayed the moment repeatedly, much to Paul's chagrin, who was left seething with frustration. Up to this point, He Xinghui has only scored 3 goals, 2 of which have been replayed repeatedly. He has merely accumulated 7 points, yet fans are going wild over it. In stark contrast, he has achieved a remarkable tally of 8 points and 5 assists. It has not received a single round of applause. How absurd! The anger from Paul is palpable. I bear no intention of provoking or mocking Paul. The sudden system notification caught He Xinghui off guard momentarily. However, he soon comprehended the situation and couldn't help but chuckle. After being pulled up by his teammates, He Xinghui approached Paul and said, "Chris, are you upset?" He Xinghui remarked. Chris felt a jolt of surprise within, yet being a composed individual, he refrained from revealing his astonishment outwardly. He replied, "What a joke. Why would I be angry? We are still in the lead. TSK. I never imagined you to be such a Paul. Telling lies is certainly not a commendable habit." He Xinghui's tone resembled that of an adult mocking a child, which inexplicably irked Paul. However, he remained composed and disdainfully walked away. Once the game resumed, he coolly sank a mid-range shot. "Your clownish tactics are ineffective against me." Paul muttered a taunt. Ineffective? One might wonder who contributed to that 250 points of anger. Observing Paul's stubborn demeanor, He Xinghui couldn't help but chuckle. The expressions of a person often convey a wealth of information that surpasses mere words. Take He Xinghui's mischievous smile, for instance. Paul could sense a hint of mockery directed at himself within it. At that moment, even Paul felt the urge to land a punch on this guy. However, He Xinghui wisely moved away just in time. Comparatively, provoking Paul is far more challenging than riling up others. There were still 4 Hornets players on the court, rendering it unnecessary to engage with Paul. Moreover, their positions differed significantly. He Xinghui approached Snyder, his smile as mischievous and infuriating as ever, prompting Snyder to silently scream, "Please, don't come any closer." Chapter 35, The Background Player. The team was trailing, and Brand and his companions were struggling with their shooting. Consequently, Mobley began to seek out He Xinghui more frequently, hoping he would deliver yet another astonishing performance, as he often did. When the ball landed in He Xinghui's hands, he found himself confronting Snyder's formidable defense, which was no small feat. Although Snyder was not particularly renowned, he had proven himself this season as a formidable defender, averaging 8 points per game, with an impressive 3-point shooting percentage of 36. A player of such caliber, placed 15 years into the future, would command a salary of at least $8 million. Step aside, for I risk becoming merely a backdrop in this defense. He Xinghui offered a kind reminder. Snyder was left speechless, steadfastly maintaining his position against He Xinghui, denying him any opportunity to break through or take a shot. He Xinghui found himself in a predicament, forced to shield the ball with his back while seeking a teammate. However, his companions displayed a lack of enthusiasm in their movements, seemingly indicating that he should take on the challenge alone. As time dwindled, with no alternatives at hand, he extravagantly resorted to acquiring a flashy prop, tossing it casually behind him. This action, neither resembling a shot nor a pass, nearly elicited a chuckle from Scott. Yet, his amusement swiftly faded. The ball went in. Regardless of how absurd the release looked, a score is a score. I told you to move, but you wouldn't listen. Do you relish being a mere backdrop? Perhaps I shall henceforth call you Backdrop. Without obtaining Snyder's consent, Xinhui unilaterally assigned a nickname to his opponent. As the Hornets initiated their offense, he began to chant in front of Snyder. Backdrop, backdrop, Kirk the backdrop. At last, Kirk Snyder could no longer endure it and forcefully shoved Xinhui. Consequently, the referee called an offensive foul against the Hornets. Paul, in a state of frustration, leapt before the referee with his limbs flailing, having just executed a brilliant play with West, only to see the referee blow the whistle for an offensive foul. The referee pointed to Snyder, leading Paul to realize that Snyder had pushed he. Even the astute Paul could not fathom why Snyder would engage in such a senseless act at that moment. Xinhui was not the least bit surprised by this. Foolish individuals are invariably prone to exhibiting foolish behavior. In comparison to Snyder's later intrusion into residential homes for theft, this act of pushing someone was not particularly foolish. In 2009, Snyder broke into an ordinary residence to steal, and after being apprehended, he posted a bail of $500,000. The very residence he targeted could barely fetch $50,000 on the market, let alone the trivial items he sought to pilfer. Can one not deem a millionaire engaging in such antics as foolish? As the possession changed hands, Mobley's intention to pass to Xinhui was glaringly obvious, resulting in Paul executing a theft of the ball. Throughout his illustrious career, Paul has claimed the title of steals leader on 6 occasions, making him the player with the most steals. It is evident that this is a natural talent, as Paul displayed his ability to steal even during his rookie season. Catino, you and Brand should engage in more pick and rolls. My shooting touch is not quite there today. Xinhui cautioned that he had executed 3 fancy goals in this match, suggesting that it was rather sufficient. Overindulgence in such displays might lead to aesthetic fatigue among the spectators. It would be better to reserve them for a few games hence. Mobley, upon hearing this, wore a perplexed expression, seemingly questioning whether he was jesting. After all, he had effortlessly scored twice, and yet this was deemed a poor touch? Currently, Brand had a dismal record of 3 out of 8, Maggette 1 out of 4, and Come On 2 out of 4, while Mobley himself had only managed 2 out of 5. Each performance was rather lamentable. In stark contrast, Xinhui had achieved 4 out of 6, which was commendable. Yet, this individual, who was evidently in good form, claimed otherwise. Mobley harbored serious doubts, suspecting that Xinhui's words were an indirect jab at himself and Brand among others. How outrageous it was for him to direct trash talk towards his own teammates. As the first half concluded, the Clippers found themselves trailing by 8 points. During the halftime break, Dunleavy addressed Xinhui, stating, You need to increase your shooting attempts. Coach, he replied, I feel out of sorts in this game and hesitate to take too many shots. As you know, I have always been a player who values rationality in my game. Xinhui remarked, and upon hearing his words, the other players on the Clippers nearly revolted. In their team, it is precisely Xinhui who lacks the authority to speak on the rationality of playing styles. Each of his attempts is so astonishing that, had he not been successful so frequently, his choice of shots would have led to his expulsion from the team long ago. While playing sensibly is undoubtedly significant, there are moments when one must step up and shoulder responsibility. Deng Liwei nearly articulated this sentiment, emphasizing that a star player must courageously assume responsibility and inspire the team. Very well. Xinhui reluctantly agreed to shoulder the heavy responsibility of revitalizing the team at such a young age, which was indeed a considerable burden for him. As soon as Deng Liwei departed, someone in the locker room suggested silencing this young man, and the call for participation was made. The right to shoot has always been of paramount importance to players. Many strive for this privilege, yet Xinhui obtained it with an unwilling demeanor, inciting envy and resentment among his peers. In the second half, Xinhui increased his attempts, but his shooting percentage subsequently declined, soon falling below 50%. This accurately reflected his true capabilities. As his efficiency waned, his teammates failed to rise to the occasion, causing the Clippers to fall further behind. However, the fans did not express dissatisfaction towards Xinhui. Instead, they felt that the shortcomings of the other players compelled him to step up. Not just the fans. Even Barkley and Smith echoed this sentiment. The Clippers found themselves in a predicament. with several key players hesitant to take shots. In contrast, he exhibited a willingness to shoulder the responsibility. Although his shooting percentage was low, he had not given up. Barkley noted that this was merely his first season, and it was unreasonable to expect him to perform flawlessly in every game. He required time to develop. Nevertheless, it was certain that he had the potential to become a star, as he possessed a resilient spirit. Smith added that their praise for He Xinhui was not merely due to their camaraderie, but stemmed from the understanding that it is challenging for the league to cultivate a star. And stars are essential for viewership. TNT had tasted success with He Xinhui and naturally wished for his continued ascent. Ultimately, the referee signaled the end of the game. The Clippers suffered a 9-point defeat at home to the Hornets, with a final score of 90-99. The standout performers were Paul and West, with Paul achieving 18 points, 11 assists, and 2 steals, a remarkable double-double. Yet, the loudest applause was not for Paul, but rather for He Xinhui. He Xinhui made 9 out of 19 shots, accumulating 20 points, 2 rebounds, and 3 assists. Although his scoring was impressive, such a high volume of attempts yielding points held little significance, failing to secure victory for the team. In the eyes of his fans, however, He Xinghui's status as a rookie and his achievement of the highest score on the team translated to a commendable performance. The loss, naturally, was attributed to his teammates. After all, how can an idol be at fault? Chapter 36. Refusal to comment. If only I had been selected by the Clippers. Witnessing He Xinghui bask in the adoration of the fans ignited a yearning within Paul to depart from the Hornets. Yet, this desire seemed somewhat unattainable. He was now regarded as a core player, and the Hornets would certainly not allow him to leave. Despite winning the game, Paul felt little sense of accomplishment. Rather, he envied the losing side. This was perhaps the most unsatisfactory victory of his life. Meanwhile, He Xinghui, on the sidelines, engaged joyfully with fans, exuding an aura that suggested he had emerged victorious that day. Paul's irritation grew as he observed his carefree demeanor, seemingly indifferent to the outcome of the match. Choosing to be out of sight, Paul turned away from the court. At the press conference, a reporter inquired of Paul. The draft report indicated that his physical attributes are mediocre, yet he delivered an impressive dunk during the game. What is your perspective on this? Paul felt a surge of frustration. Despite securing a win, the focus was diverted to He Xinghui. No matter how spectacular the dunk, it only counts for 2 points. My focus is solely on the victory, and we achieved that today, Paul replied. What about that shot he made from beyond the baseline? Do you regret not contesting it? Had you done so, he might not have scored that beautiful basket, the reporter pressed on. There are no what-ifs in life, nor in games. I do not regret contesting. It was the right decision, Paul responded tersely. Could we please shift the focus back to our team? We are the victors of this match. What merit is there in discussing the victors? The reporter asked, bewildered. In the realm of the NBA, numerous games occur on any given day, with various teams emerging victorious. Ties are non-existent. Is the triumph of a particular team truly newsworthy? So how do you evaluate he as a player? I refuse to comment. Paul gritted his teeth. After the game, the NBA's official website reported a significant increase in views for the top 5 plays video compared to previous days. Among these 5 remarkable plays, He Xinghui alone accounted for 3. Notably, his stunning behind-the-back dunk following a steal secured the top spot. These highlight reels and top 10 plays have propelled He Xinghui's popularity to new heights. Some casual fans, who lack the time or interest to watch entire games, typically opt for condensed highlights and top plays. Undoubtedly, players with an attractive style of play who frequently appear in highlight reels can capture this segment of fans. As for shooting percentage and efficiency ratings, such metrics hold little interest for these casual viewers. While the video of the top plays garnered impressive views, it was not the most viewed. On the 19th, the most clicked video on the official website was one that had little to do with basketball, having gone viral beyond its niche, with numerous video platforms and individual users sharing it. The amusing plot featured a mascot provocatively dancing before a player, only to be knocked out by said player, a moment made even more entertaining as the player was none other than the currently popular He Xinghui. The comments beneath the video exceeded 100,000, filled with amusing remarks such as, "I came to play basketball because I couldn't find a dance partner," and "Players who can't dance can't defeat mascots." The mascot quipped, "I can't do this job anymore." Carlos, watching the sports news, couldn't help but comment. Having missed the opportunity to sign He Xinghui, those at Adidas surely hoped his fame would be fleeting. However, contrary to their expectations, He Xinghui's performance on the court aside, his knack for generating headlines remained exceptional. A single video of him knocking out a mascot propelled him into the limelight. This was indeed a remarkable achievement. Other players, regardless of their skills, could only gather a following of fans. In contrast, He Xinghui's humor and charm resonate across various domains. At present, numerous dance enthusiasts have also become fans of He Xinghui. "Boss, I believe you should watch this show," one of his subordinates suggested. Clicking on a chat program featuring Cindy and several socialites and influencers engaging in conversation with the host. This gossip-driven, sensationalist program consistently maintained high ratings. After all, the majority of viewers are everyday people who do not deliberately seek out highbrow content. Down-to-earth programming is more appealing to them. The host remarked, 95 million. "If it were me, I would also choose Reebok over Nike." Cindy replied, "No, his choice of Reebok isn't for that reason. In reality, Nike's contract was equally enticing, but he enjoys a challenge. As he puts it, collaborating with an industry giant like Nike lacks excitement. He prefers the thrill of overcoming the best." Upon the utterance of these words, a chorus of wow and cool erupted. The pursuit of gain while avoiding harm, and the inclination to curry favor with the powerful, indeed represent the prevailing trends of society. This audacity to challenge the strong exudes an aura of remarkable coolness. "So, what is it like to be the girlfriend of a billionaire?" The host continued to pry. "In truth, we are merely good friends. He has just embarked on his NBA journey, facing fierce competition that demands his full attention on training, leaving little room for romance. Meanwhile, I have only just graduated from university." Cindy was acutely aware that matters of the heart had yet to even begin. On the other hand, bearing the title of rumored girlfriend of He Xinghui does bestow upon her numerous advantages. Several low-budget productions have already extended their olive branches to her. Benefiting from He Xinghui's fame, Cindy, with understanding, endeavored to craft a positive image of him as a diligent and aspiring individual during the show. Following the broadcast, the response was favorable, particularly among the youth, who admired He Xinghui's audacious ambition to rival Nike. At Nike's headquarters, CEO Robinson was in a fit of rage. Although he held no belief that He Xinghui could truly challenge them, he was compelled to acknowledge that He Xinghui's remarks had indeed cast a shadow over Nike's reputation. Moreover, losing He Xinghui was undoubtedly a significant setback for them. "We must find a way to steer public opinion. He cannot be allowed to enter the All-Star game," Robinson commanded. The All-Star voting had officially commenced a few days prior, and the Clippers had only two notable players, Brand and Castle. Thus, even though He Xinghui had played only a handful of games, he was thrust into the spotlight as a candidate. Robinson dared not underestimate the power of Chinese fans. Without intervention, He Xinghui might very well unseat Kobe from the starting lineup this year. Kobe was their marquee athlete, and the thought of him being replaced, akin to how Shaquille O'Neal once was utterly unacceptable to Robinson. Therefore, he sought to manipulate public sentiment to influence the voting rules, insisting that not all overseas votes should be recognized. Challenge Nike? Robinson scoffed inwardly. Chapter 37. He must not be allowed to engage with men. Is it truly so difficult to topple Nike? For the average person, this may indeed hold true. However, He Xinghui is anything but ordinary. His identity as a time traveler is unparalleled globally. If he were to channel his energy into business endeavors, surpassing Nike would be a trivial matter. Although his primary focus must currently be on basketball, this does not preclude He Xinghui from causing difficulties for Nike. By simply borrowing elements from classic advertisements and marketing strategies of the future, he could inflict considerable damage on Nike. For instance, the marketing case of Uncle Drew with Kyrie Irving and Pepsi could be readily adapted. On his days off, He Xinghui spends time in his quarters, jotting down and sketching significant events. Among these, he devised an advertising plan for the upcoming summer. He intends to masquerade as an elderly gentleman, provocatively challenging opponents on the court. After enduring a couple of defeats, He Xinghui will then instruct his nephew to fetch a pair of Reebok shoes, which he will don to dominate the game. This approach would create the illusion that wearing Reebok confers exceptional prowess. One should not underestimate such subconscious illusions. Many human behaviors are governed by these underlying influences. Just as the slogan Farmers' 3 punches resonates sweetly, once consumers subconsciously embrace this notion, they will inevitably and unthinkingly purchase Farmers' 3 punches when seeking bottled water. He Xinghui recalls numerous successful and classic advertising campaigns akin to Uncle Drew. It is no surprise, as he hails from an era inundated with relentless advertising in the 2020s. "Boss, at 2 p.m., you have a meeting with Miss Melissa," Mark reminded him. Melissa is the head of the advertising department at Pepsi. Recently, Both Pepsi and Coca-Cola extended offers to He Xinghui. The former proposed a sum of $2 million annually, while the latter offered $1.5 million. Endorsements for beverages inherently command lower prices than those for athletic footwear. Thus, Pepsi's $2 million is indeed a generous offer. Nevertheless, He Xinghui seeks a bit more. He communicated his advertising ideas to Pepsi, coupled with a request for increased compensation. Pepsi, however, regarded this with disdain, doubting that a basketball player could conceive any compelling advertising concepts. Yet they did not abandon He Xinghui. Rather, they prepared to negotiate further, hoping to dissuade him from such juvenile and capricious notions. During the negotiations with Pepsi's representatives, Mark Collins subtly advised that a female negotiator be sent to engage with He Xinghui, as he had developed an obsession with concerns regarding He Xinghui's sexuality. From time to time, I dream of the revelation of He Xinghui's identity as a gay man, which subsequently leads to a significant decline in his popularity and, ultimately, his unemployment. He harbors a deep-seated fear that if Pepsi were to send a handsome man his way, He Xinghui might take an interest, thus exposing his scandalous secrets. Consequently, he strives to prevent any private interactions between He Xinghui and other men. Unbeknownst to him, when Pepsi heard Mark's demands, they nearly misconstrued them as attempts at coercion and exploitation, seriously contemplating abandoning their pursuit of He Xinghui. To think that securing an endorsement would involve such dubious practices is utterly preposterous. Fortunately, Melissa from Pepsi volunteered to take on this task. Her perspective was quite straightforward. Even if things would take an unexpected turn, she felt it would not be a loss, for at least He Xinghui was not an elderly man. He was youthful, vibrant, quite attractive, and, more importantly, renowned with considerable financial prospects. At 2 o'clock in the Shearson restaurant, He Xinghui and Melissa sat facing each other. He Xinghui felt somewhat puzzled, sensing an unusual glimmer in the other's gaze, tinged with a hint of wariness. This provoked a torrent of internal sarcasm within him. The number of women who would willingly share a bed with him could encircle the Staples Center twice, yet this one dared to look down upon him. Utterly preposterous. Advertising may appear deceptively simple at first glance, yet encompasses a wealth of knowledge, Melissa remarked. I understand, but such reasoning applies only to ordinary individuals. And I am a genius. As he uttered these words, He Xinghui maintained an unflinching demeanor, elevating himself to a new echelon. Upon hearing this, Melissa offered a wry smile, as she found it hard to believe that among athletes, one could truly be a genius. The prevailing image of NBA players is often one of brawn over brain, with many facing financial ruin post-retirement. Just take a look for yourself. He Xinghui, weary of idle chatter, presented his own written copy. Although Melissa harbored countless disdainful thoughts, she could not bring herself to decline reading it. However, upon glancing at the content, she was left utterly astonished. He Xinghui crafted an advertisement reminiscent of the iconic Pepsi and Coca-Cola campaigns, albeit with a slight modification. The scene unfolds on a basketball court, where he pauses to summon a ball boy to procure refreshments. The ball boy, upon reaching the vending machine, finds himself unable to reach the Pepsi button due to his diminutive stature. Thus, he inserts coins to purchase 2 cans of Coca-Cola while standing on tiptoes. Finally, after precariously balancing on the Coca-Cola cans, he manages to press the button for Pepsi and procures a can, which he delivers to He Xinghui. The 2 cans of Coca-Cola, however, are left unacknowledged. This advertisement subtly conveys a psychological suggestion that Coca-Cola lacks appeal, merely serving as a prop to elevate oneself. The consumers appear to disregard it altogether. Brilliant, Melissa praised. The ad not only promotes its own product, but also casts a shadow over its competitor, leaving them with no grounds for rebuttal, as it never explicitly states that Coca-Cola is inferior. Even in the event of a lawsuit, it is destined to be a futile exercise. When weighed against the potential advertising impact, such trivialities become negligible. Mediocre at best, he remarked. This is the worst advertisement I have ever penned in my life. He Xinghui remarked. Melissa had long heard of He Xinghui's arrogance, yet she never anticipated such extreme arrogance. Moreover, deep down, Melissa harbored doubts about the authenticity of the advertisement being the work of He Xinghui. She suspected it to be the result of his entourage's efforts. Perhaps He Xinghui merely craved the spotlight, thus claiming credit for it. Such occurrences are all too common in the entertainment industry, where many so-called original artists are supported by a dedicated team. However, Melissa was not a paragon of justice. Her primary concern lay solely in her own interests. He Xinghui's creativity adds another topic to the advertisement, which is certainly not a drawback. My baseline for endorsement fees remains at $2 million. However, we are prepared to invest significantly in this advertising concept. I will endeavor to negotiate a handsome price for Mr. He, ensuring it does not fall below $500,000. Melissa remarked, I am here to discuss endorsements. If I were to sell creativity, I would go directly to an advertising agency. What you need to understand is that I have more than one such advertisement in mind. He Xinghui remarked, is there more? Melissa is genuinely astonished now. Even a professional team would find it challenging to conceive so many classic advertisements. After all this time, you still doubt my genius, don't you? My endorsement fee is $400,000 a year. Anything below that does not pique my interest. If you lack the authority to make a decision, you may report this to your superior. He Xinghui has proven his worth. If Pepsi dares not take risks, it deserves to languish beneath Coca-Cola, eternally relegated to second place. Chapter 38. He must not be exposed to women. Pepsi has signed an endorsement contract with He Xinghui for 3 years at a staggering $10 million. Once again, astonishing the onlookers. An annual average of 33 million surpasses that of LeBron James, Kobe Bryant, and Yao Ming. Many spectators are curious as to why companies seem to throw money at He Xinghui as if under some spell. Those unaware of the intricacies can only watch the spectacle unfold. However, within the realm of agents, there are indeed many who possess considerable insight into why He Xinghui commands such a sum. Remarkably, He Xinghui is also capable of crafting advertising copy. This revelation has brought tears to the eyes of numerous agents. Had they known of He Xinghui's remarkable talents, they would have gone to great lengths to eliminate Mark in order to secure a connection with He Xinghui. Meanwhile, Mark is assembling his own team. The number of entities eager to collaborate with He Xinghui is overwhelming, and he finds himself unable to manage alone. Particularly with partnerships related to China, he lacks both experience and connections, not to mention a deep understanding of the local situation. Yet this is not a significant obstacle. Many are keen to approach him for collaboration. The success of Team Yao has elicited envy and admiration among many domestically towards figures like Liu Hao. Now, with the sudden emergence of He Xinghui, numerous individuals see an opportunity. Even before He Xinghui completed his match against the Spurs, actions were already underway. After conducting his own investigation, Mark ultimately identified a potential collaborator, Zhao Liping. At 26 years old, she is strikingly beautiful. A graduate of the University of Chicago Booth School of Business, proficient in law, negotiation, and marketing. She hails from a formidable family background, possessing extensive connections. Yet, these attributes are not the crux of her appeal. Zhao Liping stands out not solely for her capabilities, but because she is a woman. Mark desires for He Xinghui to have more interactions with attractive women. This rationale is destined to remain a closely guarded secret. However, Mark does not possess final authority. He Xinghui's approval is imperative. Thus, at He Xinghui's residence, he meets Zhao Liping for the first time. Mr. He, I am well-versed in both domestic and international affairs and can help you navigate numerous pitfalls in commercial promotion. Zhao Liping introduces her strengths. Sister Liping, these matters are of little concern to me. You seem unaware of what I truly desire. He Xinghui mused. From Zhao Liping's background and eloquence, He Xinghui could sense that she was a highly capable professional elite. However, the other party did not understand him. Oh, Xing, what is it that you desire? I can assist you with anything. All you need to do is focus on playing. I will manage the affairs off the court. Upon hearing He Xinghui refer to her as sister, she reciprocated with a more familiar address, creating a sense of closeness. As for what He Xinghui desired, she was unconcerned. As long as his wishes did not involve the moon in the sky, she would find a way to fulfill them. What does a man desire? Of course, it is a woman. Does it truly matter to me whether it is 1,000,000 more or 1,000,000 less? If I could have an intriguing story with a beautiful star, how delightful that would be. If you could arrange a meeting with Yifei, Yang, Gigi, and Cici, I would immediately sign a contract with you. He Xinghui declared, leaving Zhao Liping momentarily speechless. Though she had encountered many lecherous men before, she had never experienced such unabashed candor. In that instant, she felt as though she had been transmuted from a career elite into a mere pimp. An egregious affront to her dignity. As a woman, she realized that she could never comprehend He Xinghui's primal instincts in the same manner a man could. This, she feared, was an insurmountable chasm, and she advised him against pursuing such a course of action. Our country, unlike the West, holds its celebrities to stringent standards. A lack of propriety, regardless of one's athletic prowess, could lead to ostracism. Zhao Liping's words were stern, yet her heart was unsettled. This was the finest opportunity she had ever encountered, and the thought of losing it filled her with regret for what could be infinite tomorrows. Nevertheless, she ultimately chose to decline, uncertain whether He Xinghui's words were sincere or merely a test of her character. More importantly, she was unwilling to facilitate a man's exploitation. Thus, Zhao Liping opted to take a gamble, betting on the notion that He Xinghui was indeed testing her. Alas, she miscalculated. His words were imbued with genuine intent. He Xinghui, in a past life, belonged to the post-90s generation, experiencing his formative years coinciding with the meteoric rise of celebrities Yi Fei, Er Yuan, and San Yang. During his teenage years, he avidly watched their period dramas and even adorned his room with their posters. To claim that he harbored no feelings for them would be utterly implausible. Now, having been granted a second chance at life, along with the opportunity to realize his fantasies. Haha, I'm merely jesting, testing your resolve. It appears you are indeed quite principled. Splendid. We can embark on a collaboration. He Xinghui spoke earnestly, though a trace of imperceptible regret lingered in his tone. Fantasies are ultimately just that, fantasies. He Xinghui ultimately resolved to steer clear of potential pitfalls. Despite the current prominence of Yi Fei and the Three Yangs not matching his own, their connections are indeed formidable. Is it a given that beauty guarantees fame? Such naivety is rather disheartening. Given the heights He Xinghui aspires to attain, it is one thing to genuinely wish to marry someone. However, if one desires to disregard them once they've had their fill, that would lead to considerable complications. For the sake of prudence, He Xinghui decided to pursue relationships with women from Korea, Japan, or perhaps charming ladies from Eastern Europe. To exploit local women would be utterly inhumane. However, engaging with foreign women could be seen as a form of national pride. At least, that is how the average person might perceive it. Thus, He Xinghui chose not to make things difficult for Zhao Liping. Upholding the interests of clients is my fundamental principle, and collaborating with you, Xing, is my utmost honor. Zhao Liping silently sighed in relief, grateful she had taken the right gamble. Indeed, a person as witty and humorous as him could not possibly be crass. The two exchanged beaming smiles and shook hands, solidifying their intention to collaborate. As for the specifics of their partnership, that would be left to Mark and Zhao Liping to discuss. He Xinghui lacked the energy for such details. After signing the contract and returning to her residence, Zhao Liping felt elated. She poured herself a glass of red wine, savoring the taste of victory. After a sip, she couldn't help but reminisce about the day's events. This was indeed her moment of glory. However, upon reflection, she made a startling realization. Considering He Xinghui's tone and demeanor, she sensed that his earlier words were perhaps not mere jest. Alas, yet another lecher. Men, it seems, are rarely virtuous. Zhao Liping shook her head and sighed. Yet she had no intention of retracting her agreement. That would be absurd. This job could yield her a salary in the 7 figures, with no ceiling in sight. If He Xinghui were to achieve greatness akin to Michael Jordan, she would become the next David Falk. Zhao Liping resolved to safeguard He Xinghui's image and to prevent him from becoming enraptured by beauty, vowing to limit his interactions with women as much as possible. After all, men should associate with men. Chapter 39. Helping Xiao Nio forget pain. On the 21st, the Clippers had no game. He Xinghui had spent an entire day training at the gym. As he was about to leave and return to his residence, he was intercepted by a lurking reporter named Lucy. Ever since she had been captivated by He Xinghui, her fame had soared considerably. She was acutely aware that her newfound prominence stemmed from him. Consequently, in her subsequent articles, she had entirely devoted herself to He Xinghui, proclaiming herself as his exclusive reporter. Unfortunately, many others within the television station aspired to the same role, leading to fierce internal competition. Mere self-proclamation was insufficient. To secure her position, Lucy needed to deliver more substantial accomplishments and report on a greater number of stories concerning He Xinghui. Thus, even though the Lakers had a game that day, she opted not to attend the live event, instead choosing to stake out outside the Clippers training facility, waiting for He Xinghui. Did you know that Kobe scored 62 points against the Mavericks in just 3 quarters, surpassing the entire Mavericks team by 1 point? Lucy inquired. This was the astonishing news she received while lying in wait, and upon hearing it, she promptly discarded her original line of questioning, eager to capitalize on this sensational development. Really? He Xinghui feigned ignorance, yet this match remained vividly etched in his memory. On the surface, 62 points may seem less impressive than 81, but it is crucial to recognize that this tally was achieved over 3 quarters. Moreover, 62 points surpassed the total score of the opposing team by a single point, which is the crux of the matter. Upon closer examination, the challenge of attaining this score was arguably greater than that of reaching 81 points. Furthermore, the Raptors were a struggling team, having secured only 27 victories this season, while the Mavericks stood as a formidable force in the league, amassing 60 wins and ranking third overall. Anyone devoid of bias against Kobe would undoubtedly acknowledge his prowess in this game. Undeniably true, Lucy remarked. Damn, I am envious. Xinhui hurled the Gatorade he held onto the ground and kicked over a nearby trash can, exhibiting an exceedingly irascible demeanor, akin to Shaquille O'Neal's reaction upon learning that LeBron James had surpassed his historical scoring record. This behavior is, in fact, quite astute. Only a foolish athlete would stubbornly claim to be unperturbed by envy, when it is evident that such a sentiment is inevitable. Rather than projecting a disingenuous, narrow-minded persona, it is far more endearing to candidly acknowledge one's jealousy, which can convey a charming and relatable sense of humor. Indeed, Lucy was nearly doubled over with laughter. I feel quite envious. I am in need of consolation. Xinhui opened his arms to Lucy and nestled his head in her embrace, shamelessly taking liberties. Naturally, Lucy was overjoyed, but the cameraman beside them was left in distress. His affection for Lucy had lingered for some time, and witnessing another man indulging in the woman he cherished brought an unmistakable pang to his heart. Nevertheless, even in such a predicament, he steadied the camera, suppressing the tremor of his furious hands, determined to maintain the quality of the recording, lest he find himself out of a job. The world of adulthood is steeped in such helplessness. If he were fond of Chinese songs, this moment would have called for a heartfelt tune. How many endure life's trials, experiencing joy and sorrow alike? To whom can one voice their heartache? Who can truly comprehend the melancholy of adulthood? While silently shedding tears, one must still wear a smile. Come, let us leap from the heights. Once the steps are taken, the suffering ceases. Life is but a dream. There are many coincidences in this world. For instance, just as the cameraman was on the verge of a breakdown, Xinhui released Lucy, thus preventing this world from acquiring yet another intriguing tale. The Mavericks are indeed pitiable. In an effort to help them swiftly forget this unfortunate incident, I have resolved to assist them. Xinhui remarked. Oh, how can I assist? Lucy expressed her curiosity about how a Clippers player could possibly aid the Mavericks. I shall score 63 points in 3 quarters during the game against the Mavericks, creating a more devastating catastrophe, thus allowing them to forget the anguish Kobe has inflicted upon them. Xinhui spoke with utmost seriousness. If this were a short video, 15 years from now, as he uttered these words, a background melody would inevitably play, and a radiant gleam would be edited into his eyes. How dare you call this assistance? The cameraman couldn't help but feel a surge of sarcasm. Ha ha! Lucy nearly laughed herself to death, relieved that her choice to interview Xinhui had proven fruitful, yielding such quotable gems. After the interview concluded, Xinhui was diligent enough to ensure the trash bin was properly placed back in its position, taking the responsibility to dispose of the rubbish. Otherwise, it would be all too easy for those with ulterior motives to seize upon this blemish and tarnish his reputation. Being a celebrity is no simple task. There are countless matters to consider. The following day, Kobe's remarkable achievement of scoring 62 points undoubtedly dominated the front page of the sports news. The media showered him with lavish praise. Having grown weary of the incessant coverage of Xinhui, they prefer to see local players headline the news. Having finally seized an opportunity, they reveled in their exuberant accolades. However, to the dismay of these exclusionary thinkers, Xinhui's interview secured the second spot on the trending list. Whether it was his dramatic flair or the phrase helping the Mavericks forget their pain, the topics were undeniably provocative. This left Kobe feeling quite vexed. After all, he had finally garnered some attention. Yet this fellow Xinhui dared to ride on his coattails, utterly shameless. Not only was he riding the wave, but he was doing so with remarkable success. Truly absurd. Under Xinhui's interview video, fans began to unleash a torrent of witty comments. The act of smashing a water bottle was hailed as a textbook performance. I can hardly muster the desire to watch the Oscars without it. Let go of Lucy. Allow me to take charge. Present the Mavericks with an even more painful catastrophe, enabling them to forget the 62-point debacle. This logic is flawless. Present the Mavericks with an even more tragic incident, he declared, a statement so audacious. The Mavericks responded, "This is too much. Do I not have any pride?" Not only are fans fervently discussing the matter, but Allen Iverson, during an interview, also emulated Xing Hui's phraseology, expressing his ambition to score 63 points against the Mavericks to help them forget their anguish. He found Xing Hui's statement quite impressive. In no time, the Mavericks became the subject of fan mockery. Despite the fact that the Mavericks' record is considerably better than that of the Clippers and 76ers, fans choose to overlook this, instead ridiculing them for the fact that the entire team scored fewer points than a single opponent. This infuriated Mark Cuban, yet he felt powerless against the fans. Of course, the fans' mockery of the Mavericks isn't entirely unfounded. Under the guidance of their veteran leader, the team lacks a certain tenacity. Had they been the Heat, Pacers, Spurs, or Pistons, they would have certainly retaliated against Kobe with a fist or a hard foul in such a situation. They would rather face ejection than endure such humiliation. The external perception of the veteran leader as soft is not without merit. His comical facial features hardly convey the image of a ruthless competitor. On the 23rd, the Clippers flew to Houston to challenge the Rockets. In the original timeline, the Clippers were supposed to face the Hornets on this day. However, in this alternate reality, the schedule diverged somewhat. Nevertheless, Xing Hui did not dwell on it. The flutter of a butterfly's wings in Amazonia could very well lead to a hurricane in North Carolina. He had traversed through time, so it was not unreasonable for the game schedule to be influenced as well. Perhaps it was merely because he existed in this timeline that Stern had deliberately arranged such a Chinese derby to create anticipation before the Christmas showdown. At this point, Botter had already returned to his homeland, and Yao Ming had been released by the Heat prior to the season. The only remaining players still striving in the league were Xing Hui and Yao Ming. This derby was of great significance domestically, with the esteemed Air-Ping duo dispatched to provide live coverage. Coincidentally, after this match, they would broadcast the Christmas showdown in just a couple of days. Upon arriving in Houston, Xing Hui left the team to visit Yao Ming's residence. On one hand, it was a reunion with a fellow countryman. On the other, it was an opportunity to partake in interviews with Zhang Zheli and Sun Jinping. Before Xing Hui gained significant recognition, he ventured abroad, leaving domestic fans largely unfamiliar with him. An interview was necessary to bridge this gap and provide insight into his persona. The conversation was informal, akin to a casual chat among old friends on a sofa, with the sole distinction being that it was being recorded. I hail from Shaoguan, born into an ordinary family, and I transferred to a school in the United States during my high school years. Xing Hui introduced his basic situation. An ordinary family? Zhang Zheli was taken aback. A family capable of self-funding overseas studies at the turn of the century is hardly ordinary. At the very least, there could be no doubt regarding their economic standing. What month in 1986 was Xing born? Sun Jinping inquired. December 2nd. Xing Hui. Considering this, he has just recently turned 19, making him the youngest player from our nation to enter the NBA. Even Yao Ming cannot help but feel envious. He was already 22 when he joined, missing the prime opportunity for growth. Xing has had a successful start in the NBA. Do you have any experiences you could share with domestic players? Zhang Zheli inquired. Wang Ziji and Botter are not lacking in talent, yet they have struggled to make a mark in the NBA. Xing Hui paused for a moment and continued. I believe that when one first enters the league, one should not expect immediate success. In the inaugural season, we ought not to aim too high. Instead, let us set a modest goal, perhaps achieving an average of 20 points per game. Having experience in the NBA, Xing Hui is certainly knowledgeable in this regard. However, such wisdom cannot be imparted to others with the assurance that they will grasp it, as it is largely contingent upon one's character. Those timid young men are well aware that courting women requires a certain tenacity, yet their nature prevents them from doing so. Thus, Xing Hui finds little to share, opting instead to maintain a facade of nonchalance. The two middle-aged men were left in a state of bewilderment, accustomed as they were to solemn discussions and unable to adapt to Xing Hui's rhythm. An individual from an ordinary family, like Xing Hui, setting a modest target of 20 points per game. Was that even reasonable? Meanwhile, Yao Ming burst into laughter, his expression resembling that of a meme. At just 19 years of age, Xing had secured a 7-year contract worth $95 million, making him arguably the youngest billionaire in our nation. Moreover, this wealth was earned through talent, not inheritance. The dialogue on sharing experiences could not proceed further, prompting Sun Jinping to shift the focus. Domestic fans, aside from being concerned about Xing Hui's performance, were also interested in his endorsement contracts. The sum of 95 million translates to over 700 million yuan. Given the current domestic circumstances, 99 of individuals will never amass such wealth in their lifetime. This amount is not easily obtained, It appears that numerous conditions must be met to secure it. After taxes, the actual amount left is quite diminished. Yao Ming noted with concern. He feared that envy regarding He Xinghui's earnings might lead some to approach him for favors, potentially causing displeasure. Given He Xinghui's current demeanor, he is not one known for being accommodating. What are these conditions? Sun Jinping inquired. To earn it, one must achieve titles such as scoring champion, regular season MVP, a championship title, and finals MVP, among others. He Xinghui remarked, indeed, that is quite a challenge. Those at Reebok are remarkably astute. Zhang Heli sighed, well, it's not overly difficult, I suppose. For me, it's not a matter of whether I can secure the MVP, but rather how many I can attain. Moreover, my interest in monetary gain is rather minimal. My primary motivation for choosing Reebok is to challenge Nike's dominant position. He Xinghui remarked, while Zhang Heli and Sun Jinping contributed a series of expressive emotes. Within a mere few minutes, He Xinghui had rendered both Zhang Heli and Sun Jinping speechless on multiple occasions. They realized that He Xinghui was exceedingly whimsical and lacked decorum, contrasting starkly with Yao Ming's temperament. They could only attribute this to He Xinghui's youth and immaturity. Let us discuss your daily life. Everyone is curious about what you do in your spare time, Sun Jinping inquired. I spend my days singing in a lavish mansion, dancing in nightclubs, and pursuing romance on campus. My life is as unpretentious as it gets, came the candid response. He Xinghui remarked that Zhang Heli felt that there was no point in continuing the conversation that day. Xing, being youthful and affluent, coupled with his striking appearance, surely must attract the admiration of many beautiful women. Sun Jinping jested, stating that he places great importance on character when choosing a girlfriend. In truth, he suffers from prosopagnosia and struggles to distinguish beauty from plainness. As for the several girlfriends he has had, he admits he does not know whether they were attractive or not. He Xinghui retrieved his phone, which contained several photographs of alluringly attractive women. Zhang Heli and Sun Jinping, both seasoned comrades, felt somewhat embarrassed to gaze upon them. You claim to merely sing and dance. What about training? Surely, one must engage in regular practice to compete in the NBA, Sun Jinping interjected, steering the conversation away. Occasionally, he replied, my greatest regret is having entered the NBA. In truth, my aspiration has always been to become an actor. He Xinghui remarked, this is rather hasty. Zhang Heli felt that today's interview was conducted in a rather rushed manner. Had he known better, he would have taken the time to learn more about He Xinghui, thus avoiding the current passive situation. They exchanged a few more words before hastily concluding the interview. Although brief, it was rich in substance. Old Zhang, this footage needs editing before it's released, Sun Jinping inquired. Coming from an ordinary family, with modest aspirations, disinterested in wealth, and regretting his time spent playing basketball. If such frivolous remarks were to be aired, one could only imagine the fans' reactions. How can we edit this? He has only uttered a few reliable statements throughout. Zhang Heli complained. If we were to cut it, there might not be a minute left. So shall we release it as is? Indeed, the times have changed. We now live in an era where young people pursue individuality. Though bold, this content might resonate with the youth. Zhang Heli resolved to make no cuts, as he had discerned that He Xinghui was utterly indifferent to controversy. Chapter 41. The battle against the Rockets. After the interview, the group dined at Yao's restaurant. Upon parting, Yao Ming advised, my teammate asked me to remind you, during today's game, refrain from hurling trash talk at them, or you might find yourself on the receiving end of a beating. Really? He Xinghui was brimming with excitement. Was it McGrady or Alston? He was quite curious about who in the Rockets had such audacity. He Xinghui vaguely remembered that only these two players in the Rockets had a history of fighting. The rest were mostly well-behaved individuals. Yao Ming found himself in a state of amusement, as it was his first encounter with someone who appeared excited upon learning they might be hit, as if they were eager to be struck. Well, I suppose I shall say nothing further. Yao Ming was at a loss. That evening, before the game commenced, the players of the Rockets brought up He Xinghui once more in the locker room. Yao, have you warned your little brother? Alston flexed his biceps, prompting laughter from the others. I believe we can simply disregard his trash talk. Our skills alone will suffice to defeat them, Yao Ming replied helplessly. Caught between his teammates and his fellow countrymen, he felt quite distressed. No, we must teach this rookie a lesson, so he understands the rules of the NBA. McGrady chimed in. Just don't be impulsive. Getting ejected would be a poor trade-off, Yao Ming cautioned. I will maintain my composure. As the players took to the court, He Xinghui received a warm applause from the fans present. Part of the cheers came from the Chinese audience, while another segment hailed from his American supporters. Although his prowess in the league was not yet notable, his distinct style had garnered him fans even on the road, a remarkable achievement. Typically, fans support their local teams unless a player's charisma is compelling enough to transcend regional loyalties. Such players are exceedingly rare, and He Xinghui had just managed to scrape into this elite category. If he continued on this path, he might one day reach the status of Jordan, Kobe, or LeBron, becoming a home player wherever he went. In a matchup between the Clippers and the Rockets, the most exhilarated fans were neither from the Clippers nor the Rockets, but rather from China. Coincidentally, that day in China was a Saturday, with middle school students free from classes. High school students, though they had remedial classes, found the discipline far more lenient than during regular sessions, making it quite normal for a few students to be absent. A multitude of students gathered at convenience stores with televisions or at their classmates' homes, eagerly awaiting the start of the game. Meanwhile, Zhang Li and Sun Jinping were introducing the starting lineups for both teams. Due to injury, Maggette would not be playing for the Clippers, necessitating some adjustments to their lineup. Castle took on the role of starting point guard, while Acing remained at shooting guard. Replacing Maggette was Quentin Ross, a formidable defensive player. The power forward position was held by the captain, Brand, and the center was Come On. It appeared that Dunleavy intended for Mobley to energize the second unit. With He Xinghui's sudden emergence, the Clippers' starting lineup, already strong, now featured an additional potent guard. Thus, Deng Liwei began to experiment with new strategies, such as positioning Mobley as the sixth man to lead the second unit. Regarding the Clippers' intent to alter their lineup, Sun Jinping could only speculate, lacking the detailed insights seen in later commentary. These were relatively minor issues. He even made a humorous blunder by mistaking Evans for Ariza, incorrectly referring to him as Ariza throughout the entire game. This was, of course, understandable. In the dimly lit arena, recognizing lesser-known players was indeed a challenging endeavor. Commentary often relied on jersey numbers to ascertain player identities, and Sun Jinping's error that day stemmed from Ariza being traded, with Evans inheriting his jersey number. On the Rockets' side, the point guard was the street ball king, Alston, while the shooting guard was McGrady. Zhang He, slightly surprised, continued, suggesting that McGrady likely wished to challenge Xing, which made sense, as they were the only two players in the league to have achieved the remarkable feat of scoring 13 points within 40 seconds. The small forward position was filled by Juwan Howard, the power forward by Swift, and the center by the great Yao Ming. Zhang He analyzed the strengths and weaknesses of this lineup. Which team do you believe will emerge victorious? Sun Jinping inquired. From a lineup perspective, the Rockets undoubtedly hold a significant advantage, boasting two all-star starters and Juwan Howard, who is on a lucrative contract. Even among their substitutes, they have all-stars like Mutombo. If they can maintain their health throughout the season, they are bound to achieve remarkable results. Zhang He expressed his views. This assessment aligned with the prevailing media sentiment prior to the season, as many held high hopes for the Rockets roster. However, unfortunate injuries plagued the team, and today's game was already considered one of their most complete lineups. Yet, this completeness was merely superficial, as many players still bore injury concerns. On the court, the players gathered at center court, awaiting the jump ball. At this moment, He Xinghui feigned a conversation with Castle, remarking on the prowess of the league's top shooting guards. Of course, Kobe, Iverson, and Carter were all superstars. McGrady, standing nearby, cast a sidelong glance. What he truly thought remained unknown. Trash talk, just trash talk. Yao Ming reminded himself, striving to remain unfazed. The referee tossed the basketball into the air, and Yao Ming effortlessly directed it towards his team. At this juncture, no one noticed Brand buried on the Rockets' side. This was a pre-game suggestion from He Xinghui, since Come On was unlikely to outjump Yao Ming. It was prudent to deploy heavy artillery in the opponent's territory in hopes of seizing an opportunity. Consequently, the formidable rebounder Brand positioned himself in the Rockets' half, snatching the basketball from the hands of several Rocket players before swiftly passing it to He Xinghui. He Xinghui stood at the half-court position and, without a moment's hesitation, took a shot. Remarkable. This attempt defies logic. What is Brother Xing doing? In the very first second of the game, He Xinghui presented a grand gift to the Chinese basketball fans. The swish of the net resonated like enchanting music, utterly delightful. Scoring from half-court is certainly not a true reflection of He Xinghui's capabilities. Rather, he employed a whimsical prop for a shot. Spending 50 points of his fury for the sake of entertaining domestic fans with a captivating tale is indeed worthwhile. After scoring, He Xinghui maintained an air of calm indifference, appearing utterly unfazed, almost routine. What was even more surprising was the reaction of the Clippers players. They too refrained from celebrating. This was a directive that Xing had issued prior to the game. Celebrating exuberantly after a score would lack the grace of a true master. Such behavior is characteristic of a novice, while a genuine expert ought to remain as composed as a monk. Chapter 42. Matching up against McGrady. Where am I? What just happened? The Rockets players were momentarily stunned. They had witnessed rapid scoring before, but that typically occurred only in the dying seconds of a game. Who throws a half-court shot at the outset? This is utterly absurd. Even more outrageous is the fact that it actually went in. As reality set back in, McGrady felt a surge of irritation. He realized that Xing basket would likely feature in the highlight reel. The Rockets players had begun to inbound the ball, while commentators continued to discuss Xing recent shot. This might be the fastest opening score in NBA history. Zhang Heli gasped in astonishment. There are records for the fastest goals in soccer, but none exist for the NBA. However, Zhang Heli was confident that Xing shot must be the quickest. After all, apart from Xing, no other player would dare to attempt such a reckless shot at the start of the game. It must be said that Xing possesses remarkable mental fortitude. Sun Zhongping remarked. Those lacking such composure would hardly have the audacity to speak so boldly during an interview. It seems Xing's position with the Clippers is quite secure. Typical role players would not dare to act so whimsically, Zhang Heli added. Meanwhile, on the vast expanse of Shenzhou, a chorus of cheers erupted from countless viewers in front of their televisions. This score can only be described in 2 words: unbelievable. Witnessing Brother Xing's nonchalant demeanor is undeniably impressive. Taking the head of a general from amidst a million troops captures the essence of that momentum. Come on, Brother Yao. Give us a response. As if he could hear the fervent cheers of the fans, Yao Ming unexpectedly launched a 3-pointer from beyond the arc, which found its mark. The vendors erupted once more in joyous uproar, much to the chagrin of the shop owner. Had it not been for the meager purchases of sunflower seeds and beverages made by these patrons, he might have switched off the television in frustration. Your fellow countryman clearly lacks decorum. A center shooting threes? Should I then defend against that? Come on, remarked. If Yao Ming continues to play like this throughout the game, I shall have to call the authorities. With his imposing stature, having to guard both the paint and the perimeter is nothing short of madness. It would be more sensible to simply take him out with a firearm. Following these 2 astonishing baskets, the game settled into a more familiar rhythm. The spectators finally exhaled in relief, knowing that if Xing and Yao Ming maintained such a scoring spree, they would surely lose their minds. The Clippers advanced on offense, and Xing, facing off against McGrady, executed a swift 3-point jumper that swished through the net, eliciting a triumphant cheer. Xing clenched his fist and roared with fervor. Possessing A-level prowess is undeniably exhilarating. A match against the Hornets proved to be a bountiful harvest for Xing as he finally amassed 2,000 points of rage. Prior to this game, he had elevated his 3-point shooting ability to an A-level, which is currently his sole A-level skill. This left Zhang Heli momentarily speechless. At the outset, Xing stunning half-court 3-pointer was met with his characteristic composure. This seemingly ordinary shot, coupled with his animated demeanor, left Zhang Heli utterly bewildered. This was hardly reasonable. Ah Xing, I'm getting on in years. Please don't put me in a difficult position, Zhang Heli lamented internally. Commentating on a player with such erratic behavior is far from an easy task. On the court, after making his shot, Xing did not forget to engage in some trash talk. The score stood at 6-0. Xing casual remark left McGrady quite displeased. As a former scoring champion, the thought of being outscored by a rookie is truly disheartening. McGrady demanded the ball, and after a few probing steps, he took a jump shot. It seemed that everyone had a good shooting touch at the start of the game, and McGrady's shot found the net as well. The number of points I scored depends on my mood, McGrady stated. What frustrates core players like Tracy the most is not merely the inadequacy of their teammates, but rather, do you know what truly vexes them? Xing continued to engage in friendly banter. Prior to the match, McGrady had cautioned himself that Xing words were merely trash talk and should not be heeded. However, in that moment, Xing remarks inevitably piqued his curiosity. After all, during his time with the Magic, his greatest frustration had been the inability of his teammates to elevate their performance. He was eager to discover what could possibly be more vexing than having teammates who couldn't carry their weight. Xing continued, expressing his frustration. The most disheartening aspect is the exceptional performance of his teammates, which has usurped his position as a core player. As your current form continues to decline, Yao Ming is increasingly excelling, and you have been relegated to the second position. It won't be long before the Rockets cast you aside. What a lamentable series of misfortunes for a core player, that you should encounter them all. He Xinghui nearly burst into laughter. His words were not mere nonsense. T-Mac's prime was with the Magic, yet his teammates were akin to those in the CBA. After finally encountering a reliable teammate, his own form swiftly declined. Compared to Kobe, T-Mac's plight was truly tragic. During his formative years, Kobe rode alongside Shaquille O'Neal to a championship, and, as he matured, he managed to usurp his elder brother's dominance. How incredibly fortunate. Step aside, you lack the authority to judge my career, T-Mac retorted, visibly upset. Nevertheless, T-Mac was still T-Mac. Even when brooding, it did not impede his performance on the court. He swiftly evaded He Xinghui, received a pass from Alston, leaped, and shot, but missed. If one were to disregard the outcome, there was a certain fluid elegance to his movement. Alas, the miss rendered it rather unsightly and comical. As possession changed, He Xinghui, with the ball in hand, feigned a drive. Just as T-Mac's focus shifted to defend against the penetration, He Xinghui executed a rare step-back jumper. A move seldom seen in this era. He Xinghui is fortunate. The ball once again swishes through the net. I heard that you have been diligently honing your defensive skills since you haven't been able to secure a spot in the Raptors games. He Xinghui chuckled, his mischievous grin provoking an irresistible urge to land a punch. During the darkest days of McGrady's tenure with the Raptors, he was compelled to undertake the grueling tasks necessary to earn the coach's trust. At that time, his defensive prowess was remarkable. However, after ascending to a central role with the Magic, he was compelled to divert more of his energy towards offense, resulting in a significant decline in his defensive capabilities. Much like Leonard a decade later, once he became the focal point of his team, his intimidating presence on the defensive end inevitably diminished. Not everyone possesses the relentless stamina of Kobe, capable of excelling in both offense and defense. When heart-wrenching memories resurfaced and his rigorous defensive efforts were ridiculed, McGrady could only respond with a mid-range jumper. Well done, you successfully allowed the team to fall behind by a point in this possession. He Xinghui chuckled. Initially, the scores of both teams were tied, but then He Xinghui made a three-pointer, to which McGrady responded with a two-pointer. In that singular moment, the Rockets undeniably suffered a significant setback. Tracy, don't pay him any mind. Your shot just now was excellent. Yao Ming noticed that McGrady's demeanor was somewhat off and felt compelled to offer encouragement, simultaneously gaining a clearer understanding of He Xinghui's trash talk. It was indeed quite impactful. Even though their entire team had been forewarned about He Xinghui's antics before the game, it was easier said than done to ignore him when a match commenced. At that moment, Yao was grateful to be playing as a center. Enduring prolonged competition against He Xinghui might have been overwhelming. In Chapter 43, as McGrady faced off against He Xinghui, a classic line from Three Idiots resonated. Giving advice is simple, but accepting it is quite challenging. When comforting someone after a heartbreak, one may easily say that there are plenty of fish in the sea, yet when faced with their own heartbreak, they often weep more profoundly than anyone else. Yao Ming spoke without the burden of personal experience. It was McGrady who found himself in the throes of such emotions. Fortunately, his formidable skills masked any adverse effects on his performance. As the game progressed, other players joined the offensive efforts. It was not that McGrady and He Xinghui were unwilling to continue their duel. Rather, their stamina was a limiting factor. Pass the ball to Yao, Zhang Li complained from the commentary booth. After the Rockets missed 2 consecutive shots, he was already anxious for Yao. The Rockets made a substitution, bringing in Luther Head, number 12, to replace Alston, hoping he would facilitate more quality passes to Yao. Sun Jingping, unfamiliar with the Rockets players, struggled to pronounce names without pausing. Disappointment washed over him as Luther Head was not particularly adept at passing. After his entry, the Rockets swiftly fell from a 2-point deficit to an 8-point gap. Coach Zhang, how should the Rockets address their current issues? Sun Jingping inquired. I believe the Rockets must first resolve their offensive strategy, followed closely by their defense, Zhang Li replied. Fans watching from home nearly erupted, exclaiming in disbelief. That is spot on, Coach Zhang. They remarked. If both offensive and defensive issues were resolved, victory would surely follow. Zhang Li's expertise was beyond question. However, commentary is a profession that demands quick thinking, making the occasional humorous remark quite natural. Such quips often linger in memory longer than earnest commentary. As the game progressed into the latter half of the quarter, the rotation of players began to unfold. He Xinghui also arrived at the bench to rest, having just made 4 out of 6 attempts, all for beyond the arc, securing an impressive 12 points. In contrast, his counterpart, McGrady, managed to score 9 points from 8 attempts, including 1 out of 3 from three-point range. for the die-hard fans. This could serve as evidence of Xing Hui's superiority over McGrady. Sitting on the sidelines, McGrady reflected, belatedly realizing that he had fallen for Xing Hui's tactics. From now on, I shall ignore the trash talk, he resolved. On the court, the teams exchanged lineups, resulting in a balanced contest. The Clippers, under the leadership of Mobley, showcased a significant boost in strength. However, the Rockets had Uncle Moo to intimidate the paint, making it challenging for the Clippers to score. The point difference lingered between 7 and 8 points. Just 4 minutes into the second quarter, McGrady returned to the game. Now composed, he unleashed a flurry of scoring, sinking 3 consecutive shots to level the score. The crowd erupted in cheers, a manifestation of the performance they expected from their idol. Get ready, it's up to you. Delaney, unable to contain the rampaging McGrady, had no choice but to send in this often surprising player. Xing Hui takes to the court once more, eliciting cheers from the domestic fans. Tracy, do you feel an immense pressure at this moment? The audience has bestowed upon you such resounding applause. How awkward it would be should you falter in the game ahead. Xing Hui spoke with unwavering clarity, leaving no room for ambiguity. However, this time, McGrady remained remarkably composed, his heart devoid of any tumult. With a swift stride, he advanced with incredible speed. Before Xing Hui could react, McGrady had already executed a breakthrough and taken a mid-range shot. After sinking the basket, he uttered not a word to Xing Hui, simply retreating silently on defense. Goodness, could it be that he has grown stronger under my provocation? If so, I ought to collect my dues. Xing Hui quietly scoffed. The Clippers launched their offense, and Xing Hui took a shot that clanged off the rim. His three-point shooting ability, rated as a level, was only marginally superior to that of McGrady. Contingent upon feel and probability. On fortunate occasions, he could score in succession, but it was equally commonplace to miss when luck was not on his side. After several more exchanges, McGrady continued to shine, while Xing Hui reverted to his usual form. The score shifted to 44-50, with the Clippers trailing by 6 points. Skill is required, Xing Hui fervently shouted inwardly, consumed by a surge of youthful exuberance. The outcomes of other matches held no significance for him. However, this was the China Derby, and he was determined to seize the spotlight and emerge as the protagonist. Victory was imperative. The Neuroblade skill boasted an initial accuracy rate of 50%. Succeeding in a shot would enhance the accuracy of his next attempt by 5%, while failing would diminish it by the same margin. This effect would last for 6 minutes and required a cost of 200 rage points. It was a skill that could either elevate him to extraordinary heights or plunge him into utter failure. With a stroke of fortune, the resulting prowess could surpass even the most adept elementary school shooting techniques. Yet, should misfortune strike and his initial attempts falter, the card would prove utterly futile. The countdown commenced. He extended his hand to receive the ball, and faced with McGrady, he employed a retreating step once more, successfully deceiving McGrady and securing an unobstructed opportunity to shoot. The ball swished through the net. Xing Hui clenched his fist once more and let out a furious roar. Once this basket is made, the next one will come with greater ease, creating a virtuous cycle. The Rockets launched their offensive. McGrady executed a pull-up shot while Xing Hui leapt up to interfere, yet failed to do so. McGrady stood 6 centimeters taller than him, with an arm span exceeding his by 10 centimeters. After all, he was essentially a small forward. Xing Hui consoled himself briefly. Turning around, he began to exploit McGrady's vulnerabilities. Although McGrady possessed the strength of a small forward and excelled in defending low post and back-to-basket plays, his elevated center of gravity rendered him less effective against guards' frontal breakthroughs. Ironically, Xing Hui was utterly inexperienced in low post isolation and back-to-basket maneuvers, yet he adeptly employed techniques for frontal attacks. His rudimentary dribbling skills surprisingly deceived McGrady. Seizing the opportunity for an open shot, Xing Hui decisively took aim, and the ball swished through the net. Wow, he is on fire. He is on fire. This game is spectacular, Zhang Heli exclaimed. In the preceding exchanges, Xing Hui and McGrady engaged in a thrilling scoring duel, both performing exceptionally and netting consecutive baskets, thrilling the spectators. The only disappointment for Chinese fans was the limited involvement of Yao Ming. Perhaps sensing their sentiments, Yao Ming leaped high to grab an offensive rebound after McGrady's missed shot, delivering a resounding dunk. At last, the Chinese fans felt thoroughly satisfied. The game continued, and Xing Hui took another shot, but this time, Dwight Howard rushed in for help defense, obstructing Xing Hui's line of sight in midair. Xing Hui executed a graceful drift in the air, elegantly sinking the ball into the net. As he fell to the ground, he swiftly rose to his feet, shouting at Howard, "Do you understand why I am so favored by the team? It's because I am performing at a level worth $6 million while only earning $600,000. Just imagine what the media will say after the game, a player with a $10 million annual salary being outplayed by a rookie." Upon hearing this, Howard could only wish to slap himself. Why did he come over to assist defensively, inviting unnecessary trouble? The label of being high-paid yet underperforming had always been a sore point for him. When confronted by the media, he had even expressed his grievance, stating that given the team's offer, he had no reason to decline. Implicitly, he acknowledged his lack of prowess. It is evident that he is highly sensitive and concerned about such evaluations. He Xinhui deliberately mentioned his annual salary, creating a stark contrast between the two. Howard had already begun to dread the post-match media commentary. Having tasted the bitterness of defeat, Howard quietly withdrew, leaving the matter in the hands of McGrady. Cherish life and stay away from the number 60. Chapter 44. The second half. The shots kept landing, one after another. Sun Jinping's exclamations never ceased. Indeed, the Clippers played most rationally by entrusting the ball to the most accurate shooter. As Xing Heli once again presented his logical theory. By the end of the first half, the Clippers led 64-60, completing a remarkable turnaround. The scoring in this half was extraordinarily impressive, resembling a match devoid of defense, akin to a grand scoring competition. Xinhui and McGrady are both known for their offensive prowess rather than defensive skills. It is no surprise that both players exhibited exceptional shooting today, resulting in a significant scoreline. However, astute fans have observed that in the first half, Xinhui remarkably outperformed McGrady. McGrady made 9 of 17 attempts, hitting 1 of 4 from beyond the arc and converting 5 of 6 free throws, accumulating a total of 24 points. Xinhui, with an impressive record of 11 out of 17 shots, including 8 out of 11 from beyond the arc, scored a total of 30 points without any free throws. His explosive scoring ability in the first half left a profound impression. Sun Jinping expressed his astonishment, stating that he could never have anticipated such a remarkable performance from Xinhui today. It is indeed a cause for celebration, as our nation appears poised to produce another basketball superstar, remarked Zhang Heli. While Xinhui had previously showcased moments of brilliance, his performances lacked consistency, and his defensive skills were notably deficient, rendering him merely an excellent player in comparison to the dual-threat capabilities of someone like Yao Ming. However, following this match, Zhang Heli boldly classified Xinhui as a superstar on par with Yao Ming. What does poor defense matter as long as one can score? As long as one can average 30 points in the NBA, even a lackluster defense will attract teams eager for his talents, even if victories elude them. Such scoring prowess can effectively drive ticket sales. This young man possesses significant potential, David Stern mused. Stern had been observing Xinhui for quite some time, yet he had no intentions of promoting him. After all, the league already had Yao Ming to captivate the Chinese market, and there was no need for additional Chinese stars. His strategy focused on expanding the global market while ensuring the dominance of local players. If the majority of NBA superstars were to emerge from overseas, American fans would surely be discontented, much like the CBA, where the scoring charts are dominated by foreign players, leaving local spectators dissatisfied with the spectacle. Stern's calculations were astute, yet he remained unable to control every variable. The topics surrounding Xinhui are numerous, and the news surrounding him is simply uncontainable. He has now exhibited an explosive scoring ability, revealing boundless potential. Stern has finally come to terms with the reality that suppressing Xinhui is futile. Understood, said Xiaohua. Next, he intends to have a word with the referees, providing them with subtle hints. Presently, Xinhui's average free throw count stands at a mere once per game, an abysmally low figure. Many of Xinhui's fans have taken to social media to voice their discontent, lamenting his lack of preferential treatment typically afforded to stars and branding him as a rookie. However, the all-star voting must be regulated, allowing him to mature for another year or two, Stern remarked. As the league's supreme authority, he possesses a strong desire for control. For instance, he once disregarded opposition and promptly included O'Neal in the list of the 50 greatest players, and he hastily inducted Kobe into the all-star roster. The outcomes have vindicated his decisions, further inflating his ego as he meticulously charts Xinhui's career trajectory. It is indeed unreasonable for a player to make the all-star team in their inaugural season. The voting mechanism necessitates modernization, Xiaohua concurred. While they were engrossed in discussion, the second half of the game had already commenced. In this latter period, McGrady found himself devoid of stamina, and Xinhui lacked the finesse he had previously displayed. Thus, both players' performances reverted to the norm. During the first half, neither coach had intervened to curtail their players' scoring sprees, granting them an opportunity for flamboyance. However, in the second half, both Van Gundy and Dunleavy were intent on securing victory, necessitating a more disciplined approach from the players. The Rockets began to prominently feature Yao Ming as their offensive focal point. Having not taken many shots earlier, Yao's energy reserves were still intact. With possession of the ball, he began to dominate the court. Kaman, weighing in at 120 kilograms, could slightly limit Yao Ming's strength. Nevertheless, when faced with Yao's delicate hook shot, Kaman found himself at a loss. In terms of height and wingspan, he fell significantly short of Yao Ming. Provide help. Prevent him from receiving the ball, Dunleavy shouted to Brand. Relying solely on Kaman would surely not suffice to contain Yao Ming. Brand stepped up to disrupt Yao's reception, complicating the passing for Alston. A careless moment could easily lead to a turnover. However, every advantage carries its drawbacks. As Brand focused his efforts on Yao Ming, he inevitably afforded Juwan Howard some opportunities. Despite Howard's high salary and perceived inefficacy, deeming him inept would be an oversimplification. With a shooting percentage of 46 and an average of 11 points per game, he undeniably qualifies as a competent starter. Howard's precise mid-range shot elicited a frown from Dunleavy. As the Clippers initiated their offensive, Brand began to assert his prowess. Having observed Xinghui's impressive display in the first half, he was eager to showcase his own skills. Juwan Howard's defensive capabilities were moderate, while Brand's low-post isolation play was exceptional. At this juncture, the Rockets find themselves unable to impose complete restrictions. Perhaps enlisting Yao Ming's assistance might be beneficial. However, this would significantly increase his mobility, rapidly exhausting his stamina. If Brand were to notice and pass the ball, the effort could prove counterproductive. On the court, no player can achieve perfection, nor can any strategy be flawless. Therefore, one must know when to relent. Brand expertly pushed past Howard, executing a delicate hook shot that found its mark. As the teams transitioned between offense and defense, the Rockets attempted to replicate their previous tactic, but unfortunately, Howard faltered this time. The outcome of the game hinges on the player's skills, form, and strategy, each element vital to success. As the Clippers launched their offense, Castle made a mistake, allowing Alston to snatch the ball away. Upon receiving the ball, McGrady deftly maneuvered past Xinghui and took a mid-range shot. Upon seeing the ball in McGrady's hands, Xinghui realized he could not effectively defend against it, so he focused his energy on a potential steal. McGrady's shot was somewhat careless, and Xinghui swiftly turned to catch up, slapping the ball away with a powerful block. This marked his second block of the game, rendering his height and wingspan well utilized. After successfully blocking the shot, Xinghui could not resist gloating, mimicking Uncle Moo by shaking his finger at McGrady. This seemingly simple gesture is, in fact, difficult to execute with finesse. A motion that is too large, too small, too fast, or too slow lacks the necessary elegance. Shaquille O'Neal had attempted a similar gesture, but his execution was clumsy, devoid of the artistry that characterized Uncle Moo's style. However, for Xinghui, this was not a challenge. He possessed a natural talent for showmanship, effortlessly mastering the art of the gesture, which exuded a certain coolness. Of course, such bravado comes at a price. The referee promptly approached, issuing Xinghui a technical foul. Chapter 45. I cannot be this impressive. The finger-wagging gesture as a provocation has long been prohibited by the league. Even Uncle Moo had to wait until 2007 for the league to make an exception, allowing him to perform this move. By that time, he was considerably older, on the verge of retirement, yet his irrepressible nature led the league to reluctantly grant him this concession. For others, such an indulgence was out of the question. On the sidelines, Uncle Moo watched with delight as Xinghui imitated his iconic gesture. Though it was unclear whether he was amused by Xinghui receiving a technical foul or pleased to see his legacy carried on. "Tracy, why didn't you confront him earlier?" Alston inquired. "It's all about the game," came the response. When McGrady uttered those words, his gaze flickered with uncertainty. He had momentarily lost his focus. By the time he regained his composure, his earlier bravado had dissipated. He could scarcely believe that Xinghui had the audacity to provoke him in such a manner. At that moment, he was compelled to acknowledge that Xinghui was a formidable presence, far from the compliant figure he had anticipated. Should a confrontation ensue, it would likely result in mutual detriment, and he might even find himself at a disadvantage. After all, he was an all-star starter, while his opponent was merely a rookie. As McGrady prepared to take his free throws, Xinghui wore a broad smile, leading onlookers to mistakenly believe he had somehow profited from a situation. He Xinghui had a reason to feel jubilant. Although he incurred a penalty, he at least managed to put on a show. It is not easy to block someone like McGrady. Seizing the opportunity, he certainly wanted to flaunt it, leaving the fans with something to ponder. As for the technical foul, it was hardly a substantial loss. He could simply play more conservatively in the subsequent moments. The transition from a troublemaker to a compliant player posed no challenge for He Xinghui. The game continued, with both teams exchanging points, the score differential fluctuating between 3 to 6 points, creating a tense atmosphere. A turning point occurred midway through the fourth quarter when McGrady attempted a powerful dunk and collided with Come On beneath the basket. Upon landing, McGrady collapsed to the floor, his expression one of agony, leaving everyone uncertain of the nature of his injury. In that moment, the entire audience rose to their feet. The Rockets players rushed to his side, and although He Xinghui felt the urge to offer his concern, he ultimately restrained himself, standing quietly at a distance to avoid any potential misunderstandings. Although He Xinghui enjoys provoking his opponents with trash talk, he plays the game with remarkable civility. While he may engage in minor infractions, he refrains from any actions that could cause serious injury. He understands the gravity of injuries in a player's career. Indeed, a single injury can irrevocably alter the trajectory of a life, a reality akin to a crime. Such regrets often haunt individuals for a lifetime. He has never harbored fondness for those who deliberately harm others on the court, regardless of their motivations, be it a dark psyche, a desire to display toughness, or the lofty ambition of securing a championship. In any case, inflicting harm is utterly reprehensible. The Rockets' morale plummeted following McGrady's injury. Even if they managed to win that game, their spirits would remain low. The outcome of a regular season match pales in comparison to the health of a core player, already at a disadvantage. The Rockets quickly succumbed to the pressure. Despite Yao Ming's commendable performance in the fourth quarter, which dispelled his previous image of underperformance, the onslaught from the Clippers proved insurmountable. The Clippers showed no sympathy for their adversaries. The harsh reality of this league dictates that one must seize the opportunity to capitalize on an opponent's misfortune. A decisive 15-7 run allowed the Clippers to dismantle the Rockets. Recognizing the absence of hope for a comeback, Van Gundy opted to bench Yao Ming and other key players, as they could not afford further injuries. As the match concluded, the Clippers triumphed over the Rockets with a score of 112-99. For the Rockets, the standout performers remained the dynamic duo of Yao and McGrady. Yao Ming achieved an impressive 10 of 18 shooting, along with 4 of 5 from the free throw line, amassing 24 points and 12 rebounds with remarkable efficiency. McGrady, meanwhile, recorded 31 points and 3 assists on 12 of 26 shooting. Together, they accounted for more than half of the team's total score. While the contributions from other role players fell short, Alston with 8 points, Howard with 10, Swift with 6, and Luther Head with 4. On the Clippers side, as per usual, the top performers were He Xinghui and Brand, with Brand achieving 22 points and 13 rebounds on 9 of 17 shooting and 4 of 6 from the free throw line. He Xinghui achieved an impressive record, making 13 of 23 shots, including 9 out of 14 from beyond the arc, amassing a total of 35 points. Most of these points were scored in the first half. In the second half, he managed only 2 out of 6 attempts, revealing his true capabilities. Though few are aware of this reality, people will predominantly remember him as the highest scorer of the game, a key contributor to the team's victory. Some may even ponder the implications of his statistics. Has He Xinghui successfully usurped the role of captain? Otherwise, why would his shooting attempts surpass even Brand's? As the game concluded, Yao Ming did not forget to embrace He Xinghui, complimenting him on an excellent performance. "You too," he responded, and the two shared a hearty laugh. Fortunately, those around them could not comprehend Chinese. Otherwise, their mutual flattery would have been rather awkward. Soon after, Zhongli approached them for an interview. "Xing, please greet the fans," Zhongli prompted. "Hello everyone, have you eaten?" He Xinghui imitated Stephen Chow from Shaolin Soccer and tapped the camera lightly. "Ha ha ha." Yao Ming and Sun Zhongping erupted in laughter. Having scored 35 points and clinched this pivotal match, how does it feel? Zhang Heli continued to inquire. "I scored 35 points? So many? No, that's impossible. I couldn't possibly be that remarkable." He Xinghui first displayed a look of astonishment reminiscent of Fu Yuanwei, then proceeded to mimic Shun Tung by tilting his head, his hands theatrically gesticulating before his chest, exuding a delightful sense of humor. Zhang Heli found himself at a loss for words, utterly incredulous that He Xinghui was unaware of his own statistics. Securing a serious interview with Xin Hui proved to be a formidable challenge. With a score of 35, the highest in the entire event, he was prompted to share with the fans how he achieved such a feat. Zhang Heli could only feign ignorance, persistently toiling away at his duties. Well, no more pretense. I lay my cards on the table. I am, in fact, an exceptional talent. I had intended to navigate my rookie season with modesty. Yet my prowess simply would not allow for such restraint. Xin Hui spread his hands, exuding an air of arrogance that made one wonder how many wished to confront him. In stark contrast to Xin Hui's eccentric retorts, Yao Ming offered a much more formal response. Both teams performed admirably in this match, with the Xing's scoring ability posing significant challenges for us. Meanwhile, the fans glued to their screens relished the post-match interviews. In comparison to Yao Ming's seriousness, the audience found Xin Hui's humor far more appealing. Have you eaten? Brother Xing is hilarious. They mused. Goodness, if Brother Xing ventured into film, he would undoubtedly become the next Stephen Chow. It seemed that Brother Xing was an actor whose talents were merely overshadowed by his basketball career. Fans engaged in animated discussions. No, I can't possibly be that impressive. I confess, I am indeed a master of my craft. I wish to remain humble. Yet my prowess does not permit such modesty. These phrases swiftly gained popularity within the fan community. Outsiders viewed them with confusion, even deeming them somewhat absurd. Nevertheless, the fans reveled in their camaraderie. Chapter 46. The Bird's heart stirs. The following day, Sports News declared he as the most noteworthy player. With ES Games, one could never worry about monotony. He always delivered surprises, scoring within the first 8 seconds. I swear, this will be an unbreakable record. 35 points. Triumphing over the superstar rookie McGrady. After 7 appearances, with 2 exceeding 30 points, averaging 21. 2 points. Can this truly be a rookie? Can Joe Dumars still claim he has no regrets? Their leading scorer, Hamilton, currently averages merely 21 points. Reebok. I have wealth, but I am not foolish. Is anyone still laughing at Reebok's supposed foolishness? Please do not underestimate the astute decision-makers within a large corporation. They're not as naive as you might think. Signing Xin Hui is undoubtedly a shrewd investment. A block against McGrady. He gestured in homage to Mutombo. Viewership in China soared, with simultaneous viewers exceeding 10 million. A new star is rising. Elgin. Bird dialed Elgin Baylor's number. In truth, Bird had taken notice of Xin Hui long before his match against the Heat. After all, in the initial 2 games, his statistics were not particularly striking, and much of the discourse revolved around his banter. As a pioneer of trash talk, Bird naturally held he in high regard. As his performances became increasingly explosive, Bird began contemplating the idea of recruiting him for the Pacers. It was only after witnessing the game between the Clippers and the Rockets that Bird resolved to acquire Xin Hui at any cost. Xin Hui's trash talk is merely a facet admired by Bird. What truly captivates him is the glimpse of superstar potential he perceives in Xin Hui. Had he been part of another team, Bird might not have engaged in futile endeavors, for it is unlikely that any manager would trade away a future superstar. However, when it comes to Elgin Baylor, possibilities abound. What is on your mind, Big Bird? Baylor's tone exudes a sense of triumph. After all, the Clippers are currently performing admirably, generating considerable buzz. Last year, they were a lackluster team with merely 37 victories. Yet this season, after just 25 games, they have already secured 15 wins. If this winning percentage continues, they may well finish the season with approximately 50 wins. While the players deserve significant credit for this performance, one cannot overlook Elgin Baylor's astute maneuvers. It was he who, during the summer, acquired Mobley, Castle, and Xin Hui, leading to their current success. Media predictions have him as a strong contender for the title of Best Manager of 2006. After enduring years of criticism, the day has finally arrived for him to relish his achievements. One can only imagine his elation. Elgin Baylor now stands on the precipice of proclaiming, "The tides have turned after 30 years. A small man reveling in success, Bird internally scoffs before saying, "Of course. I've come to congratulate you on acquiring such an exceptional player as he." Ha ha ha. Big Bird. You're not thinking of inquiring about his price, are you? Baylor chuckled. To be frank, the Grizzlies, Raptors, Jazz, Trailblazers, and Hawks have all expressed interest. Each of these teams has its own challenges. The Grizzlies, while performing well, lack a star capable of attracting fans. Pau Gasol possesses the talent to be a star, but lacks the charisma required for stardom. Had he not later joined the Lakers, benefiting from the allure of a major city and Kobe spotlight, his fame would be considerably diminished. For fans, A team's victories are paramount. However, for the franchises, profitability reigns supreme. The rhetoric of pursuing a championship often stems from the financial windfall that accompanies such success. Thus, the Grizzlies are particularly keen on the high-profile Hsiang Hui. Regardless of whether his presence would enhance the team's performance, he would undoubtedly help in ticket sales. The Raptors and Hawks share similar ambitions. As for the Trailblazers and Jazz, they see Hsiang Hui's potential and wish to cultivate him as a foundational player, with aspirations of contending for a championship in due time. In summary, Hsiang Hui has become a coveted asset in the league. Oh, what offers have they proposed? Bird is not at all surprised by the interest in Hsiang Hui. After all, Bird is not the only one familiar with Elgin Baylor's reputation. Many seek to bask in his warmth. The Grizzlies have offered Gasol and are willing to absorb one of our undesirable contracts. The Hawks have given me the freedom to choose any player, while both the Raptors and Jazz are prepared to part with a substantial number of draft picks. However, I have declined all offers, for he is indeed a non-negotiable asset, Elgin Baylor chuckled. The temptation to choose from such a selection is immense. Regrettably, the Hawks do not possess any players to his liking. Otherwise, he would be unable to resist the allure. The draft picks from the Raptors and the Jazz are also quite enticing. Yet Elgin has lost faith in his drafting acumen. Had such prospects arisen a decade ago, he would have readily accepted. No, in this league, there are truly no untouchables. Elgin, name your desired price. Our players are at your discretion, Bird stated. Choose freely? Elgin Baylor exclaimed in surprise, even rising from his seat. The Pacers are certainly not the lackluster Hawks. Their roster boasts numerous exceptional players. After all, in the 03-04 season, the Pacers were Eastern Conference champions. Even with Artest suspended for an entire season last year, they still secured 44 victories. Artest, with his dual threat capabilities, averaged 24.6 points last season, comparable to Brand, although he only played 7 games. This season, Shaquille O'Neal has once again flourished, averaging over 20 points and 10 rebounds, ranking among the top 5 centers in the league. As for Hsiang Hui, considering his defensive skills, he barely ranks among the top 15 shooting guards in the league. In terms of sheer talent, Shaquille and Artest far surpass the untested Hsiang Hui, who could well be a fleeting phenomenon. No, he is truly non-negotiable, Elgin Baylor lamented, sighing inwardly. With Shaquille and Brand manning the backcourt, who would not expect them to dominate the boards? Had it not been for the owner's unwillingness to part with him, he likely would have conceded. However, he understands that Hsiang Hui is the owner's prized possession. Very well, should you change your mind, feel free to contact me. Trust me, no one possesses more sincerity than I do, Bird remarked, somewhat taken aback by Baylor's resolute stance. He was uncertain whether Baylor was speaking from the heart, attempting to drive up the price, or merely hesitating. In any case, the first round of probing had come to an end. As Elgin Baylor hung up the phone, he was nearly moved to tears. After all, those are Shaquille and Artest. Missing out on them might lead to a sleepless night. Perhaps he could find another opportunity to persuade the owner. Elgin was not ready to give up, believing that acquiring Shaquille and Artest could pave the way to a championship. Chapter 47. Guest commentary. After putting down the phone, Bird still felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. After sitting in contemplation for a considerable time, he picked up the phone again. However, this time he dialed Mark's number. Bird intended to reach out to Hsiang Hui first, to gauge his interest in coming to Indiana. If he was eager to join, then Bird could be prepared to offer an even greater price. Moreover, once Hsiang Hui expresses a desire to depart from the Clippers, it would facilitate Bird's maneuvering. Soon, Bird obtained Hsiang Hui's number from Mark. Would you be interested in embarking on a new era in Indiana? Bird stated candidly, immediately evoking the notion of initiating a new era, which would likely leave any ordinary player exhilarated to the point of leaping with joy. Ha, Larry, are you trying to lure me over to exchange playful banter with you? That indeed sounds quite intriguing. Hsiang Hui remarked, your suggestion is quite good. If you are willing to come to the Pacers, we could often discuss the nuances of banter. Bird chuckled. Hsiang Hui's demeanor has instilled in him a sense of anticipation. The Pacers are commendable, and Los Angeles is equally appealing. Personally, I have no strong preferences. Should you manage to secure a trade from the Clippers to bring me over, I would gladly embrace the opportunity. Conversely, if the Clippers are unwilling to release me, remaining with them would also be quite satisfactory. In truth, Hsiang Hui harbors a greater inclination to remain in Los Angeles, as it is home to Hollywood and an abundance of glamour celebrities. Nevertheless, apart from a few teams based in smaller cities, Hsiang Hui does not dismiss the prospect of joining other teams. Xinhui believes that the Clippers would not be foolish enough to trade him away. If they were indeed that misguided, being traded could ultimately prove beneficial. Thus, in this matter, Xinhui chooses not to engage in any coercive tactics, as allowing events to unfold naturally aligns best with his interests. Your words suffice. We shall endeavor to facilitate this transaction. Bird is a perceptive individual and immediately comprehended Xinghui's intentions. He fully understands that astute players do not readily create discord with their teams. Xinghui does not shy away from joining the Pacers, which provides Bird with ample justification for a trade. December 25th marks the American Spring Festival. On this day, the NBA hosts the Christmas Showdown. Although the Clippers have little connection to it, only the most prominent teams are deemed worthy to compete on this festive occasion. This year's Christmas matchups feature the Spurs against the Pistons and the Lakers facing the Heat. The clash between the Spurs and the Pistons is a reenactment of last season's championship finals, while the Lakers and the Heat represent the tumultuous saga between Kobe and Shaquille O'Neal. Comparatively, the Lakers versus Heat game attracts significantly more attention. On this day, Xinhui finds himself with nothing to do, but he is not one to remain idle. Thus, he volunteers to appear on TNT, hoping to serve as a guest commentator. TNT eagerly welcomes him, as Xinhui's popularity remains high, and his presence is sure to draw a substantial audience. At the TNT headquarters, in a live broadcast studio, the host greets the viewers. Hello, basketball fans. Today, we are thrilled to have a mysterious guest in our commentary booth. Please welcome our extraordinary talent. Even before the game commences, TNT's live coverage is already in full swing, with Smith introducing Xinhui to the audience. Xinhui smiled as he sat down between Barkley and Smith. Welcome to your guest appearance on TNT. However, I am curious. What motivated you to join us as a commentator? Do you aspire to pursue commentary after retirement? Smith initiated the conversation. Not quite, he replied. Primarily, it stems from a certain hefty individual without a championship title claiming that no one would offer me a $10 million endorsement. Now that I have secured a substantial contract, I wish to flaunt it in front of him. Xinhui remarked, to which Smith responded with hearty laughter. Xinhui's remark critiques Barkley on two fronts. Firstly, I made this statement before you showcased your superhuman performance. Secondly, my assertion is unrelated to whether or not I possess a championship. Henceforth, let us refrain from discussing championships. Barkley responded, very well, Charles, no championship, Barkley. I shall cease to mention championships from now on. Xinhui continued to tease Barkley, with the task of undermining each other. $95 million is indeed excessive. It makes me contemplate a comeback. Barkley began to shift the topic. Charles, you're overthinking it. With your current physique, what team will want you? Smith remarked. No, I actually believe Charles could make a return, and there remains a glimmer of hope for him to secure a championship. Xinhui remarked. Oh? Barkley expressed some surprise. I have heard that the Sparks in the WNBA are currently in need of a power forward. Charles might consider trying out. Xinhui continued, prompting Smith to burst into hearty laughter. He envisioned Barkley clad in women's athletic attire, playing basketball amidst a group of women. A sight that was truly eye-watering. Ha ha, how utterly mischievous of you, he exclaimed, expressing his support for Sir Barkley's potential joining of the Sparks. The image lingered in my mind, and I found myself hesitant to close my eyes again. The audience relished the playful banter directed at Barkley, finding it quite entertaining. Let us pause. This topic is rather tedious, he declared. Barkley voiced his dissent, yet Xinhui had temporarily allied with Smith, dismissing his protest. He continued, Kenny, let us entertain a hypothetical. If Charles were to join the Sparks, what statistics might he achieve? Smith responded in kind. I believe he could average 20 points and 10 rebounds, a double-double. I disagree. I believe Charles is capable of averaging a triple-double. Xinhui remarked. A triple-double average is no small feat. Assists are not Charles's forte. Smith responded, no, what I refer to is not assists, but rather sexual harassment. I foresee him averaging 20 points, 10 rebounds, and 10 instances of harassment. Xinhui remarked, haha. Smith nearly burst into a boor's laugh. You all continue your chatter. I shall take my leave. Barkley feigned an intention to depart. All right, let us refrain from discussing the WNBA any further. The match is about to commence. Let us observe this contest between the two teams vying for the championship title, which promises to be exhilarating. Xinhui grasped Barkley's arm, yet continued to mention the championship. In this brief moment, he had already invoked the term championship 4 times. Of course, Barkley was not genuinely intent on leaving. It was merely for show. With his audacity to kiss a donkey's behind in front of countless onlookers, How could he possibly be offended by a few jests? While they engaged in their banter, the players on the court had already commenced their entrance. As commentators, they were obligated to introduce the players to the fans. Meanwhile, in the TNT backstage, staff monitoring real-time data erupted in excitement. After he took the stage, the ratings surged by 3 percentage points and continued to rise. This was no small feat, considering the multitude of networks broadcasting the game. His eloquence was indeed remarkable. I found myself thoroughly amused by his teasing of Charles. It's only natural that the fans would appreciate it. Once he retires, we must secure him. The manager remarked, "Boss, this is only his first season. If he remains healthy, he could easily play for over 15 seasons. Whether we will still be at TNT by then remains uncertain." The assistant quipped, "That's quite a far-off thought." Chapter 48. Barkley and Drag. The Lakers starting lineup included point guard Smush Parker, shooting guard Kobe, small forward Lamar Odom, power forward Cook, and center Mim. The Heat's starting lineup featured point guard Jason Williams, shooting guard Wade, small forward Posey, power forward Haslam, center O'Neal, with Payton as a substitute. Judging solely by the starting lineups, the Lakers were not inferior to the Heat. However, the depth of the Heat's roster far surpassed that of the Lakers, with Payton, Antoine Walker, and Mourning having all experienced glory in their careers. "Barkley, I've heard you have a penchant for donkeys' behinds, or rather, for gambling. So, shall we place a wager before the game begins?" Yixing Hue proposed a suggestion. "When on earth did I ever take a liking to donkey rear?" Barkley, filled with indignation, then revealed a sly smile and declared, "All right, let us wager on which team will triumph in this match. I choose the Heat." The Heat evidently possessed greater strength, and he sought to seize this opportunity to outwit Yixing Hue, ideally compelling him to kiss the donkey's rear as well, thus alleviating his own solitude. What a cunning flying pig he was. Yixing Hue secretly lamented. His impression of this match was quite profound. Not only did he recall that the Heat emerged victorious, but he also vaguely remembered that Kobe scored either 36 or 37 points. Faced with a seemingly inevitable defeat, Yixing Hue was certainly unwilling to concede. Thus, he proposed, "Guessing the outcome is rather tedious. Instead, let us predict Kobe's score. Whoever's estimate is closest shall be the victor, and the loser must don a dress and livestream a match. What do you think?" "Ali Shete, I am fond of this wager," replied Smith, laughing heartily. Whether it was Yixing Hue or Barkley wearing a dress, he found it immensely entertaining. This was the delight of the onlookers. "Kenny, do not rejoice too soon. You must join in as well." "Ising Widimarkt? No, no, no." Smith expressed that he was ill-suited for such adult games. "What say you, Charles? Surely you are not afraid, are you?" Yixing Hue incited, "Come on, Siete. Great Barkley has never feared anything. Kenny, you cannot escape. Participation is mandatory." Unable to withstand Yixing Hue's provocation, Barkley acquiesced, simultaneously drawing Smith into the fray. Consequently, the odds of defeat diminished to 33. "I speculate that Kobe will score 36 points." Yixing Hue selected a number. "Haha, you are bound to lose. The Heat will never allow him to score that much." "I wager 28 points. Chuck." Barkley chuckled. Kobe would not commence his scoring exhibition until January of 2006, at which point his average points per game were still below 30. Thus, Barkley deemed 36 points to be excessively high. "Then I shall choose 32 points. Smith cleverly opted for a middle ground. In this scenario, if Kobe's score fell below 30, Yixing Hue would lose. If it exceeded 34, Barkley would be the loser. Should it fall between 30 and 34, Smith would emerge victorious. Barkley, filled with joyous anticipation of Yixing Hue's defeat in the wager, paid little heed to this detail. Yixing Hue noticed, but paid little heed. His sole desire was for Barkley to falter. Imagining Barkley donning a skirt while broadcasting the game evokes a chuckle. Before the television, fans were already in fits of laughter. The thought of Barkley in a skirt, or even Yixing Hue adorned similarly, is indeed a spectacle worth anticipating. Some impatient fans have lost interest in the game's unfolding. They yearn for a swift conclusion to determine the victor between Yixing Hue and Barkley. Is a cross-dressing sensation not more entertaining than the match itself? I have faith in Barkley, as 36 points seem exceedingly daunting. No, Kobe possesses that capability. He previously amassed 62 points in just 3 quarters. In an instant, fans began to engage in fervent discussion. Amidst the mounting anticipation, the clash between the Lakers and the Heat commenced. From the outset, Kobe exhibited remarkable prowess, hitting 2 consecutive shots. "Splendid. Thank you." Yixing Hue and Barkley spoke in unison. There was no way around it. Yixing Hue required Kobe to score high, while Barkley needed him to fall short. When Kobe made a shot, Barkley could hardly contain his displeasure. Come on, even Charles could make that shot. Kobe, you're trash. After Kobe missed his third attempt, Xinhui delivered a sharp critique. Initially, Barkley had been pleased to see Kobe miss, but Xinghui's remarks left him with an unsettling feeling. After a few breaths, he suddenly realized the implication. What do you mean even Charles can make that? It makes me sound incompetent. The referees are blind. How could they not call that foul? When Kobe was fouled and the referees failed to award a shooting foul, Xinghui began to ramble. Although his remarks were nonsensical, the viewers at home found them thoroughly entertaining. They had grown weary of the conventional commentary, which had become monotonous. Flipping through channels, they encountered the same emotionless narrations, tedious at best. In contrast, Xinghui's ramblings provided a refreshing novelty, filled with amusement. You can't just spout nonsense for your bet. That was a routine foul, Smith quipped. All right, I got a bit carried away. Xinghui began to speak, but before he could finish, Kobe on the court earned a free throw opportunity. Sheesh, is that really a foul? This is merely a normal contest. This time, it was Barkley who became animated. Smith observed the antics of these two characters, utterly speechless. This is a live commentary of the game. Could you two possibly adopt a more serious demeanor? No. As soon as Kobe received the ball, Xinghui and Barkley erupted into enthusiastic shouts, resembling spectators watching a stock market chart. Even more absurdly, amidst their exclamations, Xinghui spontaneously launched into a rap performance. Xinghui, indeed. Barkley, no. Xinghui danced with exuberance, exclaiming, "Oh la la. Barkley, all you do is talk nonsense. When Kobe scores, you become irate." At this juncture, Barkley found himself at a loss. He lacked the artistry to spontaneously compose lyrics. Thus, he abruptly adopted a serious demeanor and remarked, Stop. We are live. This is not your concert. Please, let us maintain some decorum." Meanwhile, Smith had buried his face in his hands, as the live broadcast had been utterly transformed by Xinghui's presence. What was once a commentary session had morphed into a casual chat show. Uncertain whether this shift was for better or worse, and with no cues from the production team, he could only soldier on through the broadcast. Pass the ball to Kobe. Damn Parker, he is utterly inept. With the Lakers trailing, they had no choice but to give the ball to Kobe, allowing him to create opportunities and draw the Heat defender's attention before distributing the ball. Just as Xinghui, caught in his whimsical banter, suddenly shifted to a serious analysis of the game strategy. This stark contrast left countless fans in awe. No, the Lakers should allow their role players to find their rhythm. Kobe should not take too many shots, as that 1T lead the team to victory, Barkley countered. For heaven's sake, don't be so loud, Charles. Phil in Miami can't hear your advice. Xinghui remarked, Leave, FK, just now you shouted louder than anyone else. Barkley quipped, Look, he's gotten anxious. Xinghui adopted an expression that suggested he would not stoop to argue with a child, addressing Smith. Chapter 49, I Shall End Your Life. After the first quarter, Kobe had made 5 out of 10 field goals and 6 out of 8 free throws, accumulating a total of 16 points. Barkley, upon observing these statistics, presented the fans with a face of utter despair. 16 points in a single quarter translates to 64 over 4 quarters. What do you think, Kenny? My arithmetic is quite commendable, isn't it? Xinghui continues to boast. Do not rejoice too soon. Kobe's stamina is waning, and he cannot maintain such a volume of shots and feel. Barkley remains defiant, yet a flicker of anxiety stirs within him. Should Kobe merely score another 16 points, he would face defeat. Fortunately, in the second quarter, Kobe's shooting touch, as he himself remarked, plummeted sharply. Is this even possible? Kupchak might consider trading Kobe now. After Kobe missed 2 consecutive shots, Xinghui remarked sarcastically, Well done, Gary. Barkley, brimming with excitement, praised Peyton's defense. Now, he finds favor with anyone capable of thwarting Kobe's scoring. Gary is astute, having chosen a team with championship potential, unlike some who cannot even secure a proper foothold. Xinghui, observing his arrogance, could not help but mock him. In pursuit of a championship, Barkley had once transferred from the Suns to the Rockets, hoping to cling to Olajuwon's coattails. Alas, he miscalculated, for Olajuwon's prowess had significantly waned. Hey, such words may invite a beating, Barkley retorted, revealing his iron fist. All right, let's set aside the topic of clinging to legs and instead discuss the criteria for evaluating a player's true ability. While Kenny's career statistics may appear mediocre, he has nonetheless played a pivotal role in securing 2 championships for his team. In contrast, Some players boast commendable stats, but fail to reach the finals upon joining a championship-caliber team. Kenny, could such players be deemed a liability? He Xinghue inquired of Smith. Between 1993 and 1995, Smith averaged 10 points per game and played a pivotal role in securing 2 championships for the Rockets. Charles Barkley, who joined the Rockets in 1996, previously boasted impressive statistics of 23 points and 11 rebounds per game with the Suns. It is not surprising that those who do not watch the games would conclude that Barkley was merely a stat padder or even a liability. Ha ha ha, I am unsure. That question is better directed at Charles, Smith chuckled. I shall take your life, he declared. Barkley, unfazed and disregarding the live broadcast, lunged forward to grasp He Xinghue by the neck, resulting in a rather comical scene. Kenny, after this commentary, you ought to invest in personal safety insurance and simultaneously request a salary increase from your employer, for working alongside someone prone to fits of rage is exceedingly perilous. After He Xinghue was released, he remained obstinate. Ha ha, that's a splendid idea, Smith remarked. Hold on, I have a proposition. From now on, let us discuss only the game and refrain from any other topics, all right? Barkley found himself at a loss. Very well then, let us forego the discussion of the championship for today. He Xinghue, bang. Charles Barkley slammed his palm onto the table and declared, I, Charles Barkley, hereby issue a bounty to all players in the league. Whoever can deliver a good beating to him shall receive a reward of $100,000. If I were to punch myself, would that count? If so, I could bring you to the brink of bankruptcy. He Xinghue chuckled derisively. Get lost, Barkley. Amid their playful banter, the game between the Lakers and the Heat progressed into the second half. In the third quarter, Kobe's shooting touch remained elusive. However, he continued to take numerous shots, resulting in a respectable score. By the time he stepped to the free throw line for the second time, Kobe had amassed 31 points. If he were to sink just one free throw, Barkley would find himself tied with He Xinghue, and if he were to make 2, Barkley would face defeat. Don't make it, don't make it, don't make it, Barkley pleaded with a quivering voice. Charles, with your commentary style, it's easy to draw the ire of Lakers fans. I can casually commentate one game and leave, but you're a professional commentator. He Xinghue chuckled. This remark nearly brought tears to Barkley's eyes. He was so deeply invested in his wager with He Xinghue that he momentarily forgot the necessity of maintaining an impartial stance. Now, astonishingly, he found himself praying during the live broadcast for Kobe to miss his free throws. For some fans lacking a sense of humor, this might incite resentment towards him. On the court, Kobe made his first free throw. Subsequently, he missed the second. Barkley exhaled in relief. Charles, what is the meaning of your relaxed demeanor? Surely, you do not believe that Kobe will score nothing in the fourth quarter. Or perhaps you are secretly wishing for an injury to befall Kobe, preventing him from playing in the fourth? He Xinghue chuckled. Nonsense, it wasn't me, don't spread falsehoods. Barkley hastily issued a triple denial. In the fourth quarter, with his third attempt, Kobe scored, bringing his total to 34, marking Barkley's defeat. There he was, with his head resting on the table, utterly disillusioned. This was already his second defeat at the hands of Chinese individual. The first was a donkey's rear, and this time, it was in women's attire. His illustrious reputation lay in ruins. Smith, nearby, was laughing uncontrollably, while He Xinghue consoled Barkley. Charles, don't be downcast. I know a wonderful women's clothing store. I'll have them dress you up beautifully. You'll be absolutely photogenic. The game concluded with the Heat triumphing over the competition, 97-92. However, in terms of the match itself, it was a rather unsightly affair. The much-hyped Shaq-Kobe rivalry culminated in a lackluster performance. One player scored 18 points on 20 attempts, while the other managed 37 points on 39 attempts. The on-court display was eye-watering, while Peyton, stealing the spotlight, scored 21 points on 9 attempts. In summary, this game was hardly a success for the league. Fans left unsatisfied. The only ones who benefited were the viewers of TNT, though they didn't witness an exhilarating match. They enjoyed a captivating broadcast. Throughout the live coverage, Barkley endured relentless teasing from He Xinghue, a sight that was almost too painful to watch. What could be more entertaining than witnessing another's misfortune? The viral short videos that dominate the charts often comprise nothing but trivial compilations of bad luck, which people seem to relish. Even more amusing is the fact that Barkley would don women's attire in the next live broadcast. Once the stream concluded, the entire TNT crew, except for Barkley, was in high spirits. They had shattered viewership records, a commendable achievement. You're a born commentator. You should pursue commentary, the general manager, Steve, laughed heartily in the background, welcoming the hero of the day. No, I must chase the championship. Only those without a championship become commentators. He Xinghui remarked in response. Barkley swiftly executed a bear hug, pinning he firmly to the ground. Naturally, he was careful, moving with deliberate slowness, clearly indicating that it was all in jest. Had he inadvertently harmed the Clippers management and fans would undoubtedly have sought retribution. Barkley bellowed, I shall grant you another opportunity to articulate your thoughts anew. I am doomed. I am doomed. Mother, you need not worry about my studies any longer. He Xinghui. Ha ha ha. Some staff members of TNT were already laughing so hard that they clutched their bellies. Of course, there were also a few resilient individuals who seized the opportunity to pull out their phones or cameras to record. These would undoubtedly become precious news footage, which could be sold for a handsome sum once He Xinghui ascended to stardom. Chapter 50. Stealing the scene. All right, Charles, there's no need for you to feel disheartened. I will request a bonus for you from the boss. Steve reassured Feiju, acknowledging the significant sacrifice involved in cross-dressing for a live stream. A consolation prize was indeed indispensable. The monetary reward was not the crux of the matter. It was all for the future of the company. However, I believe his popularity far surpasses mine. If we could persuade you to join in the live stream while dressed as a woman, the viewership would surely skyrocket, Barkley remarked. He was a man of his word, and the cross-dressing live stream had become inevitable. Thus he wished to drag He Xinghui into the fray. Some rather embarrassing tasks become less awkward when shared with a companion. That's a splendid idea. What do you think? Are you interested? If you agree, our television station can offer you $1 million as your appearance fee. Steve attempted to entice He Xinghui with financial allure, as he had no other means at his disposal. After all, he was not an employee of TNT. No, no, no. Steve, you are mistaken. I am a young and handsome idol. My image is paramount to me. Upon hearing this, Steve felt somewhat disheartened, though it was within his expectations. Yet, He Xinghui continued, if you want me to dress as a woman, you must increase the offer. He mimicked a famous scene from The Spring Knife, delivering a plot twist. Ha ha ha. Kenny Smith was rolling on the ground with laughter, and the other staff members also doubled over at He Xinghui's playful banter. Barkley's eyes sparkled with delight upon hearing this. Meanwhile, Steve, having witnessed grand spectacles before, managed to suppress his laughter and said, no problem, whatever amount you desire is negotiable. If we can have He Xinghui participate in a cross-dressing live stream for TNT, it would be an immensely successful marketing endeavor. 100 million. He chuckled, indicating that his previous remarks were merely a jest. The notion of donning women's attire was utterly inconceivable, an impossibility, unless TNT truly committed a fortune of 100 million. However, it was evident that such a scenario was far from realistic. Steve realized he had overthought the situation, yet he was not disheartened, as he had never held high expectations from the outset. The venture into women's fashion should be entrusted to the dedicated Sir Barge. Charles, the responsibility of live streaming in women's attire falls upon you. Give it your utmost effort. With determination, you may one day assist your employer in leading a life of unparalleled wealth. He Xinghui patted Barkley's shoulder. Chetleave, I despise you, and I never wish to see you again. Barkley had just been comforting himself with thoughts of his bonus. Yet He Xinghui's words served as a stark reminder. The more he earned, the more his boss profited. The harder he worked, the greater the chasm between them widened. It was utterly disheartening. I despise you? What a ridiculous petulance. They had not even begun the cross-dressing, yet he was already immersed in the role. He Xinghui hurriedly fled, for entanglement with the cross-dressing Barkley would spell trouble. After He Xinghui's departure, the staff at TNT continued to reminisce, with their discussions centering entirely around him. There was truly an abundance of topics to converse about regarding He Xinghui. They held him in utmost regard. Now, it was time to get to work. This was a golden opportunity. They were determined to enhance their promotional efforts and seize the moment to launch subscription discounts, aiming to capture a significant share of the viewing audience. Steve clapped his hands, orchestrating the tasks at hand. Working overtime to ensure the boss lives a life of luxury? Smith borrowed a famous quote from He Xinghui, prompting laughter among the group. Come on, everyone is an adult here. Think of your children at home. Think of your mortgage. Steve hurriedly urged. The following day, Sports News reported that He Xinghui successfully outshone Barkley. The headline did not cover the Lakers versus Heat score, nor the rivalry between O'Neal and Kobe, but rather the content of TNT's live broadcast. There is so much worthy of reporting during that broadcast. Barkley exclaimed, I never want to hear the word championship again. Throughout the live session, he mentioned the championship a total of 12 times, rubbing salt into the wounds of Sir Charles. Are you a devil? One might feel sympathy for Sir Charles for a fleeting moment. So, let us discuss the topic of the championship, he continued. Barkley was playfully tormented, losing his temper thrice. During yesterday's TNT broadcast, Barkley and he exchanged banter, with Barkley suffering defeat and being teased multiple times, even attempting to choke live on air. It must be said that such jokes can only be made among brothers. Following his kiss with a donkey's rear, Barkley was set to don women's clothing for a live broadcast. Once again, he stumbled over a bet with a Chinese player, resulting in him having to wear a dress for a game broadcast. My goodness, I can hardly wait to witness this live event. The most irreverent yet entertaining commentary imaginable. Though not a professional commentator, he undoubtedly excels in entertaining the masses, surpassing many seasoned hosts and commentators in skill, leaving others in the field feeling a sense of shame. These revelations left Stern momentarily speechless, eventually leading him to utter, next year's Christmas showdown must feature him. It is unavoidable. When He Xinghui steps back into the limelight, the league will find itself in an awkward position. Following the news, Stern was not the only one distressed. Executives from networks such as ABC, FSN, and ESPN were equally disheartened. TNT, uncharacteristically lacking in decorum, executed a surprise move that caught them off guard, resulting in a noticeable decline in viewership. Why? Why didn't you consider inviting He for a guest appearance before TNT seized the opportunity? Lamented ESPN's general manager, Lawrence. This query left others speechless. Prior to this, who could have anticipated that He Xinghui would take on commentary? Even the TNT team was taken aback, with rumors suggesting it was he who approached them. An ESPN employee attempted to defend their position, but Lawrence interjected, "I am not interested in excuses. I only care for results. We must devise a strategy to counter this. We cannot allow TNT to bask in glory any longer." With Barkley set to don women's attire for a live broadcast in 2 days, action was imperative. Lawrence assigned the task, leaving the details to his subordinates' ingenuity. The situation was similarly dire for the other networks. Previously, all were evenly matched, but now TNT had emerged with a competitive edge. Shall we also consider a women's attire broadcast? Suggested one. That would be futile. Barkley's dress-up was due to a bet, and the audience appreciates his commitment. Our arbitrary attempt would only invite ridicule, another countered. Perhaps we should reach out to He to see if he would guest on our channel, suggested another, though it was acknowledged that this might prove challenging, as He's involvement seemed to be a fleeting whim, and he had no professional expertise in commentary, being primarily focused on basketball. Furthermore, they lacked the advantages TNT possessed. Amidst the cacophony of suggestions, no viable solutions emerged. Why can't Shitayer just focus on playing his game instead of meddling in the commentary realm? At that moment, many found themselves cursing He Xinghui internally. Chapter 51. There are still places to train in the locker room. He Xinghui kicked the locker in frustration. On December 27th, the Clippers suffered a humiliating defeat against the Kings, with he performing poorly, scoring only 9 points, his first game failing to reach double figures. Matched against fellow rookie Francisco Garcia, a defensive stalwart known more for his defensive prowess than offensive skills. The entire game saw Garcia matching he in a contest of mediocrity. He managed 3 of 9 from the field for his 9 points, while Garcia fared even worse, hitting just 1 of 7, but salvaging a total of 10 points thanks to 7 successful free throws. However, Garcia met the expectations of his fans, while he fell significantly short. Stay calm, he reminded himself. It is entirely normal to have an occasional lackluster performance. Even Jordan has experienced games where he failed to score in double digits. Castle patted He Xinghui on the shoulder. As a seasoned veteran, he has grown indifferent to the outcomes and statistics. If one were to kick the wardrobe after every defeat, the team would soon find itself in financial ruin. Well, you are right. In truth, what troubles He Xinghui is that he did not accumulate much of the coveted anger points from this match. The reason is rather simple, that Rascal Garcia primarily communicates in Spanish, while his English is limited to rudimentary interactions. He Xinghui speaks at a slightly rapid pace, rendering the other party unable to comprehend, thus perfectly immune to his barrage of nonsensical taunts. This is a flaw in the system, one that He Xinghui cannot rectify. Surely, he wouldn't go to the lengths of learning a new language just to counter one Garcia. He is not that industrious. With only 135 points of anger, it is far too meager for someone like He Xinghui, who revels in extravagant purchases of flashy items. He Xinghui stands at an impressive height of 1.97 meters, with a wingspan of 2.10 meters and a weight of 84 kilograms. His talents are as follows: strength rated at C, speed at C, and jumping ability at C. In terms of shooting, he excels with an A in three-point shooting, while his mid-range and driving abilities are rated at C. His skills in ball control, passing, and stealing are also rated at C. Defensively, he possesses a B in man-to-man defense, whereas his help defense is rated at C. He currently has 745 points of remaining anger value. Overall, he is regarded as a star within the NACC, showcasing the potential of a valuable substitute in the NBA with a specific skill set that holds tactical significance. A gentle reminder, do not overly rely on the system. Enhance your training. The following day, Xinghua Wei participated in a tactical practice session with his team before returning to his residence for additional strength training. After playing several games, he began to comprehend the limitations of this rudimentary system. He realized that, despite having the system, daily practice remained indispensable. The system merely enhances numerical values on paper, but Xinghua Wei must hone his skills through training to effectively utilize these abilities. For instance, a mage may possess substantial spell damage. Yet this does not guarantee victory in a player-versus-player scenario. Execution is equally vital. Only upon striking an opponent can the damage convert into a reduction in their health. In an unobstructed environment, Xinghua Wei's three-point shooting capability is rated as A, boasting an impressive accuracy of 75 to 80%. However, under duress, this accuracy fluctuates according to the severity of the interference. Should Barkley place him under pressure, or if he were to bear the weight of O'Neal, his actual shooting percentage could plummet to 0. In such circumstances, it would be impossible for Xinghua Wei to score. Previously, when Xinghua Wei burst onto the scene, coaches across the league were unfamiliar with him, leading to a lack of targeted defensive strategies. Consequently, he managed to deliver commendable performances despite his mediocre abilities. However, as his notoriety continues to grow, the number of analysts studying him has increased. In the league, those who specialize in such analyses are quite formidable. They can dissect a player's shooting hotspots and preferred directions with remarkable clarity, especially when it comes to Xinghua Wei's particular strengths. In the match between Xinghua Wei and the King, Garcia solely focused on defending against his three-point shots, allowing Xinghua Wei to penetrate. Since Xinghua Wei did not utilize any props, Coach Adelman made the right gamble. Xinghua Wei's efficiency in scoring after his breakthrough has been subpar, with all 9 of his points derived from collaborative plays with his teammates that created open opportunities. In summary, due to his sudden rise to fame, Xinghua Wei has encountered the rookie wall sooner than anticipated. This is undoubtedly an undesirable situation for him, prompting the need for intensified training to swiftly acquire the skills that the system has not provided. Among these, strength is a crucial attribute, which is why Xinghua Wei's additional training predominantly focuses on enhancing his physical power. In Xinghua Wei's luxurious residence, a young woman clad in a form-fitting athletic outfit stood beside him. Next set, 20 repetitions, Elena instructed. It took Mark considerable effort to find a trainer for Xinghua Wei. Most individuals in this profession are men, making it quite a challenge to locate an attractive female trainer. However, Mark was reluctant to have Xinghua Wei share a room with a man displaying prominent pectoral muscles, so he specifically sought out a woman. 20 more? Elena, are you jesting with me? My mother once told me that beautiful women are the most adept at deception. Xinghua Wei jested, training is quite arduous. If one does not tease the ladies, time seems to drag on interminably. If one lacks focus in training, add 20 more to the vertical lifts. Elena inquired, wonder, are you so domineering in every aspect? Xinghua Wei, after completing 40 weighted squats, gasped and remarked, basketball is a sport that tests irregular force application and necessitates the training of multiple muscle groups. You see, there's still a part of my musculature that remains untrained. I am aware, yet I haven't neglected any area of my muscles, replied Elena, as she flipped through her training notes, where every required exercise was marked with a red tick. Indeed, which part? It is precisely that area over there. Xinghua Wei blinked, feeling a sense of shyness in such a private setting, unsure how to articulate his thoughts. Where could that possibly be? I understand now. Please hold on for a moment. After Elena spoke, she turned away. Xinghua Wei was filled with joy at the sight, contemplating whether he should take a shower beforehand or afterwards. Before long, Elena returned, holding a rope and a metal block with a hole. Hanging this daily can enhance the firmness and even the length, she stated, her expression reminiscent of a poker face, leaving Xinghua Wei utterly speechless. Xinghua Wei grasped the iron block, which weighed no less than 5 or 6 pounds. To train with such an object, one must commend Elena's brutal ingenuity. However, this item felt rather light. He disdainfully tossed it aside. Oh, then I shall find you something of significance. No, 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 thank you. I can manage to find it myself. There is no need to trouble you. He Xinghui lamented, simultaneously grasping a profound truth. No matter how affluent, handsome, or humorous one may be, there will always be some women in this world who do not harbor affection for him. There is nothing to be done but to continue honing his physique. Little did he know, Elena scoffed inwardly. Were it not for He Xinghui's immense fame and the generous salary he offered, she would have long ceased to be courteous. Previous employers akin to He Xinghui had not escaped her sharp tongue. Chapter 52. Battling the Celtics on December 31st, the final day of 2005. The Clippers' home game against the Celtics garnered significant attention. TNT was set to broadcast this match, and Barkley would be showcasing his cross-dressing performance during the live coverage. Such a surprise at the year's end was indeed a delightful treat for the fans. Naturally, the allure of this game extended far beyond just Barkley's attire. The issue of He Xinghui encountering the rookie wall was brought to light prior to the game. The relatively obscure basketball commentator Babos offered a lengthy critique, asserting that He Xinghui has indeed hit the rookie wall and that his subsequent performances are bound to plummet dramatically. Babos claimed that He Xinghui's previous displays were merely fleeting moments of brilliance, predicting that by the end of the season, his average points per game might fall below 10. Such exaggerated and outrageous statements naturally captured the attention of fans instantly. Detractors of He Xinghui found themselves in agreement with Babos' remarks, embarking on various arguments to substantiate their views. Conversely, He Xinghui supporters launched a vehement counterattack against Babos, accusing him of seeking sensationalism. The fierce contention between the two factions significantly heightened the intrigue surrounding the upcoming match. Whether He Xinghui has encountered the so-called rookie wall ultimately hinges on his performance on the court. Prior to the match, as he entered the arena, He Xinghui found himself ambushed by Lucy. "Hey, Lucy, and you too, Mr. Cameraman." Upon encountering the familiar face of Lucy and her dedicated cameraman, He Xinghui greeted them. "Come on, I have a name, and I've told you what it is." The cameraman lamented, feeling somewhat disheartened by the moniker, as if he were a nameless nobody. "Be quiet. Your name doesn't matter. Just focus on your job, as I am about to commence the interview." Lucy's remark nearly prompted the cameraman to abandon his equipment in protest. It was quite infuriating. Such sentiments about one's name should remain unspoken, as there is no need to wound another's pride. Nonetheless, the cameraman ultimately steadied his equipment, wearing a pained expression as he prepared to record. At that moment, He Xinghui's phone began to ring, playing the prelude to A Cut of Plum. The cameraman was momentarily taken aback. In that instant, he envisioned vast green meadows and drifting snowflakes, overwhelmed by a sense of inexplicable ecstasy, as if his soul had finally found its home. Believing that this background music had been divinely orchestrated for him. Once He Xinghui concluded his call, the cameraman couldn't resist asking, "Could you send me that ringtone? I absolutely adore it. I want it to accompany me for a lifetime." He Xinghui was eager to remind the other party that this background music was not something just anyone could master. However, he chose to acquiesce to the stranger whose name he did not even know. Subsequently, the interview commenced. "Lucy, Babos mentioned in the newspaper that you have encountered the rookie wall, and he also stated that your average score this season will not reach double digits. What are your thoughts on that?" He Xinghui remarked, "I believe Barboss might be unable to pay his electricity bill. Anyone who has watched the game at home would not utter such statements." "Ah." Lucy smiled upon hearing this. Interviewing He Xinghui is never a task fraught with tedium. He always manages to deliver astonishingly audacious or amusing remarks. In contrast, other players typically respond to such external commentary with explanations or feigned disdain. Only He Xinghui dares to openly mock, unabashedly and without reservation. While this may appear somewhat foolish, it undeniably possesses an earthy authenticity, evoking a palpable sense of humanity. Most individuals, when belittled, would likely resort to invective, whereas other players insist on adopting a fade of generosity, which is rather hypocritical. "I heard that the Pacers and the Grizzlies are both attempting to trade for you. Is that true?" Lucy inquired. This information is not widely known, and she had learned it through some inside connections. She sought to obtain concrete details, as this could secure her another headline. "It must be true. What team wouldn't desire someone as exceptional as I am? What girl wouldn't wish to be with me?" He Xinghui did not respond directly. Such shameless remarks made the cameraman wish to smash his equipment over He Xinghui's head. "If it were true, would you be willing to go?" Lucy continued to inquire. "My willingness is not of paramount importance. I believe that unless someone were to hold a gun to our boss's head, he would never agree to trade me. He boldly asserts this, undoubtedly due to Sterling confiding in him that there will be increased investment next year, with him as the cornerstone of the team. Unless the Cavaliers are willing to part with LeBron, the Lakers with Kobe, or the Suns with Nash, there are indeed very few players in the league that Sterling would find appealing. Yixing Hui answered several questions before entering the arena. Lucy was still savoring the recent interview, contemplating how to craft her report. Meanwhile, the cameraman, torn within himself for quite some time, finally mustered the courage to say, "Lucy, would you join me for dinner after work?" "Huh, what did you say?" "I was just thinking about he and didn't quite catch that," Lucy replied. "I said." "Never mind," the cameraman said, feeling dejected. Hesitant and reluctant to speak further, he added, "What do you think of my relationship with he? If I invite him to dinner, would he accept?" Lucy, feeling anxious, decided to consult a colleague. "Cameraman, sobi. At this moment, the tune of a melancholic melody plays. In the Clippers' locker room, Come On lamented, "Unfortunately, we have a game to play and cannot watch the live broadcast. What a pity. Players are human too, possessing a heart that yearns for excitement. You should count yourself fortunate. After witnessing Barkley's cross-dressing, you need to consult a doctor for your eyesight." Yixing Hui remarked, laughter resonating throughout the scene. In the visiting team's locker room, Paul Pierce and others engaged in conversation, albeit focused on the upcoming match. "Ricky, that lad is entrusted to you," Pierce said, patting Ricky Davis on the shoulder. "I will ensure he crashes into the wall once more," Ricky Davis responded, his confidence stemming from Coach Rivers, who previously offered him an invigorating bowl of chicken soup for the soul. In Rivers' own words, Ricky Davis exhibits remarkable restraint towards Yixing Hui. Yixing Hui possesses limited strength, excelling primarily in projection rather than breakthrough. Ricky Davis, weighing 88 kilograms, is apprehensive when faced with powerful players adept at penetrating defenses. Nonetheless, his impressive height of 2.01 meters allows him to effectively disrupt opponents' shots while playing as a shooting guard. His teammates fervently rally behind him, although they have yet to face the Clippers. The number of players harboring animosity towards Yixing Hui surged after he secured a lucrative endorsement deal. The less capable can only conceal their disdain, while some more competent players eagerly anticipate the upcoming match against the Clippers, yearning for the opportunity to humiliate their adversary. The prospect of overwhelming the multimillionaire is indeed an enticing topic. Chapter 53, Matchup with Davis China, CCTV. Greetings to our esteemed viewers. This is the sports channel of China Central Television, and we are about to broadcast the NBA clash between the Clippers and the Celtics. Xi Jinping delivered a customary opening statement. What match are we watching? We want to see the live broadcast from TNT. Let's first catch a glimpse of the flamboyant pig, followed by the match. Quickly, shift the camera to Barkley, who watches a game seriously. Fans who keep a keen eye on NBA basketball news were vociferously expressing their excitement in front of the screen, as though their cheers could reach the distant Zhang Lihui. If this were a decade later, the screen would likely be inundated with barrage comments. In 2006, China was just beginning to embrace the internet. Even a video of pigs lining up to fall into a ditch could capture immense interest, let alone a public figure donning women's attire. Before Feng Jie emerged, the concept of playing ugly for attention was not well understood in China. Internet users had yet to experience the bombardment of bizarre news stories. In this era, a cross-dressing Barkley was enough to entice them to skip class and gather around the television, as if attuned to the audience's sentiments. Zhang Lihui and son, Jinping, finally broached the subject of Barkley's wager. Barkley is an intriguing character, known for his love of betting. He previously stumbled against Yao Ming, and now he finds himself bested by Xing Zhang Lihui, crafted a persona for Barkley as an inveterate gambler. The cultural atmosphere in America is truly beyond description. Soon, the camera will shift to TNT's studio, allowing us a glimpse into American culture, son Jinping reflected. Kissing a donkey's behind and cross-dressing for a live broadcast? If it were up to him, he would rather forfeit his job than engage in such repugnant acts. The vile nature of capitalism drives individuals to undertake anything for money. Subsequently, the camera began to transition. Brace yourselves, explicit content is about to unfold. Fans erupted in laughter, playfully teasing as TNT's Barkley made his entrance clad in a bespoke gown, a striking shade of pink. Due to his physique, the dress inadvertently took on the appearance of a wedding gown. Hilarity ensued as Smith pounded the table, declaring the spectacle far more entertaining than witnessing Barkley kiss a donkey's rear. Kenny, you promised me you wouldn't laugh. Please control your facial expressions. You are a professional broadcaster, Barkley implored. Apologies, Charles. I am trained to resist distractions and typically do not laugh unless absolutely unable to contain myself, Smith replied. Yet his grin persisted. Cease this at once. If you continue, I shall resign, Barkley protested, but to no avail. Meanwhile, countless fans in front of their screens were doubled over with laughter. Oh my goodness, my eyes. Such a sight, they exclaimed. Why do I find it rather appealing? They joked among themselves, some even brandishing cameras to capture this rare moment. Ultimately, Barkley's cross-dressing was merely a playful stunt. The main event remained the game itself. As Smith jested about Barkley, the players had already taken to the court. When Xinhui made his entrance, he was met with resounding cheers from a multitude of fans. Just one lackluster performance in a single game had not diminished the patience of his supporters. As the match commenced, the Clippers' starting lineup included Castle, Xinhui, McCarty, Brand, and come on, with Magette sidelined due to injury, and the previous game's fringe player Quentin Ross failing to impress, Dunleavy opted to experiment with another marginal player. The small forward position is currently the Clippers' weakest link, as there is no viable substitute should Magette be unavailable. Conversely, the guard positions represent a distinct advantage for the Clippers, with Castle, Xinhui, and Mobley all possessing starting caliber talent, complemented by a competent bench player in Livingston. In comparison, the Celtics roster appears somewhat lackluster. At point guard, Delonte West, whose abilities are rather mediocre, is primarily known for his association with the infamous King. The shooting guard, Ricky Davis, presents an impressive statistical FAAD. However, his efficiency is notably low, marking him as a volume scorer. The only standout is the small forward, Paul Pierce, who has been exceptional this season, averaging 8 points, 7 rebounds, and 7 assists, showcasing a well-rounded skill set. The power forward position is occupied by Al Jefferson, a burgeoning talent with potential yet to be fully realized. Brown, the center, averages fewer than 5 rebounds per game. As the teams engaged in the jump ball, Coman decisively outmaneuvered his opponent, directing the ball into Xinhui's hands. Ricky Davis rushed to impede Xinhui, anxious that he might replicate his explosive start against the Rockets with an early long-range shot. While this defensive fervor is commendable, the execution is rather foolish. If Xinhui were to treat shooting before crossing half-court as a standard tactic, there would be little need for the game to proceed. Thus, Davis' overzealousness proves to be somewhat futile. Xinhui passed the ball to Kaiser, leaving Davis running in vain. Ricky, Dino, I hold you in great esteem. Since we are here, let us express our thoughts candidly. Xinhui spoke up. Really? Davis's eyes lit up, and he suddenly found that Xinhui was not as annoying as he once thought. After all, there are very few players who can compel the league to alter its rules. Only Chamberlain, O'Neal, and you. Xinhui chuckled, remarking that Chamberlain and O'Neal were subjected to restrictions by the league due to their overwhelming prowess, while Davis, on the other hand, was notorious for his lack of integrity. There are many players who pad their statistics, yet none have ever approached the audacity of Davis, who charges toward his own basket to shoot, only to rebound his own miss, all before the eyes of countless spectators. Upon hearing this, Davis immediately directed a surge of indignation towards Xinhui, clearly displeased by the mention of such an embarrassing incident from his past. Trash talk is ineffective against me, Davis gritted his teeth, fully aware that this was merely Xinhui's attempt at banter. After one round concluded, they found themselves entangled once more. How can this be considered trash talk? I genuinely admire your boldness, earning less than $5 million, yet still requiring a first overall pick to assist you. Xinhui remarked, You're not James. You have no right to mock me. Davis retorted in anger. He has committed too many foolish acts to refute. My endorsement contract is worth $2 million more than James's. What is the value of yours? Despite Davis's fury, Xinhui spoke as casually as if they were engaged in mundane conversation. Yet his words struck with piercing intensity. Today, I shall utterly defeat you, making the people at Reebok regret their choices. Davis's competitive spirit ignited, envisioning this very scene long before the match. Is that so? Xinhui chuckled to himself. He understood that merely engaging in banter would yield limited results, as Davis possessed an enigmatic confidence. Only by delivering a performance that humiliated Davis could the effects of his taunts be magnified. To thoroughly outshine Davis, what tool should he employ? Chapter 54. Right from the start, engaged in a clash. Different players necessitate the use of distinct skills. Xinhui, well aware of Davis's technical characteristics, exchanged for an A-grade skill, the King of the North. King of the North. Acquire the breakthrough ability of DeRozan, lasting 40 minutes, counting from the moment of activation. at the cost of 500 rage points. Once the skill took effect, He Xinghui reached out for the ball. Previously, he had played without the ball, but this time he was poised to attack with it, planning an ambush. This was not part of Dunleavy's tactical arrangement. Yet who could deny that He Xinghui was currently in favor? As he called for the ball, Castle had no choice but to pass it to him, lest an awkward scene of discord within the team unfold, which the reporters would eagerly seize upon. After He Xinghui gained possession of the ball, he immediately adopted a triple threat stance. This gesture nearly elicited a chuckle from Davis, who found it hard to believe that he possessed any remarkable passing or driving abilities. Instead, he suspected that he was merely deceiving himself, harboring an ulterior motive to shoot. Such a ruse was too juvenile. He leaned in closer, poised to leap and block at any moment. However, just then, He Xinghui began to advance. Davis, having positioned himself too closely, realized it was too late to obstruct He's path to the basket. Not wanting to commit a foul, he opted to allow He to drive. Reassured by the presence of his teammates beneath the rim, he swiftly evaded Davis and promptly executed a mid-range shot. With minimal interference, his shooting percentage, already commendable, was further enhanced by the skill bonuses of the Northern King, ensuring the ball found its mark with unwavering precision. Who is guarding me? Is anyone truly defending against me? He Xinghui shouted at the other Celtics players, yet pierced straight through Davis's heart. This remark was a taunt aimed at Davis's defense, originally attributed to Larry Bird. Pierce and others glanced at Davis, their expressions questioning him, igniting a fiery anger within him. As possession shifted, Davis reached out for the ball, subsequently returning the favor to He Xinghui. At that moment, Davis was the second leading scorer for the Celtics, renowned for his exceptional ability to drive to the basket. And his dunks were nothing short of spectacular. It was not just He Xinghui who found it difficult to guard Davis. Many struggled to contain him. Who is defending me? Davis shouted at He Xinghui. The same trash talk, when uttered by different individuals, carries an entirely different weight. He Xinghui shouted towards Pierce and others, intending to instill in Davis a sense of having let his teammates down. In contrast, Davis's shouts directed at He Xinghui failed to evoke any such response. As the Clippers launched their offense, it was once again He Xinghui who drove with the ball. This time, Davis opted to defend against the drive, maintaining a considerable distance from He Xinghui. He Xinghui executed a feigned breakthrough, compelling Davis to shift his position before promptly retreating and releasing his shot. At that moment, Davis had already shifted his center of gravity, leaving him unable to contest the shot. Seizing the near-open opportunity, He Xinghui swiftly unleashed a three-pointer. If one relies solely on DeRozan's ability to penetrate, it becomes increasingly challenging to perform efficiently when targeted. This is also the reason for DeRozan's limited potential. However, He Xinghui not only possesses DeRozan's penetration skills, but also boasts impressive three-point shooting abilities. With just one additional skill, the difficulty of defending against him multiplies significantly. His imitation skills are commendable. Let us see more of that. He Xinghui chuckled. Davis wore a sullen expression, wishing to continue the exchange. However, his tactical standing within the team paled in comparison to that of He Xinghui. Moreover, he was not particularly adept at executing step-back three-pointers. As the Celtics mounted their offense, West passed the ball to Pierce, who, displaying commendable camaraderie, returned it to Davis, granting him yet another opportunity to respond. Yet, Davis was not foolish enough to attempt a step-back three-pointer. Instead, he opted to drive forward. This time, however, He Xinghui was well prepared and successfully positioned himself to obstruct Davis's path, forcing him to come to a halt. With his back against He Xinghui, Davis attempted to push him aside. Awkwardly, he found himself unable to budge him. Subsequently, he made a desperate attempt to shoot, only to produce a complete airball. He Xinghui stands at 197 centimeters and weighs 84 kilograms. Though he may appear slender, he is not the thinnest in the league. Before us, Davis is even leaner, measuring 201 centimeters and weighing 89 kilograms. At first glance, the figure suggests that Davis is heavier. However, one's leanness is not solely determined by weight. It also depends on the size of one's frame. Davis possesses broader shoulders than He Xinghui, which gives the impression that he carries less mass despite his greater weight. He Xinghui possesses a relatively slender shoulder width, which may evoke a sense of delicacy when juxtaposed with other players. However, his muscles are remarkably robust. This, indeed, constitutes a rather poor choice of shot, He Xinghui remarked, and Davis grew agitated once again. This sentiment not only reflects He Xinghui's assessment of him, but also embodies the mainstream media's critique. While the media acknowledges his offensive prowess, they vehemently disapprove of his shot selection, attributing his low shooting percentage to a detrimental style of play. As the possession transitioned, Xinhui made another penetrating drive. Davis, with his sluggish lateral movement, was compelled to guard against Xinghui's three-point attempts, leaving him vulnerable. After Davis was beaten, Al Jefferson chose to provide help defense. At that moment, Xinghui had the opportunity to shoot, yet in a fleeting instant, he opted to pass the ball to the unguarded Brand. Faced with such an opportunity, Brand could score even with one eye closed. The ball swished through the net. Do you see? This exemplifies judicious ball distribution, an essential quality of a true leader. Xinghui confronted Davis, which elucidates his choice to pass the ball, aiming to starkly contrast with Davis and critique his lack of leadership qualities. From Davis's exclamation, "I thought the team chose him to assist me," it is evident that he once fantasized about being the core of the team, yearning to assume the mantle of leadership. Alas, ambition soared higher than reality, and fate proved fragile. Davis, rendered speechless by the scathing remarks, could only retort with profanity. Yet, beyond mere words, his actions did not lag behind. At this juncture, he had lost his composure due to Xinghui's provocations and attempted to assert his leadership capabilities through isolation plays. Perhaps it was his audacious spirit that appealed to the divine, as he indeed sank a challenging shot this time. However, Rivers, observing from the sidelines, was in a state of exasperation. If every offensive possession required such difficult shots, defeat was inevitable. Basketball, unlike football, is less swayed by fortune. A higher frequency of challenging attempts would undoubtedly diminish overall shooting accuracy. Despite his ire, Rivers refrained from calling a timeout immediately, considering the game had only just commenced, and Davis had indeed made the shot. There was little rationale for chastising a player post-success. Witness this. That is the essence of leadership. After scoring, Davis exuberantly shouted towards Xinghui. Little did he know, Pierce was momentarily taken aback. If Davis is a leader, then what am I? In Chapter 55, Comparison, the game unfolded with back-and-forth exchanges. The Clippers maintained a lead, yet the margin fluctuated between 3 to 5 points, remaining narrow. Midway through the first quarter, the Celtics initiated an offensive play. Davis drove to the basket, maneuvering against Come-On-S defense, and executed another high-difficulty shot, successfully scoring. At this point, Davis had achieved an impressive 4 out of 7 shots. Rising from the floor, he did not immediately return to defense, but struck a cool celebratory pose beneath the basket. It had been a considerable time since he had performed so admirably, and he seemed to lose himself in the moment. Unbeknownst to him, Xinghui had sprinted past half-court, while Castle swiftly inbound the ball with a precise long pass. The ball landed in Xinghui's hands, and before him lay an unguarded path. Yet, instead of attempting a dunk, he opted for a three-point shot, which found its mark. This brought his tally to 5 out of 7, including 2 three-pointers, amassing a total of 12 points. Originally, Xinghui intended to let out a triumphant shout. A unique and captivating celebration could attract new admirers. However, in a bid to create a stark contrast with Davis, rendering his celebration absurd, he restrained his excitement, feigning calmness and donning a stoic expression as he retreated on defense. His demeanor seemed to convey to Davis that scoring a basket hardly warranted such exhilaration. At this moment, Xinghui transcended. He successfully developed the feature of the garbage expression, which could provoke anger in his opponents without uttering a single word. At the very least, when Davis beheld Xinghui's expression, the level of ire he contributed was no less than that experienced during the recent verbal harassment. Xinghui's light and carefree demeanor rendered his recent celebration akin to that of a jester. In the live stream, Smith remarked Davis scored a two-pointer, and he immediately responded with a three-pointer, making Davis's celebratory gestures appear rather ludicrous. Is he celebrating a greater deficit for his team? This is a sneak attack. He is exceedingly cunning. Barkley gritted his teeth, hoping fervently that Xinghui would be overwhelmed, allowing him to mock him mercilessly on air, but regrettably, Davis was underperforming. With no other recourse, he could only critique Xinghui's cleverness. No, this is brilliance. He's a player who utilizes his intellect on the court. One man disparages, while another instinctively praises. This was their customary strategy. On the court, Rivers, unable to endure any longer, called for a timeout. If this continued, his team would surely be overwhelmed by Xinghui. Should he fail to call a timeout, his coaching abilities would be called into question. Unfortunately, devising tactics was not Rivers' forte. He could merely rally his players. Ricky, stay focused and commit yourself entirely to the game. Fortunately, He had an assistant coach. Once he concluded, the assistant instructed Pierce to double-team He Xinghui. As the timeout ended, both teams returned to the court. The Clippers initiated an attack, and the ball found its way back into He Xinghui's hands, seemingly intent on exploiting Davis's weaknesses. At that moment, Pierce rushed in to double-team him, confronted by two defenders. He Xinghui found no space to drive, nor an opportunity to shoot, leaving him with no option but to pass the ball. In his haste, he directed the ball towards Castle, only for it to be intercepted by West, igniting a fast break for the Celtics. What appeared to be a simple pass was, in truth, far from elementary. Otherwise, facilitators in the league would not command such value. Last season, Nash averaged 5 points per game to secure the regular season MVP, and he was poised to retain the title this season, thanks to his ability to create better scoring opportunities for his teammates. After the mistake, He Xinghui felt a twinge of frustration, yet his teammates remained unfazed. In this league, errors are commonplace. In the next possession, upon receiving the ball, He Xinghui noticed Pierce employing the same tactic again. He promptly passed the ball to Castle before Pierce could close in, allowing Castle to orchestrate the play. While this maneuver effectively avoided a turnover, it significantly diminished his offensive threat. Nevertheless, the commentators across various networks did not belittle He Xinghui for this. CCTV remarked, a double team. For a rookie to receive such attention is indeed a mark of honor. It signifies the opponent's recognition of his prowess. How many players toil for over a decade without ever experiencing such treatment? Sun Jinping expressed his thoughts, noting that Xing drew the defensive attention of two Celtics players, leaving the Clippers in a 4-on-3 situation. Subsequently, Zhang Heli analyzed the impact of He Xinghui's ability to attract double teams from the perspective of the team's dynamics. It was not only the Chinese guests who lauded him. American commentators also acknowledged He Xinghui's significance. Praise was inevitable, given He Xinghui's stellar performance in the first quarter, marked by a high-scoring tally and impressive shooting accuracy, all while drawing defensive attention, a hallmark of a core player's responsibilities. Why has He Xinghui become the cornerstone of the Clippers? This thought may spring to many minds, only to be dismissed as absurd. Basketball is a team sport. Even Jordan, without capable allies, would find himself in tears. After being targeted, He Xinghui began to diligently engage in some rather monotonous tasks. For instance, he attracted the opposing defenders, executed tactical runs to disrupt their defensive formation, and contributed on defense. Though these efforts may not be quantified by statistics, they are undeniably crucial. With He Xinghui's ability to draw attention, his teammates found it considerably easier to perform. Brand began to assert his influence, relentlessly attacking the paint, causing the Celtics' adjustments to falter. While they successfully curtailed He Xinghui's scoring, they inadvertently unleashed Brand, a formidable weapon. A team boasting two exceptional players becomes exceedingly challenging to defend against. Reminiscent of the duo of O'Neal and Kobe. For the Celtics, the silver lining is that the Clippers' defense pales in comparison to that of the Lakers during their championship reign. Their encounters with the Clippers have been relatively effortless. At the small forward position, McCarty falls significantly short of Pierce's caliber. When Ricky Davis's efficiency waned, Pierce seized the offensive reins, leaving McCarty in despair. Known as a veritable offensive kaleidoscope, Paul Pierce possesses a far more diverse array of scoring techniques than He Xinghui. Whether it be back-to-the-basket moves, drives, or mid-range jump shots, he excels in all. After Pierce made 3 consecutive baskets, He Xinghui, unable to endure any longer, opted for a double team. However, Pierce promptly passed to Davis, who, left unguarded, successfully made the shot. This season, Pierce's average assists hover around 5, and although not lethal, they're far from negligible. After He Xinghui assisted once, he ceased to concern himself with McCarty. He had no desire for Davis to score excessively, as it would adversely affect his evaluations and the accumulation of his anger points. The more poorly Davis performed, the more irritable He Xinghui would become. Conversely, should Davis excel, his buoyant mood would significantly diminish the potency of He's banter. Indeed, you've managed to snag another 2 points. Returning to face Davis, He Xinghui resumed his verbal onslaught. His words implied that Davis lacked prowess, relying solely on fortuitous opportunities. Although these jibes were not as piercing as before, their sheer volume made them effective, as He Xinghui was able to deliver them effortlessly. Chapter 56, Stealing from Teammates After 2 more minutes of play. Both He Xinghui and Brand were substituted for a breather. Yet, the Celtic star player, Pierce, continued on the court, seemingly intent on playing through the entire first quarter. Over-relying on starters is a common tactic favored by many coaches. The so-called strategy is merely an orchestration of various movements and collaborations, aimed at providing players with better shooting opportunities and enhancing their shooting accuracy. If one can ensure a high accuracy rate against the defense, the need for strategy diminishes. Utilizing starters against the opponent's reserves often circumvents the necessity for elaborate tactics. Pierce dominated the court, compelling the Clippers bench to concentrate their defensive efforts on him. At times, 3 defenders surrounded Pierce. The consequence of this was that the Celtics' substitutes, LaFrentz and Banks, both averaging single-digit points, had remarkably combined to contribute 12 points in less than a quarter, far exceeding expectations. By the midway point of the second quarter, the Celtics had surged ahead by 2 points, inciting dissatisfaction among the home crowd. Bring on he. We want he. The fans vociferously chanted his name and nickname, a privilege bestowed upon only a select few players. With no choice but to comply, Dunleavy had to bring Xinghue onto the court. The fans had spoken, after all. Prior to entering the game, Xinghue waved to the crowd, creating an aura of anticipation akin to a prized secret weapon, evoking envy from onlookers. As the game resumed, following a tactical maneuver, Xinghue found himself face to face with Pierce. Xinghue seized the opportunity to remark, "Our home fans are truly delightful, aren't they? Do the Boston fans treat you with such fervor?" These words brought a pang of melancholy to Pierce's heart. He had dedicated nearly 8 years to Boston, showcasing remarkable performances. Yet his popularity paled in comparison to that of the recently mentioned Xinghue. The Celtics boasted a resplendent history, being the team with the most championships in the league. For them, failing to secure a championship equated to failure itself. Pierce's commendable efforts were in vain. The fans craved championships, longing for a revival of the team's former glory. In stark contrast, the Clippers' history was dismal, where even a single playoff appearance was viewed by fans as a sign of progress, worthy of encouragement. Moreover, the city of Boston had not always been welcoming to its black athletes. Pierce yearned for the kind of treatment Xinghue had just received, but that could only be achieved if he led the team to a championship or switched to another team. Nevertheless, Xinghue was undeterred by such thoughts. He now bore a faint resemblance to Huang Xiaotian, effortlessly engaging in banter while maintaining his performance. Seizing upon Pierce's momentary lapse in concentration, Xinghue deftly maneuvered past him, took a shot, and scored. "MVP, MVP," a fervent fan shouted, eliciting embarrassment among the other supporters. While Xinghue's performance was indeed commendable, the MVP chant felt somewhat exaggerated. The world of die-hard fans was often incomprehensible to the average person. As the Celtics mounted their offense, Davis and Pierce executed a pick-and-roll, leaving Pierce as the defender against Xinghue. With Xinghue's slight frame, he posed no hindrance to Pierce's dribbling or shooting. Pierce easily brushed past Xinghue and sank a mid-range jumper. "Well done. That's how you play against the Clippers," Barkley exclaimed excitedly on TNT, nearly causing Smith to burst into laughter. On the court, possession changed hands. Xinghue faced Davis in a one-on-one encounter, successfully breaking through once again. Although he ultimately fell short of advancing, his performance was commendable. Indeed, after another round, Xinghue succeeded in scoring. His shooting accuracy was remarkable, and if the Celtics failed to devise a strategy to contain him, their defeat was inevitable. On the sidelines, the Celtics assistant coach was already advising Rivers to have Pierce apply pressure, betting on the poor shooting form of the Clippers' other players. Meanwhile, Xinghue was concerned that his opponents would double-team him. Thus, as he retreated on defense, he deliberately passed in front of Rivers, shouting, "Go ahead and send someone to double-team me. Davis can't guard me." Rivers was left in a state of despair. He had originally intended to call a timeout after this play to arrange for the double-team. However, after Xinghue's bold proclamation, he felt embarrassed to call for a timeout, as it would imply he was yielding to Xinghue's suggestion. As Xinghue uttered those words, he swiftly departed to avoid provoking an outburst from the opposing players. Fortunately, his speed was commendable. On the Celtics bench, there were indeed some fringe players eager to engage in such antics to curry favor with the coach. Alas, Xinghue was too quick, and their reactions were too sluggish. Xing then turned his ire towards the opposing head coach, a move that seemed rather unnecessary. Zhang Heli commented on this, expressing his inability to endorse some of Xinghue's values, despite him being a domestic player. "It's just a game. Why berate the coach?" He mused. Perhaps he got carried away in the heat of the moment, Sun Jingping added. In contrast to the stern commentary typical of domestic broadcasts, TNT's approach was much more jubilant. Barkley unabashedly ridiculed all the Celtics players as soft. If an opposing player dared to insult my coach, I would surely pummel him into a pulp. Today's players are far too feeble, Barkley declared. On the court, the Celtics initiated their offensive. To achieve victory, one must implore the coach for a defensive switch, yet doing so would invite scorn from the coach. So what would you do? Hsing Hui posed a profoundly poignant question, one that Davis was reluctant to address. While he managed to remain silent outwardly, internally he found it impossible to escape the turmoil of thought. During the halftime intermission, burdened by immense anguish, Davis approached Rivers, expressing a desire to switch defensive assignments with Pierce. This act of evading difficulty was a painful form of self-denial. This was evident from the 300 points of anger he had directed towards Hsing Hui. Davis's suggestion aligned perfectly with Rivers' strategy, leading to Pierce taking over the defensive role against Hsing Hui in the second half. Although this adjustment placed a heavier burden on Pierce, the results were immediately noticeable. Following the tactical shift, the Celtics steadily closed the scoring gap, and the contest became fiercely competitive, with both teams exchanging leads. This intense back and forth continued until the final moments of the fourth quarter. With only 8 seconds remaining, the Clippers possessed the ball, trailing by 3 points. Dunleavy called a timeout to devise a strategy. The opponents would likely anticipate a 3-point attempt, so they would first secure a quick 2 points in the paint, and then send the opposing team to the free throw line, gambling on a potential 1 for 2 or a complete miss. What a perplexing strategy. Wouldn't a straightforward 3-point shot be far more efficient? Hsing Hui harbored reservations regarding the coach's strategy. However, he found himself powerless to influence Deng Liwei. Upon returning to the court, Castle initiated the play, while the others maneuvered into position. As Brand made a dash towards the basket, Castle delivered the ball. Yet, an unexpected turn of events unfolded on the court, the unassuming Jefferson, having remained largely inconspicuous, astutely intercepted the pass. The home crowd gasped in horror, as this moment seemed to seal the fate of the Clippers. Nevertheless, the court often witnesses peculiar occurrences. The inexperienced Al Jefferson, anxious about his free throws, inadvertently passed the ball to West amidst the chaos. Mobley surged forward, reclaiming possession and retreating beyond the 3-point line to reorganize the play. Brand diligently adhered to the coach's tactics, securing his position under the basket and signaling for the ball. Observing this, Mobley complied with a pass. Meanwhile, the incessantly moving Hsing Hui fortuitously found himself in the trajectory of the advancing basketball. In a flash of instinct, he reached out to intercept the ball, inadvertently appearing as if he had stolen it from his teammate. This moment caused many fans to tumble in disbelief. How could such a fundamental error occur at such a critical juncture? Hsing Hui, oblivious to his mistake, disregarded Mobley's urgent calls for a pass and instead dribbled the ball beyond the 3-point line. In pursuit was Paul Pierce, a weary player who had already logged 42 minutes on the court, his steps growing sluggish. With a mere 2 seconds remaining, Hsing Hui took his shot. The basketball traced an elegant arc and swished through the net as time expired. Hsing Hui rushed to the sidelines, shouting emphatically to the fans, "Today, God wishes to put in some extra hours." In Chapter 57, during a free throw by Karl Malone, Scottie Pippen once remarked that the mailman doesn't deliver on weekends, implying that Malone was not in peak form that day. Such a level of banter, in Hsing Hui's view, bore little potency. It was merely a coincidence that Malone missed those 2 free throws, which rendered Pippen's words somewhat iconic. Now, Hsing Hui has refined this taunt, infusing it with a commanding presence. It has become an indispensable phrase for both domestic and adventurous endeavors, resonating with an undertone of lethal wit. Today, God wishes to put in some extra hours. Hsing Hui likened himself to God, and his clutch shot merely aimed to extend the game into overtime. Despite his unwavering confidence, Pierce remained unfazed by this proclamation. However, the peripheral players on the Celtics, upon hearing such a commanding declaration, felt a twinge of trepidation. Yet, it was evident that Hsing Hui's words were primarily directed at the audience, a mere display of bravado. The effect was undoubtedly profound. The notion that God wants to clock in for overtime was immensely audacious. The fervent fans erupted in cheers, many echoing this phrase. The atmosphere pulsated with excitement as Smith reflected, "What he meant was today, God wants to clock in for overtime. How cool is that?" To which Barkley retorted, "Cool? I find it shameless to compare oneself to God." Regardless of whether Hsing Hui's performance warranted such a divine comparison, it is indeed more fitting for others to ascribe such titles. When one proclaims it themselves, it borders on arrogance. Yet, this is inconsequential. What truly matters is that he made the game-winning shot. Remarkably, he has played only 9 games thus far, yet has already executed 3 game winners, including one against the Spurs. Smith revealed a staggering statistic. Countless players go their entire careers without a single game winner, while He Hui has accomplished 3. Such a performance undoubtedly earns him the moniker of Big Heart. CCTV Zhang Li was previously calling for Brand to receive the ball, only to exclaim beautiful a moment later. Xing made a crucial shot, and one must commend his mental fortitude. He becomes increasingly composed in critical moments. Zhang Li joyfully remarked that the emergence of such a player is indeed a source of national pride. The crowd echoed back, confirming that Xing said, "Today God wants to clock in for overtime. What a notion. He treats playing as a job." Sun Zhengping noted, "For these professional athletes, competitions truly are a form of work." Zhang Li added, "The phrase clocking in for overtime is quite bold. Why refer to God instead of the heavens? Come on, who in America understands the term heavens?" On the court, the brief intermission has concluded, and overtime has commenced. Exhausted to the point of utter fatigue, He Hui is compelled to take the court, much to the insistence of the fans. Fortunately, the system shop offers a plethora of items, including the stamina-restoring military rations. Although the name of the item is somewhat ludicrous, its efficacy in replenishing energy is undeniable. Without hesitation, He Hui purchases a military ration that restores 40% of his stamina for 200 Fury points. While the outcome of the match is not of great concern to him, he has just boasted of his divine prowess. Losing the game now would be quite comical. Upon consuming the military ration, He Hui instantly feels invigorated. Returning to the court, he bounces over to the Celtics players, feigning innocence as he remarks, "Oh, you all seem quite exhausted." Fury points are directed towards him. 32 from Pierce, 78 from Davis, and 24 from Jefferson. All 5 Celtics players contribute varying degrees of Fury points due to He Hui's irritating remarks. At this point in the game, who could possibly be unexhausted? The players, already yearning for the end of the game, have mentally cursed He Hui numerous times. If he hadn't made that game-tying shot, none of this would have transpired. Suddenly, they realize, despite their exhaustion, He Hui appears vibrant and full of life, which only deepens their frustration and anger. As the game resumes in the jump ball, Kendra Perkins of the Celtics successfully taps the ball. Come on, having expended more energy than He Hui, is unable to leap at this moment. With the Celtics boasting a robust lineup, having previously utilized Blunt and LaFrentz, Perkins enters the court well-rested. West advances the ball and passes it to Perkins under the basket, who decisively scores against Come On. Come On merely extends his hand in a token gesture, indicating he has not been slacking. As the Clippers initiate their offense, the ball finds its way to He Hui, who exploits Davis's fatigue to complete a breakthrough. However, his subsequent shot results in a resounding miss. The King of the North has expired, and the shooting bonus is no longer in effect. Turning around, the Celtics also contribute to the cacophony of missed shots. Both teams' shooting percentages plummet, devolving into a contest of missed opportunities. At such a juncture, offensive plays beneath the basket become a more secure option. With 3 minutes into overtime, the Celtics lead 8-5, 6 of those points coming from the third-year player Perkins, while Come On finds himself subdued. In desperation, Dunleavy calls a timeout and substitutes the underperforming Yaroslav for Brand to take the center position. "Pass me the ball," he commands. Upon returning to the court, He Hui extended his hand to request the ball. Given that his teammates were unable to score, his own ability to do so seemed inconsequential. This fellow truly possessed a hint of leadership charisma, Castle mused. In moments like these, those who dare to step forward and shoulder responsibility are destined for remarkable achievements. He himself had once been brimming with such vigor and had encountered similar opportunities, yet he had failed to seize them, missing numerous shots during overtime and facing considerable criticism. It was then that he realized he lacked the qualities of a leader and willingly accepted a supporting role. Would this individual break through, or would he, like Castle, squander his chances and ultimately fade into the background? After passing the ball to He Hui, Castle stood at a distance, intent on witnessing the performance of He Hui. In his eyes, this was a pivotal battle for He Hui. He Hui was utterly unaware that Castle was entangled in such inner turmoil at that moment. Upon receiving the ball, he feigned a drive, intending to deceive Davis into retreating, thereby creating an opportunity for a more favorable shooting position. Otherwise, given Davis's height, his interference would be considerable. This time, fortune favored He Hui. Davis fell for the ruse, believing that he was genuinely attempting to penetrate the defense. After all, at this juncture, taking a shot close to the basket would have been a prudent choice. However, He Xinghui was somewhat distinct from the players of his era. He placed greater emphasis on three-point shooting. Suddenly halting his movement, he executed a step-back shot. Chapter 58. What do you desire? A crucial three-pointer to level the score. Sun Zhongping exclaimed with excitement. If he made this shot, the teams would be tied, and the psychological advantage would shift back to the Clippers. Thus, this three-pointer was no ordinary shot. In critical moments, one must rely on a Xing, Zhang Heli remarked joyfully, for he did not have to feign praise for his own players. The truth was evident. Such candid remarks resonated with Chinese fans, who could not help but feel a surge of national pride. Look, in pivotal moments, we must rely on our Chinese players. National pride won. On the court, the Celtics initiated their offense. Pierce's shot clanged off the rim. Zhang Heli commented, the Celtics squandered a scoring opportunity. Conversely, He Xinghui also missed his shot. During such times, Zhang Heli fell silent. This was the art of commentary, an understanding not grasped by the average person. The teams exchanged blows, and with just 25 seconds remaining, the score stood at 112 to 112. The Celtics continued their attack, with Pierce deliberately running down the clock, aiming to take the final shot at the last possible moment. The Clippers players were naturally unwilling to concede, and Yaroslav stepped up to apply pressure, only to be caught off guard as Pierce seized the opportunity to drive to the basket. He did not squander this golden chance and scored, putting the Celtics ahead 114 to 112. With only 3 seconds left for the Clippers, all the pressure was on them. Fans watching the game often fall prey to the illusion that a last-second shot is easily executed. In such scenarios, it is the leading team that experiences heightened tension. In reality, the probability of failing a last-second shot far exceeds that of success. Nonetheless, games concluded with successful last-second shots are remembered as classics, while those that end in failure fade into obscurity. In summary, facing a 2-point deficit with merely 3 seconds remaining makes a comeback exceedingly challenging. Yaroslav clutched his head, feigning remorse, as if hoping the fans would forgive him. In truth, had there not been security present, enraged fans might have rushed to confront him. Deng Liwei called the final timeout, preparing to devise a last-second play. However, when he was ready to speak, he discovered He Xinghui was nowhere to be found. Why? Deng Liwei inquired about the significance of He Xinghui's positioning within the tactical scheme. It seemed as though he had once again sought to impress the fans. Mobley, with a wry smile, remarked that among the entire team, only He Xinghui dared to exhibit such a lack of organization and discipline. The others were apprehensive that disobedience might lead to being benched, while Brand was unconcerned about being sidelined but still valued his image. It was only He Xinghui, indifferent to his reputation and unafraid of inciting the ire of the coaching staff, who could act with such reckless abandon, an enviable trait indeed. At that moment, He Xinghui stood on the sidelines, having somehow acquired a microphone. He addressed the fans, asking whether they preferred to witness another overtime or wished for him to deliver a decisive blow immediately. His words, amplified by the microphone, resonated throughout the entire arena. The Celtics players, who had been attentively listening to the coach's tactical brief, were instantly incensed. It was utterly outrageous. He Xinghui spoke as if he could orchestrate overtime or clinch victory at will, completely disregarding their presence. For heaven's sake, even during shooting drills, no one would dare claim a perfect accuracy rate. He Xinghui's words implied that the Celtics' defense was utterly lacking, even inferior to the air itself. Davis clenched his fists, yearning to stride towards He Xinghui. He had endured this match for far too long, and at this moment, his patience had reached its limit. Stop. We shall settle this on the court. He sought to thwart his opponent's game-winning shot, aiming to reduce him to a state of disgrace. Rivers, too, felt a profound irritation, yet he refrained from acting impulsively. Meanwhile, the Clippers players gazed in astonishment, utterly bewildered by He Xinghui's antics. Game winner! Game winner! Game winner! The fans responded with fervor, finding He Xinghui irresistibly charming. Once the other players exited the court, they merely occupied the bench, showing no engagement with the audience. For the fans, even a fleeting exchange of words with their idol brought immense joy, allowing them to boast to their friends after the match. Moreover, now that He Xinghui was actually seeking their opinions, it was nothing short of spectacular. As you wish, I shall deliver the decisive blow in the final second. He Xinghui exclaimed, clutch, clutch, clutch. The fans erupted in a frenzy. This group of supporters is a mix of characters, ranging from the wildly passionate to the refined. Yet, The current followers of He Xinghui tend to be rather flamboyant individuals, as he has consistently exhibited an audacious demeanor. The more mature and composed fans have little regard for him at this moment. These exuberant fans, when roused, resemble football hooligans, creating a raucous atmosphere as if they could overturn the entire arena. Ali Shieta, this guy truly knows how to put on a show, Barkley remarked with a hint of envy, regretting that he hadn't employed such tactics to garner attention during his own playing days. However, he quickly realized that it was due to his lack of certainty. If one were to make bold claims and then fail to deliver, the repercussions would be dire, potentially leading to a lifetime of ridicule. Thus, no player dared to act in such a manner. Reflecting on this, Barkley couldn't help but admire He Xinghui's audacity, for his courage was indeed remarkable. Wasn't this a declaration that the final shot would be taken by him? Smith couldn't suppress his concern for He Xinghui. That's his own doing. Kenny, let us make a wager. I bet he misses the shot, and the stakes will be a live stream in women's clothing. What do you say? Barkley proposed, attempting to entice Smith into a bet that would have him don feminine attire. Oh no, I know you have a penchant for dressing up. I want to grant you that opportunity, Smith declined. As they bantered, the timeout had concluded, and both teams returned to the court. The Clippers' timeout was in vain. Dunleavy had devised no strategy, merely instructing, give the ball to He. There was no way to refuse. The fans would never permit it. Such a disheartening scenario was not something Dunleavy would entertain. Moreover, even if he defied the fans' wishes, He Xinghui might seize the ball from his teammates, an act he had just committed, making him someone with a history. Therefore, it was better to accommodate He Xinghui. Dunleavy's strategy was quite astute. If He Xinghui succeeded, it would be an undeniable right choice. If he failed, even better, at the cost of losing a regular season game. Pressure could be applied to He Xinghui, compelling him to adhere to the game plan in the future. As the whistle blew, He Xinghui dashed beyond the three-point line, and Castle promptly passed him the ball. He Xinghui skillfully controlled the ball, facing Pierce. With only 2 seconds remaining, and having already activated his ultimate move, He Xinghui arrogantly declared, "Are you ready to be a mere backdrop?" Pierce, entirely focused, paid him no heed. The opportunity to thwart He Xinghui and carve his name in glory was at hand. Yet in that moment, Pierce felt an unsettling emptiness within. Time seemed to slow to a crawl. The fans watched intently as the seconds ticked away on the scoreboard. With just 0.5 seconds left, He Xinghui leaped, executing his shot with seamless precision. Pierce lunged towards him, but to no avail, the ball swished through the net regardless. He Xinghui leapt up from his seat and rushed to the sidelines, ascending to the technical area. With his right hand, he pointed his index and middle fingers at his left wrist, signifying that he had checked the time for a last-minute victory, leaving no opportunity for his opponent to retaliate. You wish for a decisive finish. Then I shall deliver one. Are you satisfied? He Xinghui inquired MVP, MVP, MVP. In this moment, no one feels any hesitation in shouting this phrase. Indeed, the team's performance, He Xinghui's statistics, and his historical standing may not warrant an MVP nomination. However, considering just this particular game, chanting MVP is entirely justifiable. When a game concludes with a dramatic finish, what could be cooler than that? Are we satisfied? There is no ending more gratifying than this. Chapter 59, The Spectrum of Life Siete, I envy you. Mobley gazed at He Xinghui, basking in the fans' cheers, and muttered a curse. I feel the same way. I too. Castle's tone carried a hint of grievance, revealing the bitterness within. Are you only just beginning to feel envy? I've been envious of him for quite some time. Yaroslav, sounding even more woeful, echoed, I too. McCarthy added, and soon the two embraced, weeping together in shared solace. Let us give him a good thrashing later. This fellow never includes us in his celebrations. Maggette, clad in a suit, suggested, lamenting his absence from a game. His proposal was met with unanimous agreement. While other players bask in their moments of glory, sharing shoulder bumps, hugs, and celebrations with teammates, He Xinghui revels in the limelight alone. Captain Brand silently pondered, recalling his agent's advice. His agent suggested he consider a transfer, as He Xinghui's brilliance overshadowed all. Being a teammate of He Xinghui, even with superior statistics, meant receiving far less attention, which could be detrimental to one's mindset. As for status, competing with He Xinghui in the future seemed futile. This was merely He Xinghui's first season, yet he was already enjoying the privileges of a core player. Once he completes this season, Brand's position as the leader would undoubtedly be jeopardized. If the Clippers were a championship contending team, Brand wouldn't mind being the second in command. The issue, however, is that the Clippers clearly lack the strength to vie for the title. Being the second fiddle on a team with no championship aspirations does not sit well with Brand. He is still young and desires to strive further, wishing to elevate his historical standing. In stark contrast to the mixed sentiments of the Clippers players, the Celtics' feelings are purely rooted in anger and jealousy. At this moment, Xinhui shines brilliantly, while the backdrop of his competitors appears increasingly despondent. They had once imagined thwarting Xinghui's decisive blow, envisioning a scene where he would be ridiculed by the media as a jester. Yet now, they seem to embody that very jest. Their previous boasts and lofty aspirations have turned utterly laughable. Each recollection of those moments brings an undeniable sense of embarrassment, leaving them feeling unworthy to face others. They resolve to return and reclaim victory next time. Ultimately, it is Pierce who possesses the thicker skin, swiftly regaining his composure. Meanwhile, in the TNT broadcasting studio, Barkley finds himself at a loss for words. If Xinghui had failed to make the shot, he could have faced criticism from 108 different angles. However, having succeeded, his previous bravado now manifests as a display of confidence. The notion of judging heroes by their successes and failures is universally applicable, transcending borders. Undoubtedly, a future star is rising within the league. I dare assert that his future accomplishments will rival those of Kobe Bryant. Smith, with his rare audacity, boldly predicted Xinghui's forthcoming achievements. To be compared to Kobe is indeed a lofty assessment. If players were categorized into 5 tiers within the league, Kobe would undoubtedly belong to the top tier, alongside the likes of Shaquille O'Neal, Tim Duncan, Steve Nash, LeBron James, and Dirk Nowitzki. In terms of commercial value, he surpasses even Duncan, Nash, and Nowitzki. Smith's evaluation undoubtedly left fans in front of their screens astonished, as they struggled to comprehend the privilege of witnessing the rise of a superstar. Of course, some fans expressed vehement disagreement, particularly among Kobe's diehard admirers. The notion that a rookie could stand shoulder to shoulder with their idol was insufferable. Let him win a championship first. At best, he might equal Jameson, if not fall short, scoffed one such fan. This sentiment implied that Kobe's championships were solely his own merit, neglecting the role of O'Neal. A dispute ensued. In China, CCTV reported, this match was simply exhilarating. Sun Jinping remarked that in the past, while commentating on other games, it felt more like a mundane job devoid of passion. Yet, while narrating Xinghui's game, his heart surged with excitement during the final moments. Witnessing Xinghui's game-winning shot, he couldn't help but shout in exhilaration. It was truly uplifting. It seems our nation's basketball is finally on the rise, with the likes of Yao Ming and Xing ensuring at least a place among the world's top 8. Zhang Heli actually wished to suggest a top 4 finish, but out of caution, opted for the more conservative top 8. Zhang, how do you perceive Xing's skills in comparison to Yao Ming? Sun Jinping inquired. Zhang Heli, caught in a dilemma, recognized the potential for offense in this discussion. Whether he claimed Xinghui was superior or that Yao Ming held the advantage, he would inevitably displease some. Thus, he chuckled and replied, they play different positions, possess distinct technical attributes, and even have contrasting personalities. Comparison is simply not feasible. The only certainty is that these two are the future of basketball. For fans, the question of who is superior between Xinghui and Yao Ming is of little consequence, at least for now. What truly captivates them is Xinghui's style of play, which is undeniably cool, impressive, and flamboyant. When he executes a game-winning shot, he does so with an audacity that taunts his opponents. It is as if he is not merely scoring, but delivering a crushing blow. Yet, one cannot deny the exhilarating thrill of such dominance. Regardless, from this moment on, Xinghui shall be my foremost idol, declared one enthusiastic fan. And what of Yao Ming? Was he not once your idol? Inquired a companion. Yao Ming must now take the position of my second idol. Alas, who can deny that he lacks the charisma of Xinghui? Furthermore, given my own height and build, I can only aspire to emulate Xinghui's style of play, as imitating Yao Ming is simply beyond my reach. However, be cautious when emulating Xinghui on the court. The absence of referees in street ball means you are unprotected. No worries, I've secured personal insurance. Do you see that? He is the future king of Los Angeles. The very thought of trading him makes me question your professional competence, Sterling remarked, casting a critical eye at Elgin Baylor, who was fervently attempting to persuade him to trade for Xinghui. In pursuit of acquiring Xinghui, Baylor was exhausting every conceivable strategy. He must not only provide high-caliber players, but also find a way to match salaries. Consequently, he had to involve a third-party team. The final arrangement saw the Pacers sending Ron Artest, Shaquille O'Neal, and a first-round draft pick in exchange for Yixing Hui and a burdensome contract from the Trailblazers. This contract belonged to Ratliff, who, despite earning $10 million a year, averaged fewer than 5 points per game. Meanwhile, the Trailblazers offered Ratliff and 2 first-round picks to acquire Shaquille O'Neal. The Clippers traded Yixing Hui to receive Ron Artest along with 3 first-round picks. Overall, this was the framework, with a minor salary mismatch addressed through a trade exception. On the surface, the Pacers appeared to bear the greatest sacrifice, relinquishing 2 star players and a first-round pick while absorbing a subpar contract. However, in reality, they did not incur a loss. O'Neal had injury concerns, and Artest was a disruptive presence with intentions of departure. Acquiring Yixing Hui assured the team's solid ticket sales, and if he were to blossom into a superstar, it would be an immense gain. The Trailblazers managed to clear away the undesirable contract while securing O'Neal, who could form a formidable duo with Randolph in Portland. The Clippers seemed to benefit the most, having exchanged merely a late draft pick for Artest and 3 first-round selections. With the addition of a stellar center and slight adjustments to the roster, they could forge a championship team devoid of weaknesses. At least, that was Elgin Baylor's belief. Unfortunately, as he sought Sterling's counsel, his reasoning was cut short by Sterling's disapproval. Sterling offered no justification for his rejection, merely inviting Elgin to watch the game with him. Once Yixing Hui delivered the game-winning shot, everything became evident. Such a player, hailed as MVP in his rookie season, would prompt the club to frequently replace its glass if traded away. Chapter 60. Cousin 20 attempts, 11 successes, 9 3-point shots, 5 successes, 2 free throws, 1 success. Yixing Hui delivered an impressive performance in this match, scoring 28 points, along with 4 assists and 2 rebounds. He successfully made a game-tying three-pointer and followed it with a decisive game winner. Such a display would be deemed exceptional for any player. In contrast, his opponent, Ricky Davis, managed to score 21 points, albeit with a less efficient shooting performance, hitting only 8 of 20 attempts and converting 5 of 6 free throws. This implies that he required 23 shooting opportunities to achieve his 21 points. Beyond the statistical accomplishments, what brought Yixing Hui greater joy was the accumulation of anger points. In this match, all 11 players from the Boston Celtics who participated contributed to his anger points, albeit to varying extents. The lesser contributions came from super sub Justin Reed, who offered 10 points, while Ricky Davis, who matched up with Yixing Hui throughout the game, generously provided a substantial 888-point gift, a testament to the camaraderie. After accounting for expenditures, Yixing Hui amassed a total of 478 points in this match, a significant improvement compared to the last game. More spent, more earned? He couldn't help but entertain such thoughts. After hastily finishing his shower, he accompanied his coach to the press conference. He would attend when his performance warranted a display of bravado, yet would refrain from attending when he fell short. Enough. That should suffice. Quickly, ask your questions. I still need to return home for dinner. Yixing Hui expressed his bewilderment, stating that he could not comprehend the necessity of taking so many photographs. Surely one would suffice. The reporter chuckled at this remark and then commenced the questioning segment. Congratulations on your decisive victory over your opponent. I would like to ask, what does it feel like to triumph in such a critical moment? The journalist inquired. It is quite vexing, he replied. Yixing Hui continues to defy conventions. Upon hearing this, the reporters were once again amused, eager to uncover what astonishing statements Yixing Hui might conjure this time. Why? Because I fear that if I exhaust my luck during the regular season, the playoffs will become even more arduous. If it were possible, I would sincerely wish that I had just missed, preserving my fortune for the playoffs or the finals. Yixing Hui shrugged his shoulders, exuding an air of helplessness. The words he uttered would provoke not only the players of the Celtics, but even some journalists to hurl their shoes at him. Such arrogance. Even someone with a mere elementary school education could discern his pretentiousness. Are you suggesting that you're already contemplating the playoffs? Yet, the Clippers have not graced the postseason in many years. Do you truly believe this season will be different? A reporter interjected, attempting to entice Yixing Hui into making a bold declaration, providing himself with material for a story. Yixing Hui is certainly aware of the other's intentions, yet he willingly steps into this trap. Historically, the Clippers have reached the playoffs even without him this season. Yixing Hui does not believe he is a detrimental presence. Thus, he feels free to indulge himself without restraint. No. Yixing Hui's denial left many perplexed. However, he soon elaborated, stating, I am not merely contemplating the playoffs. I am envisioning the Western Conference Finals. Goodness, such a declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. This was no longer mere arrogance. It bordered on absurdity. The audience understood the rationale behind Hsing Hui's statement, as the Clippers had never reached the Western Conference Finals. Since relocating to Los Angeles and adopting the name Clippers, the team had only participated in the playoffs 3 times over 2 decades, each time faltering in the first round. Even prior to the name change, the franchise had only once advanced to the second round. Hsing Hui's statement merely signifies his ambition to forge a historic legacy for the team. Such claims are beyond what even Brand would dare to utter. Beside him, Deng Liwei appeared on the verge of tears, eager to convey to the reporters that this was merely Hsing Hui's personal perspective and did not reflect the official aspirations of the Clippers. However, should he express this sentiment, he would likely become the subject of ridicule. My apologies for any unintended offense, but I genuinely believe the Clippers are lacking, one reporter lamented. It is not surprising that he appears dismissive. The Clippers' previous failures have left a lasting impression. When one mentions the Clippers, the prevailing perception is that of a perennial bottom dweller in the league. The notion of such a team reaching the Western Conference Finals? No one perceives the reporter as arrogant. Rather, they view Hsing Hui as utterly presumptuous. I do not require your validation. I seek my own conviction, Hsing Hui remarked. Although the journalists found themselves at a loss for words, they nonetheless gathered material. Consequently, they chose not to dwell on this issue any longer and shifted their focus to other topics. Before you made the game-winning shot, you inquired whether the fans preferred a last-minute victory or a second overtime. Did you wish for a game-winning shot when you wanted it, and for overtime when you desired that instead? The reporters persisted in their probing, seeking to craft an image of Hsing Hui as arrogant. A star, after all, must maintain a persona. Indeed, Hsing Hui's response left the audience exceedingly satisfied. However, Hsing Hui further elaborated, stating that as a player, one ought to possess such confidence. The reporter, unwilling to relent, inquired, "Have you considered that your actions may inadvertently reveal your tactical choices to your opponents, and that this could be deemed rather imprudent, even attention-seeking?" To which Hsing Hui replied, "If I miss, then feel free to critique me at that time. I shall accept it with humility. For now, I only wish to hear words of praise." Hsing Hui interrupted the other person's words. It missed the mark. It simply does not exist. Hsing Hui never pretends to lack confidence. The reporter, with a wry smile, took a seat, facing the unpredictable Hsing Hui. It was no easy task for them. Many fans have bestowed upon you various nicknames, such as the Marvelous Kid, the Big Heart, and the Robot. Which one do you prefer? Lucy, also present at the scene, took a different approach by posing a question that hardly anyone cared about. "I hope the fans call me cousin, because before my decisive shots, I enjoy glancing at the clock, making a last-second attempt. Thus, fans in our country affectionately refer to me as cousin. Moreover, cousin in our language carries another meaning, kwosin, which adds a layer of warmth. The fans feel like family to me." Hsing Hui chuckled. He could be arrogant when the occasion called for it, yet exhibit a facade of humility when necessary. Should he successfully cultivate this approachable image, he could venture into selling Bird's Nest in the future. "Cousin, what a delightful nickname," Lucy remarked. While the moniker lacked in coolness or dominance, it certainly exuded warmth. Colleagues could only speak of their idol in a certain manner, yet fans could boast about their cousin in a more personal way, immediately diminishing the distance between them and the idol. From Hsing Hui, the journalists extracted a wealth of news, but they did not neglect to check in on Deng Liwei. "Mike, did he mention that your team aims to reach the Western Conference Finals this season?" A reporter inquired. "That is indeed our objective," Deng Liwei replied, adeptly sidestepping the question, neither confirming nor denying, but merely stating they would strive for it. If they succeeded, they could boast. If not, they could claim they had made an effort. The journalists were somewhat prepared for this, not overly disappointed. For explosive remarks, it was best to interview the players. Chapter 61. The arrival of the K-Media editor-in-chief. This absolutely must make the front page. He regretted making the game-winning shot. What a sensational headline. Boss, mine deserves the front page even more. He stated his intention to lead the team to the Western Conference Finals, a topic ripe for controversy, potentially leading to a series of follow-up reports. Editor, I have received solid information. Larry Bird attempted to trade Shaquille O'Neal and Artez Farhi, only to be turned down by Elgin Baylor. That should be the headline. Yours is nonsense. There's nothing worth reporting in that. Yours is the real nonsense. Barack, the editor-in-chief at Fox, looked at the group of eager journalists, rubbing his forehead. He had never anticipated that an abundance of explosive news could also be a source of frustration. Previously, he had lamented the lack of sensational stories. Now he grappled with an excess of them. I hope this individual remains perpetually newsworthy, Barack muttered. Although it was a source of vexation. It was a fortunate dilemma. More was indeed better. Other media outlets were experiencing similar scenarios. For a junior editor, the frequency of front-page placements symbolized their standing in the industry and serve as a crucial criterion for future promotions and salary increases. They would not hesitate to argue, or even brawl, to ensure their articles made the front page. By day, they sparred with colleagues in the office. By night, they contended with their editor in bed. At ABC, Lucy and her colleagues erupted into a fervent debate in the office. Editor-in-chief, consider this. A rookie traded for 2 All-Stars. The likes of O'Neal and Artest. This news will undoubtedly capture attention and spark significant controversy, keeping fans engaged in ongoing discussions. Kathy, Lucy's colleague, wore a face marred by anxiety. This internal scoop, which she had acquired at a tremendous cost, would in previous instances have certainly secured her a front-page headline. However, this time she found herself up against a formidable rival. Should she fail to clinch the front page, her sacrifices would be rendered excessive. The information remained unverified, while my story is grounded in undeniable fact. Consider how many fans unable to attend the game would yearn to know how Cousin engaged with the audience and executed the game-winning shot against the Celtics. Lucy retorted sharply. She had previously been tracking He Xinghui's trade information, but alas, her efforts paled in comparison to Kathy's, thus granting Kathy access to more detailed insights. With no alternative, she could only report on other aspects. Yet, mine is an exclusive scoop. And the event of Cousin's decisive victory over the Celtics is already common knowledge among other media outlets, Kathy asserted. I too possess an exclusive story. A unique interview with Cousin, in which he humorously addressed Barbosa's rookie wall comments, Lucy countered. The two engaged in a heated debate, ultimately resulting in Kathy emerging victorious and securing the front page. Lucy felt a sense of injustice. She did not perceive any flaws in her article, but rather had ample reason to suspect that Kathy would once again find herself in the editor's good graces that night. That shameless woman, Lucy cursed inwardly, contemplating whether she too should consider making a slight sacrifice. The competition in this industry was fierce. For newcomers to make their mark, mere talent was insufficient. However, her aim was not to grant any favors to that wretched old editor, but rather to curry favor with He Xinghui, thereby gaining access to more first-hand news and exclusive interview opportunities. The following day, the sports news section was dominated by headlines about He Xinghui. There was no denying it. His manner of defeating the Celtics was spectacular, setting a new precedent. 9 games, 3 game winners. Was this truly a rookie? Since the league's inception, no newcomer had dazzled quite like him. Smith claimed he was the next Kobe, yet I believe his achievements will surpass Kobe's. For Kobe's game-winning shot success rate pales in comparison to that of Cousin. Larry Bird attempted to trade he for Shaquille O'Neal and Artest. Was he merely confused, or was this a masterful strategy? According to reliable sources, Larry Bird sought to orchestrate a 3-way trade with the Clippers and Kings, willing to part with Shaquille O'Neal, Artest, and absorb a bad contract, all in pursuit of acquiring he. Had I not witnessed his performance against the Celtics, I might have deemed Larry misguided. However, after watching that game, I gained immense respect for Larry's insight. Regrettably, the Clippers management was not naive. Elgin decisively rejected the trade. Thus, the pivotal question arises, is he now worthy of being exchanged for 2 All-Stars? The emergence of such news has left a segment of fans quite displeased. In the eyes of the devoted followers of Kobe, Los Angeles can only have one king. What is He Xinghui in comparison? Although He Xinghui's previous performances were commendable, Kobe never truly acknowledged him. It was not until the Clippers concluded their match against the Celtics, until Smith, in front of millions, proclaimed that He Xinghui could one day stand shoulder to shoulder with Kobe, and until the media revealed that Larry Bird sought to exchange 2 All-Stars for He Xinghui, that Kobe began to feel threatened by he. Consequently, a faction of self-proclaimed die-hard Kobe fans initiated a campaign online to vehemently disparage He Xinghui. They dismissed him as nothing more than a clown seeking attention, proclaiming that his abilities were negligible. To suggest he could be compared to Kobe was mere fantasy. One ardent Kobe fan posted such sentiments, which immediately garnered thousands of likes. These fans seemed to believe that by deriding He Xinghui, they could diminish his prowess and preserve Kobe's legendary status. Where there are Kobe fans, there will invariably be detractors. Their tumultuous relationship mirrors the long, repetitive narratives found in Korean dramas. Indeed, he cannot be compared to Kobe. After all, he averaged over 20 points during his rookie season, whereas another individual managed less than 8. not even surpassing his jersey number. His supporters also appear to have adopted his style, often engaging in clever retorts. They presented irrefutable statistical evidence, yet fell on deaf ears among the Kobe fans. Ignoring data is their forte. They argue that individual performance is secondary to accountability. A low shooting percentage is inconsequential. High scoring is all that matters, even in games where scoring is scarce. They maintain that one's impact cannot solely be measured by points. In all circumstances, they believe they possess the moral high ground. They argue, shows a blatant disrespect for the game and his opponents, indulging in trivial banter unworthy of a player. When evidence fails to sway the adversary, Kobe fans resort to moral arguments. Yet morality is a nebulous realm devoid of clear standards. Once this topic arises, the discourse shifts from rational debate to a contest of who can shout louder and expend more energy. Both sides engaged in an exhausting battle online, ultimately left drained. They could only await the match on January 7th between the Lakers and the Clippers. Nothing serves as a more potent form of mockery than a victory on the court. After all the online banter, the true measure lies in the outcome of the game. Chapter 62. Back-to-back, Xinhua remains oblivious to the external disputes. In fact, he has not even perused all the reports concerning him, for he is fatigued preparing for back-to-back games. Furthermore, prior to each match, he must study his opponents. Seeking their vulnerabilities, ordinary trash talk bears little impact. One must identify the opponent's Achilles heel to deliver truly cutting remarks. This requires an intimate understanding of the opponent's history and narrative. Xinhua was a seasoned basketball enthusiast in his past life, well acquainted with the classic gossip surrounding the league. However, this knowledge was merely a foundation. He needed to leverage the current digital landscape to acquire further insights. Simultaneously, he had to discern whom he could provoke and whom he should avoid. Take Randolph in the upcoming match, for instance. Although there were numerous opportunities to taunt him, which could easily incite his ire, he was not a suitable target due to his propensity for physical retaliation. Even if one could cause an opponent to face a suspension through confrontation, the humiliation endured would be far too great, thus necessitating avoidance. He needed to select those who were not particularly fierce to bully. Though this may seem like a tendency to prey on the weak, it was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. On January 1st, Xinhua traveled with the team to Portland. On the bus heading to the arena, the Clippers players appeared somewhat weary, their usual banter and lightheartedness significantly diminished. The long season could only be truly comprehended by those who had experienced the rigors of professional play. Seated beside Xinhua, Carmelo glanced at the sports news and suddenly remarked, "You've only garnered 30,000 votes in the first round of All-Star voting. That's rather insufficient." At that moment, the league had just announced the results of the first round of All-Star voting, revealing that Xinhua had indeed received only 30,000 votes. In the guard position, he found himself trailing behind luminaries such as Kobe, Nash, Ray Allen, and Parker. Ignoring Xinhua's nationality, this figure was quite typical. However, considering his status, this ranking was disappointingly low. My agent seemed to mention that the league would scrutinize overseas and online votes, likely out of concern for the vast population base of our nation. Xinhua smiled faintly. It was hardly a mystery. The league was undoubtedly pulling strings behind the scenes. Otherwise, given his current performance, domestic fans had every reason to rally behind him. If Yao Ming could secure a starting position with an average of 13 points, it seemed only reasonable for him to displace Kobe with an average of 20 points. Yet, it was evident that the league wished to avoid such scenarios. "Are you not upset?" Come On inquired, aware that Xinhua relished the spotlight, and the All-Star Game was a grand event broadcasted live to dozens of countries worldwide. The All-Star Game was indeed the most opportune stage for garnering attention. But what good would anger do? Could he possibly confront Stern? Besides, if he missed out this year, next year would surely be his. It was merely a matter of waiting an additional year, and Xinhua was not overly concerned. However, Stern's machinations would not go unchallenged. Xinhua intended to stir things up during the rookie game, ideally creating a situation that would embarrass Stern while leaving him powerless to retaliate. He had a rough plan forming in his mind, though he was uncertain of its feasibility. With the All-Star Game still distant, Xinhua chose to refrain from overthinking it for the time being. Meanwhile, CCTV was airing Xinhua's interview from Houston. After discussions with the station's leadership, the unedited interview was finally presented to the fans. The game was still an hour away from starting, yet the audience in front of their televisions was already abundant. The day before, Zhang Heli had alerted fans that Xinhua's interview would be broadcasted. Following yesterday's game, He Xinghui's fame in China had surged once more. At the very least, within the basketball community, he was a household name, teetering on the brink of mainstream recognition. I believe that when entering the league, one should not expect immediate success. In the first season, we should not aim too high. Instead, let us set a modest goal, such as achieving an average of 20 points, He Xinghui stated earnestly on television. Wow, this guy is impressive. I give him full marks. A modest goal of 20 points per game. 90% of players watching would be in tears. The audience erupted in laughter. Before the advent of television, ordinary people possessed relatively little humor. It was only after its proliferation, aided by Zhao Binshan's skits, that they began to develop a sense of wit. The rise of the internet marked the beginning of an era of universal entertainment. At this moment, the Chinese populace was experiencing an improvement in living standards, leading to a significant surge in the demand for spiritual fulfillment. He Xinghui's humorous phrasing instantly captivated the hearts of the audience. A person endowed with a sense of humor is simply irresistible. Otherwise, how could Zhao Binshan have gained such widespread acclaim solely through his verbal prowess? $95 million. Goodness. Is basketball truly this lucrative now? When the television revealed He Xinghui's endorsement contract, the store owner was immediately drawn in. In this era, such an amount is almost unfathomable. Of course, you older folks are outdated, underestimating the allure of basketball. A proud basketball enthusiast watching on television remarked that it seemed He Xinghui's wealth elevated their status as well. Indeed, the store owner began to regard these truant youths with newfound respect. He started to realize that playing basketball might not be a frivolous pursuit after all. The question was not whether one could attain the MVP title, but rather how many one could secure. On screen, He Xinghui delivered yet another quotable line. This is outrageous. The king of arrogance. It's audacious, yet I rather enjoy it. At this rate, it did not seem impossible for Xinghui to claim the MVP title. What exactly is the MVP? The store owner's curiosity was piqued, and soon someone enlightened him. Basketball culture was subtly disseminating around him. Sing a song, dance a little, and then flirt with girls at school. My life is delightfully unpretentious. Goodness, I yearn for such a simple life, lamented one audience member, with others nodding in agreement. Who wouldn't desire such a lifestyle? Coming from an ordinary family, it is hard to believe. The internet has exposed that his family possesses several properties in Guangzhou. His grandfather owns a company, and his mother is an executive. These photos are scandalously revealing. I can't believe it. The greatest regret seems to be pursuing the NBA. This is intolerable. May the great sage appear to deal with this anomaly. Domestic fans are fervently critiquing He Xinghui, as his remarks are laden with points of contention. Through this interview, fans gleaned a general understanding of He Xinghui's character. To encapsulate it in a single word, mischievous. He speaks with reckless abandon, lacking decorum. However, it is precisely this charm that makes him endearing, for he possesses talent and a pleasing manner of speaking. If one could spend time with such a person, even stealing a bicycle might be a consideration. As the interview concluded, the camera shifted to the live venue, where both teams had taken the court. Chapter 63, the banter begins. The starting lineup for the Clippers remained unchanged from the previous game. The starting point guard for the Trailblazers was Steve Blake, a player lacking in strength and speed, relying on his height, three-point shooting, and court vision to make a living. The shooting guard was Juan Dixon, standing at 191 centimeters. Much like Blake. However, the player lacks the finesse of a point guard and can only function as a shooting guard, embodying the quintessential dual deficiency guard. The small forward is Ruben Patterson, standing at 196 centimeters, a versatile swingman. The power forward, Randolph, measures 206 centimeters, while the center, Ratliff, stands at 208 centimeters. The most notable characteristic of this team is their significant height disadvantage. Aside from the point guard, the other four positions suffer in terms of stature. This deficiency has resulted in dismal performance, relegating them to the bottom tier of teams. In addition to these starters, the Trailblazers also feature a South Korean player of interest, He Xinghui, He Xingjin. This player is indeed tall, at 221 centimeters, but unfortunately, he is more visually impressive than functional, currently guarding the water cooler for the Trailblazers. Unless Ratliff and Joel Przybilla sustain injuries, he stands little chance of stepping onto the court. He Xinghui feels a sense of regret regarding this, as he wished to engage in meaningful exchanges with his Asian brethren on the court. As the game commences, it is Dixon who takes on the responsibility of defending against He Xinghui. He Xinghui does not possess a profound understanding of this individual, yet he will not refrain from expressing his opinions. Speaking of which, with a head like yours, why not consider playing as a point guard? He Xinghue remarked that Dixon rolled his eyes, remaining silent. He could hardly admit to his lack of ball handling skills and inability to perform. Observing that his trash talk had little effect, He Xinghue resolved to take action instead. Relying on his height and long arms, he attempted a shot, only to miss completely. The taunting words he had intended to unleash were abruptly swallowed back. As the Trail Blazers initiated their offense, He Xinghue and McCarthy switched defensive assignments, with He Xinghue taking on Patterson, who was rife with vulnerabilities. Being a newcomer without much authority, McCarthy had no grounds to oppose this decision. Furthermore, he was well suited to guard Dixon, who lacked the ability to drive, but excelled at using his height to deliver surprise shots. McCarthy's stature as a small forward would impose considerable pressure on the opponent. Once the switch was made, He Xinghue stood in front of Patterson, greeting him with a smile, Kobe's Terminator. This was a self-proclaimed title by Ruben Patterson, stemming from a game in which his performance outshone Kobe's, resulting in a notably low shooting percentage for Kobe. Given that Kobe had many games with low shooting percentages, it's difficult to ascertain the extent of Patterson's defensive influence. Thus, this humorous self-designation attracted considerable ridicule. To make matters worse, that game remained the only instance in his career where he successfully defended against Kobe. In all subsequent encounters with Kobe, he faced relentless defeat, ultimately becoming a figure of mockery. He called him the Kobe Terminator, which was, in fact, a jest. Upon hearing this, Patterson shot a glare at He Xinghue before resuming his positioning. He Xinghue did not let him off the hook and pursued him, expressing concern. You must be quite unhappy in Portland. I heard that Randolph often bullies you in the team. Why don't you seek a transfer? It's not often, Patterson retorted angrily. I've only been hit by Randolph once. After that, he had become quite subdued. This explanation nearly left He Xinghue in stitches. What difference does it make whether one is beaten once or frequently? In either case, it is quite humiliating. Even more embarrassing is the fact that Patterson, after being struck, had to endure the humiliation of remaining with the Trailblazers. With his status as a mere supporting character, he truly lacked the standing to demand a transfer. He could only hope to be released. Before He Xinghue had the chance to utter his third remark, the Trailblazers had already executed their offensive play. Subsequently, the Clippers advanced at a leisurely pace. Before He Xinghue stood Dixon. During the offensive play, Patterson found himself devoid of options. However, in defense, he was reluctant to confront that insufferable individual once more. Dixon, do you fear Chinese players? He Xinghue continued. Why would I fear Chinese players? Your country's basketball is utterly atrocious. Prior to the match, the Trail Blazers coach, McMillan, had cautioned them to disregard any utterance from He Xinghue. At that moment, Dixon had concurred. Yet, when he realized he could gain the upper hand verbally, he could not resist retorting. After speaking, he felt a sense of pride. After all, to best the most notorious trash talker in the league was no small feat. Perhaps revealing this to the reporters post-game might even land him in the headlines. Indeed, our country's basketball is dismal. We have faced defeat against the American team time and again, with only a single victory to our name. And that victory was under your leadership. He Xinghue chuckled. This was a lesser-known piece of gossip that He Xinghue stumbled upon while examining Dixon's background. The fellow had led his team to a narrow defeat against the Chinese team by a single point during the 2001 University Games. Although it was due to the American team not fielding their strongest lineup, a loss is a loss. Any rationale offered merely sounds like a pretext. Dixon wished he could slap himself. Why had he bothered to respond to He Xinghue? He had endured many defeats throughout his career, yet none had drawn ridicule. Only his loss to the basketball underdogs of China rendered him a laughingstock among his peers for an extended period. Some even used that loss to label him a liability. Today, he was once again facing the prospect of being outperformed by a Chinese player. Was he anxious? The Clippers' offensive play had concluded, yet He Xinghue continued to chatter. Enduring this verbal harassment, Dixon swiftly accumulated 120 points of ire. Calm down, he told himself. He needed to heed the coach's strategy and ignore the provocateur, dismissing him as mere noise. Little did he know, his attempts at composure were precisely what influenced him. Fortunately, it was now the Trail Blazers' turn to attack, and He Xinghue returned to face Patterson. Witnessing this, Dixon felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Not having to match up against He Xinghue was indeed a comfort. As for Patterson, he expressed his inability to assist. A fellow player understood the principle of let the dead be and spare the living. Meanwhile, Patterson was engulfed in frustration. He Xinghue buzzed incessantly around him like a persistent fly, a source of great annoyance. In truth, He Xinghui was exercising restraint, refraining from addressing Patterson's genuine vulnerabilities. After all, the league has regulations in place that prohibit trash talk from touching upon players' family members and issues of racial discrimination, among other sensitive topics. He Xinghui was aware that Patterson's father had been incarcerated since childhood, raised solely by his mother. When his mother tragically passed away from heart disease, he happened to be playing an away game and resolutely refused to return. Such behavior was utterly shocking. If he were to voice his thoughts, He Xinghui was certain that within 3 remarks, Patterson would be compelled to lash out at himself, and it would be a rather severe reaction. Nevertheless, out of consideration for maintaining decorum, He Xinghui chose to refrain from mentioning such matters. Chapter 64. The sudden assertiveness as the Trail Blazers launched their offense. Patterson incessantly maneuvered across the court, and after a series of aimless sprints, he found himself positioned before McCarthy. However, upon receiving the ball, he quickly realized just how towering McCarthy was. Standing at 208 centimeters, McCarthy was adept at playing both small forward and power forward, easily outmatching the 196-centimeter Patterson. Realizing he had no opportunity to shoot, Patterson promptly passed the ball to Dixon. He believed that by limiting his own attempts and ensuring a higher shooting percentage, the coach would favor him. In reality, however, lacking skill rendered high shooting percentages irrelevant. Some superficial fans often ponder why coaches do not increase the shot attempts of players with high shooting percentages. Why did Kobe, despite his struggles, take so many shots? Wouldn't it be more beneficial to allocate his shooting opportunities to others for greater scoring potential? The rationale is quite straightforward. Some players achieve high shooting percentages by limiting their attempts, refraining from shooting when the opportunities are not favorable. If they were to increase their shot attempts, the likelihood of encountering less advantageous situations would rise, consequently diminishing their shooting percentages significantly. At first glance, this choice may not seem problematic. However, during a game, particularly in a high-stakes environment of the playoffs where every possession matters, the ability to perform under pressure becomes paramount. With the shot clock dwindling to a mere 4 or 5 seconds and no time to execute a play, Dixon had no option but to take the shot himself. In his haste, that decision proved to be rather poor. He Xinghui seized the opportunity and leaped to deliver a resounding block. After the impressive rejection, a smile crept onto He Xinghui's face. After all, his jumping ability was rather average, and such a blocking feat was a rarity for him. To achieve one was indeed a cause for celebration. On the sidelines, McMillan shook his head, mentally marking Patterson for his performance. In retrospect, the statistics might suggest that Patterson played reasonably and efficiently. However, in reality, his contributions did not significantly benefit the team. He prioritized his own statistics at the expense of his teammates. Ultimately, the outcome of the game hinges on the collective performance of the entire team, rather than the metrics of individual players. As the Clippers mounted their offense, they encountered a similar predicament. Castle, unable to penetrate, passed the ball to Brand. At that moment, Brand found himself in less than ideal positioning, with Randolph effectively holding his ground. Facing a situation akin to Patterson's, Brand chose to shoulder the responsibility but ended up missing his shot. While he exhibited greater accountability than Patterson, the result was ultimately the same, another squandered offensive opportunity. Nevertheless, this should not lead one to equate Patterson and Brand as being of the same caliber. Assessing a player's impact is, in truth, a highly intricate endeavor. Most casual fans are merely there for the spectacle. Otherwise, the likes of the renowned Turtle would not garner such a following. As the Trail Blazers initiated their offense, Blake orchestrated from the top of the arc, waiting until Dixon created an opportunity before delivering the pass. Dixon, with precision, converted for 2 points. He Xinghui made a slight misstep, failing to catch up in time. However, this is of little consequence. He can simply rectify it next time. As the Clippers launched their offense, He Xinghui reached out for the ball and took a shot against Dixon. With a height advantage and longer wingspan, he executed a swift strike that Dixon was unable to contest. The ball swished through the net, a splendid three-pointer. In the first half, both teams engaged in a rather lackluster exchange. The Clippers, relying on their sheer strength, managed to secure a 57-49 lead, an 8-point advantage. However, the tide turned dramatically in the second half when the Trail Blazers surged with a 10-2 run, swiftly leveling the score. The Clippers' sudden decline can be attributed to various factors, the most significant being their lack of stamina. This season, in their pursuit of success, the Clippers have played conservatively with only an 8-man rotation. In contrast, the Trail Blazers, amidst their rebuilding phase, have utilized a roster of 11 players rotating in and out. While the Clippers' fatigue was manageable in the first half, it became evident in the second, whereas the Trail Blazers remained vibrant and energetic. Upon recognizing this disparity, McMillan urged his team to accelerate their pace, engaging in a relentless fast-break style of play. During one particular possession, all 5 Trail Blazers players darted around the court with frenetic energy, prompting He-Shing Wei and his teammates to abandon their pursuit. The objective was clear: to exhaust the opposition. Then, a player named Charles Smith attempted a three-pointer, with Castle, the nearest defender, standing a full 2 meters away. As Smith shot, Castle merely stood still, observing the play, reasoning that rushing over would be futile and only a waste of energy. While this approach might seem like a prudent way to conserve stamina, it inadvertently conveyed a negative signal to his teammates. Witnessing such a lackadaisical attitude could diminish their fighting spirit. Once a player surrenders, victory becomes an elusive dream. He-Shing Wei pondered how to uplift the team's morale. Should he execute a thunderous slam dunk or attempt a long-range three-pointer? Before he could make a decision, the Clippers completed an offensive play. Mobley casually took a three-point shot, only to miss. Brand was too fatigued to position himself under the basket, while Mobley, lacking energy, was unwilling to exert himself to break through. Reluctantly, He-Shing Wei had to fall back on defense. As the Trail Blazers launched their attack, he shouted to his teammates, "Defend. Hold steady." With that, he took the lead in the defensive run. Perhaps moved by his leadership qualities, fate smiled upon him as he miraculously blocked Dixon's shot. The ball ricocheted off the floor, and the Trail Blazers scrambled for it. Patterson, driven by sheer determination, seized the ball and took a shot. In a flash, He-Shing Wei spent 50 points of anger to unleash a Yao-style block, sending Patterson's shots soaring away. The ball unexpectedly landed in Randolph's hands, but with time running short, he hurriedly took a shot. At that moment, He-Shing Wei dashed like lightning from behind, swatting the ball out of the court, thereby expiring the Trail Blazers' offensive time. Upon landing, He-Shing Wei glared fiercely at the Trail Blazers players and roared, "Who else?" Compared to Feng Xiaojiang, his voice lacked any hint of lewdness, brimming instead with dominance. Had there been Xiao Hojie among the Trail Blazers, it might have led to dire consequences. The Trail Blazers players were momentarily taken aback. It was their first encounter with this formidable version of He-Shing Wei, which was unexpectedly overwhelming. "Well done," his teammates rushed to celebrate by his side, acknowledging the sheer power of his 3 consecutive blocks. Although these blocks merely disrupted one offensive play, their visual impact greatly enhanced the team's morale. In that moment, He-Shing Wei instilled in his teammates a spirit of unwavering perseverance, igniting their passion. Chapter 65. Leadership Qualities Splendid. 3 consecutive blocks. At a time when the team was struggling, he rose to the occasion. Smith shouted excitedly, openly admitting his fandom for Shing Wei and often showing bias in his commentary. Charles Barkley, witnessing this, wore a sorrowful expression, contemplating whether to request a change in his persona. He was weary of being the antagonist of the star. He wished to swap roles with Smith. After all, maintaining the persona of a star detractor was increasingly challenging as He-Shing Wei's performance continued to improve. Upholding such a character would inevitably lead to awkward criticisms, attracting ire from fans. However, he remained committed to his work, expressing his disdain for He-Shing Wei. "You can't say that, Charles. While it may seem like he merely disrupted one offensive play, the boost in morale is significant, and he has clearly demonstrated leadership qualities." Smith remarked, "You are merely spouting nonsense. We all know that the true leader of the Clippers is Brand." Barkley added, "In China, CCTV has picked up on what Ah Shing said. Who else is there? It seems he is imitating Feng Xiaojiang from Kung Fu, and he does it quite well." Sun Zhengping chuckled. Ah Shing's trio of blocks has ignited the fighting spirit of his teammates. Such an indomitable spirit is truly emblematic of a leader. Zhang Heli pondered thoughtfully, contemplating who might take the helm if He-Shing Wei and Yao Ming were to join the national team. News from the United States indicated that Larry Bird was keen on trading Artest and Shaquille O'Neal for Ah Shing, intending to build the team around him. Clearly recognizing his unique qualities, Sun Jinping then shared some gossip, stating, "These tidbits are far more intriguing than the game itself. Fans certainly have a taste for this." How impressive, Ah Shing, to exchange one player for 2 All-Stars. However, he continued, Ah Shing would undoubtedly decline. He is now the team's cornerstone, and Los Angeles is a major city. While Los Angeles is indeed a major city, the Clippers are often overshadowed, with the Lakers being the true pride of the city and Kobe reigning as its king. Amidst the fans' discussions, an unexpected critic emerged, declaring, "What is Kobe? In less than 2 years, Ah Shing will surpass him." Another retorted, "Surpass Kobe? That's laughable. How dare you insult? On the court, the Clippers launched a counterattack. Their prowess slightly outmatched that of the Trailblazers, and with everyone giving their all, they quickly gained the upper hand. With the score difference being minimal, the Clippers managed to take the lead after just 2 rounds. However, such fervor is fleeting. Following a timeout called by the Trailblazers, the Clippers' momentum dissipated entirely. Upon returning to the court, they displayed a lethargic demeanor. The Trailblazers, driven by a positive attitude, reclaimed the lead and steadily widened the gap. Hsing Hui found himself at a loss. After all, he was not a true leader and could not dictate how his teammates should perform, lest he provoke their resentment. It was merely a regular season game, and Hsing Hui was not overly concerned. He regarded the first season as a period of growth. Ultimately, the match concluded with a minor upset, as the Trailblazers triumphed over the Clippers with a score of 101-92. The Clippers' performance was lackluster, with Brand scoring 17 points, Mobley 18, and Castle 14. Hsing Hui's performance was also subpar, with a shooting record of 6 out of 14 attempts, 4 out of 10 from beyond the arc, and 1 out of 2 from the free throw line, culminating in a total of 17 points from 15 shots. If he were merely a role player, these statistics would be deemed satisfactory. However, if he aspires to be a core player, they fall significantly short. Nevertheless, in this match, Hsing Hui achieved a personal milestone by recording a career high of 4 blocks, which is a commendable feat. Following the game, the players of the Clippers were in high spirits, as they were granted a 5-day respite, with their next game not scheduled until the 6th. It is fortunate that Brand and Hsing Hui do not possess the temperament of a player like Kobe. Otherwise, witnessing their teammates' loss might have elicited a far more volatile reaction. This situation, however, underscores a lack of winning culture within the Clippers, revealing a group devoid of ambition. The star is lackluster, and the role players seem even more so. Perhaps these individuals have not even contemplated the prospect of pursuing a championship this season. Observing this scenario, Hsing Hui found himself in contemplation. He understands that Sterling is unlikely to trade him easily, and it is probable that he will remain with the same team for the long haul, much like Kobe. Thus, there is a pressing need for a transformation in team culture. Merely relying on superficial talent is insufficient. Fighting spirit is also a crucial element. Moreover, their apparent talent is not particularly robust. Given Sterling's astute nature, it is likely that he will avoid paying luxury taxes in the future, which means their talent will not be comparable to that of LeBron's teams. In summary, Hsing Hui believes that the Clippers' locker room culture requires significant change. Unfortunately, he is not yet the true leader. Attempting to spearhead such an initiative at this stage may not garner the respect he seeks. Even if the management supports him, his teammates might comply outwardly but remain unconvinced internally. As everyone has some free time in the coming days, I am planning to host a gathering at my home, and I invite you all to join in the festivities. Hsing Hui remarked that he wished to deepen his relationships with his teammates through gatherings and gifts, which he believed were excellent methods for fostering camaraderie. After 2 arduous days, it was time to relax. Castle immediately acquiesced, unwilling to disregard the future captain's request. He was always at the ready. Kaman, however, was less preoccupied, simply enjoying the company of Hsing Hui. The other less prominent players followed suit, agreeing in a show of solidarity. When it came to Brand, he seemed to hesitate momentarily before stating, "I have some matters to attend to in the coming days." He had already resolved to distance himself, not wishing to grow too close to Hsing Hui. Following Brand's comment, several players who shared a rapport with him politely declined Hsing Hui's invitation. This left Hsing Hui feeling somewhat awkward, yet he understood the situation was beyond his control. Throughout both his past and present lives, he had never been particularly suave, which naturally led to a lack of consideration for the complexities of social interactions. He had naively presumed that his suggestion would elicit enthusiasm from everyone. Consequently, he found himself in a rather uncomfortable predicament. Nevertheless, Hsing Hui brushed off the incident, believing that by feigning nonchalance, the atmosphere would remain untroubled. "All right, I shall organize another gathering whenever you find the time," he concluded. Hsing Hui appeared utterly bewildered by Brand's words and added a comment. Following the match, he did not attend the press conference, delegating the responsibility to Deng Livy and Castle. This naturally left the journalists disappointed, as they were eager to inquire whether Hsing Hui still had confidence in reaching the Western Conference Finals. In his absence, the journalists' interest waned significantly, and they merely posed a few perfunctory questions, refraining from putting Deng Livy under undue pressure. After all, it was a back-to-back game, and Deng Livy had a convenient excuse for the loss. Chapter 66. The first encounter with Charlize Theron on January 3rd, He Xinghue hosted a gathering at his home. Due to the limited number of teammates who confirmed their attendance, the atmosphere was somewhat subdued. Consequently, He Xinghue extended invitations to several Hollywood stars, including Josh Duhamel, Ryan Reynolds, Jennifer Connelly, and a few lesser-known actors. At this time, Duhamel had yet to achieve significant fame, which only came after his role in Transformers. Similarly, Ryan Reynolds gained prominence after his performance in Wolverine in 2009. Among them, Jennifer Connelly was the most renowned, though her recognition was primarily confined to Europe and America, leaving Chinese fans relatively unfamiliar with her. However, those who appreciated the film American Pastoral might recall her as the character Deborah, known for her audaciously carefree spirit. Her proud gaze could ignite a desire for conquest in any young man's heart. In her youth, Connelly embodied an ethereal beauty, but now, at 36 or 37, she exudes a mature and intellectual charm. To admirers of her beauty, she remains a quintessential figure. Duhamel is an avid sports enthusiast, while Reynolds is a fitness aficionado. Both had attended He Xinghue's matches, engaged in conversation, and forged friendships. They shared common interests, and they were also keen to bask in He Xinghue's rising stardom. They were astute enough to recognize that with He Xinghue's flair for the dramatic and penchant for showmanship, his eventual foray into the film industry was inevitable. Even if not in leading roles, cameo appearances would be plentiful. Furthermore, He Xinghue's Chinese heritage made him particularly appealing in Hollywood. Nearly every film would welcome him for a minor role should he be willing to participate. There were indeed many second-tier celebrities eager to connect with He Xinghue, but he had little time for socializing, having only interacted with Duhamel and a few others. By the way, Charlize Theron will also be coming. I invited her, Duhamel boasted, recalling that He Xinghue had mentioned Theron and assumed he was a fan of her films. In truth, however, He Xinghue admired Theron as a person. Really? How could she possibly be willing to come? He Xinghue was somewhat taken aback. After all, at this moment, Charisse was in her prime, a leading actress in Hollywood, and had no need to ride on He Xinghue's coattails. I had no idea. I merely mentioned it in passing. Yet I did not expect her to genuinely be willing to come, Duhamel remarked. You're quite the good friend. He Xinghue revealed a smile that any man would comprehend. Before long, Charlize Theron indeed arrived. Her presence left Come On, Castle, and Katina wide-eyed, nearly drooling. This South African gem has undoubtedly been the object of countless fantasies. Oh, Charlize. He Xinghue opened his arms to embrace Charlize Theron. Are we that familiar? Even if we were, an embrace seems unnecessary. Theron appeared utterly perplexed. Naturally, she did not reciprocate the gesture. Had it been anyone else, the moment would have been filled with awkwardness. Yet, with his thick skin, He Xinghue remarked, do not misunderstand. This is merely the warmth of us Chinese. We always embrace when welcoming new friends. At this, Kerman promptly spat out his drink. Ha! That one tea be necessary. I've already felt your enthusiasm. Theron astutely recognized He Xinghue's little ruse and effortlessly deflected it. She was not entirely ignorant of Chinese customs. Understanding that China is a rather conservative nation where even a handshake between the sexes is uncommon, let alone an embrace. Laughter erupted from Duhamel and Reynolds, who reveled in the situation. Subsequently, the party commenced. The festivities were quite simple, consisting primarily of a gathering where individuals indulged in drinks, barbecues, and tasted exquisite delicacies. The essence of the event lay in the conversations, as attendees engaged in light-hearted banter to foster camaraderie. Naturally, some seized the opportunity to discuss serious matters amidst the revelry, such as Charlize Theron. Would you be interested in a cameo role in my new film? It won't take much of your time, just a day or two. She proposed. Clearly, she had come with a purpose. Her new film leaned towards the artistic, and the producers were concerned about box office performance. Thus, they hoped to leverage He Xinghue's popularity to attract a segment of basketball enthusiasts. Is there a kissing scene with you? If so, I have no objections. He Xinghue's words once again provoked laughter among Duhamel and others. His candor was simply too striking. Charlize Theron had never encountered someone so forthright. She was well aware that many men were captivated by her, yet they seldom expressed their desires openly, often adopting a fade of propriety to win her favor. In stark contrast, He Xinghue was refreshingly direct. Is it not said that Chinese men are typically more reserved? Have I been misled by false impressions? Theron mused inwardly. Regrettably, no. This is an anti-war film in which you portray a soldier traumatized by the horrors of conflict. You share only a few lines with me. That is the extent of it, Theron explained. The Last Duel, she mentioned. Upon hearing this, He Xinghui instantly recognized the film. Is it not simple? The soldier I portray falls for you at first sight, and in a surge of compassion, you comfort me with a kiss, creating a poignant and heartwarming narrative. He Xinghui experienced a sudden surge of inspiration, instantly altering the plot. At first glance, his modifications seemed quite satisfactory. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The centerpiece was indeed He Xinghui's fervent obsession with a kissing scene with Charlize, which appeared exceedingly comical. This is not how one pursues a girl. Duhaming remarqued derisively. Meanwhile, Connolly jested, Charlize, just agree to it. This is undoubtedly true love. I have known any longer, and he has never requested a kissing scene with me, which is rather disheartening. Charlize Theron, quite unperturbed, responded with a nonchalant fuck. A young, handsome man of great renown and affluence ardently devoted to her left her in a quandary, unsure whether to laugh or weep. Nevertheless, with her innate regal demeanor, she was not easily swayed. Many adored her. He Xinghui was but one among many. Regrettably, she lacked the authority to amend the script. Additionally, she suspected the producers would be reluctant to alter the narrative, as she herself was not fond of engaging in kissing scenes on a whim. Theron acknowledged this truth, despite having starred in films featuring more explicit content. In comparison to other Hollywood actresses, her kissing scenes were considerably fewer. What a pity. He Xinghui smiled, relishing the delightful sensation of teasing the exquisite diamonds from South Africa. As for making a cameo in a film, he dismissed the idea, seeing no advantage in it. Subsequently, the group shifted to another topic. However, He Xinghui found himself pondering how he might steal a kiss from Charlize Theron. He believed he would harbor a sense of regret if he did not seize the opportunity to connect with her. Chapter 67. A call to Kobe as the party drew to a close. He Xinghui had yet to conceive a brilliant plan, with Charlize preparing to depart. He cast caution to the winds and resorted to a rather cliché approach. Charlize, when are you free? I would love to take you out for dinner, shopping, or to the movies. I could even teach you how to play basketball. I'm quite adept at it. He Xinghui extended a date invitation, while Connolly continued to chuckle at his persistent yet endearing demeanor. Du Haming, on the other hand, facepalmed, feeling embarrassed to have such a whimsical friend. If I were to learn basketball, why not seek out Kobe? I am quite familiar with him, and his skills far surpass yours, he remarked. Theron, both amused and exasperated, interjected, seek out Kobe? My dear, how blind must you be? With his appearance, he hardly deserves your attention. Moreover, Kobe is quite the lecher. Although I too possess a penchant for such pursuits, I at least carry the charm of a dashing rogue. He Xinghui silently ridiculed the situation and remarked, how could Kobe possibly be more handsome than I? Furthermore, his skills on the court are not necessarily superior to mine. At present, Kobe occupies the top position on the scoring list. Sarin presented evidence that left He Xinghui speechless. He could hardly assert that Kobe's high scores were merely a result of his height. Surely, Sarin, this so-called pseudo-fan, could not even comprehend the concept of true shooting percentage. In a moment of desperation, He Xinghui proposed that simply because I haven't exerted myself fully. Since you claim he is superior, let us make a wager. In the match on the 7th, if my score exceeds his, you must agree to go on a date with me. How does that sound? Charlie, you must agree. Agree. Connolly chimed in from the sidelines, causing a stir. All right, but if your score is not higher than Kobe's, you must make a cameo in my film. And it shall not involve any kissing scenes, Sarin countered. Ah, this is your word. A lady's promise is not to be retracted. Let everyone bear witness that this matter is settled. He Xinghui, in a fit of excitement, implored Du Haming, Connolly, and others to witness his endeavor. His anxious demeanor, fearing that Charlize Theron might retract her commitment, once again amused Connolly and the others. He was not entirely confident of victory, but at least he had a chance. And one must seize opportunities when they arise, lest they slip away. Laughter erupted as Du Haming and the others agreed to serve as witnesses to the wager. On their way back, Connolly continued to jest about Theron, saying, Charlize, it's evident that he's quite taken with you. He's nearly gone mad over you. Theron responded with an air of skepticism. I suspect that's just his nature. Don't you think there's a bit of folly in his mind? It's hard to imagine that he orchestrated the Pepsi advertisement. It must be his team behind it. Well, being a little foolish isn't such a bad thing. It might even make him easier to manage. Besides, he is somewhat handsome, and his fame, status, and income certainly match yours, Connolly remarked. Enough, Theron interjected. I'm not so easily swayed. I certainly do not lack suitors, and the ones who pursue me are all exceptional individuals. Being remarkable is merely the prerequisite for courting me. She retrieved her phone and dialed Kobe's number. Koba. Hey, Charlize. What prompted you to call? Kobe inquired, intrigued. Although they were friends, their relationship was not one in which they frequently engaged in phone conversations. I need your assistance with something. Theron succinctly explained her wager with He Hui, hoping Kobe would muster all his strength to help her triumph over him. While Theron believed Kobe to be the stronger competitor, she still harbored concerns about unforeseen circumstances, prompting her careful admonition. On the other end of the line, Kobe could hardly contain his laughter. In all his years of playing basketball, he had never encountered such an amusing situation. Amidst the monotony of life, this unexpected diversion was a delightful surprise. All right, Charlize, I will certainly help you give this guy a thorough lesson. He Hui's turmoil was, to begin with, a source of discontent for Kobe. He had long anticipated this match, eager to exact revenge on He Hui. Now, it presented an opportune moment to do a favor for Charlize Theron while simultaneously shattering He Hui's dreams. Truly a case of killing two birds with one stone. Thank you. I'll treat you to dinner another day, Theron remarked before hanging up. I felt a pang of sympathy for He. He had reached out to you, only to be rebuffed, while you extended an invitation to Kobe. Moreover, is this not a form of cheating? Connolly interjected from his side. What of it? If he wishes to court my favor, he must endure these trials. If he cannot meet this challenge, what merit is there in elevating his standing in my eyes? Theron replied with a haughty smile, suddenly finding amusement in toying with He Hui. Yet, he was still a rookie. Connolly mused that this was rather unjust for He Hui. Meanwhile, Vanessa, intrigued, inquired about the contents of Kobe's phone call. Kobe, unfazed, responded truthfully, for he had nothing to hide. I never expected he had affections for Charlize. Kobe, I believe you should show some benevolence and assist He, creating a beautiful tale in the process, Vanessa hinted, suggesting Kobe ease the situation. Women, after all, are often drawn to narratives that seem romantic. No, I'm a highly professional athlete. Moreover, if he seeks true love, he must exert considerable effort. Kobe replied with utmost seriousness, firmly rejecting the notion. It was absurd. He had awaited this opportunity for so long. There would be no easing up. He was determined not only to bring his full strength, but to exceed it by 120%. Should I allow him 10 points? Or ensure he scores less than double digits? Kobe pondered, a grin unconsciously spreading across his face. Vanessa, witnessing this, found herself at a loss. That evening, He Hui posted his first status on ICQ. At that time, Facebook was just emerging and Twitter had yet to make its debut. ICQ dominated instant messaging and social interaction. Its myriad functions were somewhat cumbersome. Although Mark had helped He Hui create an account, he had never utilized it until today. When he felt a surge of bravado and directly called out Kobe, January 7th, your time is up. I will obliterate you. Kobe swiftly responded in kind. What a dream you find yourself in. This time, I shall shatter your delightful fantasies into mere bubbles. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon your own shoulders for choosing the wrong adversary. Their exchanges from afar have captivated countless gazes, igniting curiosity among all. Was it Kobe who smashed the glass of He Hui's abode? Or did He Hui dare to flirt with Vanessa? What could possibly incite such animosity that even before the battle begins, both have issued fierce proclamations? Regardless of the underlying grievances, their pre-game banter holds little significance. Fans revel in the spectacle, their anticipation for the impending match soaring to new heights. Soon, however, the truth emerged. Whether it was Connolly or Dalmeen who leaked the information remains uncertain, but on January 4th, the newspapers revealed the wager between He Hui and Charlize Theron. Fans were finally enlightened to the reality of the situation, yet upon learning the truth, they found themselves at a loss for words. Chapter 68. The center of attention, it is not uncommon for fans to engage in wagers based on players' performances, or for players to stake their own performances against those of their peers. However, when He Hui wagered his own on-court prowess, it elicited a sense of disrespect towards the sport. Others play for the team, while this individual seems to exert himself merely for the pursuit of romance. Such a perspective may seem rather trivial to some, yet the majority of fans viewed this gossip with an amused demeanor. A player daring to challenge the league's top scorer for the affection of his beloved goddess is undeniably intriguing. Following the revelation, the news rapidly sparked fervent discussions among fans and cinephiles alike. Charlize's admirers, concerned for their idol, were particularly vocal. Was he truly mad enough to think he could surpass Kobe in scoring? A neutral fan remarked, if He Hui had claimed he would win the match, few would have raised an eyebrow, given that the Clippers possess a slight edge in overall strength over the Lakers. However, to assert he could outscore Kobe was a claim met with skepticism. The ball is firmly in Kobe's hands, and his scoring ability stands unrivaled in the league. Such folly, scoffed a male fan. He merely seeks to capture Charlize's attention. Whether it be the challenge against Kobe or the pursuit of Charlize Theron, both endeavors left him perturbed. Cousin, get it your all. Defeat Kobe and win over Theron. Amidst the chorus of doubt, a handful of ardent fans lent their moral support to their idol, albeit solely in spirit. Who would dare believe that Xing Hui could outscore Kobe? While I cannot ascertain who is superior, I sincerely hope for Kobe's victory, expressed a male admirer, lamenting the improbability of the situation but unwilling to see his goddess courted by another man. I support he. It is a rather romantic tale. If a boy were willing to challenge Kobe for the sake of dating me, I would be utterly delighted. This is the response of a female fan, who finds such a notion romantic. Following widespread public discussion, the match between the Lakers and Clippers garnered significant attention. After the game, those stars could not escape the inquiry posed by reporters. Undoubtedly, Kobe would triumph, stated Tracy McGrady. I support he, but surpassing Kobe in scoring is quite a challenge, remarked Yao Ming. Players should concentrate on the game, emphasized Chris Paul. He is dreaming. His arrogance blinds him to reality, commented Paul Pierce. I am indifferent to such matters. My sole focus is to help Cleveland secure a championship, declared LeBron James. The outcome is inconsequential. What matters is his audacity to challenge Kobe. A courage that could pave his way to success, offered Larry Bird. Even the NBA itself, in promoting this match, labeled it as a battle for love to capture attention, particularly to draw in fans of Theron. For the first time, the poster featured Kobe and Xing Hui rather than Brand. Some television networks, initially reluctant to broadcast the game, hastily altered their schedules to accommodate it. TNT, however, was ahead of the curve, airing a special interview program on the 5th featuring Charles Barkley, Chris Smith, reporter Lucy, and commentator Babos to discuss the topic. Lucy, due to her close rapport with Xing Hui, had access to numerous exclusive insights, and her fame was on the rise. Babos, having previously criticized Xing Hui, also saw his notoriety increase. Though predominantly known for his disparaging remarks, he had undoubtedly achieved a measure of fame. Scoring more than Kobe is implausible. He lacks that caliber of talent, Babos asserted, to which Barkley concurred. Meanwhile, the duo of Smith and Lucy, representing the supporters, took a more optimistic stance. He is a player capable of creating miracles. I believe he possesses that ability, Lucy stated. Lucy, this is an objective program. You cannot show favoritism due to your relationship with he, Barkley exaggeratedly gestured, infused with comedic flair. Charles, you cannot criticize he for wearing a skirt after losing to him, Lucy teased, prompting Smith to burst into laughter. Barkley, feeling exasperated, realized that his past misstep would likely haunt him for quite some time. The reason miracles are deemed miraculous is precisely because they are rare and difficult to achieve, Babos interjected. Indeed, I recall someone saying he encountered a rookie wall, only for him to immediately score 28 points and deliver a game-winning shot. Babos, what is your take on that? Lucy's combat prowess was unparalleled, unleashing her full firepower as she ridiculed both individuals of the surname Ba. The past is the past. Our discussion revolves around the present. Let us rationally deduce from various aspects. Firstly, Kobe's average number of shot attempts exceeds 32. In this extraordinary confrontation, he is bound to attempt even more shots. Based on his 45% shooting accuracy, Barkley began to analyze, rambling on about three-point attempts, drawing fouls for free throws, and discussing effective field goal percentages in a manner that was difficult to comprehend. In his analysis, he asserted that Kobe could score at least 50 points in this game. Meanwhile, Xing Hui's highest score to date was merely 36, rendering his defeat inevitable. Charles, that is not how statistics work. Can you guarantee Kobe's shooting touch in this game? And one his teammates on the Clippers assist him, relinquishing their shot opportunities? Smith inquired. But can you guarantee his shooting touch? Babos retorted. His shooting percentage is higher than Kobe's, Lucy. The four of them argued fervently, as though this match had a significant bearing on their lives. In truth, they were merely spectators. Ironically, their performance resonated well with the audience. Through this program, more viewers began to believe in Kobe's victory, as the duo of Ba emerged victorious in the debate. Simultaneously, an underground betting platform introduced several wagering options for this match, with Kobe's victory at 1.25 odds and Xing Hui's at 4. Additionally, there were options for predicting scores, a combined total of 20 points at 100 to 1 odds, 30 points at 50 to 1, and 40 points at 10 to 1. Many were enticed by the high odds, while others, with unwavering confidence in Kobe, sought to earn what appeared to be easy money. The majority favored Kobe, intensifying He Xinghui's resolve to win this match. He aimed to astonish everyone and establish his standing in the basketball realm. Ascending through Kobe's defeat was undoubtedly the optimal path. Chapter 69, A Battle of Wits. On January 6th, the Lakers faced off against the 76ers at home, with Kobe in exceptional form, scoring 45 points on just 29 attempts, leading his team to victory over the 76ers. However, at the press conference, the reporter seemed less concerned with the outcome of the game and more intrigued by his upcoming duel with He Xinghui. Kobe, will you ease up in tomorrow's game against the Clippers to allow He's moment of glory? A reporter asked. I will not ease up. If he desires to embrace his beloved, he must first overcome me, Kobe replied with unwavering conviction. Do you have confidence in defeating He and surpassing him in points? Another journalist inquired, posing a rather foolish question. Kobe inwardly scoffed at the absurdity. Regardless of his confidence level, it was inconceivable for him to express any doubts aloud. Such inquiries only warranted a singular response. Naturally, should he misjudge his opponent, he would bear the consequences. On the same day, the Clippers faced the Kings on their home turf. Due to the significant back-to-back match scheduled for the following day, He Xinghui's playing time was limited to a mere 25 minutes, during which he managed to score 14 points. Concurrently, the Clippers suffered yet another defeat against the Kings, marking a streak of losses. At this press conference, He Xinghui was obliged to attend, as the league mandates player presence under such circumstances, failing which would incur a fine. However, He Xinghui did not mind his attendance. Engaging in a verbal spar with the media was rather entertaining. Are you distracted by tomorrow's game, which led to your subpar performance and this loss? A journalist provocatively queried. Indeed, he replied. He Xinghui candidly acknowledged his stance. His declaration is likely to have a significant impact on his public image, potentially fostering an impression of unprofessionalism. This could adversely affect his commercial value, inviting criticism and disdain from a segment of rigid fans. Yet, does it truly matter? Maintaining a positive public persona is a pursuit befitting individuals like James, who must cultivate an appealing image due to their awareness of their inability to dominate the league. However, He Xinghui is unconcerned with the repercussions of tarnishing his image, for he possesses the undeniable capability to rule the league, as long as he can overpower his opponents on the court. Does it truly matter whether he is seen as dedicated or not? Who dares to voice dissent when 10 championship titles can silence all? The task of maintaining a public persona can be left to others. He simply focuses on reveling in the league. The reporter, feeling frustrated, thought to himself, this is not how I envisioned it. In his plan, He Xinghui would surely deny the allegations, allowing him to expose He's lies and hypocrisy, thus achieving fame. Little did he know that He Xinghui's unexpectedly forthright admission left him at a loss for words, leaving him rather uncomfortable. With all due respect, your attitude towards the game is questionable, another reporter interjected. And what of it? Why not call Stern and have him expel me from the league? Or reach out to Sterling to have me sold? He Xinghui tossed his phone onto the table, shocking many journalists. Despite the inherent adversarial nature of their profession, several journalists found themselves amused, genuinely appreciating He Xinghui's candidness. Faced with his defiant attitude, those reporters eager to stir trouble found themselves at a loss. While they could later criticize him harshly in their articles, He Xinghui's nonchalant demeanor suggested that such critiques would likely bear little fruit. It is said that you would only agree to make a cameo in Charlize Theron's film if a kissing scene with her were included. Should I interpret this to mean that you do not truly harbor affection for her, but merely wish to take advantage of Charlize? Queried journalist Johnson. Have you ever longed to kiss your wife? He Xinghui retorted, of course. Such a life-or-death question, Johnson answered without a moment's hesitation. Then may I ask, do you love your wife? He Xinghui remarked, and upon hearing his words, the other journalists internally applauded him. A simple rhetorical question rendered Johnson speechless. You must surpass Kobe in scoring to have a chance to date Charlize. Do you believe you stand a chance? The reporter shifted the angle of his inquiry. Does it even matter if there's hope? When you encounter someone you admire, must you possess absolute certainty before confessing your feelings? Striving for it ensures that regret does not linger. He Xinghui remarked, which led many reporters to seriously question whether he might be suffering from split personality. Otherwise, how could one explain his speech, which at times appeared childishly foolish, yet at other moments was exceedingly eloquent? Do you mean to say that you merely wish to make an effort, lacking confidence in defeating Kobe? A reporter inquired. Certainly not. After all, he is merely Kobe. Is it truly that difficult to win against him? Upon hearing this, the reporter sighed in relief, for this was the He Xinghui they were familiar with. Nonsense. I believe you are merely seeking attention. With your abilities, you are not even worthy to carry Kobe's shoes. If you have the guts, let us make a wager. The loser must don women's attire. Johnson interjected vehemently. I relish such bets. If Barkley, O'Neal, Stern, or Bush wish to wager with me, I would gladly oblige. But what are you? Once you reach my level, then you may discuss wagers with me. He Xinghui lamented that, as a celebrated superstar, he found himself wagering with an obscure journalist. Regardless of the outcome, it would ultimately benefit that unknown individual. The inquiries for today conclude here. Any further questions can await the conclusion of tomorrow's match. Observing the journalist's rising indignation, the press officer swiftly curtailed the questioning, serving as a protective measure for He Xinghui. The journalists, of course, were dissatisfied, yet they were powerless to act, resigned to watch He Xinghui depart. Nevertheless, they did not leave empty-handed. The remarks He Xinghui had just made, with some careful editing, could be transformed into captivating headlines. For instance, He Xinghui admitting to issues with his attitude on the court, or his audacious claim that Kobe is merely a minor player, and even his disparagement of the journalist, berating Johnson as insignificant, with a touch of literary finesse. These comments could effectively mislead readers and tarnish He Xinghui's reputation. He was acutely aware of this, yet remained unperturbed. In the realm of sports, ultimately, it is the results that matter. If he triumphs over Kobe tomorrow, what significance does an improper attitude hold? If he defeats Kobe, what is wrong with dismissing him as just another player? If he prevails over Kobe, then his mockery of Johnson becomes inconsequential. Everything hinges on the match tomorrow. In preparation for this contest, He Xinghui has undertaken extensive measures, his anger meter having reached 1800, and he has prepared a grand surprise for Kobe. Kobe, do not blame me for lacking sportsmanship. After all, you are simply too formidable. He Xinghui wore a mischievous smile upon his face. Chapter 70. I shall share a brief chapter and express my gratitude to the numerous readers for their generous support in terms of donations and votes. This, indeed, is one of the greatest joys for an author. I shall refrain from listing specific IDs, as the fan leaderboard provides a clear view for all. Furthermore, let us engage in a casual conversation and share some reflections on reading. As the saying goes, no person is without flaws, and no book is perfect. Even a masterpiece like Romance of the Three Kingdoms contains aspects that invite critique, such as how Zhang Fei could possibly intimidate a million-strong army, or why Sima, who did not send a contingent to probe the defenses of the Western City. But does this truly matter? What we derive from a narrative is the invincible aura of Zhang Fei and the strategic brilliance of Zhuge Liang, and that is sufficient. Focusing on the merits brings joy, while fixating on faults leads to disappointment. When one examines their partner with an appreciative eye, satisfaction ensues. However, scrutinizing them with a critical gaze only yields regret. Even in the case of a seemingly perfect individual, there will inevitably be points of contention. I have already stated in the synopsis of my book that it embraces a light-hearted and humorous style, devoid of excessive rigor. The aim is simply to evoke laughter. So please refrain from questioning how a character deemed inadequate could possibly be selected. If compelled to respond, I can only say that he is simply content to be chosen. What of it? Are you dissatisfied? Furthermore, there is no need for you to fret over concerns that my writing may falter or be insufficient in length. Although I bear the insignia of a level 1 author, I am, in fact, a seasoned writer with several works totaling 2 to 3 million words across various platforms. I possess ample control over my craft. Ultimately, I humbly seek your continued support, as scientific studies indicate that those who cast votes for me experience an increase in their happiness quotient. Chapter 71. The frenzied Barkley, whether it is Kobe scoring high points or He Xinghui engaging in a verbal spar with reporters post-match. These instances merely serve as appetizers before the main course. While some discussions have arisen, the majority of fans remain fixated on the upcoming clash between the Clippers and the Lakers. As the anticipation for this match escalated, the unscrupulous Sterling dramatically inflated ticket prices. Originally priced at $20 for corner seats, he shamelessly raised it to $40. The prices for both rear and middle seats also doubled. However, the most exorbitant increase was seen in the front row seats. Places that could be purchased for a few thousand to $10,000 were suddenly being sold for an astounding $50,000. For some minor celebrities, this represents a substantial expenditure. To put it into perspective, Charlize Theron's current salary is merely $10 million, and that is before taxes. Moreover, there are only a handful of actresses in Hollywood who can stand on equal footing with Theron. Spending 50,000 on leisure is undoubtedly excessive, yet as an event expense, it becomes quite reasonable. This is a game broadcast live across the nation, a match that will also be aired in China, with viewership expected to reach tens of millions. To appear in the front row and become a familiar face on screen would indeed justify the 50,000 investment. If one could find themselves seated beside Charlize and captured on camera multiple times, that would be even more splendid. Following Sterling's maneuvers, the average ticket price for this match soared to $120 each. During this period, the league's average ticket price was merely $47. This figure was further deflated by the contributions of the Knicks and Lakers. Without these two teams, the average ticket price for other franchises would plummet below $40. Sterling's actions, without a doubt, further tarnished his reputation. Nevertheless, despite the criticism, those eager to partake in the excitement found themselves compelled to part with their money. Moreover, fans soon discovered that even wealth did not guarantee access, as tickets had vanished in a flash, leaving only the scalper market with any remaining availability. Upon hearing this news, Stern and Silver could not contain their delight. For fans, the NBA embodies fervent competition. For Stern and his associates, it is merely a lucrative enterprise. They continually hype rivalries. The four great shooting guards, the King and the Los Angeles Derby, all in a bid to generate buzz and entice more fans to attend games. Now, without any effort on their part, Xinhui has created a sensational topic all on his own. If only all players in the league were as astute as Xinhui, Stern and his colleagues could simply sit back and count their profits. A gentle reminder to the referees, the true stars of this match are Xinhui and Kobe. Stern deliberately reminded Xiaohua, who understood immediately. With this prompt, the referees would not easily blow their whistles against the two. It would be unreasonable to mislead the fans only to deliver an unsightly match. There was concern that his abilities might not suffice, leading to a one-sided defeat at the hands of Kobe. Xiaohua feared that the disparity in their skills could render the confrontation less thrilling. "I believe you are overthinking it," Stern remarked. Although he occasionally makes foolish statements, he has consistently demonstrated intelligence on the court. I surmise that his current hype is backed by some confidence. On the evening of the 7th, at TNT, Barkley and Smith were engaged in pre-game banter. "Come on, Kenny. Think about how entertaining this is," Barkley urged Smith, attempting to entice him into a wager on who would score higher between Kobe and Xinhui, with the loser required to don women's clothing next time. Unfortunately, Smith was not easily swayed. While he portrayed a fan of he on the show, he privately harbored doubts about Xinhui's chances of winning this bet. Kobe's historical performance was simply too compelling. "My tastes aren't as bold as yours. You might as well approach he," Smith suggested. "Didn't he mention in an interview that he enjoys making bets? I doubt he would refuse." Without hesitation, Smith passed this troublesome proposition onto Xinhui. Barkley's eyes lit up at the suggestion, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. The notion of Xinhui dressing in women's attire would certainly be far more amusing than Smith doing so. He promptly retrieved his phone and dialed Xinhui's number. "Charles, have you developed an affinity for cross-dressing?" Xinhui could not help but tease after hearing Barkley's proposal. "I have never heard of Barkley having such inclinations. Has the last experience opened a new realm for him, from which he cannot escape?" "Enough chatter, if you are a man. Accept my wager," Barkley insisted. Xinhui, struck by lightning, is both tender on the outside and resilient within. Does that mean that to refrain from mutually inflicting harm with Barkley somehow diminishes his masculinity? Very well. Since you have a preference, allow me to inquire what attire my teammates would like to see you don. Xinhui chuckled. A character with an oversized persona is hardly amusing enough. It would be quite entertaining to see Barkley adopt the persona of a cross-dresser. To this end, Xinhui was more than willing to lend a hand. "Hey, brothers, Barkley is about to engage in another wager with me regarding women's attire. What would you prefer to see him wear, a nurse's outfit or professional attire?" Xinhui greeted his teammates. "Ha ha ha." Upon hearing such an amusing proposition, "Come on," and the others eagerly chimed in. "Wedding gowns, maid outfits, come on," and Kessel vied to respond. Then, the audacious Mobley interjected, suggesting, "How about bikinis?" At this remark, everyone collectively gasped, and the locker room resonated with joyous laughter. Xinhui imagined the sight of Barkley clad in a bikini and promptly shook his head, attempting to dispel that terrifying image from his mind. A maid outfit, Charles, he decided, to spare American ophthalmologists some workload. A bikini was simply out of the question. It would be scandalous. "All right, it's settled. I am currently live streaming, so do not even think about reneging." Barkley chuckled heartily, reveling in his triumphant moment. "Charles, Are you not perhaps a bit too optimistic? Smith interjected, his tone laced with skepticism. No, this time, I shall not falter, Barkley declared with unwavering confidence. Though Smith couldn't shake the feeling that this scenario felt eerily familiar. He recalled Barkley's previous certainty when declaring Yao Ming would not score 19 points. Could a miracle unfold once more? Smith found himself eagerly anticipating the outcome. Fans tuning in to the TNT broadcast shared in the excitement, as the prospect of a maid outfit promised to be even more revealing than a dress. Moreover, they held a significant chance of witnessing He Xinghui donning the maid ensemble. In fact, compared to Barkley, who had already donned women's attire, fans were far more intrigued by the thought of He Xinghui in such garb. Even some ardent supporters found it hard to suppress their curiosity. Let the game begin. We can hardly wait, the fans clamored in their hearts. In the home team's locker room, He Xinghui continued to joke about Barkley's feminine attire with his teammates, sharing a multitude of humorous anecdotes, and the atmosphere remained jovial. At least on the surface. His teammates, under the pretense of wanting to embarrass Barkley, promised to pass the ball to He Xinghui and offer various forms of assistance. In reality, it was primarily the coach's arrangement, and prior to the game, He Xinghui had gifted each player a watch worth several $1,000s. While Brand was dismissive of the gesture, for players like Quentin Ross and Howard Ellis, who earned modest salaries, it was indeed a substantial gift. As these lesser-known players began to rally around He Xinghui, Brand felt obligated to temper his dissent. In this match, He Xinghui would undoubtedly be the focal point. Conversely, the atmosphere in the visiting team's locker room was starkly different, imbued with a palpable tension akin to that before a fierce battle. Kobe sat alone at the edge, eyes closed, and no one dared to disturb him. The others were hesitant to speak too loudly, as the Lakers lacked a player of sufficient gravitas, like the joyful beast. To lighten the mood, Kobe, the players are entering, came the announcement. As the time for entry arrived, someone finally came to remind them. Subsequently, Kobe opened his eyes, revealing a glint of coldness within. Even the peripheral players felt a shiver at the sight of such a gaze from Kobe, burdened by an unspoken psychological pressure. As the players took to the court and Kobe made his appearance, the arena erupted in a chorus of cheers. Although today marked the Clippers' home game, the shared city and arena meant that the Clippers rarely enjoyed a true home advantage when facing the Lakers. Among the fans in attendance, Kobe's supporters still constituted the majority. Fortunately, the Clippers have now also acquired a popular figure to call their own. When He Xinghui made his entrance, the fervent cheers he received were only slightly less than those for Kobe. After the ceremonial introduction, Kobe began his shooting warm-up. He Xinghui made his way to the audience, greeting and interacting with the stars. Their personalities were starkly contrasting. In China, on CCTV, one could observe a plethora of renowned celebrities today. Currently conversing with Xing was Leonardo, the one from Titanic. Additionally, there were Keanu Reeves and Brad Pitt, all engaging with the Xing. The female stars were numerous as well, including Jennifer Connelly, Cameron Diaz, Anna Faris, and the Hollywood actress Charlize Theron, who had been rumored to be romantically linked with the Xing's son Jinping, was flipping through his notes while introducing these celebrities to the fans. He was somewhat unfamiliar with these so-called stars prior to this event. This match was of great significance for He Xinghui, as he had already boasted about it, and failing to deliver would not bode well. Attentive viewers may have noticed that Zhang Heli had referred to a Xing as He Xinghui, a rather emotionless and neutral designation. He was evidently struggling to accept He Xinghui's style. In his view, sports should maintain a sense of seriousness and purity. To make a casual bet for the sake of a woman seemed utterly inappropriate and excessively frivolous. Furthermore, this woman was quite aged and foreign. Although love is said to know no bounds regarding age, that is merely a politically correct notion. In the minds of most ordinary people, it is generally accepted that the age gap between two individuals should not be too wide, particularly when the woman is significantly older than the man. In this case, Charlize Theron was a full 10 years senior to He Xinghui. If He Xinghui truly ends up with Theron, it would be akin to embracing 3 golden bricks. In any case, Zhang Heli is not fond of such phenomena. The passage of time is an objective physical reality, yet it also embodies a subjective human experience. Fans eagerly anticipating the match have felt as though time has been crawling by. However, as time meandered on, the game eventually commenced. On the court, both teams have taken their positions, ready for the tip-off. The Clippers starting lineup includes Castle, He Xinghui, Sean Livingston, Brand, and Come On. Although Livingston is naturally a guard, his height of 2.01 meters contrasts with his lightweight of only 82 kilograms, rendering him less effective in physical confrontations. Dunleavy's decision to position him as a small forward is primarily driven by the game's focus on Xinghui's scoring rather than the outcome of the match. By introducing an additional ball handler, it facilitates the creation of more scoring opportunities for Xinghui. As for defense, Dunleavy has chosen to forego that aspect. This is an inevitable reality. Being a coach requires more than just tactical arrangements. It also involves navigating relationships with superstars and management, a necessary curriculum. On the Lakers side, the starting lineup is far from flawless, featuring Smush Parker, Kobe, Odom, Chris Mim, and Kwame Brown. Among them, Mim and Brown are both centers. At first glance, one might think Phil Jackson is attempting a twin tower strategy, but in reality, he has little choice but to make do with what he has. The team is inundated with centers and guards, yet lacks strength on the forward line. The two power forwards are so inexperienced that it would be more prudent to substitute them with a center of greater bulk and height to contend with Brand. Of course, it is precisely because the rosters of all 30 teams in the league are imperfect that tactical versatility finds its place. If one were to assemble a team of Magic Johnson, Jordan, LeBron, Duncan, and Shaquille O'Neal, there would be no need for elaborate tactics. Simply attacking one by one would suffice. As Come On and Kwame Brown prepare for the tip-off, Xinghui is closely shadowing Kobe, engaging in banter. Kobe, what is it like to lose a game in front of your wife? You have the experience, why not share? Noticing that Vanessa has also come to watch the game, Xinghui improvises. The impact of his words is significant. Men often can endure losses and are unafraid of embarrassment, but they dread revealing their vulnerable sides to the women they care about. Losing in front of one's wife is undoubtedly a far more bitter pill to swallow than losing in front of strangers. I have no wisdom to impart on that, but I can certainly grant you the experience of being thoroughly defeated before the woman you cherish, Kobe replies. You might be disappointed. I do not love Charisse. I simply crave her physique. Xinghui remarked, and upon hearing this, the crowd broke into a sweat. The player Kwame Brown, caught in the moment, even made a mistake, resulting in the ball being redirected to the Clippers by Come On. Don't dream. I will annihilate you and ensure your failure. Kobe continued his fierce banter. Beyond this, he found himself at a loss for words. In terms of basketball skills, Xinghui was indeed inferior to him. However, when it came to trash talk, there was truly no one in the league who dared to rival Xinghui. On the surface, he appeared to be just a player, but in reality, he was a graduate student dedicated to studying how to effectively wield trash talk to provoke his opponents. As the saying goes, one should not challenge another's expertise with their own hobbies. The moment Kobe opened his mouth, he had already lost. He just didn't realize it. Or perhaps he did, but continued to engage because he never accepted defeat. Such as the Mamba mentality. Chapter 73. The way you missed is truly stylish, the Clippers advanced. Settling into their formation, Xinghui then sprinted towards Livingston's position, who set a screen to block Kobe's pursuit. In that moment of opportunity, Castle passed the ball. This was one of the tactics they had practiced the day before, primarily aimed at creating a scoring chance for Xinghui. Attempting to carry the ball against Kobe's defense was an arduous task for Xinghui. Even with items from the system shop, he could not guarantee efficiency when facing Kobe. At this time, Kobe's perimeter defense was not to be underestimated. It was indeed top tier. Upon receiving the pass, Xinghui immediately took his shot, exhibiting no visible adjustments. This was due to his utilization of Klay Thompson's extraordinary three-quarter experience card, an exceptional card valued at 1,000 rage points, which endowed Xinghui with Klay Thompson's movement and shooting abilities for the initial 3/4 of the game. The basketball traced an elegant arc before nestling into the net. Impressive, wouldn't you agree, Charisse? Vanessa, seated beside Charisse, generously offered her praise to Xinghui. Aren't you supposed to support Kobe? Saren interjected with a teasing remark. No, I champion love, Vanessa quipped playfully. On the court, during defensive transitions, Xinghui shadowed Kobe, his chatter unceasing. Where did you just vanish to? Wasn't Phil supposed to assign you to guard me? Silence, you talentless fool who only knows how to call for screens, Kobe retorted. This is called teamwork. A parasite like you, who only engages in isolation plays to inflate statistics, could never comprehend it. Just as the words left his lips, Kobe positioned himself to receive the ball and then backed down Xinghui. After creating separation, Kobe executed a quintessential turnaround fadeaway jumper, the ball swishing through the net. In the opening attack, both players exhibited fiery form. Turning back, Xinghui once again sank a three-pointer, still leveraging his teammate's screen. Why must I score 1 point more than you for the same basket? Xinghui chuckled. Kobe, however, disregarded him, casting a fierce glare at Odom that sent a chill down Odom's spine. The two baskets scored by He Xinghui were both attributable to Odom's negligence. He failed to contain Livingston's movements and did not promptly switch to confront He Xinghui after the defensive exchange. Subsequently, a focused Odom showcased his versatility. During the Clippers' third offensive attempt, he swiftly positioned himself in front of He Xinghui, denying him any opportunity for a shot. Observing this, Castle refrained from passing the ball. Although the primary objective of this match was to bolster He Xinghui's scoring, it could not be overly conspicuous, nor could every shooting opportunity be allocated to him. The team's ultimate goal remained victory. Castle passed the ball to Brand, who executed a spin to evade the sluggish Mim, subsequently delivering a powerful dunk with no defenders in the vicinity. Following the dunk, he hung on the rim, releasing his pin-up frustration. Once the team's leader, he now found himself relegated to a supporting role, a source of considerable discontent. As the Lakers initiated their offensive, Kobe forcefully overpowered He Xinghui, taunting, "You might as well call for your teammates to double-team. After all, you're accustomed to seeking assistance." Though he knew he could not outmatch He Xinghui verbally, he persisted. For that was Kobe. He Xinghui, feeling exasperated, inadvertently granted Kobe approximately 10 points of anger, which Kobe, of course, remained oblivious to. It was already somewhat dishonorable to solicit help from teammates on the offensive end, and requesting double teams on defense would render their matchup a farce. A notion He Xinghui was unwilling to entertain. The Clippers' offense saw Castle take a shot, which missed. Meanwhile, the Lakers responded with an attempt by Odom. While Kobe had the upper hand against He Xinghui, relying solely on him for scoring would deplete Kobe's stamina and render him susceptible to scrutiny. Initially, He Xinghui and Kobe exchanged several competitive plays, but the match soon returned to a semblance of normalcy, at least on the surface. As both sides engaged in a rational contest, He Xinghui continuously maneuvered across the court, empowered by the extraordinary abilities of his exceptional card. At last, he managed to outwit Odom, skillfully breaking free with a sudden change of direction. Subsequently, as he dashed forward, he reached out for the ball. Upon receiving the pass, he immediately took a shot. However, it regrettably did not find its mark. Even with the formidable enhancement of the exceptional card, not every attempt results in success, a fact that He Xinghui took in stride. Conversely, Kobe found himself struggling to score under He Xinghui's vigilant defense. He Xinghui's defense may be lacking. It is not entirely devoid of effectiveness. The sight of you missing shots is quite striking. As opportunities arise, He Xinghui immediately unleashes his taunts. "Be quiet. Weren't you the one who just missed a shot?" Kobe retorted angrily. He felt a surge of irritation upon seeing He Xinghui's inexplicably smug demeanor. "Everyone is struggling with their shots. What gave you the right to mock me?" As the Clippers launched their offense, Kobe steadfastly shadowed He Xinghui. He had internally vowed not to allow He Xinghui to score again. As the shot clock dwindled, He Xinghui found himself unable to shake off Kobe's relentless pursuit. To make matters worse, the other Clippers players were also failing to seize favorable opportunities. Cassie, caught in a dilemma, passed the ball to He Xinghui, reasoning that since no good options were available, it might be worth letting He Xinghui take a chance. He Xinghui received the ball and took a shot, catching Kobe off guard. Perhaps he was accustomed to other players taking a moment to adjust before shooting, and thus did not anticipate He Xinghui's sudden release. Fortune smiled upon he this time, as the ball swished through the net. Just moments ago, when left unguarded, he had missed, yet now, under pressure, he succeeded. One might ponder the purpose of her defense. In this fortuitous moment, He Xinghui unwittingly used it as an argument. In the midst of the frenetic action, Kobe had no time to contemplate, and indeed failed to notice the flaw in He Xinghui's reasoning. Feeling mocked regarding his defensive abilities, he was left perturbed and irate. Kobe's expression suggested his annoyance, as he scored in the face of his defense, likely provoking him further. The shot was undeniably exquisite and robust, drawing continuous praise from Smith. It seemed as though he had exchanged some banter with Kobe. How unfortunate it was that they had not enlisted a lip-reading expert for the broadcast, for we are left to wonder what he had said. Barkley lamented, striking his thigh in frustration, believing that a lip reader should accompany the commentary on He Xinghui's performance, lest they miss numerous thrilling moments. Although the post-game banter would eventually be revealed, its immediacy could never rival that of a live broadcast. It was a splendid idea. Yet, even if the owner consented, it would have to wait for another occasion. This game still relied on their commentary. Smith remarked. The viewers at home were equally vexed that TNT had not arranged for a lip reader. Their curiosity piqued about what He Xinghui had whispered to Kobe. Especially for those fans, Merely watching the game lacked excitement. It was the conflicts and altercations that truly captivated. He Xinghui's banter, while entertaining, was merely an afterthought compared to the thrill of confrontation. Chapter 74. Verbal suppression. He Xinghui and Kobe were engaged in an intense confrontation on the court, exchanging a barrage of trash talk that could easily mislead onlookers into believing they were bitter enemies. Meanwhile, Vanessa and Charlize Theron shared a harmonious moment off the court, enjoying a lively conversation. "Don't worry, Charlize," Vanessa reassured her. "Men are always like this. They battle fiercely on the court, but genuinely appreciate one another off it." Being good friends, Vanessa's words rendered Charlize somewhat awkward, as she understood the implication was that women should remain uninvolved in the competitive spirit of men and continue to support each other as sisters. However, the issue lay in the fact that Charlize was neither He Xinghui's partner nor a member of the basketball wives circle. Vanessa had clearly misunderstood the situation. With no time to clarify, Charlize could only muster a polite smile, as she was often the focal point of the cameras, being the leading lady in this theatrical spectacle. On the court, He Xinghui scored his fifth basket, amassing a total of 13 points. The Zen master called for a timeout, prompting He Xinghui to rush to the audience, shouting, "Who is guarding me? Is anyone defending me?" How shameless. His audacity provoked an outburst of curses from the Lakers players, who found it impossible to focus on their strategy. If He Xinghui were the sole standout in the game, his braggadocio might have been more understandable. However, with Kobe also contributing 12 points, the comparison was stark. Kobe remained modest, not boasting about his performance, which made He Xinghui's exuberance seem rather perplexing, as if he had completely outplayed his opponent. Naturally, this behavior drew jeers from the crowd, although his fans cheered him on, creating a raucous atmosphere in the stands that rivaled the action on the court. "He's so impressive," exclaimed a female spectator. "He has been relying on his teammates for screens." "While Kobe is the real deal," her boyfriend countered. "I don't care. My cousin is amazing." "Kobe is impressive. Fine, let us break up. Go be with Kobe then." "All right. He is even more impressive." As the timeout concluded, the Lakers adjusted their defensive strategy, intensifying their focus on He Xinghui. Kobe would guard him, while Odom readied himself to double-team. This tactic risked leaving Livingston open, but the Zen master was willing to accept that trade-off. He had no choice but to treat He Xinghui as a superstar and employ the strategy of letting role players beat me. In response to the Lakers' defensive approach, the Clippers began to exploit Brand's strengths, simultaneously implementing a double-team on Kobe, who can't neutralize a superstar. Tactics are not a clandestine affair. The crux lies in the player's execution and performance on the court. This stage, after all, cannot transform into a one-on-one duel between He Xinghui and Kobe. During the Clippers' offense, He Xinghui persistently moved, and when Odom applied pressure, He Xinghui promptly passed the ball back to Livingston. As Mim advanced to assist defensively, Livingston delivered a pass to Brand, who decisively overpowered Brown. The Clippers scored, yet He Xinghui remained unfazed, seizing the moment to hurl trash talk at Kobe. "Is this how your all-defensive first team was earned?" He Xinghui shouted into Kobe's ear, "Silence. You mere spot-up shooter who only knows how to hide. You shall never ascend to stardom." Kobe retorted, "The one who should be silent is you, a pseudo-superstar who can only call for double teams from teammates." The Lakers countered, with Kobe poised to take on He Xinghui one-on-one. Observing this, Livingston prepared to step in for a double team, as per the coach's strategy. However, at that moment, He Xinghui waved his hand, signaling for him to stay back. "Don't come over. This scoundrel doesn't deserve a double team." He had just berated Kobe for seeking assistance from teammates, and it would be contradictory to now request help for himself, risking Kobe's ire. Thus, even at the cost of conceding 2 points, he resolved to defend solo. He Xinghui's actions left Livingston on the court in a state of turmoil and caused considerable distress for Delhi on the sidelines. The coach's authority dwindled, and he now feared the day when He Xinghui might audaciously seize his tactical board and dictate strategies to the players. Kobe initiated an offensive play, executing a swift change of direction in an attempt to bypass He Xinghui. At that moment, He Xinghui employed a gamble-style defensive maneuver, recognizing that conventional methods had proven futile. He might as well take a chance. Fortunately, He Xinghui possessed a lengthy wingspan, and luck favored him as he made a sudden move. Ultimately, He Xinghui succeeded in securing a steal. He then relinquished his opportunity for a fast break, passing the ball to Livingston while positioning his body to block Kobe's return. Continuing a taunt, "Did you see that? Now, that is true defense, you overhyped pretender." Kobe, infuriated, found himself momentarily rattled. While he never doubted his superstar prowess, the recent steal left him feeling somewhat humiliated. He yearned to steal the ball back from He Xinghui, eager to reclaim his dignity. However, He Xinghui was quick to shoot upon receiving the pass, making it exceedingly difficult to intercept. The Clippers executed a 2-on-1 play, successfully scoring. In terms of overall strength, the Clippers held a slight advantage. Aside from Kobe and Odom, the Lakers were largely comprised of less competent players. By the end of the first quarter, the Clippers had amassed a lead of 32-27 over the Lakers, which left Kobe quite anxious. He sought permission from Phil Jackson to continue playing in the second quarter. Phil, recognizing Kobe's fervor, acquiesced, understanding that attempting to restrain him would yield poorer results. Moreover, he had little choice but to rely on Kobe, as no other player could be depended upon. As Kobe took the court, He Xinghui rested on the sidelines, his stamina incomparable to that of the relentless Kobe. Upon his entry, Kobe played alongside the bench, yet his scoring was minimal. During this period, the Clippers unleashed relentless double teams against him, forcing Kobe to continuously pass the ball to his teammates. Although the Lakers managed to catch up and briefly surpass the Clippers' score, Kobe could only tally 4 points. When He Xinghui returned to the game, the score stood at 18-17, with Kobe leading by a slender margin of 1 point. Even with all your tricks and extended playtime, you still cannot defeat me. As He Xinghui had yet to step onto the court, the echoes of banter had already reached Kobe's ears. This infuriated Kobe to no end. How could such behavior be deemed cheating? Shouldn't he leverage his superior stamina? Yet, he was acutely aware that the fans would not concern themselves with such nuances. Even if he emerged victorious, Xinghui supporters would undoubtedly counter with his playing time. Ultimately, this scenario lacked perfection, unless his scores significantly surpassed that of He Xinghui. Perhaps the victory in this match was already beyond his grasp. A thought flickered in Kobe's mind. He yearned to unleash a flurry of shots and accumulate points at a frenzied pace. As for the outcome of the game, it had become an afterthought. Chapter 75. Let the game ignite, give me the ball. Kobe demanded from Parker, who, fearing the piercing gaze of Kobe more than the potential reprimand from Phil Jackson, complied without hesitation. After all, Jackson might not even chastise him for deviating from the strategy. Once the ball found its way into Kobe's hands, he launched a three-pointer in the direction of He Xinghui. This approach was nothing short of reckless. He is criticized for his defensive shortcomings, particularly in terms of guarding against drives. However, when it comes to contesting shots, he leverages his height and impressive wingspan to perform admirably. At the very least, he is more than adequate to handle a player of Kobe's caliber in the same position. He Xinghui lunged forward, not only obstructing Kobe's vision, but nearly making contact with the ball, thereby causing significant disruption. Yet, in defiance of this interference, Kobe managed to sink the shot. It was infuriating. When one is in the zone, every choice seems justifiable. The absence of a jester is what defines true shooting. Kobe, enraged, unleashed a fierce retort mere inches from He Xinghui's face. In his excitement, he paid little heed to the details, his lips almost brushing against He Xinghui's cheek. He Xinghui was suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of nausea, swiftly delivering a slap to Kobe's face, pushing his head away. He had no desire to be taken advantage of by a grown man. Kobe, bewildered by the unexpected aggression, promptly swatted away He Xinghui's hand. The whistle blew, and the referee hurried over, mistakenly believing a conflict had erupted. This sentiment was echoed not only by the referee, but also by the spectators and commentators alike. After all, He Xinghui and Kobe had been incessantly bantering since the beginning, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. It was entirely plausible for a confrontation to break out at this moment. "Oh, a conflict has erupted on the court," Smith exclaimed, expressing his hope that neither Kobe nor He Xinghui would be sidelined, as that would be a considerable misfortune. "Well done, give him a good beating, Kobe." Barkley cheered. However, to Barkley's disappointment, the two were swiftly separated. The referee issued a technical foul against He Xinghui for his actions. "This isn't a conflict. I was merely preventing him from getting too close," he insisted. He Xinghui, filled with excitement, fervently explained to the referee that the technical foul was utterly unjust. Had he known that he would receive a technical foul, he might as well have landed a punch on Kobe. It was not that he harbored any animosity towards Kobe. Rather, he felt a lingering regret throughout his career for never having had the chance to engage in a confrontation with him. Sensing the escalating tension, Kaman quickly intervened, pulling He Xinghui away. At that moment, arguing with the referee was tantamount to inviting his own expulsion. The officiating referee, realizing he might have acted excessively, still upheld his original decision after reviewing the video replay. To reconsider would undermine the integrity of the officiating. Although this decision compromised He Xinghui's interests, there were ways to compensate. Henceforth, the officiating on He Xinghui would be slightly more lenient. Amidst the chaos on the court, the camera panned to the audience, where Charlize and Vanessa were laughing heartily. The spectators could not help but admire their carefree spirits. As the brief turmoil subsided, the game resumed. "You despicable coward. If you still consider yourself a man, go explain yourself to the referee," Kobe retorted, as He Xinghui remained undeterred. "Be quiet, you whiny infant. This is a battlefield for men. Pass me the ball." He Xinghui, filled with indignation, extended his hand. Castle, perplexed by He Xinghui's anger, passed the ball to him. In an instant, He Xinghui soared into the air, launching a shot directly at Kobe. Naturally, Kobe was not one to hold back. He swatted at the ball, nearly making contact with He Xinghui's hand. However, from the referee's perspective, it appeared that Kobe had indeed struck He Xinghui's hand. As the ball swished through the net, the referee's whistle echoed, signaling a foul on Kobe for hitting the hand. "I didn't touch him at all." It was now Kobe's turn to voice his grievances, genuinely feeling wronged. Having long benefited from the preferential treatment afforded to superstars, he was unwilling to accept this injustice. "Shut up, Kobe. Your complaints sound just like my 7-year-old niece. Mommy, my brother took my toy again." Before the referee could explain, He Xinghui interjected, mimicking a child's tone, which was quite comical. Not only the Clippers players, but even those from the Lakers couldn't help but chuckle. Enraged by this, Kobe felt a surge of fury. Had he not feared ejection from the game, he would have relished the opportunity to punch He Xinghui. Ultimately, the referee upheld the original call, and He Xinghui successfully completed the free throw. As the Lakers resumed their offense, the furious Kobe was fully engaged, his focus solely on He Xinghui. He was oblivious to his teammates and the other players from the Clippers. Protecting the ball with his back to the basket, he maneuvered twice before arriving at his favored mid-range position. Turning, he released the shot, which sailed through the hoop with effortless grace. The score stood at 24-21, with Kobe leading by 3 points. "You scoundrel, today I shall humiliate you," Kobe muttered, consumed by his fury. "I will not be defeated by a fool spouting nonsense." He Xinghui responded with both words and actions. Utilizing his exceptional positioning skills, he successfully created an open shot with the help of Livingston and Castle screens, and decisively took the shot. The ball swished through the net, leveling the score at 24-24. In the following play, Kobe attempted a shot, but he swiftly slapped his arm away. Kobe made both free throws, bringing the score to 26-24. During the Clippers' offensive play, Livingston was called for a foul for an illegal screen that impeded Kobe's defense. The Lakers' turn came, and Kobe sought to score again, but this time he missed. With a long pass, Coman secured the rebound, and he advanced the ball quickly, while Odom sprinted back in pursuit. Unbeknownst to Odom, as he approached the three-point line, he executed a sudden stop and took the shot. Odom raced to the basket in vain. The shot went in, giving him a 1-point lead at 26-27. His defensive attempts resembled that of a blind boar, recklessly charging forward. In addition to taunting Kobe, he also did not spare the other Lakers players. Whenever an opportunity arose, he seized it to make a remark. Just as he was disparaging Odom, Kobe was charging down the court, facing Brand's defense, and made an impressive layup. The score became 28-27. Conversely, he and his teammate executed a relatively intricate play that successfully broke through Odom, leading to a bank shot at the basket. His sudden drive, after relying on screens, yielded surprising results. The score shifted to 28-29, with he now leading Kobe by 1 point. Remarkable, both of them. Smith mused. During this period, he and Kobe were engaged in a scoring duel, both experiencing a surge in points and shooting accuracy. With the second quarter not yet complete, both players were nearing 30 points. If this trend continued into the second half, their scores could potentially exceed 60. Should that occur, this game would surely be immortalized as a classic. Years later, the initial face-off between these two superstars of the league would be fondly remembered. Chapter 76, two burdens. As the first half concluded, the Lakers trailed the Clippers 62-64, with both teams showcasing remarkably efficient offenses. The primary catalyst for this surge were he and Kobe, both of whom had exploded in scoring. Their strong performances drew defensive attention, inadvertently boosting the efficiency of their supporting players as well. In this era, a combined halftime score of 126 is indeed a rarity. Naturally, in addition to the team scores, fans were more focused on the statistics of the two superstars. Kobe had an outstanding first half, shooting 11 for 19, sinking 3 three-pointers, and converting 5 out of 7 free throws for a total of 30 points. This statistic was nothing short of explosive. However, when compared to He's numbers, Kobe's performance was slightly overshadowed. He Xinghui made an impressive performance in the first half, successfully landing 10 out of 15 shots, including 8 three-pointers, and converting all 3 free throws, accumulating a total of 31 points. This undoubtedly took everyone by surprise, leaving many spectators astounded by these statistics. Kame once again felt the impending threat, elevating He Xinghui's danger level several notches, placing him ahead of Carter, Iverson, and McGrady. The latter three have entered decline and are no longer in Los Angeles. He Xinghui is not only in Los Angeles, but also youthful. However, despite their eagerness, they find themselves powerless against He Xinghui, merely hoping for their idol to descend like a celestial being and vanquish his adversaries. In contrast, the fans are on the verge of ecstasy. Their admiration for He Xinghui was primarily due to his distinctive style, and they themselves would hesitate to claim they could rival Kobe in skill. Yet now, He Xinghui has achieved something beyond their expectations, delivering an unexpected delight. The notion of challenging a predecessor and establishing a new king is undeniably captivating. The fans have begun to dream and anticipate witnessing the journey of a superstar's growth, which is a joy in itself. During halftime, however, Barkley and Smith cannot afford a rest. "Charles, are you feeling nervous right now?" Smith inquired with a grin. Previously, Barkley exhibited an enigmatic confidence against Kobe, yet as the first half concluded, Kobe found himself trailing by a point. This suggests that Barkley may once again face defeat in his wager with He Xinghui, which means he might have to don a maid's outfit next time. Just the thought of that scene makes Smith chuckle. Why should I be nervous? Although he is leading by a point, his stamina cannot compare to Kobe's. Once fatigue sets in during the second half, his shooting percentage will undoubtedly decline. Barkley feigned calmness, though inside, he was a bundle of nerves. He Xinghui's stamina indeed pales in comparison to Kobe's, yet he is renowned for his remarkable composure under pressure. When the stakes are highest, his potential to surge is substantial. "By all accounts, this fellow is my nemesis," Charles Barkley lamented inwardly. He could never have anticipated that a player who typically averages just over 20 points per game would suddenly erupt. It defies logic. "Let us set aside your wager for now and discuss the performances of Cousin and Kobe," suggested Smith. Undoubtedly, they both delivered exceptional displays. However, I believe Kobe's contribution was superior, as he excelled on both offensive and defensive fronts. Joking aside, Barkley did not lose sight of his serious role, which was to engage in spirited discourse about basketball with Smith from an opposing perspective. "Charles, your vision may be somewhat impaired. It is evident that Cousin scored more points. Moreover, he utilized fewer attempts, achieving 31 points with only 16 offensive opportunities. In contrast, Kobe required 22 attempts. Actually, it was 21. Kobe snagged an offensive rebound. Fine, let us concede it was 21, yet it remains less efficient than Cousins." Smith's argument left Barkley a loss, for the facts were indisputable. Reluctantly, Barkley resorted to discussing Kobe's defense. However, defense is often elusive, lacking the tangible data to vividly illustrate its impact, making it challenging to articulate. Smith's retort brought Barkley to the verge of tears. If Kobe's defense is so formidable, why did he allow Cousin to score 31 points? Barkley began to ramble on about the Clippers' offensive strategies, employing jargon that casual fans might not grasp. Most fans, after all, prefer straightforward, relatable narratives. Thus, Smith made sure to mention the number of three-pointers made by He Xinghui. Previously, the record for the most three-pointers in a single game was held by Marshall and Kobe, both having made 12. He merely needed to sink 5 in the second half to surpass that record, Smith remarked, and upon hearing his words, the average fan was instantly imbued with a sense of admiration for He Xinghui's prowess. Breaking records is undeniably impressive. Meanwhile, Barkley expounded a plethora of arguments to illustrate Kobe's on-court significance, yet few paid heed. After an exhausting workday, who has the energy to delve into such complexities while attempting to unwind with the game? The halftime intermission lasted a mere 15 minutes before the match resumed. Both teams made slight alterations to their starting lineups. Cook of the Lakers substituted for Mims, seemingly to enhance defensive switch speed in an effort to curtail He Xinghui's movements. On the Clippers' side, Mobley replaced Livingston, and He Xinghui transitioned to the small forward position. Throughout the first half, both coaches allowed Kobe and He Xinghui to play freely. But as the second half commenced, the coaches became more serious, intent on clinching victory. Their aspirations were lofty, yet reality often proves harsh. Back on the court, Kobe made a shot, and immediately, anxiety washed over He Xinghui. Though trailing by only a point, the psychological weight of being behind contrasted starkly with the exhilaration of leading. Consequently, when it was the Clippers' turn to attack, he deviated from the strategy. His role was to draw defenders and swiftly pass to Mobley, who would exploit the Lakers' defensive weaknesses. However, with the score against him, Hsing-Hue opted to shoot despite the unfavorable circumstances. Fortunately, luck favored him. Or perhaps it was the prowess of Klay Thompson's experience card. Either way, the shot found its mark. Observing this, Kobe felt a surge of urgency. He wished to avoid a nail-biting finish, for Hsing-Hue was renowned for his unshakable composure under pressure, a fact Kobe begrudgingly acknowledged. Thus, for Kobe, securing a comfortable lead over Hsing-Hue before the final moments was imperative. Instead of gaining ground, he found himself at a deficit, and this was intolerable. Parker was still orchestrating the play when Kobe reached out for the ball. In that moment, Parker genuinely wished for a swift trade to extricate himself from the tension between Kobe and Phil Jackson. He passed the ball to Kobe, who attempted to take on Hsing-Hue, but the Clippers had cast aside all decorum, with Mobley rushing in to double-team. Had it been the first half, Kobe would have effortlessly dished it to Odom, resulting in an immediate 2 points. Yet, consumed by fervor, he attempted a defiant shot against the double-team, only to clang it off the rim. Phil grimaced from the sidelines, internally expressing his frustration. At that juncture, Hsing-Hue audaciously sauntered past him, remarking, "Trade him away. He's nothing but a liability." This incited a surge of rage within Kobe. Hearing those words, he shot Hsing-Hue a deadly glare. Chapter 77. Unleashing the strongest Kobe's ire was not directed at Hsing-Hue's trash talk, but rather at his brazen audacity. Hsing-Hue, appeared to be engaging in reckless antics just like him, yet maintained an expression of utter ignorance, even going so far as to criticize him as a malignancy. Is there no shame? Is there no sense of decency? Before long, Kobe would come to realize that this individual truly lacked any sense of propriety. Hsing-Hue, during this offensive foray, made an unreasonable attempt, resulting in a missed shot. Strangely, there was not a hint of embarrassment on his face following the failure. What further vexed Kobe was his reluctance to criticize Dunleavy. Left with no other recourse, he channeled his frustration onto the court once more, demanding the ball again, engaging in another isolation play, and yet again failing to convert. Upon witnessing this, Hsing-Hue covered half of his face, chuckling while shaking his head. This time, he refrained from spewing any trash talk. However, his gestures and smile were even more irksome. His demeanor, embodying a blend of anger at the unworthy and sorrow for the unfortunate, truly vexed Kobe. After all, as a premier superstar in the league, a scoring champion, and a 3-time champion, it was hardly his place to receive pity from a mere rookie. As the Clippers launched their offense, a somewhat unhinged Kobe delivered a sharp slap directly to Hsing-Hue's face, clearly aimed at him. The satisfaction that surged through Kobe after that slap was as refreshing as savoring a popsicle on a sweltering day. Hsing-Hue appeared quite pleased. Rolling on the ground with his face covered, it seemed that without a sum of 70 to 80,000, he would struggle to rise. Observing this, Mobley immediately confronted Kobe, vociferously demanding an explanation and reprimanding him. The referee's whistle pierced the air, separating Mobley from Kobe and halting the situation from escalating further. Subsequently, the referee reviewed the video replay. Kobe's flagrant foul was exceedingly apparent, eliciting a chorus of boos from the fans in the stands. The referee, unable to show favoritism, ultimately issued Kobe a flagrant foul of the first degree, granting the Clippers 2 free throws and possession of the ball. Hsing-Hue sank both free throws, and shortly thereafter, he received a pass from Castle and launched an extraordinarily long three-pointer. Upon witnessing the ball swoosh through the net, Hsing-Hue exuberantly dashed in front of Charlize Theron, extending 5 fingers and laughing. "Did you see that? I scored 5 points in a single possession. Can Kobe do that?" Such a boastful remark might seem rather mundane in its comedic essence. However, at that moment, there were 5 distinct fingerprints on Hsing-Hue's face. The juxtaposition of his cheerful demeanor after such a severe beating created a rather absurd sense of incongruity. Meanwhile, Charlize Theron could only cover her face with laughter, appearing as though she did not recognize this eccentric character. Hsing-Hue could not bask in his glory for long, as the furious Kobe unleashed his killer instinct, recklessly shooting 3-pointers beyond the arc. Hsing-Hue leaped up with fervent enthusiasm to disrupt, but unfortunately struck Kobe's arm. What further vexed him was that Kobe still managed to score, achieving a 3-point play. If only he had known, he would have exerted more force. Hsing-Hue felt a pang of frustration, After all, it was a foul, and seizing the opportunity to inflict some pain on Kobe would not be amiss. Kobe swung his tightly clenched fist, uttering a phrase in a dialect that Xinghue could not comprehend. However, judging by his expression, it likely resembled terms such as damn it, curse you, or screw you. Kobe converted the free throw, the ball sailing through the net. The score stood at 35-40, with Kobe trailing by 5 points. Securing 4 points in a single possession was commendable, only slightly trailing behind my own performance. Xinghue stood on the sidelines, applauding and praising. As the Clippers launched their offense, Xinghue received the ball and took a shot. Barkley shot. No, no, no. Nice. Smith interjected, Charles, you're going to attract the ire of the fans, I tell you. As Xinghue took the lead, Barkley began to panic, fervently praying for Xinghue to miss his shots. Rational fans understood that his prayers would have no bearing on the outcome. However, among the crowd, there existed a few less discerning individuals who might believe in such ethereal prayers and curses. Should a zealous fan take out their frustration on Barkley, he could find himself in quite a predicament, perhaps a shattered window at home, or worse, a personal attack. No, I think the fans should be grateful to me. If it weren't for my bet with my cousin, he wouldn't have summoned such fierce determination. Now I understand. This fellow is deliberately messing with me, Barkley lamented. Charles, it seems you were the one who instigated the bet with your cousin. Meanwhile, on the court, the Lakers were on the offensive again, with Kobe sinking another two-pointer. The score stood at 37-40. Convincing Kobe to concede was no easy feat furthermore. Xinghue's stamina was rapidly waning, while Kobe appeared as vigorous as ever. Xinghue continued to maneuver as he had before, yet he was relentlessly pursued by Kobe. With no favorable opportunities, Xinghue could only make a desperate shot, resulting in a missed attempt. Quite impressive. Your stamina is as remarkable as that of the donkey I keep at home. Xinghue scoffed. However, Kobe maintained his composure, seemingly unaffected. In that moment, he seemed to be transported back to the championship season of 2000, with O'Neal fouled out and only his formidable presence remaining on the court. Fueled by an insatiable desire for victory, he unleashed an unparalleled force, ultimately leading the game into overtime and triumphing over his adversaries. At that instant, the only thought occupying Kobe's mind was the pursuit of victory. No distractions lingered. Even if a beautiful woman were to dash onto the court in a provocative manner, he would remain oblivious, let alone the taunts from Xinghue. He could even withstand a loogie spat at him. His sole focus was on winning. In the next defensive play, Kobe surged past Xinghue and executed a commanding dunk. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause, with fans chanting MVP. As the Clippers mounted their offense, Xinghue, noticing Kobe's unwavering gaze, suddenly comprehended the gravity of the situation. To his astonishment, he had unwittingly provoked Kobe's most formidable state. Xinghue experienced a fleeting moment of frustration, realizing that further taunting Kobe with trash talk would simply be an exercise in futility. The tactic of inciting his opponent had lost its effectiveness. To triumph over Kobe, he would need to rely solely on his formidable prowess. As TNT's Barkley had just remarked on Xinghue's waning stamina, he promptly consumed a vial of stamina potion. Suddenly, his speed surged, and with a deft change of direction, he left Kobe in his wake, charging towards the basket for a thunderous slam dunk. This display was far more aesthetically pleasing than any fadeaway jump shot, eclipsing even Kobe's recent dunk in its visual appeal. At this moment, it was the fans of Xinghue who reveled in the victory. Big cousin, MVP, MVP. One particularly exuberant fan grew, so animated that his mouth nearly intruded upon the face of a nearby spectator, inadvertently showering him with saliva. Of course, this could hardly be blamed on him. Just moments prior, that same individual had been shouting Kobe MVP in his ear after Kobe's dunk, and he was merely returning the favor. However, this ardent Kobe supporter was quick to anger. Upon being splattered with saliva, he wasted no time in throwing a punch. The aggrieved fan, nearly apoplectic with rage, retaliated, resulting in a chaotic scene. This uproar forced the game to come to an abrupt halt. Chapter 78. The youngest player to score 50 points TNT. As Barkley had just commented on Xinghue's apparent fatigue, Xinghue executed a powerful slam dunk. Smith, having undergone rigorous training, couldn't help but chuckle and remarked, Charles, is this what you call fatigue? Oh look, two fans are fighting. Barkley exclaimed. Charles, don't attempt to divert the conversation. Before Smith could finish, the broadcast switched to the unfolding scene. The footage revealed two fans exchanging blows, and the game was interrupted as security swiftly moved to manage the situation. This maneuver spared Barkley an awkward moment. Ultimately, both fans were escorted from the arena, and the game resumed. He and Kobe were now in a frenzy. Charles, did you just say the cousin was fatigued? Smith did not let him off the hook. Suddenly, Barkley felt a reluctance to commentate on He Xinghui's match, as this player was replete with unpredictability, rendering any forecasts utterly futile. Though he possessed a thick skin, the frequent embarrassment of being proven wrong remained quite awkward. On the court, Kobe executed another mid-range shot. The score stood at 41-42, with him trailing by a single point. As the Clippers launched their offensive, He Xinghui dribbled the ball, observing the intense focus in Kobe's eyes, and felt a twinge of sympathy for this man. He understood that this individual would ultimately be crushed beneath his own feet, and perhaps the latter two championships were beyond reach, leaving his career achievements far less significant than they could have been. Such a diligent individual, yet unable to grasp the victories he so desired. It must be said that effort is merely a ticket to the game. Their eyes met, and a nearby journalist captured this moment. Undoubtedly, this photograph would become a classic, destined for widespread circulation. Within their gazes lay an unmistakable yearning for triumph. He Xinghui feigned a breakthrough, yet in truth, he retreated to take a three-point shot. This did not deceive Kobe, who discerned that breaking through was not He Xinghui's forte. Unfortunately, recognizing this did not guarantee effective defense. Relying on his enhancements, He Xinghui still managed to sink the shot. He dashed to the sidelines, exclaiming, "Who the hell is the king of Los Angeles?" He uttered these words without a hint of embarrassment. Cheating only counts when one is caught. If no one discovers it, can it still be deemed as such? Big cousin, MVP, MVP. The fans, euphoric, reveled in their interactions with He Xinghui, their fervor easily ignited. Amidst the cheers, a chorus of boos emerged, with some Kobe supporters even raising their middle fingers and making various insulting gestures. Yet, He Xinghui paid no heed. Conversely, Kobe broke past He Xinghui, charging to the basket to force a foul on Come On, and the ball bounced triumphantly into the net. Today, fortune favored Kobe as well. He celebrated with a flourish of his iron elbow, but in comparison to He Xinghui's exuberance, his display seemed rather subdued, lacking in intimidation. Although Kobe's supporters disapproved of He Xinghui's engagement with the fans, deep down, they wished for Kobe to adopt a similar approach. Alas, Kobe was not so approachable. With a successful free throw, the Clippers resumed their offensive. The ball found its way back to He Xinghui, seemingly as if the Clippers had surrendered the match, allowing him to go wild. This was likely the collective desire of the audience. He Xinghui, with the ball in hand, made a decisive drive, while Odom, quick-witted and agile, executed a steal. The ball was then passed to Kobe, who surged forward, delivering a dunk worthy of a slam dunk contest. Upon landing, his excitement led him to tug at his jersey, ultimately tearing it apart, a testament to the intensity he exerted. The crowd erupted in chants of MVP, this time directed at Kobe. Observing Kobe changing on the sidelines, He Xinghui remarked, "Those 2 points were earned thanks to Odom. Can they truly be counted?" Upon hearing this, Come On and others subtly shifted away, distancing themselves from he, anxious that others might realize their association with him. It was ironic that he, who often relied on his teammates, had the audacity to critique Kobe. Come On and his companions finally grasped a profound truth. One becomes invincible when devoid of shame. As the game resumed, He Xinghui and Kobe continued to exchange points amid the sound of clanging iron. They epitomized the notion that as long as one shoots enough, there is no need to worry about scoring inadequately. After one shot, He Xinghui's points soared to 50. Congratulations poured in for the young prodigy, who at the tender age of 19 years and 37 days, surpassed LeBron's record of 20 years and 49 days. Claiming the title of the youngest player to score 50 points. An inconceivable feat, Charles. What were you doing at 19? Smith chuckled. Barkley retorted without hesitation, stating that at 19 he was still meandering through college, and even then, he had never scored 50 points. He expressed his disdain, deeming such scoring meaningless, as his teammates had exclusively created opportunities for him. Then why didn't your teammates grant you shooting opportunities when you played? Smith teased. The live match was paused in honor of He Xinghui's record-breaking achievement, with the scoreboard displaying his title as the youngest 50-point scorer. His fans erupted in joy, regretting not having prepared a sign to celebrate the occasion beforehand. It was hardly their fault. Before the game, who could have anticipated such an extraordinary outburst from He Xinghui? On the court, he stood beside Smush Parker and amicably inquired, "What were you doing at 19? Parker could only quietly withdraw. It was best not to dwell on such a sorrowful topic. The game continued, with the two players alternating in the lead, neither able to decisively overpower the other. Maintaining an air of suspense throughout the match, the arena was alive with a cacophony of boos and shouts of MVP, as the spectators were thoroughly stirred by this roller coaster of a game. With only 1 minute remaining, it was nearly impossible to find a seated fan in the entire venue. Everyone was on their feet. Even the prominent celebrities in the front row rose in anticipation of the climactic moment. In the final minute, the Lakers trailed the Clippers by a single point, 116-117. Kobe was behind Yixing Hue, 59-60. As the Lakers launched their offense, it was universally understood that Kobe would take the shot. Not even Phil Jackson could sway him from that choice. However, the Clippers players chose not to double-team. For in such a dramatic contest, the outcome seemed secondary. To disrupt the duel between Kobe and Yixing Hue would surely invite the ire of fans for a lifetime. The other 8 players on the court were inclined to seize the opportunity to snatch a bag of chips from the audience, aligning more with their spectator roles. Kobe initiated his move, and when his drive faltered, he pivoted to post up. He turned, leaned back, and released a shot. Yixing Hue had long anticipated Kobe's decision and was fully prepared for the leap. Leveraging his wingspan, Yixing Hue astonishingly made contact with the ball, executing a remarkable block. Overcome with excitement, Yixing Hue instinctively raised his index finger, attempting to flaunt his prowess like Uncle Moo. However, as he extended his finger, he suddenly realized that he had incurred a technical foul. Another would lead to his expulsion from the game. What a predicament. What should he do? Waiting online, anxious. Chapter 79, another daring move. Yixing Hue was in a state of panic. Being ejected from the game would undoubtedly lead to defeat. Given Kobe's current form, it was impossible for him not to score the next 2 points. The fans, too, were anxious, as they did not wish to witness their idol's loss. The referees found themselves in a quandary, uncertain whether the action warranted a foul. If they chose not to call it, the Kobe fans would be displeased. Conversely, making the call would mar an epic showdown, leaving behind an endless sense of regret. Fortunately, in this moment of peril, Yixing Hue demonstrated quick thinking. Instead of shaking his finger in defiance, he playfully placed his finger on the dimple on his cheek, resembling a coy gesture often associated with girls, and said to the referee, "Do you think I'm adorable?" Although it was rather embarrassing for a grown man to perform such an act, Yixing Hue felt he had no other option to avoid expulsion. Some referees were taken aback, while others burst into laughter at the absurdity of the scene. After officiating hundreds of games, they had never encountered anything quite so comical. As for the foul call, that was deemed unnecessary. Yixing Hue did not shake his finger, leaving ample room for interpretation. The Clippers players covered their faces and maintained their distance from he, embarrassed to be associated with him. Meanwhile, the Lakers players shouted angrily at the referee, claiming it was a provocation and demanding a technical foul. Oh, how glaring. Ah, I see now. He harbors a youthful heart within him, and his wager was intended for him to lose, allowing him to don women's attire openly. But an unforeseen incident thwarted my plans. Barkley slapped his thigh, as if he had uncovered a profound secret. At that moment, Smith felt compelled to inform the audience that he did not recognize this individual. On the court, the crowd continued to call for a foul, yet the referee remained unresponsive, and the game pressed on. The Lakers maintained possession. Kobe received the ball once more and took another daring shot. Though he was blocked once, it did not hinder his unwavering resolve. The opponent's comical antics could not dampen his competitive spirit. This time, the ball went in. 61-60, Kobe took a 1-point lead. He pounded his chest. Though his appearance lacked the gorilla-like ferocity, missing a touch of a formidable presence. Nevertheless, he was unconcerned, and so was Vanessa, who celebrated excitedly from the sidelines. The Clippers launched an offensive with just 30 seconds remaining. Faced with this situation, Yixing Hue decided to take a quick shot, aiming to secure another offensive opportunity for his team. Just past half court, a meter or more from the three-point line, he suddenly leaped into the air. He released the ball, and it swished through the net. 61-63, Yixing Hue had taken a 2-point lead. There was an element of luck to this shot, but the 2-point advantage brought immense confidence, and victory seemed within reach. In a surge of excitement, Yixing Hue dashed directly to Charlize Theron, wrapping his arms around her head and planting a kiss upon her lips. Theron, who had been applauding moments before, was momentarily taken aback. Once she regained her composure, she found herself in a rather helpless situation. Who knew how many eyes were upon them? If she were to slap him, it would surely become the year's most amusing anecdote. Regardless of her feelings, she had no choice but to comply. Fortunately, He Xinghui managed to restrain himself, not succumbing to temptation and releasing her in a timely manner. Noticing Vanessa beside them, her face a mixture of surprise and amusement, He Xinghui was suddenly struck by a whimsical idea. What if he seized the moment to kiss Vanessa? Would Kobe come charging in to reclaim his life? It would surely be quite exhilarating, but no. He Xinghui hastily quelled this inhumane notion. It was too terrifying, too wicked to be entertained. Oh my goodness, the neutrals. Damn it, how romantic. Female fans, neutral women. What is my cousin up to? That little brat. His actions stirred a tempest in the arena, igniting the atmosphere with fervor. Male fans were left in tears of envy, utterly provoked. Why shouldn't such a stroke of fortune be bestowed upon oneself? After all, it was Charlize Theron, a presence among the top 10 most beautiful women globally. Female fans, too, were envious, pondering why it wasn't them receiving such a kiss. To be kissed in front of millions was undeniably romantic. Had it been they who were kissed, they would bask in a plethora of admiration and jealousy. This was their ultimate aspiration, to leave no room for regret. Why not me? Why wasn't it me who received the kiss? One female fan voiced her innermost thoughts. Please, I'm still here. Could you refrain from expressing such sentiments while I am present? Her boyfriend, on the verge of tears, regretted attending the game. Although he knew his girlfriend had no chance, the thought of her harboring feelings for another man was hardly comforting. How excessive. Even a good thrashing would not suffice to alleviate his frustration. Sigh, comparing oneself to others is truly exasperating. The Clippers players felt a pang of jealousy. Had they not feared team repercussions, they might have considered betraying their own to support Kobe and vanquish the villainous He Xinghui. Watching He Xinghui flaunt himself was indeed disheartening. Kobe, witnessing this spectacle, felt his ironclad heart waver. He became enraged, contributing to his own fury towards He Xinghui. Not only was he angry with He Xinghui, but he also loathed himself for failing to defend against him. Had he successfully defended just moments ago, He Xinghui would have had no opportunity to show off. Jealousy transformed one's visage, leaving Barkley inarticulate. What a showman. How I wish I had thought of such a tactic when I won the championship. Alas, I suddenly realized that even if I were to claim the championship title, my professional career would still bear its share of regrets. Smith, upon noticing the fiery glare from Barkley, could only smile and hold his tongue. Who knows if this uncontrollable individual would direct his ire towards me. In China, during broadcasts, scenes that do not align with socialist values are often censored. However, on this occasion, the director found himself in a dilemma, unable to swiftly determine whether the content was permissible. In the midst of his hesitation, domestic fans were able to witness the entirety of that dramatic moment. Goodness, what a young man. Sun Zhongping struggled to find words to describe it, offering only an awkward smile. In contrast to their restraint, the fans were far more exuberant. Oh my, what a remarkable display. This maneuver is truly audacious. This fellow is a winner in life. All right, I have learned this trick. I shall attempt it the next time I play. XX Peace, you deserve to have it. Domestic fans have seldom encountered such a romantic scene in reality. He Xinghui's maneuver left them utterly astonished, dazzling their 24K titanium alloy eyes. Indeed, some spectators were already contemplating attempts to emulate his feat. As the cacophony on the court subsided, the match resumed. With just 26 seconds remaining, the Lakers initiated their offensive, and Kobe was keenly aware of the ticking clock. I shall not permit you, this jester, to revel in victory. I intend to deliver the final blow here, rendering your antics as laughable as those of a fool. To He Xinghui's immense surprise, Kobe audaciously directed trash talk at him. Kobe, I believe that after this match, you will comprehend that I am your greatest adversary in the league. Today, allow yourself to savor the taste of defeat at the hands of your sworn enemy. He Xinghui's statement is not mere trash talk. It is a declaration of fact. However, the impact of this statement is no less potent than that of petty banter. The reason Kobe ascended to the status of a megastar lies in his extraordinary capabilities. In moments of dire adversity, he can unleash an energy that others could scarcely imagine. With 5 seconds remaining, Kobe elevates for a shot. Swoosh, the ball finds its mark. Youngster, you aspire to take the throne, yet you remain rather inexperienced, Kobe remarks, giving He Xinghui a reassuring pat on the shoulder. When it comes to bravado, he is no slouch either. In Chapter 80, The Battle for Deification, with merely 5 seconds left on the clock, Dunleavy refrains from calling a timeout. Yet, the audience perceives nothing amiss in his decision. This game has transcended the realm of ordinary competition. Regardless of whether a timeout is taken, The final offensive play for the Clippers will undoubtedly be executed by Hsien Hui. Moreover, the Clippers need not worry about the Lakers deploying a double team. With Kobe's pride, he will inevitably guard Hsien Hui one-on-one. As Castle stands at the baseline for free throws, Hsien Hui receives the ball and strolls forward leisurely, as if on a casual walk. This calm demeanor is not something just anyone possesses. Meanwhile, the Clippers fans in the stands are so anxious that they feel an overwhelming urge to rush onto the court, to kick Hsien Hui aside and take the shot themselves. His admirers are equally restless, concerned that Hsien Hui might run out of time. With less than 2 seconds remaining, Kobe advances to apply pressure. His intentions are admirable. If he can force Hsien Hui to take a few more steps, he could potentially run out the clock. However, as Kobe closes in, Hsien Hui executes an unexpected maneuver. He taps the ball, slips it through Kobe's legs, and takes a mid-range jump shot. The ball goes in. While this shot may not be particularly flashy, it is the game winner, the shot that surpasses Kobe, the buzzer beater that determines the outcome of the match. At the moment the ball swishes through the net, Hsien Hui closes his eyes and spreads his arms wide, palms facing downward, utterly still. The chants of MVP, Big Brother, I love you, and similar accolades rain down upon him like a gentle spring shower, saturating his being and invigorating his very pores. It is a sensation of exquisite comfort, a psychological fulfillment that eclipses even the most intimate experiences. The roars of tens of thousands, the attention of millions, and the pride of billions envelop him. Life is thus. What more could one possibly desire? In the words of a character from a Stephen Chow film, at such a young age, having achieved this remarkable feat, one seems to have no choice but to succumb to fate. The audience erupted in exuberant cheers, their excitement palpable. This was undoubtedly the most thrilling match they had witnessed this season, without a doubt. The cameras of the reporters fervently captured the moments of Hsien Hui reveling in the adulation, anxious that a Clippers player might rush over to embrace and disrupt this iconic scene. Fortunately, the Clippers players were well accustomed to Hsien Hui's solitary display of bravado, understanding that it was best not to intrude at such a moment. As for Hsien Hui's flamboyant celebrations, they could only lament their own lack of imagination, resorting to mere roars of approval after every stellar performance, which they found rather pedestrian. In the midst of resounding cheers, Hsien Hui remained enraptured, while Kobe silently departed, retreating to the locker room with a notably forlorn demeanor. In this match, he achieved an impressive record of 22 successful shots out of 42 attempts, with 5 three-pointers from 13 tries and 15 successful free throws out of 18, culminating in a remarkable 64 points, undeniably exceptional and indicative of his relentless effort. However, as a vanquished contender, these statistics and this diligence lost their significance, instead serving to accentuate the prowess of his rival. Kobe's spirit still bristled with defiance. Yet he could not escape the acknowledgement that Hsien Hui had emerged as his greatest adversary, the one he yearned to surpass the most. Kobe's despondency did not go unnoticed by Vanessa and his other admirers. Meanwhile, the attention of both fans and neutral spectators was firmly fixed upon Hsien Hui. Charisse, your man is extraordinarily cool, Dietz remarked, leaning closer to Charisse. No, we're merely friends, Charisse clarified. She conceded that Hsien Hui's performance exceeded her expectations. Yet to suggest that this would lead to any romantic developments seemed somewhat hasty. Are you certain? If you insist on saying that, I might just take action. I won't hold back, Dietz teased, licking her lips enticingly. Suit yourself, Charisse shrugged, her words exuding nonchalance. However, beneath her confident facade, a sense of inexplicable reluctance lingered in her heart, akin to the childhood experience of parting with a beloved toy, outwardly generous, yet inwardly reluctant to let go. After Hsien Hui's game-winning shot, Barkley had descended into chaos in the studio, a manifestation of his inner turmoil. Only Smith remained dedicated to providing commentary, exclaiming congratulations to the big cousin for defeating the Lakers and overcoming Kobe. One cannot deny the sheer brilliance of his performance in this match. To vanquish the Lakers and Kobe, to be the youngest player to score 50 and 60 points, to shatter the single-game three-point record, and to secure a place among the top 10 single-game scoring feats in history. Each of these achievements alone could grace the front page. Yet, Hsien Hui accomplished all of this in a single game. How astonishing is that? Meanwhile, the viewers before their screens paid no mind to Barkley's juvenile antics or his intention to don women's clothing once more. They were utterly captivated by Hsien Hui's astounding display. The youngest player to score 60 points, the record for three-pointers in a single game, the rookie scoring record in light of these dazzling accomplishments. Even Barkley's antics would not divert the audience's attention. Remarkable, indeed, surpassing even LeBron. Undoubtedly, he is poised to become the next superstar of the league. I sense he could dominate the NBA. Fans are waxing increasingly hyperbolic, nearly suggesting he could eclipse Jordan. At this moment, Xinhui gained numerous fans beyond California. Even those who are not Clippers supporters found themselves enamored by his performance, becoming fans of Xinhui personally. Simultaneously, in China's CCTV, when Xinhui triumphed over Kobe, the two commentators were rendered speechless. By the time he had scored 50 and 60 points, their voices had already faltered, and they had exhausted their vocabulary of praise. 60 points is truly extraordinary for a Chinese player. It's worth noting that Yao Ming's highest score had merely been 41, and that was achieved during 3 overtime periods. Moreover, he never managed to surpass that milestone afterward. In contrast, Xinghui's performance of 65 points across 4 quarters is nothing short of explosive. The sight of his consecutive successful shots was enough to drive anyone into a frenzy. Incredible, truly incredible. Sun Jinping and Zhang Heli could only repeat this sentiment, finding no other words to adequately convey their awe. Of course, they need not elaborate further. The viewers at home could feel it for themselves. Astounding, astounding. This is simply astounding. He has clearly dominated Kobe, showcasing extraordinary strength. The title of the best in Chinese basketball is beyond doubt. Alas, I fear for Yao's legacy. It may very well be in jeopardy. Some fans have expressed concerns regarding the compatibility of Xinghui and Yao Ming's positions, pondering the implications of their coexistence. However, these are merely the delightful dilemmas of fandom. Ideally, Chinese supporters yearn for a plethora of players akin to Yao Ming and Xinghui, aspiring to forge an invincible myth within the realm of basketball, where securing domestic accolades proves more arduous than acquiring international ones. Chapter 81. Press conference. During the press conference, the defeated Los Angeles Lakers were the first to face inquiries. Kobe, in a rather somber mood, did not shy away from the spotlight. "Kobe, do you feel regret over losing this pivotal match?" a reporter inquired. "Every loss is regrettable to me. Yet, this is not a decisive battle. It is merely an ordinary regular season game," Kobe replied with an impassive expression. This response, while articulate, did not satisfy the journalists, who sought to elicit a more visceral reaction from Kobe. "Kobe, this is not just an ordinary game. It is a duel between you and Big Cousin. How do you feel about losing to him?" Lucy boldly probed, disregarding the potential repercussions of her question as she had already resolved to align herself with Xinghui. Even with Kobe's extensive experience in interviews, this question struck a nerve, prompting an emotional response. "I scored 64 today, all right? I understand, but you still lost," Lucy retorted. "I will win next time." Faced with the immutable reality of defeat, Kobe could only gaze toward the future. Lucy attempted to pose another question, yet the press officer designated another reporter to speak, ensuring the conference did not devolve into a confrontation between Kobe and Lucy. Another journalist asked, "Kobe, following this match, how do you assess Big Cousin's performance? Do you foresee him becoming the king of Los Angeles?" Athletes who suffer defeat often dread interviews. Inundated with questions that can be particularly irksome, Kobe yearned to express his disdain for Xinghui. Yet in the wake of defeat, such sentiments lack credibility. "He is a very talented player," Kobe reluctantly stated, resorting to a rather diplomatic response. It was, after all, a mere platitude. Even the blind could discern that a player who scored 65 points is indeed exceptional. "Do you envy the romantic scene where he kissed Charisse during the game?" a journalist provocatively inquired. What sort of absurd question is this? Kobe raged internally. As a married man, how could he possibly admit to envy? Yet, to deny envy could invite accusations of hypocrisy the following day. "I only focus on the game," he concluded. Kobe remarked. In the home team's locker room, Xinghui had just finished his shower and began to review the fruits of the match. In this game, he achieved an impressive 23 successful shots out of 40 attempts, including 14 three-pointers from 25 attempts and 5 successful free throws from 6 attempts, culminating in a remarkable 65 points. The number of attempts, successful shots, misses, three-pointers made, free throws, and total points all shattered his previous records. Indeed, the secret to breaking records lies in the frequency of attempts, a secret that Xinghui has now mastered. Among these statistics, the number of three-pointers made directly set a new historical record for the league, and his 65 points secured him the 7th place on the all-time single-game scoring list. The players ahead of him are all legends: Wilt Chamberlain, Elgin Baylor, Michael Jordan, retired players, which means Xing Hui is now the highest-scoring active player in a single game, surpassing the likes of Tracy McGrady, Allen Iverson, Kobe Bryant, LeBron James, and Shaquille O'Neal. To outsiders, this might seem absurd. However, for Xing Hui, it feels entirely justified. To achieve these statistics, he expended a staggering 1,500 points of anger value during the game, nearly enough to elevate one of his skills to an A rank. This included 1,000 points for Klay Thompson's extraordinary card, 100 points for the powerful dunk, 200 points for stamina potions, and 200 points for the clutch card that guaranteed victory. Not only did he cheat during the game, but he did so 4 times. Yet, he only managed to beat Kobe by a single point. If Kobe were to find out, he might very well collapse from rage in the restroom. The expenditure was substantial, but the rewards were equally significant. In terms of anger value, Kobe alone contributed 996 points, perfectly aligning with his identity as a dedicated worker. Players like Odom and Parker contributed between 20 to 100 points each. Altogether, this amounted to nearly 500 points. Thus, Xing Hui hardly suffered any loss, while the honors he gained were immensely rewarding. This match firmly established his status within the league, ensuring that in the future, no one would underestimate him simply because he is a rookie. Moreover, this game has become a classic, a precious memory. In summary, Xing Hui felt it was all worth it. It's our turn. Deng Liwei entered the locker room, smiling as he patted Xing Hui on the back, signaling him to attend the press conference. Xing Hui delivered a remarkable performance, and his spirits were notably high. This achievement at least earned him the reputation of being a discerning talent scout, adept at recognizing and nurturing newcomers. The adage to the victor belong the spoils rings true universally. During the press conference, no journalist questioned Xing Hui's attitude towards the game, nor did anyone mock him for previously seeking attention. There was no skepticism regarding his abilities. Instead, there was only admiration. Congratulations on winning such a crucial battle, a reporter remarked. No, this is merely an ordinary regular season match, he replied. Xing Hui articulated sentiments akin to those expressed by Kobe, yet the impression conveyed was entirely distinct. While Kobe described it as an ordinary match, it seemed to reflect a sense of avoidance. In contrast, his words exuded an air of mastery. Having triumphed in this contest, how do you feel? Inquired the reporter. I feel somewhat fatigued, he replied. Xing Hui speaks candidly. Xing Hui defies conventions, leaving the reporters in a state of helplessness. After winning the match, do you believe you have surpassed Kobe in excellence? Subsequently, the reporters stirred the pot. This question was difficult for Xing Hui to address. To affirm it would be perceived as arrogance, while to deny it would appear overly humble. As for whether he is more exceptional, I cannot say, but I can certainly assert that I am more handsome than him. Xing Hui shifted the topic. May I inquire what it is that drew you to Chair Eyes? A reporter, seeking to gather some juicy gossip for the entertainment section, posed the question. Clearly, it is her beauty, came the reply. Are you implying that you are merely captivated by her looks? The reporter chuckled. Isn't that rather obvious? If I were not enamored by her beauty, I would not have forged such a bond with her, let alone pursue her at all. Xing Hui expressed his skepticism regarding the journalist's intelligence. Upon hearing this, a wave of laughter erupted among the gathered reporters. Xing Hui's assertion is certainly not without merit. However, humanity often embellishes its actions with the term love. His unabashed admission is somewhat peculiar. Subsequently, the journalist posed a series of routine inquiries, such as his feelings about scoring 65 points, becoming the current leading scorer, and whom he wished to thank for his achievements today. Although Xing Hui typically favors candor, he found himself compelled to resort to standard, official responses. After all, he could hardly express gratitude to the system or some mysterious force. Chapter 82. Paul, what do you think? On January 7th, a total of 9 games were held, with some matches taking place after the Clippers and Lakers faced off. After these games, players from various teams were questioned regarding Xing Hui. Following the Hornets' clash with the Hawks, a reporter asked Paul, Chris, are you aware that he just scored 65 points? That is 58 points more than you. Paul's expression darkened. He sensed an ominous significance in that number. He had only managed to score 7 points in that game. What further irked him was that the reporter fixated solely on his scoring while disregarding his 11 assists. Even more frustrating was the fact that Xing Hui had achieved 65 points. Was Kobe truly that inept? Paul felt an urge to gesture rudely at Kobe, questioning the defensive prowess of a supposed all-defensive team member. I don't know, nor do I care about scoring. I prefer assists that elevate my teammates, Paul retorted defiantly. Yet, the reporter persisted, delivering a pointed remark. However, He not only scored high, but also won the game, while you, despite your assists, faced defeat. One game does not define everything, Paul snapped back. What do you mean by some assists? They were quite substantial. The reporter chuckled, having obtained precisely what he sought. Paul's frustration could serve as fodder for a juicy gossip piece on the rivalry between Xing Hui and Paul. After the conclusion of the Celtics versus Wizards game, Pierce was also subjected to inquiries about Paul. He just completed a game winner over Kobe and scored 65 points. What are your thoughts? The reporter inquired. Another game winner? Pierce felt a wave of irritation. I'm not concerned with other teams. My focus is solely on the Celtics. Pierce declined to comment. It was a predicament. Praising the opponent would only sour his own mood. Yet to dismiss his accomplishment seemed foolish given the impressive score. Nevertheless, his focus yielded no results. Once more, the Celtics had lost. The reporter pressed on. But your concentration has not proven effective, has it? You lost again today. Inwardly, Pierce cursed vehemently. The Celtics' defeat had nothing to do with him. I scored 25 points, grabbed 8 rebounds, and dished out 5 assists in this game. What more do you want from me? Unlike the Celtics and the Hornets, it is often the coach who is interviewed after the Spurs games. Greg Popovich, after the match against the Lakers, was informed that one of their players scored an impressive 65 points. The reporter exclaimed, "Wow, 65 points is quite a lot. I'm already considering trading Duncan for him." Popovich replied, "The NBA is a pragmatic league. One can flaunt their achievements if they have the records to back it up." Even a hint of disdain from Paul or Paul Pierce towards Xing Hui, he would invite ridicule from the press. Meanwhile, Popovich, buoyed by their position as the top team in the West, could afford to joke freely, even expressing his contempt for Xing Hui in an exaggeratedly complimentary manner. What does it matter if he scored 65 points? We are number one. Trading Duncan for Xing Hui? Even a child could tell you that that's impossible. With a chuckle, Popovich dismissed the reporter, but once he turned away, his expression darkened. Deep down, he felt far from the calm he projected. The Western Conference was becoming increasingly challenging. He mused. Compared to the East, the competition in the West was brutally fierce. Just the presence of the Mavericks and the Suns posed enough of a threat to keep the Spurs on their toes. If the Rockets players could maintain their health, they would also be formidable. With Kobe still in the Lakers lineup, one could never afford to underestimate them. Who knows when he might erupt? Or what superstars the Lakers might lure to support him. The allure of a major city is indeed formidable. Even the seemingly unremarkable Grizzlies, with their tenacious defensive style, posed a significant challenge. Now, with the addition of the Clippers, Popovich was convinced that as long as Sterling remained sharp, they would surely bolster their roster around Xing Hui, emerging as a formidable contender in the future. The Hornets, Celtics, and Spurs were all subjected to inquiries on that day. Other teams that had no games on the 7th were not spared from similar questions, for the buzz surrounding 65 points would not dissipate quickly. It would linger for several days, if not longer. On the 8th, after the games, several star players from the Heat were cornered by reporters. "Dwayne, congratulations on your 31 points today. What do you think about Xing Hui's 65 points from yesterday?" To which he replied, "Of course, I saw it with my eyes. What do you expect me to do? Use my cheeks?" Wade, initially elated with his score of 31 points, found his joy swiftly dissipated upon realizing that his tally was less than half that of a rookie. He believed Kobe had delivered a superior performance, scoring merely 1 point less, yet surpassing him significantly in rebounds and excelling defensively. The reporter, taken aback, widened his eyes in disbelief at Wade's audacity to assert that Kobe had performed better. Had they known that in the future, Wade would award Gordon only 9 points in a widely viewed dunk contest, their astonishment would have waned. In stark contrast to Wade, Shaquille was evidently pleased that Xing Hui had humiliated Kobe. He mimicked Xing Hui's iconic moment, tossing his Gatorade onto the floor and exclaiming, "Damn, I am envious of him." Though a mimicry, it carried a delightful comedic flair. That day also featured a Rockets game, but Yao Ming was sidelined due to injury. He was present on the sidelines, participating in an interview where he offered official praise for Xing Hui. In contrast, Tracy McGrady expressed his feelings more candidly, remarking with a tinge of jealousy, "Honestly, when the ball is concentrated in one person's hands, scoring high is not difficult at all." The reporter queried, "Oh, do you mean that your 2 scoring titles with the Magic were merely a result of having more ball possession?" McGrady, frustrated, responded inwardly, "That is not what I meant." He struggled to clarify his stance, his expression darkening as he realized an inexplicable disdain for Xing Hui was brewing within him, even extending to Yao Ming. Some teams garner attention for their players, others for their coaches, and some, like the Knicks, for their owners. After the Knicks game that day, owner James Dolan conducted an interview. He remarked, I heard an amusing tidbit today about a couple who broke up due to differing allegiances to Hassan and Kobe. To prevent such emotional rifts, I believe one king is sufficient in Los Angeles. Hassan should come to New York. The reporter's eyes lit up at this blatant recruitment violation, which was sure to attract significant attention. Dolan was fully aware of the infringement, but the penalty was merely a few $1,000s, a trivial amount for him. If Hassan were to be swayed, it would be akin to winning a colossal lottery. Even if Hassan remained unmoved, Dolan would not suffer, as he had at least conveyed his ongoing commitment to the Knicks amidst the fans' growing calls for his resignation due to the team's poor performance. Thus, Dolan felt the need to rehabilitate his image. Chapter 83. Enhancement of strength. On January 8th, at the He residence, Mark stormed in, brandishing a newspaper and fuming, "Damn Stern. This is blatant discrimination. What is the matter?" He Xinghua set down the barbell. "The league announced the best players of the previous week, and you were not among them." Mark handed over the newspaper. On January 8th, the league revealed the best players of the week. In the Eastern Conference, the accolade went to LeBron James, who averaged 25 points, 7 rebounds, and 7 assists, with his team recording a 2-1 victory. In the Western Conference, the honor was bestowed upon Steve Nash, who averaged 21, 3 points, 14, 3 assists, and 8 rebounds, leading his team to a record of 3-1. He Xinghua achieved an impressive average of 32 points, 3 rebounds, and 7 assists per game, yet his team's record stands at 1 win and 2 losses, resulting in his failure to secure the title of Player of the Week. The league's rationale suggests that the Clippers' subpar performance justifies this outcome. In this era, a player's impact is significantly assessed through their team's success. Even Kobe, despite claiming the scoring title, could not penetrate the top 3 in the MVP voting. Last season, Nash garnered the MVP award with an average of merely 15 points and 11 assists, solely due to his team's outstanding record. Such statistics, devoid of team success, are patently ordinary. The Clippers' lackluster performance clearly fails to convince Mark. For him, the more accolades He Xinghua accumulates, the greater his commercial value becomes. When it comes to interests, Mark struggles to maintain his composure. Ultimately, it is merely a Player of the Week title, a recognition without a trophy, which He Xinghua does not particularly mind. After all, such honors are destined to arrive in due course. Well, as long as you're not upset. By the way, when is your date with Chair I scheduled? Do you require my assistance in arranging it? Compared to the disappointment of not being named Player of the Week, Mark is far more preoccupied with He Xinghua's upcoming date. He Xinghua has finally awakened and begun to pursue women, much to Mark's delight. Currently, the number of reporters lurking outside my residence is unknown. To go on a date now would be akin to a live broadcast. It would be wiser to wait for a while until the fervor subsides. This is one of the drawbacks of being a celebrity. Privacy is a rare commodity. Mark cast a peculiar glance at He Xinghua as he sensed his imagination beginning to run wild again. Some prominent homosexual stars, in a bid to maintain their public image and conceal their true selves, often feign interest in women, creating a smokescreen of confusion. Could it be that He Xinghua is pretending to be enamored with Charlize Theron, subsequently establishing an improbable wager? This would serve the dual purpose of projecting an image of a man captivated by beauty while sparing him the necessity of genuinely pursuing Charlize. However, he never anticipated an unforeseen turn of events that led him to fulfill this highly unlikely bet. Thus, he now seeks excuses to evade the situation. Is the truth not as such? Mark, uncertain in his convictions, resolved to observe for a while longer. Until then, it would be prudent to avoid solitude with He Xinghua. Very well, I shall attend to my duties. Several contracts await my negotiation, Mark stated. There is no need for you to exert yourself so, Mark. Even if you were to remain here for your workout, I would not accuse you of slacking off. He Xinghua smiled, wishing to showcase his compassion for his employees as a boss. Unbeknownst to him, Mark, upon hearing this, hastened his steps even more. Boss, I'm not tired. You carry on with your work. I'll summon Elena to assist you in practice, Mark remarked as he reached the door. Truly, he was an exemplary employee, and this filled He Xinghua with great satisfaction. The fervor of the previous match lingered, yet another storyline began to ascend. On January 9th, the fervent Kobe once again exhibited his prowess, scoring an impressive 50 points. It seemed as though he sought to demonstrate that his defeat to He Xinghua was merely a fluke, and that this was his true caliber. Although 50 points fell short of his previous tally, such consistent high scoring was precisely what coaches esteemed as genuine skill. Occasional high scores were achievable by many players and amounted to little. Some had even managed to score over 40 points in a single game, only to be discarded the following season. On January 10th, the Clippers faced the Magic. Despite the Clippers' victory, Hsing-Hui could only muster 12 points. Almost immediately, critics emerged to claim that Hsing-Hui's earlier explosion of talent was but a fleeting moment. The swiftness of such remarks suggested a deliberate attempt to undermine him. With the successful precedent of Babos, the media was not lacking in individuals feigning ignorance to attract attention. Any rational thinker would not hastily conclude from a single lackluster performance. At the very least, they ought to wait for several more games. On January 11th, the Lakers battled the Trailblazers. The Lakers ultimately succumbed. Yet Kobe still managed a staggering 45 points. After the game, little was said about the outcome. Discussions predominantly revolved around Kobe's scoring ability. Public opinion began to sway in favor of Kobe, asserting that his prowess far surpassed that of Hsing-Hui, with the match on the 7th being deemed an anomaly. Merely a case of Hsing-Hui performing beyond his usual capabilities. Only a player with such consistent performance as Kobe could be regarded as a true superstar. While such sentiments were not without merit, Hsing-Hui harbored suspicions that these narratives were orchestrated by the Lakers' public relations team, aimed at preserving Kobe's status as the king of Los Angeles and capturing the local fan market. The Lakers had to elevate Kobe's brand, needing to substantiate that he was superior to Hsing-Hui. Hsing-Hui understood the organization's motives. However, the disparaging remarks circulating online regarding him were irksome. Am I truly incapable? Hsing-Hui smiled and then expended all the accumulated anger, elevating his strength attribute to level B and enhancing his mid-range shooting attribute to level A. Hsing-Hui stands at a remarkable height of 1.97 meters with a wingspan of 2.10 meters and weighing 86 kilograms. His talents are categorized as follows: Strength B, Speed C, and Jumping C. In terms of shooting proficiency, he boasts an A rating in both three-point shooting and mid-range shots, while his ability to attack the rim is rated C. His skills in ball handling, passing, and stealing are all rated C. Defensively, he excels in one-on-one situations with a B rating, though his help defense is rated C. He possesses a remaining rage value of 69 points. Overall, he is evaluated as a super substitute in the NBA, exhibiting strong offensive capabilities but weaker defensive skills, thus holding significant tactical value. A gentle reminder highlights his evident strengths and weaknesses, urging him to promptly enhance his shortcomings. With A-rated three-point and mid-range shooting abilities, Hsing-Hui's offensive repertoire has significantly expanded, making it increasingly challenging for opponents to defend against him. Only those exceptionally tall and agile perimeter defenders can effectively guard against both his shooting and driving capabilities, a rarity throughout the league. Hsing-Hui possesses attributes that qualify him to be a key player for any team. When in possession of the ball, he is capable of scoring impressively. However, while statistics are significant, on-field performance is equally crucial. During moments of poor form, it is not surprising if such attributes lead to a scoreless game. To mitigate the occurrence of such scenarios, after enhancing his attributes, Hsing-Hui dedicated himself to relentless training, striving to adapt to his improved physical capabilities. Fortunately, the Clippers' next match is on the 14th, allowing Hsing-Hui several days to acclimate. Moreover, their forthcoming opponent, the Supersonics, is not particularly formidable, presenting an excellent opportunity for Hsing-Hui to showcase his scoring prowess and establish his reputation. Chapter 84. Training Matters on the 12th. Hsing-Hui arrived at the arena to participate in the team's tactical practice. Tactics are a vital component of a team's strength. Merely understanding them is insufficient. One must also master them. In the heat of competition, opportunities are fleeting. Only when teammates are well-versed in the tactics can they seize more and better shooting chances. Tactical training can be exceedingly monotonous, and indeed, all training can feel tedious. However, for the sake of their substantial salaries, the players train diligently. Despite their seemingly simple-minded demeanor, they are quite astute regarding the importance of training. During a break, drenched in sweat, they did not forget to discuss their post-training plans. They expressed interest in attending the Rose Night, a newly opened nightclub rumored to have enticing attractions. One individual expressed a desire to go, but lamented his age as a barrier. Castle jested, prompting the others to join in teasing Hsing-Hui. This was one of the few occasions where they could indulge in playful banter at Hsing-Hui's expense. In 2 years, such opportunities might be scarce. Sam, do I really need to go to a nightclub to flirt with girls? Hsing-Hui expressed his disdain. Oomph. The crowd responded with derisive jeers. At that moment, Brant patted He Xinghui on the shoulder and pointed to a beautiful woman in the distance, saying, if you are so capable, why not showcase your skills for us right here? Look, they're potties. The crowd echoed in agreement, urging him to demonstrate his charm. The potties Brant referred to was a junior staff member in the Clippers operations department, typically managing the team's mundane affairs, and she was a stunning young lady. Such a target naturally attracted attention and desire. Almost all the players of the Clippers had attempted to flirt with potties, but regrettably, none had succeeded. In America, there are many women willing to offer themselves, yet there are also those who maintain their dignity. Potties is one of the latter, showing little interest in celebrity admiration. Brant's encouragement for He Xinghui to pursue potties was merely a ploy to embarrass him in front of others. Being rejected by a woman is undoubtedly a humiliating experience. Don't push me. When I go mad, I'll dare to do anything. He Xinghui scoffed. Aren't you afraid now? What are you still boasting about? Brand raised his middle finger. If you insist on saying it that way, then I can no longer tolerate it. Let's make a wager. I shall go over and kiss her right now. And I assure you, I won't face any repercussions. He Xinghui said, all right, if you lose, you shall carry my backpack for a week. If you win, I will carry yours for a week. What do you think? Brand replied, carrying bags is generally a task for rookies. He Xinghui has mentioned quite a bit in the past, but ever since he completed the match against the Spurs, no one has asked him to carry their bags again. Brand's demand seems to assert his position as the leader, subtly undermining He Xinghui. The team members have sensed that something is amiss in their relationship. Very well. He Xinghui expressed uncertainty regarding Brand's potential departure, yet he remained largely indifferent. Should Brand leave, it would undoubtedly facilitate the acquisition of another commendable player. He Xinghui stood up and walked towards Parties. Upon reaching her, he greeted, hello, Parties. Is there something on your mind? Parties, smiling, inquired, what is it, he? Compared to Castle and Mobley, she found He Xinghui far more appealing, simply because of his more attractive appearance. It's nothing much, really. I just thought I could play a little game with you during the break. What kind of game? Parties asked. I can kiss your face without touching any part of your body. He Xinghui remarked, how could this be possible? Patties was 100% skeptical. A kiss on the face was tantamount to a touch, and that was utterly inconceivable. If you don't believe it, let us wager, she proposed with a smirk. Very well. I am curious to see how you intend to accomplish this, Patties retorted coldly. From the moment He Xinghui approached, she harbored doubts about his intentions, suspecting he sought to charm her. Now, every action he took only confirmed her suspicions. However, He Xinghui's flirtation was more sophisticated and intriguing than that of Castle and others. Nevertheless, this did not imply that Patties would entertain the idea of accepting him. Having interacted with numerous basketball players, she was acutely aware of their true nature. Engaging in a romance with them was not a prelude to marriage, and even if marriage occurred, fidelity could not be anticipated. After Patties finished speaking, He Xinghui swiftly executed his surprise attack, planting a kiss on her cheek. You have touched my face, Patties stated. Indeed, thus you have triumphed, and I have been defeated. He Xinghui remarked, leaving Patties both amused and bewildered. It was only then that she realized she had been duped. He Xinghui had no intention of winning at all. In her overwhelming curiosity, she had forgotten the stakes of their wager. Without a wager, the outcome held no significance. Furthermore, she found herself powerless against He Xinghui, as it was she who had consented to his trial. Nevertheless, Patties was not particularly upset. After all, He Xinghui's cunning approach was quite entertaining and added a touch of nostalgia to her otherwise mundane existence. You are clever, but I shall not be deceived again, Patties declared. Oh, He Xinghui wishes to convey a sentiment. Little girl, do not speak too confidently, for I possess countless layers of stratagems. Whether you fall for my tricks entirely depends on my desire to ensnare you. He Xinghui returned to the front of Brand and the others with a cheerful smile, while they stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Just moments ago, they had been too far away to hear what He Xinghui had said, but they had clearly witnessed him kiss Patties. Moreover, Patties appeared to be completely unfazed by the act. This was simply absurd. How could there be such a stark disparity in treatment among basketball players? I have triumphed. He Xinghui remarked, this does not count. You must have promised her a substantial sum of money. The only thought that crossed Brand's mind was that He Xinghui had indeed spent money. That is impossible, Elton. The last time I mentioned money, she slapped me. Quentin Ross interjected. Goodness, upon hearing this, the others nearly burst into laughter. A wager is a wager, Elton. Do not claim that I have not spent money. Even if I had, you never stipulated that it was forbidden. He Xinghui exclaimed, what the hell? While Brant silently cursed inwardly. Yet he begrudgingly acknowledged the validity of the wager. In front of such a multitude, He found himself unable to retract his words. The mere thought of having to carry He Xinghui's bag brought him to the brink of tears. It was akin to lifting a stone only to crush his own foot. In an attempt to assert his status as the leader, he had inadvertently reduced himself to the role of a subordinate. Chapter 85. I can teach Kobe how to win. After training concluded, the Clippers exited the court, engaging in light-hearted banter. Although some discordant elements were beginning to fester within the team, their current impressive performance garnered significant attention and praise from the public, leaving most players feeling quite content. Victory serves as the finest lubricant, capable of masking numerous underlying issues. It is only when the team's performance falters that these conflicts rise to the surface. Reminiscent of the infamous duo, Shaq and Kobe. Upon arriving at the parking lot, Lucy materialized before He Xinghui like a specter. "Goodness, how did you manage to wait here?" He Xinghui lamented. "This is a secret. To navigate in the realm of journalism, one must possess certain extraordinary abilities. May I take just 2 minutes of your time to pose a few questions?" Lucy interjected. "Darling, he has always preferred to conduct interviews at his residence. You should visit his home for an extended conversation." Castle leaned in to tease, prompting a chorus of laughter from the other players. "No," the cameraman exclaimed, slamming his fist down on the weighing scale in exasperation. "What do you mean, no?" Maggot stepped forward, towering over the cameraman, whose brawny arms were nearly thicker than the man's head. "I have no idea how to operate this new camera," the cameraman lamented, his clenched fist relaxing in distress. "Oh, the agony. True emotion, like the vastness of the prairie. You need not concern yourself with them. Please, ask your questions swiftly. I will grant you 2 minutes." Having endured a lengthy wait, He Xinghui felt reluctant to be too harsh. Moreover, Lucy frequently advocated on his behalf and possessed an undeniable charm. In the recently concluded match, the Lakers faced defeat against the Cavaliers. Yet Kobe once again amassed a remarkable score. The outside world claims your scoring ability pales in comparison to Kobe's. What is your perspective? Lucy inquired. As the question was posed, Brand's face lit up with enthusiasm. He recognized He Xinghui's penchant for boasting and speculated that he might once again assert, "I can score more than Kobe." He resolved that if he dared to utter such word again, he would seize the opportunity to dominate the next game, aiming to humiliate He Xinghui and diminish his grandeur. "I believe they are correct. My current scoring ability indeed does not rival that of Kobe." He Xinghui's words momentarily surprised Lucy and Brand, for such a response lacked the distinctiveness and flair characteristic of He Xinghui. However, he swiftly redeemed himself, declaring, "Yet, I possess a deeper understanding of victory than Kobe. I believe Kobe should request a trade to the Clippers to serve as my backup, thus affording me the opportunity to teach him the art of winning." He Xinghui remarked, eliciting laughter from Castle and others. In truth, during interviews, they too yearned to indulge in unrestrained banter rather than recite the customary official responses. Yet, they found themselves unable to exhibit the same nonchalance as He Xinghui. Witnessing his unabashed ramblings, they found it rather amusing and exhilarating, as if he had fulfilled a desire within them. "I find it rather implausible. The Lakers are unlikely to release anyone. Lucy, too, is devious, without asserting that Kobe would make such a decision. She insinuated that the Lakers would not part ways with him. This subtly suggested the possibility of Kobe making such a choice, while quietly undermining him. What a pity. But who can blame those who share a close bond with Kobe? The day after tomorrow, we face the Supersonics, and I shall demonstrate the proper way to play. I hope Kobe can spare some time to watch the game and derive some benefit from it." He spoke with an unflinching demeanor, asserting that only he within the entire league would dare to utter such absurdities. Having established this particular style, everyone was well acquainted with his temperament and would not take his words too seriously. "Are you certain I can report this accurately? Should any modifications be made?" Lucy inquired cautiously at the conclusion of the interview, fearing that if this report were to be published, it might incite further turmoil from Komi. "Certainly." He Xinghui received a positive response, and with a sense of delight, Lucy returned, as did He Xinghui, while Castle and others shared in the joy. Only an unnamed cameraman and a towering figure, standing at 203 centimeters, wore expressions of discontent. Brand had initially believed that He Xinghui's boastful claim of achieving high scores would allow him to strike back at He Xinghui through his own performance. However, He Xinghui's declaration of overcoming the Supersonics and teaching Kobe the art of winning left Brand in a predicament. To confront He Xinghui, he would have to deliberately lose, which posed a serious dilemma, as he had no intention of losing. Brand's plans crumbled before they could even take shape, leaving him rather gloomy. The following day, Lucy's interview was published, inciting immediate fury in Kobe, who found it utterly outrageous. How could He Xinghui, of all people, claimed to guide Kobe in winning. In Kobe's mind, not even Jordan had the right to utter such words. Almost instantly, a wave of criticism against Xinghui flooded the internet, with many mocking him for resorting to sensationalism due to his recent lackluster performances, attempting to ride on Kobe's coattails. In response, Xinghui supporters rallied back, asserting that there was nothing wrong with his statement, especially given the Lakers' recent 3-game losing streak, which indeed warranted someone teaching them how to win. The outcome of a game hinges on the total scores of both teams, not merely on an individual player's points. There was no need for subtlety. Kobe was a liability, incapable of understanding victory, and they supported the idea of him serving as a substitute for his cousin on the Clippers. Soon, a journalist seeking to stir the pot approached Kobe for his thoughts. Kobe remarked that Xinghui could indeed request a trade to the Lakers to serve as his backup, asserting that he could teach him how to win a championship. Kobe countered using Xinghui's own phrasing, highlighting his significant advantage over Xinghui, his multitude of honors. Securing 3 consecutive championships as a starter effectively eclipsed 99% of players. When asked if he would watch the Clippers face the Supersonics, Kobe dismissively replied that it was unnecessary, as they were not a rival to the Supersonics, expressing his disdain. By this point, the journalist had acquired the content he sought. Soon after, Kobe's response made headlines. It is indeed rare for stars from 2 different teams to engage in verbal sparring. Consequently, the banter between Xinghui and Kobe significantly heightened the anticipation for the Clippers matchup against the Supersonics, with spectators eager to witness the outcome and subsequently choose one of the players to ridicule. This in itself was quite amusing. Finally, January 14th arrived. Kobe secluded himself in his room, turning on the television to watch the game. Despite claiming it was unnecessary, he was deeply invested in the outcome. If the league permitted, he would have relished the opportunity to step onto the court as a Supersonics player, personally confronting Xinghui to vent his frustrations. Outside the room, Vanessa suddenly overheard a curse. Kobe, upon hearing the announcement of Ray Allen's injury during the game introductions, felt utterly nauseated, as if he had been struck by a foul blow. Without the presence of Allen, who averaged 25 points per game, what hope did the Supersonics have? The mere thought of the Clippers having a significant chance of victory, allowing Xinghui to gloat, made Kobe feel utterly miserable. Chapter 86. Kobe's Game Observations. The Clippers' starting lineup consisted of Castle, Xinghui, Maggette, Brand, and Come On, which represented their strongest roster to date. On the Supersonic side, the point guard was Luke Ridnour, a player with an ungraceful shooting form. A player's impression based solely on their shooting stance suggests a mediocre level of skill, lacking in remarkable attributes. The shooting guard was Ronald Murray, a player who, despite a 9-year career, had traversed 8 teams, an itinerant, if you will. His frequent abandonment signified his shortcomings. Yet the fact that teams continued to acquire him indicated he was not entirely devoid of talent. In essence, he was merely one among the many unknowns in the league. The small forward, Damian Wilkins, bore a name that resonated with significance. However, when combined, it became rather unremarkable, reminiscent of the name Jordan Hill. Such names are burdensome to uphold. The power forward was Rashard Lewis, a star player and a template for Durant, destined for lucrative contracts in the future. However, once he secured such a contract, his reputation would likely plummet, illustrating the adage that one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. The center, Petro, averaged a mere 5 points and 4 rebounds, a puzzling figure for a starting center. Currently, the Supersonics were in disarray, even with the dynamic duo of Ray Allen and Lewis. They could only muster 35 wins this season. Now, without Allen, their strength had diminished to the point that Barkley had shifted his allegiance, no longer collaborating with Smith. Barkley expressed his confidence in the Clippers for this matchup, as he had no desire to be proven wrong again. Didn't TU always doubt the Clippers? Smith quipped, "No, I have faith in the Clippers now. At least for this game, I am quite optimistic about their chances. Why don't you support the Supersonics for this match?" Barkley prodded, No. You know I'm a Clippers fan." Smith promptly declined. As the match commenced, Come On dominated his opponent, triumphing in the jump ball. After the halftime break, the ball found its way into Xinghui's hands. His defender, Murray, was earnest yet anxious, for the individual before him was currently in exceptional form, having delivered a staggering performance of 65 points in a single game. In this contest, he sought not victory, but merely wished for Xinghui to score fewer points, hoping to avoid becoming a mere backdrop. "My friend, there is no need for such earnest effort, as you're on the verge of being traded anyway." Xinghui observed that although Murray appeared unfazed the system's anger meter indicated that he was indeed quite irate. Subsequently, He Xinghue made his breakthrough. Concerned that He Xinghue might attempt a three-pointer, Murray tightened his defense, only to be successfully bypassed by He Xinghue. Damian moved to assist, but He Xinghue swiftly passed the ball to Maggette, who charged toward the basket unopposed, scoring effortlessly. The forceful drive of Maggette bore a striking resemblance to that of James. Furthermore, Maggette had always demonstrated an impressive ability to draw fouls. Last season, he averaged 9 free throws per game, and this season, he is nearing 7. In this match, He Xinghue had no intention of pursuing personal statistics. His sole objective was to secure a significant victory over the Supersonics, demonstrating to Kobe what constitutes the correct approach to winning. If Kobe were to alter his strategy as a result, it would certainly be intriguing. However, such a possibility seemed exceedingly slim. As the Supersonics launched their offense, He Xinghue incessantly whispered into Murray's ear, "Can you tell me what it feels like to wander aimlessly? After all, I became a star from the outset, destined to represent a single city, never having the chance to experience such vagabondage." Murray retorted with a feeble curse, lacking any real bite. "Why don't you choose to settle with a team for life? Wandering about makes it difficult to find a sense of belonging." As He Xinghue uttered those words, Castle, who stood nearby, was immediately moved to tears. He had been affected by this indiscriminate assault, having wandered through numerous teams himself. Despite his significant contributions to those teams, even securing a championship title with some, no City S fans seemed to remember him fondly. This is the sorrow of a drifter. However, the truth is, it was never their desire to roam. The comparison between individuals can indeed be disheartening. In that moment, both Castle and Murray shared a profound empathy. Murray reached out for the ball, and then faced He Xinghue in a one-on-one, unleashing a fierce strike. When emotions surge too intensely, even 1's shooting form can be adversely affected. Carmen secured the rebound and launched a long pass. He Xinghue and Castle executed a fast break, with only Radno managing to retreat in time. The Clippers found themselves in a 2-on-1 situation. As Castle dribbled down the court, Radno rushed towards him, prompting Castle to swiftly pass the ball to He Xinghue. In a desperate attempt, Radno pivoted and charged towards He Xinghue. In the ensuing exchange, the three players had already reached the vicinity of the basket. He Xinghue once again passed the ball back, and Castle effortlessly executed a layup. Such a shot could easily be made even by a dog, Castle mused. In truth, He Xinghue could have taken the shot himself, as the opportunity was quite favorable. However, in a bid to create a stark contrast with Kobe, he deliberately sought to accumulate assists, showcasing his selflessness. Scoring high to secure victory was not suitable for a guidance match against Kobe. Instead, racking up assists would pierce Kobe's heart. Foolishness, a superfluous act. Kobe, who was watching the game, clearly did not perceive He Xinghue's earnest instruction. To him, in such circumstances, scoring for himself or his teammates made no discernible difference. Nevertheless, in the ensuing play, He Xinghue's pass proved to be anything but redundant. Under pressure, he swiftly passed to the unguarded Castle, who nailed a three-pointer. This was a splendid collaboration, a textbook example of a drive-and-kick strategy. Parker could never shoot as accurately as Castle. If I passed to him, he would only clang it off the rim. Kobe muttered to himself, as if justifying his decision not to pass to others. Unfortunately, he was alone in the room, and no one was there to hear his rationale. Following that, He Xinghue executed several offensive plays with his teammates, his assists accumulating rapidly. Brand, Castle, and Maggette were simply formidable. If I had teammates like that, I could pass too, Kobe scoffed, deciding to apply pressure on the management to demand they trade for some assistance. Otherwise, it would not be easy to teach He Xinghue a lesson next time. More importantly, he was in urgent need of 1 or 2 more championships to prove his worth. In less than 3 minutes into the game, the Clippers had overwhelmed the Supersonics with a 10-0 lead, prompting head coach Bob Hill to call a timeout. If he failed to do so, his coaching abilities would be called into question. Of course, even calling a timeout would invite scrutiny. As long as the team did not achieve results, the coach often bore the brunt of the blame, a timeless truth in the league. Chapter 87. Kobe's observations on the game. 2. We need to play more aggressively, fully committed. Do not double-team He. Focus on your own assignments. Ronald, you must guard his three-point shot. Allow him to take mid-range shots. Bob Hill still had some acumen, as he at least made the necessary adjustments. During his 3 seasons coaching the Spurs, his team boasted a winning percentage exceeding 70 in the first 2 seasons, while the last season was spent in a tanking effort for Duncan. Unfortunately, upon arriving with the Supersonics, lacking quality players, He could not produce results and ultimately bid farewell to the NBA. In contrast, Popovich led the GDP trio to numerous championships. As the timeout concluded, the Supersonics managed to score 2 points through Damian, breaking their scoring drought. Subsequently, in response to the Clippers' offense, they adopted a man-to-man defensive strategy. After Hsing Hui's breakthrough, he failed to find a suitable teammate for receiving the pass. By the time he resolved to take the shot himself, the opportunity had slipped away, as Ronald had already closed in, causing some interference with his attempt to score. Hsing Hui's shot clanged against the rim. A subtle smirk of satisfaction crept across Kobe's face. To him, Hsing Hui's choice seemed utterly foolish. Having already penetrated the defense, why waste time looking around? A straightforward mid-range jumper or a deft layup would suffice. Did he really need to concern himself with that player named Pay Something lurking beneath the basket? Hsing Hui found himself in an awkward defensive retreat. He should not have hesitated. Given that the opponent was employing man-to-man coverage, facilitating an assist became quite challenging. The team could either execute strategic plays to disrupt the opponent's defensive formation, creating openings or mismatches, or rely on a strong player to attack until the opposition could no longer bear the pressure and resorted to double teaming, allowing for a pass. The Supersonics offense featured Lewis lingering beyond the three-point line, leaving Brand with a melancholic expression. If he rushed out, a more agile Lewis could easily penetrate, yet if he refrained, Lewis could take a direct shot. As someone lacking in rebounding, assists, and defense, Lewis relied heavily on his exceptional three-point shooting, even earning an all-star selection through this skill. This underscores the brilliance of his shooting ability. In an era when three-pointers had not yet become mainstream, his shooting percentage had already reached 40. Brand signaled for Maggette to defend, but upon his arrival, Lewis promptly shot over Maggette. In terms of height and wingspan, Lewis easily outmatched Maggette. Taller players lacked his speed, while quicker players did not possess his height. Lewis was akin to a diminished version of Durant. The Supersonics' eventual choice of Durant was essentially an attempt to cultivate him into the next Lewis. With countless opportunities to hone his skills, Durant ultimately transformed into a formidable player. While Lewis had certain advantages on the offensive end, he became awkward on defense. Weighing only 97 kilograms as a power forward, he was dwarfed by the shorter but heftier Brand, who weighed 125 kilograms. Brand required no sophisticated technique. He simply needed to exert force downwards. He maneuvered to the basket and executed a turnaround jump shot, but his shot fell short. Nevertheless, this was inconsequential. He leaped again, displacing the jumping Lewis to secure the rebound and convert on a second-chance opportunity. In another offensive sequence, Lewis attempted a three-pointer but missed, allowing Brand to collect the rebound. This exemplifies why the Magic offered Lewis a 6-year, $118 million contract, a deal not extended by other teams. Lewis was best paired with a center like Howard, whose shot-blocking prowess could create space, alleviating congestion in the paint and enhancing Howard's scoring efficiency. Furthermore, Howard's rebounding ability allowed Lewis to confidently shoot from beyond the arc. Their synergy propelled them directly to the finals, whereas pairing Kobe with Howard would likely have only yielded a first-round playoff exit. Without a reliable center in the Supersonics, Lewis's vulnerabilities were starkly exposed. As the Clippers executed their offense, the Supersonics maintained their man-to-man defense. This time, Hsing Hui was more resolute, faking a shot before driving past Ronald and immediately taking a mid-range jumper. Fortune smiled upon him as the ball swished through the net. Could it be that someone truly believed my mid-range shooting was subpar? Hsing Hui spread his arms wide, unleashing a range skill that mocked the opponents. No one on the court responded to him. However, Kobe, watching from the television, scoffed, "Humph, isn't it all about relying on oneself for isolation plays?" Yet, as the game unfolded, Hsing Hui demonstrated through his actions that his approach to isolation was distinct from Kobe's. His isolation aimed primarily to draw the defender's attention, leaving them in a quandary between double teaming or not. In contrast, Kobe's isolation was predominantly focused on scoring. Opponents could confidently double team him the moment he had the ball. The match continued, and as the Supersonics intensified their defensive efforts against Hsing Hui, he promptly passed the ball to a teammate and positioned himself to attract defenders. Utilizing this strategy, Brand managed to score repeatedly under the basket. "Lewis is too soft," Kobe remarked, asserting that it was impossible for him to concede that Brand's success stemmed from Hsing Hui's contribution. As the Supersonics launched their offensive, Damian's shot clanged off the rim, and Hsing Hui joyfully dashed to grab the rebound, only to have Kaman snatch it before him with a smile. Hsing Hui playfully patted Kaman on the backside and whispered, "Help me secure a position. I need to grab a few rebounds. One of these days, I'll teach you the art of wooing women and the craft of trash talking. Come On replied, you know I am not a lecherous man, but as for trash talking, I must admit I am indeed quite intrigued. He Xinghui could not comprehend why Come On chose to feign innocence, as the entire team was already aware of his unsavory reputation. During the Clippers' offensive play, He Xinghui made a decisive move along the baseline, drawing the attention of two Supersonics players who attempted to trap him. Just as he seemed on the verge of tumbling out of bounds, he skillfully passed the ball through the narrow gap between defenders. Come On seized the opportunity, catching the ball and executing a thunderous dunk, while He Xinghui found himself sprawled out beyond the baseline, landing directly in front of the camera. Kobe, I know you're watching the game. Did you see that? This is what an assist looks like. Take note and learn well. He Xinghui lightly tapped the camera lens, initiating a playful interaction. The nearby journalist nearly succumbed to laughter. In contrast to Rodman's infamous kick to a reporter's groin, He Xinghui's humor was exceedingly charming. Soon, his words reached the broadcast studio. Barkley, chuckling, informed the fans of He Xinghui's remarks, which Kobe, watching TNT, absorbed without missing a single word. Damn it. Kobe rose in anger to check the schedule. He despised the thought of facing the Clippers again tomorrow, eager to demonstrate through action that his increased shooting could secure victory. That taking more shots was indeed the right approach. February 24th. With over a month to endure, Kobe found it exceedingly arduous. Kobe, what are you doing in your room? Vanessa inquired with concern. I'm fine, Kobe replied. Naturally, Vanessa did not believe him. A person in good spirits would not isolate themselves in a room, muttering to themselves and occasionally cursing. She deemed it necessary to call Phil Jackson to prevent Kobe from spiraling into distress. Chapter 88. The youngest triple-double master on the court. The game continued. By the end of the first quarter, the Clippers led by 9 points, 29-20. If the two teams were evenly matched, this margin was not insurmountable. A surge from either side could easily close the gap. However, should there be a significant disparity in strength, a 9-point lead becomes a formidable chasm. As the second quarter commenced, all the Clipper starters were substituted, allowing Mobley to take the floor with 4 reserves. The ball was entirely in Mobley's hands, and he activated a scoring spree. By halfway through the quarter, he had already amassed 6 points. During his tenure as a substitute, he averaged 14.2 points per game. If he maintained this performance until the season's end, an honor as the best sixth man would be rightfully his. This was also why Mobley harbored no grievances. With so many starters in the league, there was only one best sixth man. Securing that title would yield numerous benefits for him. As the latter half of the quarter unfolded, the starters returned, yet Mobley remained on the court, with He Xinghui taking up the small forward position. Although He Xinghui's weight posed a disadvantage at small forward, it was a minor concern. His relentless banter effectively mitigated this gap. Damian, having an exceptionally talented uncle, must be quite burdensome. He Xinghui engaged in a friendly exchange. Damian's uncle, the illustrious Dominique Wilkins, is renowned as a paragon of human cinematic excellence. Damian remained silent, while He Xinghui continued his tirade. If you were born into an ordinary family, simply making it to the NBA would bring immense pride to your family. However, with an exceptional uncle as a benchmark, your family will inevitably compare you to him. In light of your uncle's achievements, your life appears rather lacking. Frankly, you do not understand me at all. I am indifferent to your trivial insults, Damian retorted. Yet, as these words fell upon He Xinghui's ears, a mischievous grin crept across his face. The system had just notified him that Damian had contributed to his anger points. Clearly, Damian's inner turmoil belied his outward calm. In his frustration, Damian demanded the ball, then forcefully maneuvered past He Xinghui. He attempted a mid-range jump shot, but failed to score. Damian, He Xinghui taunted, I've told you to finish like your uncle with a dunk. This jump shot will never elevate you to the status of human cinematic excellence. You are a profound disappointment. He Xinghui chastised Damian in a tone reminiscent of a parent educating a child. He believed that during Damian's formative years, his father must have uttered similar words. Furthermore, the fact that Damian could never attain the accomplishments of Dominic surely rendered this experience profoundly irksome to him. Clenching his fists in defense, Damian retreated as the Clippers launched their offense. Castle's long-range shot clanged off the rim, and Come On seized the offensive rebound. He passed the ball to Brand, then retorted to Petro. Are you even a center? Brand barreled past Lewis and scored with a smooth shot. Turning to Lewis, he quipped, Darling, with your slender frame, you should consider strutting your stuff on the Victoria's Secret runway. The Supersonics advanced their offense under Reed's control. Castle snapped. Your best option now is to run down the 24 seconds. It will help the team minimize their losses. When an individual persistently engages in a particular endeavor for an extended period, it often influences those around them, especially when such an endeavor yields benefits. Yixing Hui's relentless banter has transformed the Clippers into the Los Angeles chatterboxes. Each player on the team seems capable of delivering a sharp retort. Ultimately, Reed did not heed Castle's advice to pass the ball to Lewis, observing his teammates, who exhibited a lack of enthusiasm in their movements. Lewis was left with no choice but to take the shot himself. The game felt exceedingly simple, as the Supersonics players appeared devoid of any fighting spirit. The shot missed, and Yixing Hui swiftly positioned himself under the basket. Coman secured his spot but refrained from contesting the ball, allowing Yixing Hui to seize the rebound with fervor. Kobe, witnessing this scene, was taken aback. Could it really be done this way? This despicable individual. Kobe erupted in anger, realizing that Yixing Hui was intent on amassing comprehensive statistics to humiliate him further. Yet, he found himself powerless to intervene. Unable to step onto the court and assist the Supersonics in their confrontation with the Clippers, he could only watch helplessly as Yixing Hui's assists and rebounds continued to rise. He could even envision how the media would spin the narrative post-game. He exhibited a comprehensive performance, invigorating his teammates. To hell with invigorating teammates. It was clearly his teammates who inspired him. After expressing his frustration, Kobe turned off the television. He intended to train. There was no need to watch this game any longer. The Supersonics were undoubtedly destined to lose, and Yixing Hui would surely manage to compile an all-around statistic. However, Kobe would not perceive any flaws in his own playing style, as long as he remained sufficiently strong and amassed a considerable score. Surpassing the combined points of the opposing team, what need was there for assists? He was solely focused on two objectives: to continue his personal development and to exert pressure on the management to procure reliable allies. Then, he would patiently await the match against the Clippers. Ideally, it would occur in the playoffs, allowing for multiple encounters, which would undoubtedly be exhilarating. Kobe, what are you doing out so late? Vanessa inquired. I want to see Los Angeles at midnight, Kobe replied, grasping a basketball. But didn't you say you want a son? I can't produce one alone, Vanessa retorted. While she understood Kobe's desire to train and improve, it shouldn't come at the expense of their responsibilities. A son could be conceived at any time, but my career is dwindling day by day. With that, Kobe departed without a backward glance. As Kobe had anticipated, the game between the Clippers and the Supersonics was indeed devoid of intrigue. Even with Ray Allen's presence, they were no match for the Clippers, especially with their star player absent. The demoralized Supersonics players merely wished for the game to conclude swiftly. Their minds were buzzing from the incessant trash talk. Were it not for the fear of penalties from potential fights, they would have already resorted to physical altercations. Ultimately, the game came to an end. Yixing Hui played for 30 minutes, achieving an impressive shooting record of 7 out of 10, including 3 out of 5 from beyond the arc, alongside 4 points from free throws, thus amassing a remarkable total of 21 points. Fans were not surprised by his scoring prowess. However, it was his assists and rebounds that astonished everyone: 11 assists and 10 rebounds. At the tender age of 19 years and 44 days, he surpassed LeBron James' record of 20 years and 20 days, becoming the youngest player to achieve a triple-double. Moreover, with the prohibition of high school players entering the draft, this record is unlikely to be broken in the foreseeable future. While many experts recognize that Yixing Hui's statistics were somewhat inflated, few dare to expose this fact, as it serves no one's interest to do so. Furthermore, achieving a triple-double is not merely a matter of desire. Even Ricky Davis, with his fervent ambition for a triple-double, failed to attain one despite shooting at his own basket. Chapter 89. What can you do to me? The statistical gains were commendable, yet the accumulation of anger points was rather modest, yielding only 388 points. This was inevitable, as the Supersonics players were rather lackluster. Aside from an initial wave of anger directed towards Yixing Hui's taunts, these players eventually became immune to his verbal jabs. Perhaps they had internally accepted the fact that they were underperformers, rendering them indifferent to further ridicule. Yixing Hui understands that such harvests are the norm. The rewards from their previous encounter with the Lakers are indeed serendipitous and cannot be sought after. Yixing Hui, standing at an impressive height of 1.97 meters with a wingspan of 2.10 meters and weighing 86 kilograms. Talent: strength B, speed C, jumping C. Shooting: 3-point A, mid-range A, driving C. Skills: ball handling C, passing C, stealing C. Defense: on-ball B, help defense C. Remaining anger points: 457. Overall evaluation: a a formidable super substitute in the NBA, characterized by a strong offensive presence but weaker defensive capabilities, possessing significant tactical utility. A gentle reminder, strengths and weaknesses are evident, and is advisable to enhance the shortcomings promptly. With only 457 points, achieving multiple B ratings will necessitate waiting until the next game. Xinhui made a sarcastic comment before rising to attend the post-match press conference. Meanwhile, TNT continued its broadcast, which was a spontaneous decision on their part. This was due to the fact that Xinhui often delivers memorable quotes during press conferences, much to the delight of fans who enjoy his witty remarks. Consequently, TNT, in a bid to stay relevant, extended their broadcast time to win the audience's favor and enhance viewer engagement. Charles, do you believe he can still deliver some remarkable phrases today? Smith inquired. I doubt it. No one can be that inspired consistently. I wager that his previous classic lines were crafted in moments of reflection, not improvised on the spot. As the number of press conferences he attends increases, the repertoire of his clever remarks will inevitably diminish, Barkley analyzed. At first glance, his statement seemed quite reasonable. Just as Barkley finished speaking, Xinhui and Deng Liwei appeared on camera. Following a flurry of chaotic snapshots from the journalists, questions began to be directed at Xinhui, while Deng Liwei was, as usual, overlooked. Congratulations on becoming the youngest triple-double master and receiving this honor. What are your thoughts? The first question from the journalist was the perennial inquiry about his feelings. In truth, such questions are rather foolish, as a player's genuine thoughts are often unsuitable for public expression, leading to responses that typically consist of standard official replies, such as expressing happiness and gratitude towards parents and coaches. Xinhui, while observing James during an interview, could anticipate what James would say even before he uttered a single word. Xinhui, did not wish to find himself as dull as James. Thus he remarked, I have no special feelings. I have become accustomed to it. I hope you all can adapt swiftly and refrain from exaggerating, as such occurrences will become commonplace. Though these words may seem somewhat pretentious, they reflect Xinhui's genuine sentiments. Being youthful and a pivotal player in the team's development, he possesses the liberty to act with abandon. This is his greatest advantage. Furthermore, with the assistance of the system, it is hardly surprising to witness the emergence of peculiar statistics. Alishiat, those words are exceedingly arrogant. I feel compelled to disdain him even from behind screen. Barkley seethed with frustration, having once again fallen prey to Xinhui's bravado. Simultaneously, his predictions had once more proved erroneous. Haha, Charles, you must accept your fate. He has an endless repertoire of charming rhetoric. Smith chuckled. I refuse to believe it. It defies logic that one individual could possess such intelligence. Barkley retorted, unwilling to concede. In the venue, the journalists were similarly taken aback by Xinhui's remarks. I mean no offense, but I still find your words excessively arrogant, one reporter commented. Arrogant? I believe you may not have encountered truly audacious statements, he responded. Xinhui smiled faintly. His strength had yet to reach an invincible level. Only when he attained such power could he freely utter arrogant boasts. At that time, these foolish humans before him would finally comprehend the essence of hubris. I will be most intrigued to hear it, said the reporter. Honestly, my true sentiment is that the league might as well preemptively inscribe all those records in my name, for it is merely a matter of time before it comes to pass. Xinhui chose a phrase that could be deemed relatively modest, reserving his more audacious remarks for another occasion. Yet, even this seemingly humble statement left an indelible impact on both reporters and the audience. My goodness, dear God, may lightning strike him down. I can no longer bear to witness this. Barkley suddenly felt that being labeled as a big mouth was an unwarranted accusation. In comparison to Xinhui, his own mouth could be likened to a delicate cherry blossom. Barkley, emboldened by his close relationship with Xinhui, felt free to express his disdain openly, while the reporters present could only voice their criticism internally. To claim that he would alter all records to bear his name is a statement even Jordan would hesitate to utter. I beg your pardon, but I must speak candidly. I perceive you as nothing more than a jester seeking attention, and your triple-double is merely a product of stat padding. Can you deny this? An old acquaintance of Xinhui, Johnson, suddenly turned hostile, opting for a path reminiscent of Babo's, seeking attention through unconventional means. Unfortunately for him, Xinhui is also a person who defies the ordinary. He recognized that Johnson aimed to provoke him into denial, only to edit a video mocking him for his data manipulation. Thus, he candidly declared, why should I deny it? I did manipulate the data, and so what? Did we lose the game? However, such actions will inevitably harm the team. Silence. When I've truly harmed the team and faced defeat, then you may criticize me. For now, keep your discontent to yourself. Hui interrupted him. However, every time you lose a match, you refrain from attending the press conference. How then shall we criticize you? Another journalist pointed out. Indeed, how clever am I? Hui's words once again astonished the crowd, prompting a desire to critique him. This is hardly wisdom, but rather shamelessness. Journalists, not wishing to offend Hui too deeply, may suppress their thoughts, yet Johnson, having already established his persona as a cynic, feels no such restraint. Pardon my frankness, but you're indeed shameless, Johnson remarked. Haha, have you only just come to know me today? Ask those around you. Who does not recognize my lack of shame? I embrace my shamelessness. What can you possibly do about it? Hui laughed heartily. That concludes today's session. The Clippers press officer swiftly intervened to terminate the press conference, executing the task with such finesse that it was almost pitiful. After all, this was not his first encounter with such a situation. Each time Hui faced an interview, he had to be prepared for the inevitable, as it was highly likely that he would engage in a heated exchange with the reporters. What perplexed him was that such actions, which undeniably tarnished one's image, seemed to have little effect on Hui. He continued to enjoy a considerable fan base, which was rather surreal. Chapter 90. Fans. Anyone with a modicum of understanding recognizes that a celebrity's image is meticulously crafted. At their core, they remain ordinary individuals possessing a myriad of flaws. Thus, Hui's seemingly image-destroying antics instead impart a sense of authenticity, rendering him relatable and vividly human to his fans. Ultimately, what matters most is Hui's boundless potential, his exquisite playing style, and his charming wit. With so many admirable qualities to cherish, his fans readily overlook minor imperfections. After all, a certain man embroiled in controversy has also been forgiven by a vast number of fans and even enjoyed a retirement tour. In contrast to those guilty of infidelity, domestic violence, theft, and other egregious acts, Hui has a penchant for embellishing the truth, a minor flaw that is hardly worthy of criticism. Moreover, in the eyes of his devoted fans, this is not mere boasting, but rather a manifestation of confidence. The remarks made by Hui have sparked a fervent and extensive discussion among fans. Hey, did you catch his interview yesterday? It was simply magnificent. He is the only one in the entire league bold enough to express such sentiments. In a Wall Street office building, a junior employee named Roger arrived at the company early. Before diving into his work, he deemed it essential to have a cup of coffee to invigorate himself. Naturally, while savoring his coffee, he engaged in conversations about the recent games with colleagues. Isn't that cool? Roger mused, though I think he might be a bit too ostentatious. His colleague Tom, a devoted fan of Kobe, was somewhat dismissive of Hui's style. A rookie breaking records consecutively deserves a bit of flair, don't you think? Young people should embody such vigor, Roger remarked. Perhaps, Tom chuckled, he was not the type to engage in heated disputes over differing opinions. They respected each other's perspectives and continued with their lives. In stark contrast to their amicable exchanges, discussions on campus were far more intense. At a university in Los Angeles, two factions nearly clashed over the comparisons between Hui and Kobe. He is merely an attention-seeking fool. What gives him the right to be compared to Kobe? Does he have a championship? Does he possess any significant accolades? A Kobe fan sneered. How many points did Kobe average in his rookie season? Was it even 8? Is it as grand as his jersey number? The fans of Hui retaliated, asserting that they were not foolish enough to compare him with the current Kobe, but rather with Kobe during his rookie season. This assertion allowed them to gain the upper hand in terms of factual evidence. Indeed, Kobe's rookie performance did not match that of the current Hui. Yet, the Kobe supporters were not easily bested. Upon realizing their numerical disadvantage in data, they swiftly pivoted to discussing Hui's character. At least Kobe doesn't disregard his predecessors or look down upon their records. True, but Kobe also seemed to disregard his parents and wife. He didn't invite his parents to his wedding and even strayed post-marriage, the fans of he retorted. Suddenly, someone shouted, and both groups fell silent. Of course, even if the teacher had not arrived, a physical altercation was unlikely to ensue. In reality, fighting incurs costs, and most people would refrain from engaging in such confrontations. Conversely, the dynamics of online disputes are entirely different. One can hurl insults without fear of repercussions, leading to fierce and relentless arguments. Consequently, online debates have escalated to life-or-death proportions. Some bystanders, initially mere spectators, often find themselves unwittingly drawn into the fray. Allen, a fan of the Suns, Observe the fervent attacks on Xing Hui's triple-doubles by the Kobe supporters and couldn't help but voice a reasoned perspective, while he may have exaggerated his commentary on how Kobe wins games. It must be acknowledged that Kobe could improve in orchestrating the team's play. After posting this comment, Allen felt a sense of self-satisfaction, even indulging in a fantasy of receiving praise from netizens for his rationality. However, the outcome was quite the opposite. Allen erupted in anger, uttering a curse before deleting his intended message and resorting to more potent expletives in his attack on Kobe's fans. His vitriol surpassed that of the majority of Kobe's ardent supporters. While he held no disdain for Kobe himself, he harbored a strong dislike for his fans. To Kobe's supporters, Allen's actions rendered him a bona fide critic. In truth, it was not just Allen, the self-proclaimed rationalist, who was driven to the brink. Some individuals who initially supported Kobe found themselves ashamed to be associated with the extreme and outrageous rhetoric of his most zealous fans. Some chose to quietly withdraw from the Kobe fan community, while others attempted to reason with these fervent fans. Yet, as soon as these conciliatory comments were made, they were met with swift derision, leading to an outpouring of rage from some Kobe supporters, who then transformed from neutral observers into staunch critics. Similar incidents also occurred among fans of other players. A casual observer who once held a moderate admiration for Xing Hui merely remarked, "He is impressive now, but still lacks the hard skills that Kobe possesses," only to be swiftly labeled as a deluded Kobe enthusiast by the more fervent fans. Kobe supporters have a long-standing tendency to disregard dissenting opinions, opting instead for outright verbal assaults. Additionally, fans of other basketball stars eagerly stoked the flames of controversy. In such moments, LeBron's fans would intermittently take on the roles of Kobe or his supporters, fervently maligning both Xing Hui and Kobe. Their dedication to elevating their idol to greatness was evident. Beyond the fans, even certain players took to their alternate accounts to join the fray. For instance, Tony Parker, who harbored disdain for Xing Hui, and other prominent players were drawn into this verbal melee. Kobe's fans, casual observers, and players alike reveled in the chaos online. Controversy breeds discussion. Where there is discussion, there is participation, and with participation comes heightened interest and notoriety. The impact of this fan rivalry, whether positive or negative for their idols, undeniably propelled Kobe and Xing Hui into the spotlight as trending figures. Consequently, Xing Hui found no objection to this uproar. Such debates merely created an illusion for onlookers that he had ascended to the level of Kobe, making him a figure worthy of comparison. Chapter 91. Disappointment. Once again, the media often employs the strategy of elevating figures only to later diminish them. This is particularly true for Xing Hui, as he is a Chinese individual inherently marked by his uniqueness. As Xing Hui recently emerged into the limelight, even though his performance was not particularly remarkable, the media was awash with accolades, and numerous reports flooded the airwaves. After all, when a homegrown talent in the United States excels, it is hardly newsworthy. Such occurrences are commonplace. However, when a Chinese newcomer shines, it becomes a rarity worthy of attention. As the praise reaches a certain crescendo and audiences grow accustomed to it, eventually developing a sense of aesthetic fatigue, the media tends to shift to criticism. Given Xing Hui's background, their inclination to diminish his achievements becomes even more pronounced. Most of these journalists are American, and they possess their own biases, naturally reluctant to see a Chinese athlete overshadowing local players. Nevertheless, to engage in disparagement, they require justification. The criticism must not appear overly harsh. Consequently, the entire cohort of North American sports journalists eagerly anticipated Xing Hui's defeat. Only with his loss could they wield their pens, ready to dissect him from a multitude of angles, leaving no stone unturned. On the 16th, as the Clippers faced off against the Jazz, a contingent of reporters led by Johnson had already secured their positions, awaiting the conclusion of the match. For them, the unfolding of the game held little significance. What mattered was the outcome. As long as the Clippers lost or Xing Hui faltered, their efforts would not be in vain. Defense, defense. Johnson became so engrossed that he found himself shouting along with the spectators. Yet, a scene of disappointment soon unfolded before him. Xing Hui unexpectedly launched a sudden attack, scoring a three-pointer. Gordon is utterly useless, remarked. Johnson, in a fit of rage, lost his composure before a throng of reporters, openly criticizing a player. Should this incident come to light, it could severely tarnish his reputation, potentially jeopardizing his career. However, fortune smiled upon Johnson this time, as the reporters surrounding him were all hoping for Xing Hui's defeat, belonging to the same camp as he. These individuals were equally frustrated, some even cursing Gordon and Kirisico. In a splendid display, during a Clippers offensive, Hsing-Hue hesitated, resulting in a block by Gordon. Johnson and his companions erupted in cheers, leaving onlookers to mistakenly believe they were fans of the Jazz. Hsing-Hue was, of course, unaware that a group of clowns was closely observing his performance from the sidelines. Had he known, he would have resorted to his props to deliver a poignant blow to their hearts. At that moment, he remained oblivious, treating the event as a mere ordinary competition. Possessing two A-level abilities, he was confident that he could deliver a commendable performance even without the aid of props. Ovisainaden, your posture while playing is truly exquisite. Hsing-Hue remarked, my name is Gordon Kirisico. With a perplexed expression, Gordon explained, I understand. Yet I still prefer to call you Ovis, for your playing style resembles that of Ovis, remarkably soft. Ovis is currently the most renowned sanitary product brand in America. And upon hearing this, Gordon immediately grasped the implication. Get lost, he retorted. Gordon wished to respond with a clever retort, but amidst the intense competition, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. In the next round, Hsing-Hue attempted a shot, but was met with interference, resulting in a miss. Hsing-Hue felt quite frustrated internally, yet he did not allow it to manifest on his face. He continued to chatter on, exclaiming, truly, this renowned brand excels at leak-proofing. Their defense is commendable. Upon hearing this, Gordon felt an unusual discomfort, rendering him unable to savor the joy of a successful defense. In the next round, Hsing-Hue was once again on the offensive. As a privileged player in the team, he could easily attempt 20 shots in a single game if he so desired. This time, having learned from his previous experiences, Hsing-Hue varied his rhythm during the breakthrough. Although Gordon possessed considerable speed and strength, he seemed to lack the requisite agility in his reactions. Deceived by Hsing-Hue, he was unable to swiftly adjust, thereby losing his defensive position. Hsing-Hue's jump shot finds its mark. TSK, TSK, TSK. Your defense is even inferior to that of Ovis. Regardless of whether Gordon's performance is commendable or lacking, he always has a quip ready. Out of the blue, he finds himself unfairly labeled as a hygiene officer, which infuriates him. He also attempts to exchange shots with Hsing-Hue, yet his ability to penetrate is rather mediocre, leaving him with no choice but to resort to jump shots against Hsing-Hue. In terms of defending against shots, Hsing-Hue, with his height and wingspan, shows no fear of guards. Gordon misses the shot. What is it like to respond to failure in front of thousands of spectators? Hsing-Hue inquired. After completing the first quarter, Hsing-Hue took a break, and Gordon suddenly let out a deep sigh. Prior to this, he had not perceived the potency of trash talk. However, after facing off against Hsing-Hue today, he realized that having someone incessantly buzzing in his ear was indeed a form of torment. As the game progressed, the Clippers consistently maintained their lead. In terms of sheer strength, the Clippers were undeniably superior to the Jazz. By the third quarter, the Jazz found themselves trailing by 20 points, prompting Jerry's Long to concede and field substitutes and rookies for experience. Only at this juncture did Hsing-Hue have the opportunity to match up against Deron Williams. As the third overall pick, isn't it a source of shame that he hasn't even made it into the rotation? The moment Deron stepped onto the court, Hsing-Hue proactively switched positions with Castle. Such a rare opportunity was not to be squandered, as Deron would soon attain enlightenment in a month or two, making it considerably more difficult for Hsing-Hue to exploit him then. Deron, upon hearing this, immediately directed a surge of anger towards Hsing-Hue. Even without provocation, he harbored intense disdain for Hsing-Hue. After all, as contemporaneous rookies, the disparity in their respective careers was glaring. Infuriated, Deron eschewed passing to his teammates, opting instead to attempt a post-up against Hsing-Hue. However, Deron was still too inexperienced, and his shot was markedly unstable. Although he managed to push past Hsing-Hue, he was nonetheless affected, resulting in his first attempt clanging off the rim. Be cautious with such reckless play, or you may find yourself substituted. Hsing-Hue smirked mischievously. Initially, Hsing-Hue had intended to tease DeLong a little more, but as the Jazz had surrendered, Dunleavy replaced the starters after just 2 rounds. The inaugural clash between Hsing-Hue and DeLong has come to a close. On the sidelines, some spectators have begun to depart prematurely, their faces etched with disappointment. Equally disheartened are the journalists present. Damn it, exclaimed F.A. Kud Johnson, expressing his frustration with a vulgarity. John, don't rush. Wait for the next game. A fellow reporter consoled him, prompting smiles to emerge among the crowd. The Clippers are set to face the Suns in their next match, a formidable opponent within the league. If one were to categorize the 30 teams into 4 tiers, the Suns, Spurs, Mavericks, Pistons, and Heat would undoubtedly belong to the elite tier. The Clippers have recently demonstrated performance that could place them in the second tier. However, due to their long-standing reputation as perennial underachievers, they are perceived by the average fan as residing in the third tier, a team that must exert considerable effort just to reach the playoffs. In the upcoming confrontation against the Suns, the consensus favors the latter's victory. Many hope that Nash will impart a valuable lesson to his opponent, enlightening him on what it truly means to elevate his teammates to victory. Following the comforting words, Johnson's spirits lifted considerably. He resolved to endure just 2 more days. He still possesses that patience. Chapter 92. The Logic Prodigy. During the post-match interview, the reporters refrained from delving into the details of the recent game, instead shifting their focus to the forthcoming match, thus denying He-Shing Hue the opportunity to gloat. In your next match against the Suns, do you believe you can continue your triumphant streak? A journalist posed, laying a trap with his inquiry. That is a matter for the future. Shouldn't you be inquiring about the current game? He-Shing Hue did not casually make bold statements, for the strength of the Suns is formidable, and he harbors no absolute certainty of victory. It is exhilarating to humiliate others, yet the sting of self-deprecation is an entirely different matter. Are you attempting to evade the question because you fear the Suns? Johnson inquired with a grin. If it could compel the exceedingly arrogant He-Shing Hue to admit his trepidation towards the Suns, it would indeed be a most amusing spectacle, one that Star Black would undoubtedly relish. Furthermore, it could potentially tarnish the persona that He-Shing Hue has meticulously crafted. Fans who delight in his audacity would surely feel a pang of disappointment should their idol concede defeat. Fear the Suns? What a farce. I can assure you with absolute certainty that I will not lose to the Suns in the next match. He-Shing Hue remarked, and the crowd was filled with unbridled joy. They had laid this trap, eagerly anticipating He-Shing Hue's fall into it. 100%? Even Jordan would hesitate to make such a claim. It is utterly absurd. No player can guarantee they will not lose before a match. This is unequivocally nonsense. Johnson retorted sharply. How can one not guarantee? If I take leave and do not participate, I simply cannot lose, can I? He-Shing Hue chuckled. Upon hearing this, several inexperienced journalists toppled from their seats in astonishment. The logic was undeniably sound. If one does not take the court, one cannot possibly lose. How could the Clippers' defeat be attributed to him if he was not in the game? In fact, this only served to underscore his indispensable value. However, on what grounds could he request a leave of absence? To take leave without just cause is to demonstrate a lack of professional spirit. Johnson, growing anxious, realized that if He-Shing Hue chose to abstain from playing, he would indeed be powerless to intervene. This was a match in which He-Shing Hue was highly likely to suffer defeat, and Johnson did not wish for him to evade such a fate. Who claims that my absence is unjustified? I am injured. He-Shing Hue exclaimed. Injured? I refuse to believe it. You are a fraud. Johnson retorted angrily, noting that He-Shing Hue had been lively and energetic on the field, showing no signs of injury. My heart is wounded. I triumphed in the match, yet none of you offered me congratulations. That deeply hurts me. Coach, may I take a leave of absence for this reason? He-Shing Hue inquired of Deng Li Wei, who inwardly thought, I have no idea. It's not my concern. Please do not ask me. The collective silence of the journalists was palpable, although He-Shing Hue's words bore a hint of impudence. Their prior lack of even a single congratulatory remark was indeed unprofessional. Johnson wished to retaliate but found himself at a loss for words, secretly lamenting his sluggish wit. Haha, just a joke. I will perform better in the next match. He-Shing Hue remarked, this is outrageous. The few journalists who just returned to their seats have fallen once more. They are eager to express their frustration. Could you not conduct yourself normally and with seriousness? This is a press conference, after all, a program being viewed by countless spectators. The current quality of journalists is truly deplorable. They cannot even formulate a single question. He-Shing Hue observed the reporters with a furrowed brow, shaking his head in a manner that conveyed sympathy for their misfortune. His words struck a chord with Johnson, who felt that He-Shing Hue's expression bore a mischievous grin directed at him. Instantly, Johnson felt a surge of insecurity and indignation. Why are you looking at me? Are you implying that I lack quality? He sighed. Oh, do not misunderstand. I am not targeting you. What I intend to convey is that everyone present has low quality. At that moment, He-Shing Hue channeled the spirit of his senior brother, exuding an air of authority. Regrettably, Johnson lacked the courage of a black bear and refrained from taking action. Otherwise, He-Shing Hue would have demonstrated his prowess with fists and kicks. The questioning session concluded there. The Clippers press officer reappeared to tidy up the mess, having resolved to request a salary increase from the owner, as this job was exceedingly challenging and had caused him great distress. The farce came to an end. Although the reporters failed to elicit any declarations of victory over the Suns from Yixing Hui, his scathing remarks aimed at the reporters were noteworthy. Meanwhile, fans in front of their televisions were thoroughly entertained by this explosive press conference. They had never witnessed such an engaging and intense event before. Only Yixing Hui dared to confront the reporters so boldly. Not taking the court means not losing. Haha, this logic for my cousin is flawless. It dawned on him that he was stronger than Duncan, who had a loss rate of approximately 40 in the NBA, while his own was 0. Heartache is indeed a form of injury. This statement holds truth. Was there a disdain for mental health issues? Fans unleashed their creativity, concocting various amusing phrases. Yet, these humorous moments were not the focal point. The conflict between Yixing Hui and the reporters warranted greater discussion. Haha, do not misunderstand. I am not targeting you. I nearly thought my cousin was about to apologize, but he did not disappoint. His remarks were aimed at everyone. Such boldness could only stem from profound self-assurance. A rational mind would never conceive of such statements. Cool. That is how one should confront reporters. I am absolutely enamored. My cousin is my eternal idol. America is a land that cherishes individuality. The more unconventional and rebellious the behavior, the more likely it is to be celebrated. It echoes the bygone era of the hippie culture, which once flourished immensely. Yixing Hui's various actions fulfill the fantasies of those who seek alternative self-expression. The recent press conference held by Yixing Hui has further deteriorated his relationship with the media. However, his popularity among fans continues to soar. On the 17th, in a thrilling matchup between the Lakers and the Heat, Kobe Bryant scored an impressive 40 points. In a fierce contest against Kobe, Dwayne Wade managed to deliver 37 points. Yet it was insufficient to secure victory. Gilbert Arenas tallied 35 points to triumph over the 76ers. A consensus seems to have emerged among mainstream media outlets, prioritizing the coverage of local players' stellar performances, as if this strategy could somehow sustain the status of domestic athletes. The match between Yixing Hui and the Jazz was placed at the end. However, the choices of netizens proved a profound truth. While public opinion can be guided, it cannot be entirely controlled. Despite being relegated to the last, this news ultimately garnered the highest number of clicks. Kobe scoring 40 points. What is there to behold? Just the other day, he achieved the same feat. It is rather mundane. As for Wade and Arenas, if Kobe's 40 points lack intrigue, theirs are even less noteworthy, tedious. If one were to seek the most captivating news, it undoubtedly lies with the big cousin. The big cousin continues to unleash memorable quotes, showcasing his logical brilliance. He once again engaged in a heated debate with reporters, candidly asserting their lack of professionalism. Arrogantly, he issued bold statements, declaring his inevitable victory over the Suns. The final headline emerged from the notorious star critic, Johnson. Yixing Hui has clarified that the statement about a 100 victory over the Suns was merely a jest. However, it has driven Johnson to a state of indignation, causing him to disregard the truth and take things out of context. Yet, in the eyes of the fans, such behavior is akin to that of a jester, utterly ridiculous. Chapter 93, Daily Training. At the press conference, Yixing Hui's remarks elicited laughter from American fans due to their humorous phrasing. However, a significant portion of fans in China felt a deep emotional resonance and a shared joy. This sentiment arises from the fact that the prolific output of the renowned filmmaker has considerably slowed. Previously, he would release 7 or 8 films in a year, but now it has dwindled to merely one every few years, leaving audiences yearning for more. Ha ha ha. If there is no payment involved, it doesn't count as solicitation. If one doesn't step onto the court, one cannot lose. It is evident that my cousin is a devoted fan, as he adeptly employs classic lines from Yixing Hui's films. When he remarked that the attendees lacked manners, I genuinely feared he might overturn the table in exasperation. This captivating interview with the media was solely contributed by my cousin. The responses from other athletes were exceedingly mundane. Unbeknownst to many, Yixing Hui's influence domestically has nearly reached, if not surpassed, that of Yao Ming. This is largely due to the limited topics surrounding Yao Ming, leaving little to discuss beyond his performance. In contrast, Yixing Hui has quickly gained popularity across numerous universities thanks to his memorable quotes and iconic gestures. One student quipped, "As long as I don't take the exam, I want to fail," prompting laughter from those around him, even earning him the admiration of a girl nearby. In a campus environment relatively untainted by financial corruption, wit and humor still serve as attractive traits. Such sentiments have inspired imitation among peers. As long as I don't confess, I won't be rejected. As long as I don't attend class, I won't be late. Apologies, I'm not targeting you. I'm speaking about everyone present, all of whom are quite dashing. Meanwhile, on the basketball court, a student made a three-point shot and promptly ran to the sidelines to guzzle water from his girlfriend's hand, mimicking a famous scene from Yixing Hui. In another arena, a student sank a buzzer beater and immediately pointed to his wrist, imitating Yixing Hui's signature gesture. The air was filled with exclamations of awe, as these successful show-offs reveled in their triumphs. In their circle, a saying has emerged. Winning without flaunting is akin to wearing fine garments in the dark. If one plays without flair, one deserves to be struck by lightning. Losing in a game is acceptable, but one must not lack flamboyance in the process. It can be said that Yixing Hui has influenced countless individuals. The power of an idol is indeed formidable. While the external world, particularly in America, continues to speculate, it has not disrupted Yixing Hui's daily routine. Early in the morning, he arrived at the gym for his regular training. Outside the gym, he encountered Carmen, and together they entered, soon spotting parties. "Chris, do you believe I have a way to make parties kiss me?" Yixing Hui remarked, while Come-On shook his head in response. "Learn from this." After speaking, Yixing Hui approached Patties and said, "Hello, Patties. Shall we engage in a little game?" "No, I won't give you the chance to take advantage of me," Patties replied. "Is that so?" Yixing Hui chuckled mischievously, then suddenly pointed ahead, exclaiming, "Look, a UFO." Upon hearing this, Patties turned her face, and Yixing Hui imitated the landlord, bending down to press his face close to hers. "Where?" As Patties realized she had been tricked, she turned back, and their lips met, leaving a lipstick mark on his face. "Patties, what are you doing?" "Stay calm. I'm not someone who is easily swayed," Yixing Hui exclaimed in a state of panic. Hearing this, Patties was on the verge of tears, having fallen prey to yet another jest. Strangely, the manner in which she was toyed with left her unable to feel anger. Meanwhile, Come-On, who had witnessed the entire episode, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. He never anticipated that such a tactic was even possible. He began contemplating when he might also find a beautiful girl to test the effectiveness of this approach. Shortly after the jest, the other players and assistant coaches arrived at the gym, prompting Yixing Hui to commence his warm-up. Concurrently, he elevated his ball-handling skills to AB level. Following a match against the Jazz, he accumulated 288 points of Fury value. Upon leveling up, his attributes and evaluations underwent yet another transformation. Yixing Hui, standing at a towering height of 197 meters with a wingspan of 210 meters and weighing 87 kilograms, possesses notable talents: strength rated B, speed C, and jumping ability C. His shooting skills are impressive, with a three-point shooting proficiency of A and mid-range shooting also rated A, while his ability to attack the rim is rated C. In terms of technique, his ball handling is rated B, passing C, and stealing C. Defensively, he demonstrates B-level skills in one-on-one situations and C in help defense. He has a remaining anger value of 245 points. Overall, he is evaluated as a super substitute in the NBA known for offensive prowess but defensive weaknesses, possessing significant tactical value and commendable ball handling skills. A gentle reminder, his strengths and weaknesses are evident. It is imperative to enhance his shortcomings promptly. As one aspiring to excel, mastering ball handling techniques is essential. Only by securing substantial ball possession can one achieve impressive statistics. After warming up, Yixing Hui commenced his ball handling practice. "It appears we are supposed to focus on shooting today," reminded assistant coach D. Capo. "I have changed my mind. Today I shall practice dribbling. My current dribbling skills are inadequate, preventing me from confidently maintaining possession for extended periods, which is unacceptable." Yixing Hui remarked, however, "Mastering dribbling is not an endeavor that can be achieved overnight. I believe it is essential for you to focus on enhancing your shooting skills for now, as this will enable you to make a more significant impact during the matches. As for dribbling, you may dedicate a summer to practice after the season concludes." D. Capo kindly advised, for he perceived that the elevation of one's skills relies on accumulation and is certainly not something that can be accomplished in a single attempt. "I cannot afford to wait that long. I need it for tomorrow." Yixing Hui stated that D. Capo was left speechless. He initially believed that an entire summer was too brief. Little did he anticipate that Yixing Hui aimed for a breakthrough within a single day. "This is impossible. If you insist on pursuing this, I shall have to report to Mike," D. Capo remarked, demonstrating his sense of responsibility and unwavering resolve. Ultimately, he even sought out Deng Li Wei. Let him practice for just one day, as long as he can foster a good relationship with the star player. What harm is there in spending a day? D. Capo understood that while being a coach entails knowledge of tactics and training, the ability to interact harmoniously with star players is equally essential. Recently, Deng Liwei had been in good spirits and, in his delight, even shared some workplace wisdom. Benefiting immensely, D. Capo returned to He Xinghui, eagerly cooperating with him in dribbling practice. After 2 hours of ball-handling drills, He Xinghui could distinctly feel an enhanced control over the ball, a phenomenon referred to in the football realm as an increase in ball sense. Observing He Xinghui's adept dribbling skills, D. Capo was left utterly astonished. He touched He Xinghui's muscles and remarked, I believe you possess an extraordinary skeletal structure. You are a rare talent beyond compare. Beyond this, I find no other plausible explanation. He Xinghui wore an expression of utter disbelief, genuinely fearing that DiCaprio might unexpectedly produce several extraordinary tomes from his trousers for him to study. Chapter 94, anticipated by all. On the 18th, the Clippers faced off against the Suns. This match garnered immense attention for various reasons. Given the contentious nature of the game, other television networks did not wish for TNT to monopolize the broadcast. Numerous channels hastily added live coverage, transforming this contest into a nationwide event. In a bid to solidify their leading position, TNT devised an innovative approach. They decided to include a lip-reading commentator who would promptly interpret He Xinghui's trash talk for the viewers, satiating their curiosity. This move further solidified TNT's status as the fans' preferred choice. In response, the heads of other networks could only grit their teeth in frustration. They too had contemplated the idea of hiring a lip-reading expert, fully aware of its potential impact, but were hindered by budget constraints. Engaging a high-caliber lip reader is not a trivial expense, as such niche talents are typically engrossed in research work and are quite busy. Had TNT not profited substantially from previous broadcasts of Clippers games, they could not have afforded such extravagance. Concurrently, TNT launched a guessing game, inviting viewers to predict how many trash-talking remarks He Xinghui would utter during the game. The fortunate viewer who guessed correctly would receive a Q-version figurine of Charles Barkley in women's attire. Many viewers thus expressed their intention to choose an absurdly high number. Hoping not to hit the mark, "Welcome, Professor Audrin." Smith introduced the lip-reading maestro Audrin and his various accolades to the audience. He then commenced a discussion with Barkley about the day's match. "I foresee the Suns emerging victorious," Barkley declared. "Why? Did you not already begin to favor the Clippers in the last game?" Smith inquired. No, Kenny, you're the true Clipper supporter. I'm a rational commentator, devoid of personal bias. In my view, the Suns are superior to the Clippers. At Staples Center, the players began to enter the arena. As Nash made his entrance, the crowd erupted into significant applause. On one hand, as last season's MVP, his popularity was already substantial. On the other hand, there were many in Los Angeles who harbored animosity towards He Xinghui. These individuals transformed from fans of the Clippers to supporters of Nash, colloquially known as morphing fans. They all hoped that Nash would put He Xinghui in a difficult position, hence their support. When He Xinghui took the court, the cheers grew even louder. A dedicated group of die-hard fans had purchased all the season tickets for the Clippers' home games, solely to cheer for He Xinghui in person. In terms of popularity, He Xinghui had eclipsed Brand, becoming the de facto leader in the eyes of many Clipper supporters. Brand, however, bore his silent grievances. After the introductions concluded, the players commenced their warm-up routines. He Xinghui approached the front row to greet a multitude of stars. "You take down the sun, do I mean Leonardo?" And others extended their hands for a high five. When it was Cameron Diaz's turn, she threw a playful glance at He Xinghui and said with a smile, "I'm your fan. Really? Actually, I'm a fan of yours as well." He Xinghui chuckled. Diaz was momentarily taken aback, as He Xinghui had referred to her as a ball fan rather than the conventional term fanatic. This expression is not typical in English, akin to a scenario in Chinese where a man, after removing his trousers, nonchalantly remarks, "We'll talk about it later." A woman who is not overly suggestive would find this perplexing. However, anyone of reasonable intellect would swiftly grasp the underlying implication. Diaz was no exception. She was initially bewildered, but soon realized that He Xinghui's reference to ball pertained to the two prominent spheres on her chest. The nearby celebrities quickly caught on. The men displayed mischievous grins while the female stars giggled behind their hands. Leonardo DiCaprio's eyes sparkled, as if he had discovered a kindred spirit. The playful banter exhibited by He Xinghui may be challenging for female stars to embrace in China. However, Diaz, with her exuberant personality, remains unfazed by others teasing her about her stunning physique. Instead, she wears her pride openly. With a smile, she accentuates her curves, fully revealing her enviable figure before the camera. Meanwhile, upon hearing He Xinghui's words translated by Audrin, Barkley and Smith are already in fits of laughter. Even before the match commences, they are certain Audrin was the right choice. Had they not enlisted Audrin, such delightful moments would have eluded their live broadcast. On site, He Xinghui continues to engage in friendly conversation with Diaz. I admire your slam dunks. Might you perform one shortly? He Xinghui's instances of dunking during matches are rather infrequent. However, due to his previous spectacular dunks, fans speculate that he prefers a more cautious style of play to preserve his physical well-being. Consequently, many of his admirers are particularly eager to witness his dunks. As for Diaz, it seems that his desire for He Xinghui to achieve high scores for Charlize Theron also stems from a wish for he to perform something remarkable for himself, which serves as a form of ostentation. Naturally, there is no objection to the types of dunks one wishes to see: rim-rattling dunks, alley-oops, reverse slams, windmill dunks, or even between-the-legs variations. He Xinghui, akin to reciting a menu, effortlessly enumerated over a dozen styles of slam dunks. I yearn to witness a powerful riding dunk or an alley-oop, exclaimed Diaz with delight. So, which player from the Suns would you like me to dunk over? He Xinghui inquired. Come on, let's get this match started. I want to see Nash annihilate him. In the TNT studio, Barkley remarked with disdain, there's no other way. He Xinghui's words are simply irksome, especially coming from a Suns legend like me. According to He Xinghui's implication, he believes he can dunk at will, targeting whoever he desires, which comes off as excessively arrogant. Barkley was enraged, and the viewers, particularly the star haters, shared his sentiments, finding He Xinghui's audacious demeanor intolerable. Fortunately, He Xinghui's fans relished his bold attitude, exclaiming their admiration for their idol's assertiveness. They eagerly anticipated the match, hoping for He Xinghui to fulfill his brash proclamations, which would indeed be impressive. Meanwhile, the star haters were also keen to see the game commence, anticipating He Xinghui's inability to deliver on his boastful promises. Amidst the collective anticipation, the game finally began. For the Clippers, the starting lineup consisted of Castle, He Xinghui, Maggette, Brand, and Come On. On the Suns side, the starting point guard was Nash, a maestro worthy of MVP recognition. The shooting guard was Raja Bell, renowned for his defensive prowess, adept at marking his opponents. However, this did not imply a lack of offensive capability. This season, he averaged 14.7 points per game with an impressive three-point shooting percentage of 44, sinking an average of 2.5 shots from beyond the arc. He was indeed an exceptional 3D player, one that would be highly coveted a decade later. An ideal piece for a championship team. The small forward was Shawn Marion, nicknamed the Matrix, a player of all-star caliber. The power forward was Kurt Thomas, while the center was the versatile Frenchman, Diop. Out of the 5 positions, 4 occupied by exceptional talents. The only comparatively weaker link was Thomas, who was merely a substitute for all-star Stoudemire. Had Stoudemire not been sidelined by injury, Thomas would not have been in the starting lineup. It could be stated that upon Stoudemire's return, the Suns' starting 5 will be the most formidable in the league, surpassing even the Spurs. Chapter 95. The first encounter in fast pace during the jump ball, the Suns sent out Thomas. The situation was unavoidable, with Diop standing at only 2.03 meters. He was not a match for Thomas. It could be said that the Suns had forsaken the center position in their quest for speed. Come On triumphed in the jump, as Thomas was no competition. Could you at least show me some respect and send someone competent for the jump ball? Upon witnessing Castle successfully secure the ball, Come On shrugged his shoulders and mocked Thomas. Have some sympathy for Chris. They hardly have anyone decent over there. He Xinghui interjected sharply, directly mocking the entire Suns team. Nash, maintaining a stoic demeanor while retreating on defense, was unfazed, yet his teammates found it difficult to emulate his calmness. Particularly Thomas, who was responsible for the jump ball, felt an undeniable discomfort, unable to retort. TNT's O'Donnell promptly translated the banter exchange between Come On and He Xinghui. TSK. I am aware of a Chinese proverb. Those who associate with the ink will become stained, implying that those who linger with the wicked are likely to be influenced negatively. Clearly, our good boy Come On has fallen under He's bad influence, Barkley quipped. On the court, the Clippers initiated their offensive play. The Suns' strategy focused on tightly guarding He Xinghui and Brand, with Bell assigned to shadow, he and Marion tasked with Brand. Among the Suns, their defensive capabilities rested solely on these two. The remaining players exhibited significant weaknesses. Nash lacked physical prowess, Thomas was inexperienced, and Dia was undersized. As Brand positioned himself, and Xinhui executed the play, all eyes were fixated on these two. In that moment, Castle deftly lobbed the ball to Come On beneath the basket. Come On, muscling past Dia, scored with apparent ease. The Suns' defense had consistently faltered. Otherwise, they would not have repeatedly stumbled in the Western Conference Finals. In terms of offense, they were indeed the most potent team in the league, yet defensively, they barely met the standard. I heard that you, Chet. Xinhui initially intended to mock Bell, but Bell swiftly dashed toward the front court, compelling him to momentarily silence his jibes and pursue. This spectacle greatly amused Barkley, who remarked, I recommend that other players in the league take a page from Bell's book, avoid giving him an opportunity to speak, thereby evading the influence of his trash talk. This way, his taunts become ineffective. And what about on defense? Surely one cannot simply run away, Smith interjected. However, this approach would significantly reduce the amount of trash talk one has to endure. Am I to understand that you are acknowledging the potency of Cousin's trash talk? On the court, the Suns rapidly advanced, prompting the Clippers to hastily retreat on defense. The fundamental principle in countering the Suns' fast-paced game is to transition quickly on defense, ensuring no players are left unguarded, thereby forcing the opposition into a half-court game. With Nash orchestrating, the Suns' half-court offense is not particularly ineffective, though it lacks the ferocity of their fast break. This was a point emphasized by Dunleavy prior to the game. However, knowing is one thing, executing is another. Come On, burdened by his hefty frame, could not keep pace with Dia. Before Come On could establish position, Dia had already seized an advantageous offensive spot. In other teams, such a position might be futile, as the ball-handling guard would still be trailing. Yet, with the Suns, there exists a pivotal figure, Nash. A long pass from Nash landed in Dia's hands with pinpoint accuracy, allowing Dia to shake off Come On and effortlessly score with a layup. At that moment, Come On had proven ineffective, only to lumber back on offense. Fortunately, the Clippers' strategy was to control the tempo, avoiding a fast-paced game with the Suns, thus alleviating Come On from the need to sprint urgently. Is it true that Kobe bullied you? When it was the Clippers' turn to attack, Xinhui finally had an opportunity to unleash some trash talk at Bell. In his rookie days, Bell had been thoroughly overwhelmed by Kobe during their matchups, likely even elbowed by him, and being a rookie, he lacked the clout to draw a foul. Consequently, Bell harbored a significant disdain for Kobe. Otherwise, he would not have focused his ire solely on him. He is not like Bowen, who plays dirty. Upon hearing this, Bell shot he a glare, but remained silent. By the way, when you were being bullied, why didn't you throw a punch? Are you in fact a coward? Xinhui declared, wait a moment. I shall deliver a punch, and you will soon discover whether I am truly a coward. Finally, Bell spoke up. Upon witnessing this, Xinhui revealed a smile, for it was evident that Bell was incensed. Just as they were engaging in amiable conversation, Maguette's attempt to assault the rim faltered. Marion, relying on his extraordinary wingspan and a stroke of fortune, astonishingly secured the rebound. Upon witnessing the situation, Xinhui immediately retreated on defense. When confronting the Suns, the most daunting prospect is the swift retaliation that follows a missed shot. The other players of the Clippers were also hastily falling back, while Marion had already passed the ball to Nash, urging him to advance rapidly. The players of the Suns were racing forward, the court resembling a chaotic playground. Such disorder was advantageous for the Suns, as Nash consistently managed to locate his teammates in optimal positions amidst the turmoil. On this offensive play, the ball found its way into Thomas's hands. Thomas surged towards the basket, with only Brand standing guard below, while Come On and Maguette were still on their way back. Unfortunately, Brand thwarted Thomas's attempt. Ultimately, Thomas could not transform into a dominant force. Had it been Stoudemire in that moment, a swift move would have resulted in a thunderous dunk, one that Brand would not have been able to defend against. It was truly regrettable. Had Stoudemire not been injured, the Clippers would have stood no chance. Barkley lamented. As a former Sun, he genuinely hoped for the team's championship aspirations. Brand secured the rebound, and the ball was subsequently in Castle's hands, who controlled the pace as they advanced. Xinhui extended his hand to receive the ball, poised to take on Bell single-handedly, intending to humiliate his opponent. Only through this act could his subsequent taunts gain greater impact. Should he fail to score and allow Bell to successfully complete his defensive assignment, it would be less likely for Bell to become enraged. Castle passed the ball, for in the current strategy of the Clippers, Xinhui's one-on-one play was indeed a tactical approach. Xinhui received the ball with 3 threats and promptly made a breakthrough. Bale closely marked him, but Xinhui swiftly changed direction, with Bale following suit, maintaining his position. However, the continuous movement had begun to disrupt Bell's rhythm. Xinhui seized the opportunity to take a significant backward step, thus creating distance between himself and Bell, feigning a shot. Bell, caught off guard, could only lunge forward with great intensity. No one noticed the sly smile that crept upon the corner of Xinhui's mouth. He launched his shot in Bell's direction, and after releasing the ball, he leaped towards Bell, only to be knocked to the ground, thereby deceiving the referee into calling a three-point foul. This maneuver reflects a classic technique employed by Harden, who, after leaping to take a shot, often lands a meter ahead, thereby instigating contact with the defender. Xinhui has only made slight progress, which is utterly trivial. The crux of the matter is that, at present, the league lacks individuals akin to Harden, leaving Bell with little experience in this regard, resulting in him suffering a significant setback against Xinhui. Xinhui made 2 out of 3 free throws. As he retreated on defense, he pointed his head while looking at Bell, implying that Bell was lacking in intellect. The insult, though not physically damaging, was profoundly offensive. In Chapter 96, Collecting Fury, the atmosphere was filled with contempt. Bell, seething with rage, directed his anger towards Xinhui while racing towards the front court. The Clippers players had already positioned themselves, establishing their defensive formation, leaving the Suns with no choice but to engage in a static battle. In an attempt to further humiliate Bell, Xinhui remarked to Castle, "Switch defense. This perimeter player, who can only make spot-up shots, is yours." His words were nearly a shout, resonating clearly among the 10 players and 3 referees on the court, even reaching the nearby spectators. This was infuriating. Bell felt on the verge of exploding. He had never felt such humiliation even when Kobe had bullied him. What enraged Bell further was that Castle actually acquiesced to Xinhui's antics and moved to confront him, while Xinhui positioned himself in front of Nash. Losing his composure, Bell reached out for the ball, eager to prove that he was not merely a spot-up shooter, but more than just a peripheral player. Nash felt a brief wave of annoyance, recognizing that Bell indeed fit the mold of a spot-up shooter, and handing him the ball for an isolation play seemed illogical. Nonetheless, Nash indulged Bell, acknowledging that this was merely a regular season game and just one offensive possession. Prioritizing the morale of his teammate was of greater significance. With the ball in hand, Bell went one-on-one against Castle. He exuded an aura of dominance, yet the outcome was starkly realistic. Castle, wary of explosive guards, was unfazed by Bell's stationary shooting. "Ah, the power of trash talk," Smith mused. Everyone understood that Xinhui's words were mere banter, advice to be disregarded. Yet, few could rise to the occasion. As the Suns retreated on defense, Nash patted Bell on the shoulder, saying, "Don't pay any mind to that guy. You've grown from being overlooked to becoming a role model for countless others. Continue to showcase your strengths." Apologetically, Bell responded, "I'm sorry, I understand now." Having regained his composure and realizing how foolish he had just been, the Clippers initiated their offense, but Castle, under Nash's stealthy approach, mishandled the dribble, causing the ball to slip away and roll aside. Maggette and Marion dove to the floor, scrambling for possession amidst the chaos. Ultimately, the referee blew the whistle, ruling that a jump ball would be contested between the 2 players. As the teams gathered, Xinhui seized the opportunity to address Castle, saying, "Sam, would you like to hear a joke? I have one for you." "Of course," Castle replied, unsure of what mischief Xinhui was concocting. The player averaging 15 points per game just won the MVP. Xinhui remarked that the notion of Nash receiving the MVP award is nothing short of a jest, a rather frigid joke, which elicited a grin from Castle. However, Nash remained unfazed by the comment. As the tip-off commenced, fortune favored Nash. Amidst the ensuing chaos, he seized the basketball and swiftly initiated a fast break. Accompanied by Bell and Thomas, Xinhui was caught off guard, and the Suns converted a 3-on-2 advantage, ultimately allowing the unguarded Thomas to score. "Your trash talk has no effect on me," Nash remarked coolly to Xinhui. He was not particularly fond of engaging in verbal sparring, but as the team's leader, witnessing his teammate being unsettled by taunts compelled him to respond. "I believe in you, Steve. After all, those with thick skin can indeed remain immune to my jibes. By the way, how can you still have the audacity to return to the Suns after they cast you aside? If I were in your position, I would prefer retirement over going back," Xinhui remarked, leaving Nash momentarily speechless. The truth of his words struck a chord, as Nash had indeed been callously cast aside by the Suns during his rookie days. Subsequently, his desire to return to the Suns was not fueled by sentiment, but rather by the financial lure of nearly $20 million offered by Cuban. His emotional ties to the Suns were scant, otherwise. He would not have left for the Lakers after embracing his identity as a son of the wind. Such remarks were mere banter. Nash silently reminded himself of this and opted to swiftly distance himself from He Xinghui, fearing that further exposure to his taunts might breach his composure. The game continued, with He Xinghui skillfully interjecting jibes while playing, primarily targeting players other than Nash, as the latter maintained an admirable mindset that rendered He's verbal jabs less effective. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the Suns led the Clippers by 5 points with a score of 28-23, inducing a sense of anxiety in He Xinghui, who was determined not to succumb to defeat. Though he refrained from publicly asserting his intent to triumph over the Suns during the press conference, a loss would inevitably invite ridicule. As the second quarter commenced, He Xinghui opted to take the court early. After just 2 possessions, the Suns called a timeout, reintroducing Bell into the lineup. The substitution was necessary, as the bench player Eddie House was utterly incapable of containing He Xinghui, having already allowed 2 swift scores. Upon seeing Bell enter the game, He Xinghui inwardly cursed. Given the choice, he would prefer to face House. Despite his incessant mockery of Bell, he harbored a significant respect for the latter's defensive prowess. Confronted with Bell's defense, He Xinghui knew he had to remain wholly focused, pouring all his efforts into each offensive attempt, which still did not guarantee success. Perhaps it was essential to devise a strategy to unsettle Bell's mindset. He Xinghui pondered for a moment before expressing his gratitude to Bell, saying, "Bell, I must first thank you." Bell was genuinely perplexed, utterly unable to comprehend He Xinghui's thought process. Why? Even though Nash had cautioned him against engaging with He Xinghui, he found himself unable to resist the urge to inquire. "Because you can assist me in winning the heart of my beloved. Do you believe that shortly Diaz will kiss me in front of countless witnesses?" He Xinghui remarked that Dietz had not initially specified whom he intended to dunk over. Now, he had chosen to target Bell. Insanity, madness, folly. Bell shook his head in disbelief, unable to comprehend how this situation pertained to him. Moreover, he found it hard to believe that Dietz would inexplicably show affection towards He Xinghui. It is worth noting that, after rising to fame through his peculiar antics, Dietz became America's sweetheart and the object of countless men's fantasies, Bell included. Dietz had no need to be so overtly subservient. After a possession concluded, He Xinghui approached Castle, quietly advising him to pay attention to his positioning as he aimed for a dunk. This outrageous request was met with Castle's acquiescence, as he had become indifferent to the game. Subsequently, He Xinghui began to move incessantly, seeking an opportunity to penetrate the lane. He attempted shots from the perimeter, yet a thunderous dunk eluded him. Observing this, Bell pursued relentlessly, entangling himself in the defense. After several attempts, He Xinghui found no openings or encountered defenders who were not Bell. Reluctantly, He Xinghui had to exercise patience. At last, during an offensive play by the Clippers, he utilized his unpredictable and erratic movements to create an opportunity where Bell was positioned beneath the basket, while he himself lingered on the perimeter. He immediately reached out for the ball, and once it was in his grasp, he executed a powerful dunk using the card of Carter. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him, rendering all possibilities within his reach. If not to seize the moment now, then when? He Xinghui dashed towards Bell. Chapter 97, A Murderous Heart. He Xinghui may not possess great strength and seldom perform slam dunks, primarily relying on jump shots. However, in that moment, Raja Bell was not preoccupied with such considerations. His unwavering defensive spirit led him to position himself directly in the path of He Xinghui's advance. He aimed to provoke an offensive foul against He, thereby contributing to his team's efforts. Without this defensive tenacity, it would have been impossible for him to transform from an undrafted player into a key member of a formidable team. Witnessing this scene, the audience erupted in applause, as the visceral clash of bodies is something that male spectators particularly relish. Of course, some bold women also share this enthusiasm, although a small number of female viewers opted to cover their eyes, likely overwhelmed by the brutality of the moment. He Xinghui leaped high into the air, simultaneously splitting his legs while placing his left hand on Bell's shoulder for support. In one fluid motion, he soared over Bell and forcefully slammed the basketball into the hoop. The sheer intensity of the act was electrifying, leaving the audience in awe. The sequence bore a striking resemblance to Carter's iconic dunk over the French center, with the sole distinction being Bell's slightly shorter stature. However, this minor detail did nothing to diminish the crowd's exhilaration over the dunk. After all, it was a thunderous slam, a rarity in formal competitions. Moreover, prior to the game, He Xinghui had boasted about fulfilling Diet's wish to execute a dunk of this nature. At this moment, He delivered on his promise, bestowing an additional layer of significance to the slam. MVP, MVP, superstar. The audience erupted in cheers. Since a dedicated fan had taken the initiative to research the meaning of He Xinghui's name in Chinese, he had acquired an additional nickname. In comparison, Superstar exudes a touch more grandeur than Big Cousin, perfectly suited for the recent dunk. Upon landing, He Xinghui sprinted towards Dietz, acutely aware that a timeout might be forthcoming, compelling him to seize the moment for celebration. If the Suns launched a fast break at this juncture, he would lose the chance to capture Bell's heart. He Xinghui, it seems, has overthought the situation. The NBA is a commercial league that would never undermine such iconic moments. Such a classic scene deserves to be shown to the audience repeatedly to fully satisfy their anticipation. In instances like this, continuing the game without a pause is simply unacceptable. Therefore, even if the Suns did not call for a timeout, the game did not resume, as the officials had intervened. The large screen began to replay the moment of He Xinghui's dunk in slow motion, while He Xinghui approached Diaz, leaning in closer. Although he had not previously arranged such an encounter with Diaz, He Xinghui was confident that Diaz would not be foolish enough to reject this moment of spotlight. Indeed, Diaz understood He Xinghui's intention and leaned in for a kiss. Moreover, the exuberant Diaz did not merely kiss his cheek, but turned He Xinghui's head to plant a kiss on his lips. How delightful! Shalizi stood by, contributing his share of expressive reactions. Of course, his envy was merely verbal, as he was not lacking in female admirers. Conversely, some male celebrities with less success in romance felt a pang of jealousy, as did ordinary men who would never have the chance to share such a moment with Diaz. Sitting in front of their screens, feeling bitter. Great, I came to watch a basketball game and ended up being bombarded with couples antics. Is this fair? Doesn't he already have Charlize? Why is he still flirting with Diaz? How excessive. Can't he leave one for me? Just once, I would love to experience such a scene. It would be worth dying for. Countless male fans shed tears of envy. Damn, he has benefited at my expense again. Barkley slammed his hand on the table. Come on, Charles, who told you to play so straightforwardly? Smith chuckled. After this game, I will suggest to Stern that players should be prohibited from displaying affection during the match. Competitive basketball should remain pure. Barkley took on the role of the antagonist, and this topic, evidently, would ignite fervent debate among fans. Should players be allowed unconventional celebrations during games? These are discussions for another time. On the court, Bell gazed at He Xinghui with a despondent expression. This was not his first time as a mere backdrop, but it was undoubtedly the most painful. Being dunked on was already embarrassing enough. But what made it worse were He Xinghui's heart-wrenching remarks. When He Xinghui boasted with such bravado, he genuinely believed that He Xinghui had lost his sanity. However, little did he anticipate that the true fool was none other than himself. He Xinghui is a man of his word, achieving fame, fortune, and allure all at once. And all of this is made possible by his own efforts. The mere thought of this fills Bell with regret for having stepped up to defend. For participating in this match, it gnaws at his heart. Brother, don't worry. We will win this game, Nash and Marion comfort him, fully empathizing with Bell's current state of mind. Even they, mere bystanders, feel a pang of sorrow, let alone the person directly involved. I understand, Bell replies, his spirit seemingly shattered. He comprehends the reasoning, yet the desire to truly disregard it feels utterly unattainable. As the game resumes, Bell's focus significantly wanes. How wonderful it would have been had I not stepped up to defend that time. This thought echoes incessantly in his mind, obstructing his concentration. In the realm of the NBA, showing leniency towards an opponent equates to cruelty towards oneself. The Clippers begin to frequently pass the ball into He Xinghui's hands, exploiting the matchup against Bell. Dazed and disheartened, Bell's defensive efficiency plummets, leading to a series of errors that allow He Xinghui to score repeatedly. In desperation, D'Antoni calls a timeout, substituting Bell to allow him a moment to regain his composure. With the Suns' formidable perimeter defense compromised, the Clippers' disadvantage diminishes significantly. Concurrently, the score shifts to 47-48, with the Clippers seizing a narrow lead. Of course, this advantage is nearly negligible. The crucial contest lies ahead. Entering the fray is James Jones, a versatile swingman known for his precise three-point shooting but lacking in defensive prowess and ball-handling capabilities. As the Suns initiate their offense, Jones finds himself matched up against He Xinghui. You shouldn't treat Raga this way. He is quite a decent person, Jones remarks. Are you suggesting I should coddle you? Very well, go ahead and attack. I won't defend, lest you accuse me of bullying you again. He Xinghui straightened his back, vacated his position, and adopted a posture that suggested a lack of defense. This remark nearly left the referee in a state of bewilderment, unable to discern whether it constituted a foul. If one were to consider it a foul, it seemed that He Xinghui had not committed any egregious offense. Conversely, if it were deemed not a foul, his behavior was undeniably peculiar. The last player to display such eccentricity was the infamous Dennis Rodman, who once sat on the court floor, demanding the referee reverse a call, refusing to rise until his demand was met. Ultimately, he was ejected from the game. In contrast, while He Xinghui was indeed causing a ruckus, it did not disrupt the flow of the match. Thus, the referee refrained from blowing the whistle. Meanwhile, Jones was on the verge of exasperation. After all, he had merely spoken a word of fairness. What was He Xinghui's display of feigned victimhood supposed to signify? Furthermore, claiming a lack of defense was absurd. He didn't even have the ball, so what was there to defend against? In a fit of anger, Jones reached out for the ball. He had no intention of being polite with He Xinghui. He aimed to make a three-pointer that would exact a toll on the Clippers, hoping it might provoke Dunleavy into substituting this bothersome player out of the game. Jones actively sought the ball, and Nash hesitated for a moment before ultimately deciding to pass. The instant the ball left his hands, he regretted his decision, for he distinctly perceived the corners of He Xinghui's mouth curving upwards. Chapter 98. The Profound Impact of Trash Talk. Pouting? Don't be ridiculous. He Xinghui's psychological age has already surpassed 30. How could he possibly experience such intense emotional fluctuations merely from a remark by James Jones? All his actions were merely a ruse to bait his opponent. While Jones naively contemplated seizing an opportunity, He Xinghui swiftly darted forward, intercepting Nash's pass. Just as Jones was about to retaliate, He Xinghui surged ahead with the ball. Had it not been for his upgraded dribbling skills, maintaining control while sprinting at such speed would have been impossible. Yet now, he managed to achieve it, albeit with difficulty. The once dominant Suns, known for their fast breaks, found themselves shockingly unprepared, as no one was able to keep up with him. They were likely stunned by He Xinghui's audacity. What happened to the promise of defense? Can a superstar not maintain a semblance of dignity? After a few futile steps, Jones ultimately chose to concede when he realized there was no hope. Just as the audience anticipated yet another spectacular dunk, He Xinghui executed an exceedingly ordinary layup, leaving countless spectators astounded. After all, even the most basic dunking props require 50 points of anger. One dunk per game suffices. He Xinghui would never squander his resources. As for the audience's confusion, that can easily be addressed. He Xinghui spread his arms wide, wearing an expression that was utterly provocative, exclaiming, "No one is here to stop me. I can't even muster the desire to dunk." Such words dripped with audacity. For Jones, this was particularly poignant. He felt that He Xinghui was mocking his fear of becoming a mere backdrop. Yet, the harsh reality was that he was deceived by He Xinghui's shamelessness. Unable to endure any longer, Jones surged forward and forcefully shoved He Xinghui. Even if it meant facing suspension, he was determined to confront He Xinghui and vent his frustrations. However, he was painfully naive. He Xinghui made no attempt to defend himself, instead collapsing to the ground and sliding along the floor for a full meter or two, leaving onlookers to wonder if he had been struck by a vehicle. The referee's whistle pierced the air, prompting him to rush to Jones's side, intervening to prevent the Clippers players from approaching. It was a clear, flagrant foul, and the referee acted decisively. On the sidelines, D'Antoni watched in disbelief, his mind racing with a torrent of frustration. Without even stepping onto the court, his team had already incurred a turnover and a flagrant foul, utterly absurd. Were it not for the multitude of cameras broadcasting the event, he would have charged over to grab Jones by the ear and vociferously demand to know why he had ignored his instructions. In the pre-game briefing, he had repeatedly emphasized the importance of disregarding He Xinghui's trash talk. Yet, it seemed, not a single player heeded his words. While D'Antoni felt an overwhelming urge to slap Jones in frustration, he maintained a facade of support, protesting to the referee. "Did you not hear that guy incessantly chattering? What else could he possibly be doing?" he exclaimed. "Mike, the league does not prohibit trash talk. It is part of the game. If your players cannot focus on the task at hand, they do not deserve to be in this league," countered Dunleavy. D'Antoni nearly lost his composure at this remark, indignant at the implication that his players were unable to concentrate. If He Xinghui refrained from his incessant chatter, would his players be distracted? This is an affront to the integrity of the game. Competitions ought not to unfold in such a manner. D'Antoni exclaimed in anger. All he could do was criticize from a moral standpoint, for the league has indeed not prohibited banter. Let us rewind the clock. TNT. In that fleeting moment, when He Xinghui relinquished his defense, Barkley exclaimed in the broadcast, "Be cautious, do not be deceived. This individual could never be so innocuous. Calm down. Charles, Jones cannot hear your warning, Smith interjected. Yet before he could finish his thought, Xinhui executed a steal. See, I told you I was right, Barkley remarked. Damn, this fellow is sure to unleash an ostentatious dunk. No sooner had Barkley spoken than Xinhui performed a mere layup, the swift turn of events leaving Barkley utterly astonished. Smith, observing from the sidelines, was already in fits of laughter. At that moment, the translator from Oregon remarked, he stated that no one impeded him, thus he lacked the fervor for a dunk. Indeed, this fellow is merely posing, albeit in a different guise, Barkley thought, cursing Xinhui for his lack of sportsmanship and ambush tactics. Before he could vent his frustrations further, a scuffle erupted on the court, igniting a spark in Barkley's eyes. If only Xinhui could endure a beating, he would relish the opportunity to mock him. With this thought, Barkley even contemplated dancing in the broadcast booth to celebrate. Unfortunately, Xinhui fell too swiftly, leaving Jones bewildered as to whether he should rush in to throw a punch. In that brief delay, the Clippers players rushed toward the referee. Xinhui narrowly escaped a calamity, leaving Barkley profoundly disillusioned. Perhaps it is time for us to reconsider the significance of trash talk. Did you notice that his banter effectively incapacitated 2 players from his Suns? Moreover, we cannot place too much blame on Jones and Bell. In such circumstances, I too would struggle to maintain composure, Smith remarked. I believe the league ought to prohibit trash talk. The game should retain its purity, Barkley asserted. To hell with that, Charles. You merely wish to chastise he. So spare us the talk of purity. When you played, did you ever demand the prohibition of trash talk or celebrations? Smith retorted. This remark struck a chord with Barkley, who indeed only wished to witness Xinhui's downfall. Subsequently, he found an opportunity to mock Xinhui. Meanwhile, some fans in front of their screens engaged in a debate over whether trash talk should be banned. Aside from a few detractors, most fans and casual spectators opposed the ban, perceiving its intent against Xinhui as excessively blatant. Furthermore, without such banter, the game would undeniably lose some of its charm. To many viewers, Xinhui's trash talk remains rather entertaining. On the court, the chaos has finally subsided. Xinhui completed the free throw, making 1 out of 2 attempts. Meanwhile, the Clippers retained possession of the ball. This back-and-forth exchange provided the Clippers with a significant advantage. As the game resumed, D'Antoni substituted Jones for Deon Thompson, a swingman and a second-round draft pick from 2005. There was no other option available to him. After all, Thompson was merely a rookie from the same draft class, albeit with a lower selection than Jones. D'Antoni patted Thompson on the shoulder, attempting to offer encouragement. However, Thompson suspected that the coach was merely taunting him. Why else would he bring up draft positions and compare him to Xinhui? It felt like a painful reminder of his own inadequacies. How could someone who averaged less than 3 points per game possibly compare to a player who signed a $95 million contract? With a sense of trepidation, Deon Thompson stepped onto the court and approached Xinhui, only to be met with an enigmatic smile from he. It was a peculiar grin, neither mocking nor friendly, but rather one that sent shivers down Thompson's spine, leaving him feeling uneasy. To make matters worse, he noticed Xinhui walking toward him. Please, don't come closer. Thompson silently pleaded. Chapter 99. Stalemate, what is your name? Xinhui greeted amicably, only for Thompson to walk away with a grimace. This expression caught Barkley's attention, prompting him to exclaim, what on earth has the Suns chosen? Just a simple inquiry about his name seems to make him feel bullied. With such psychological fortitude, how can he play the game? He continued, it's not just the Suns who are blind. The other 28 teams have also successfully overlooked he. Smith chuckled, noting that whenever an underdog shines, the club's drafting choices are inevitably scrutinized. However, in terms of player development rates, the club judgments have generally proven accurate. In this context, the most foolish decision belongs to Joe Dumars, who, after finally acquiring a gem, let him slip away. Barkley took another jab at Dumars, causing Pistons fans watching at home to feel a strong urge to smash the glass of Dumars' office. If only Xinhui hadn't been traded away, how splendid it would have been. While diehard Pistons fans particularly despised he, the average fans actually desired his presence. As Barkley and Smith bantered, the game continued unabated. The absence of a key player did not imply that the Suns would struggle. Unless Nash were sidelined, it would be difficult for the Suns to falter. Nash successfully drove past Castle and scored. This season marked the zenith of Nash's career, averaging 8 points per game with a remarkably high shooting percentage. Offensively, the Suns faced no significant issues. However, defensively, the absence of Raja Bell, their perimeter stalwart, revealed numerous vulnerabilities. It was unrealistic to expect Thompson to contain He. Assistance was essential. After Thompson was driven past twice in succession, Marion could no longer watch idly and began to double-team frequently. Yet, He Xinghue primarily posed a threat from the perimeter. When Marion committed to him, either he or Castle could easily lob the ball into the paint. Without Marion's intimidation inside, Brand and Come On could operate freely. They did not require high shooting percentages, as even missed shots could result in offensive rebounds. The Suns' Thomas and Diaw combined could not out-rebound Brand. In fact, the team's leading rebounder was Marion, a small forward. In scoring and rebounding, Marion outperformed everyone. Aside from his weakness in ball handling, he excelled in all other aspects, as both teams struggled defensively, relying on a back-and-forth scoring exchange. The final minutes of the second quarter saw them evenly matched. Thanks to He Xinghue's clever play against James Jones, the halftime score settled at 54-61, with the Clippers leading by 7 points. This outcome greatly surprised the audience. Prior to the game, almost everyone favored the Suns. How had they fallen behind? However, the fans of He had no such doubts. Why were the Suns trailing? It was evidently because their idol had rendered 2 of their players ineffective. Wasn't that obvious? During the halftime break, D'Antoni engaged in a dialogue with Bell, attempting to instill a sense of acceptance. Raja, this league is populated by superstars, key players, and role players. You must acclimate yourself to this reality. Each individual on the court bears distinct responsibilities, yet every single one is indispensable. Bell managed a wry smile at D'Antoni's words, which implied that he was not exactly a luminary in the league, thereby suggesting that losing to such a player as He Xinghue should not weigh heavily on him. While there was wisdom in this sentiment, it felt rather awkward as a form of consolation. Had Thompson, who had yet to face the harsh realities of life, heard such words, he might have been moved to tears. As for Bell, he had already come to terms with his situation and required no further comfort. While seated on the bench, he had reflected on the fact that he was merely an undrafted player, and his role in this league was to give his utmost effort. The more he was challenged, the more resolute he became. "Coach, allow me to play in the second half. I will not be swayed by him again," Bell assured. "Very well," D'Antoni replied with a smile, though internally he was uncertain, having no other options. As the second half commenced, the audience clearly witnessed Raja Bell's return to the court. As the game resumed, He Xinghue taunted, "Oh," all cried out. Remarkably, Bell remained unfazed, while his teammates seethed with anger. Were it not for the pursuit of victory, they would have relished the opportunity to confront He Xinghue physically, deeming his taunts intolerable. "Stay composed," Nash cautioned his teammates,